She has arrived. Dark clouds loom over the city, and the northern winds sweep across the ground. It is still before dusk, yet the sky has already darkened. As flashes of lightning hide within the ominous clouds, the number of pedestrians on the streets of Yicheng diminishes rapidly. The flags at the taverns are torn from their posts by the fierce winds, skimming several yards away, while a small yellow dog at the roadside chases after it, barking all the while. Suddenly, it looks up at the sky, whimpers twice, and scurries away with its tail tucked between its legs. In just half an hour, this small city in northern Liang has plunged into darkness, resembling the deep of night. Each household lights their lamps, filling the air with the sounds of life and the tantalizing aroma of cooked mealsa, true essence of humanity. Yet, in a shadowy alley, a figure is fleeing for dear life. The longer he runs, the more his energy wanes. His steps become unsteady, his complexion shifting from pale to a ghastly shade of gray. Each breath is heavy with the metallic scent of blood. Fortunately, ahead, a glimpse of an enclosed garden emerges, its dark brown walls crumbling to reveal an opening large enough for several individuals to pass through, overgrown with weeds taller than a man. This is an abandoned garden, sprawling in size, yet long forsaken by its inhabitants. Much of the structure has collapsed. Once a meticulously tended retreat, it has now succumbed to rampant wild grasses and entwined vines. The wind whistles through, casting shadows that dance eerily all around. Without a second thought, the man steps into the garden, pushing aside the tall grass as he advances. After approximately 40 paces, he finds himself in an open space. Before him lies a pond, with a portion of a pavilion peeking out from behind a towering artificial hill, appearing remarkably intact. He glances at the pavilion and then at the adjacent buildings, seemingly contemplating a leap across the pavilion's roof for support. However, just as he takes a couple of steps, a faint rustling sound suddenly emanates from nearby. Something alive is moving through the underbrush, and it is alarmingly close to him. The man's expression changed dramatically. He was about to draw the long knife at his waist when he realized the sound was receding, growing fainter with remarkable speed. Were they not pursuers? He strode forward, slicing through the underbrush with his blade, and caught sight of a gray shadow darting past, heading toward a dog hole in the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the figure. To his astonishment, it was a small child, perhaps 7 or 8 years of age, frail in stature, easily lifted even in the man's injured state. A beggar? The man's eyes widened in disbelief at his unexpected fortune. The child was clad in tattered garments, his hands and face smeared with dirt, his feet adorned only with a pair of hole-ridden straw sandals. Residing in such a desolate garden, what else could he be but a beggar? As the young beggar was hoisted by the collar, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He clawed at the man and, turning his head, revealed 2 rows of sharp little teeth, aiming for the man's wrist. Surprisingly, the child's teeth were remarkably white. A fleeting, unrelated thought crossed the man's mind. As the child, resembling a small wolf cub, continued to scratch and bite, the man firmly grasped the beggar's chin and lowered his voice. "Stay still, I'll give you money." The little beggar immediately halted his struggle, blinking in surprise. He still understood human speech. Yicheng was not a prosperous city. The impoverished inhabitants led difficult lives, let alone beggars. The child was as thin as a little monkey, his face narrow and gaunt, lacking the fullness typical of children, which only accentuated the size and clarity of his dark, expressive EY. Yes, the man, grievously wounded, felt the world spinning around him, his heartbeat nearing its cessation. Yet, amidst his agony, he heard the sound of grass being disturbed outside the desolate garden. The pursuers were closing in. The young beggar also turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, seemingly aware of the commotion. He remained silent, his eyes flickering with apprehension. Time was of the essence. The man could not afford to hesitate any longer. He retrieved a small black box from within his garments, along with 2 silver ingots, and pressed them on the beggar's palm. In a hurried tone, he instructed, "Take this immediately to the land temple on the outskirts of the western city. There, you will receive an additional 10 taels of silver." Realizing his oversight, he added, "Are you familiar with that place?" He was unaware of the young boy's character and knew he should not take such a risk, but desperation had left him with no choice. that item could not fall into the hands of his pursuers. The beggar nodded in understanding. As the man released his grip, the boy swiftly slipped into a small hole, vanishing from sight, leaving only the faint sound of his hurried footsteps behind. The man sensed his life force waning, yet he summoned the strength to move towards the water pavilion. The noise of his movement alerted the pursuers, who charged towards him with determination. He took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the increasingly heavy longsword, ready to confront them. Hope and duty had shifted. He must buy more time for that young beggar. The young beggar dashed through the desolate garden, as nimble as a mouse in the underbrush. Upon reaching the opposite end of the alley, a chilling scream echoed from the garden behind him, resembling a roar. He paid no heed to it, quickening his pace, and with a crouch, he slipped into the darkness. The desolate garden point, two men clad in black emerged from the tall grass, extracting a black box from the corpse. If the young beggar were still present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as identical to the one handed to him by the man. However, the other figure warned, "Wait. The bloodstains extend from this point." He just circled the garden. Why would a man on the brink of peril linger in this garden instead of fleeing for his life? Soon enough, they uncovered the answer. There's a dog hole here. His accomplice has escaped. Why else would he remain behind to cover their retreat? After him, the young beggar dashed away, covering several paces when suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. A storm was imminent. At that moment, the box in his grasp shimmered with light. The radiance resembled the lightning above, a stark white tinged with pale blue. The electric jolt caused his palm to tremble, and he inadvertently flung the box away. The silver-glinting box rolled twice on the ground, illuminating the vicinity. This was the back alley between two taverns, typically devoid of passers-by, except for the early hours when carts arrived to collect refuse. The young beggar found himself in a quandary. If this object continued to emit light, how could he possibly smuggle it out of the city gates? The city guards would surely accuse him of pilfering a treasure from a noble's household. He also noticed that it was not the box itself that radiated light, but rather a yellow paper affixed to its exterior. For reasons unknown, this yellow paper possessed a metallic sheen, adorned with red patterns that resembled both letters and artwork, mystifying him completely, as his limited expiry. Ince had not acquainted him with the existence of such a thing as talisman. However, he quickly conceived a solution. He reached down to grasp a branch from the ground and proceeded to pry open the talisman. Regardless of the luminous object it concealed, once unveiled, he could depart with the box in hand. This item had likely been wrapped tightly at first, but now it had come undone by half, its surface yellowed and edges curled. The runes upon it had blurred in several places, giving it a worn and tattered appearance. The young beggar made just 2 attempts before the talisman was successfully pried open. As it fell to the ground, it lost its radiance, resembling an ordinary piece of yellow paper. Immediately, with a soft thud, the box lid sprang open of its own accord. The box revealed its contents. The treasure that the man had fought to protect must have been quite precious. How could it be this? The young beggar tilted his head and cautiously approached, retrieving an object from within the box. It was a necklace. To be precise, it was merely a red cord, from which dangled a small wooden bell, no larger than the tip of his pinky finger. Yet, the bell bore some peculiar patterns, or perhaps characters. In any case, he could not decipher them. Instinctively, the boy reached out to touch the bell, finding it remarkably smooth, as if it had been long cherished. The surface was even coated with a layer of dull patina, and he could not fathom how these patterns had been imprinted. Upon feeling the notch at the top, however, a sudden sharp pain pierced his fingertip. He swiftly withdrew his hand, noticing blood welling up on his fingertip. Was there a needle concealed within this bell? At that moment, 2 men clad in black arrived. "Where is it? Hand it over." The young beggar cast aside the red string without a moment's hesitation. His life was at stake, and he possessed no resolve to risk it for an object that was neither his nor his concern. He intended to flee when he noticed a plume of crimson smoke emanating from the wooden bell. In an instant, the bell inexplicably vanished, while the red smoke swiftly expanded. What was happening? What myriad of mechanisms lay concealed within such a diminutive bell? The 2 men in black, upon witnessing this, presumed he had unleashed a toxic trap and planned to circumvent the smoke to pursue him for retribution. Yet, the smoke abruptly coalesced and transformed into a figure, directly obstructing their path. From the perspective of the young beggar, he beheld a slender silhouette clad in a red robe, her waist as delicate as a willow branch, and her exposed skin radiating a luminous wit. Innis. The two men in black halted their advance. Before them stood a woman, smiling enchantingly. They ought to have been on guard, yet the exquisite beauty before them rendered them spellbound, like intruders gazing upon an unparalleled landscape, their minds consumed by sheer joy and admiration, leaving no room for hostility or malice. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her lips were as red as blood, yet her phoenix-like eyes held an endless springtime, shimmering with a captivating allure that ensnared the heart. At a mere glance, plunging one into an abyss of enchantment. As she stood there, the chilling autumn night seemed to transform into an evening imbued with the intoxication of spring breezes. Even the fierce winds softened, hesitant to disturb her presence. The two men in black gazed at her, entranced, reluctant to divert their eyes, completely unaware of the tendrils of red smoke drifting through the air, stealthily infiltrating their mouths and noses under the cover of night. They lowered their defenses. The woman gently parted her crimson lips and said, "Are you weary? Would you not wish to rest?" Her voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a tender solicitude, as though she genuinely cared for their well-being. Upon hearing the word weary, the two men felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Their heads grew heavy, and their bodies felt leaden, yearning to sit down and indulge in a deep slumber. "Ber, who are you pursuing?" The woman blinked. "There is no one here." Behind her lay only an empty alley. Not a soul was in sight, not even a stray cat. The shift from you to you went unnoticed by the two, who merely exchanged glances. Her voice coaxed them gently, every word resonating like an immutable decree. "He has stolen the treasure and wishes to usurp your merit, endangering your life." She smiled lightly, brushing her hair aside to reveal a golden bracelet adorning her wrist. "What will you do?" In their shared gaze, a simmering anger began to accumulate. "What shall we do?" With a sharp sound, weapons were unsheathed, the noise harsh and frigid. It was the sound of death. The two men, relentless and pained, engaged in a brutal exchange, and as they struck at each other's vital points, a thunderclap resounded from above, jolting them from their stupor, only to realize their imminent demise. Then, a torrential downpour ensued. After a year of drought, the city of E finally welcomed a timely rain. The woman looked up, allowing the cold rain to pelt her face. She inhaled deeply, reveling in the moment, unbothered by the alley's myriad of strange scents. At long last, it has finally arrived. Having spoken, she turned and proceeded down the alley. Her gait was leisurely, yet her speed surpassed that of an ordinary person sprinting as she navigated one turn after another. After several twists and turns, she finally caught up to the fleeting, slender figure ahead. Even she had to concede that the little beggar appeared emaciated and malnourished. Yet he was more agile than a monkey, capable of running in a manner that likely left most adults unable to keep pace. Moreover, he was well acquainted with the terrain, frequently veering down alternate paths. Had it been any other pursuer, they would likely have been outmaneuvered by him in the web of alleys. Of course, she was not one of them. As she observed him darting further towards the main street, where the lights grew increasingly abundant, she cleared her throat to ensure her voice reached his ears. "Stop!" He remained oblivious, unfazed, and quickened his pace even more. Her voice took on a more menacing tone. "Or I shall consume you." With a glimmer of predatory intent in her eyes, she had only intervened to save him. He abruptly halted. The commotion from the tavern's back alley had faded, yet he could still vividly recall the earlier cries, curses, and the clashing of weapons. He was unaware of the woman's true nature, but given her ease in dispatching the two dark-clad men, the threat of her consuming him felt all too real. He had always known that monsters existed in this world. "It seems you can still understand human speech," she scoffed. "Do you know who those two were?" The little beggar shook his head. "Do you know what this is?" She gestured towards his chest. The little beggar looked down, his pupils suddenly constricting. The wooden bell necklace that had just been flung away by him still hung around his neck. He shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, the woman in red gracefully brushed aside a loose strand of hair. She was exceptionally beautiful, even the most casual of gestures revealed an innate elegance. "This is a curse," capable of claiming your life in an instant. Much like those two individuals earlier. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on the young boy, searching for any sign of fear upon his face. However, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were in a daze. Do you wish to rid yourself of it? The little beggar finally nodded in agreement. I can assist you. Chapter 2. Threats and temptations. Her mood finally improved, and her expression softened. Who holds the highest status in this city? He stared at her in a daze, silent, his face betraying a hint of confusion. Could he be a simpleton, acting solely on instinct? The woman in red furrowed her brows. You do not know? The little beggar tilted his head, his eyes darting around, then shook his head in negation. Frustration welled within her. Speak. Merely nodding and shaking your head offers no clarity. Was she not a ghost? The little beggar cast his gaze downward. She walked barefoot, her delicate, snowy white feet perfectly formed, devoid of any flaws. Yet they hovered half an inch above the ground, never making contact. She found it repulsive. What creature, aside from a specter, could glide like that? Upon noticing his gaze, she realized he had discerned her peculiarity, prompting an involuntary huff of intrigue from her. Encountering such a series of bizarre events would terrify any ordinary person. Yet this little imp was preoccupied with scrutinizing her feet. Was he lacking in common sense, or simply audacious? I'm not a ghost. Her patience waned as she produced a handful of copper coins. Very well, you shall make a trip to the Lord's mansion, and this money will be yours. What say you? These coins she had pilfered moments ago from the corpse on the ground. Beggars typically sought either money or food, and she expected this little fellow to eagerly accept her offer with heartfelt gratitude. However, the little beggar did not even blink. Instead, he pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket, displayed it briefly before swiftly concealing it. This action signified that he possessed 5 taels of silver. In truth, he had 2 such ingots, bestowed upon him by a man earlier. Yet he was reluctant to reveal everything, fearing that this woman might seize it all. The woman in red choked momentarily, finally catching a glimpse of disdain etched on his face. How could she, of all people, be scorned by a beggar? Anger surged within her, causing raindrops around her to suddenly veer away, as if repelled by her fury. Observing this, the young beggar promptly scurried to the shelter of an eaves, seeking refuge from the downpour. The woman in red discerned his intentions. He clearly intended to negotiate with her. In mere moments, this boy seemed to have shed the tension of his previous frantic escape. Yet she had just regained her composure, devoid of any valuables. Her purse filled only with coins filched from the deceased. The 2 cloaked figures who had undertaken the task were scarcely laden with funds, their combined wealth falling short of the 5 taels in the boy's possession. It seemed fate had rendered them as paupers on the road to the netherworld. Very well. Let us strike a bargain. The woman in red scrutinized him once more from head to toe. If you deliver the bell according to my specifications, I shall treat you to a lavish feast at the finest establishment in the city, replete with delicacies from mountain and sea. Order whatever your heart desires. Upon seeing the beggar's eyes glimmer with longing, her voice took on a more enchanting tone, rivaling that which she had employed against the 2 cloaked figures. She envisioned braised fish, savory pork knuckles, and rich, spiced intestines, accompanied by sweet bean jelly and 2 cups of fruit wine. In this weather, such a meal would be nothing short of divine. She surmised that this young beggar had never experienced true culinary delights, and so she invoked only the most commonplace dishes to entice him. Indeed, as she uttered each dish's name, she noticed him swallow in anticipation, and a smile finally graced his lips. A single meal could win him over. How naive children can be. Very well, lead the way. Her voice was soft, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring. I am a person of my word. What I promise, I shall fulfill. The little beggar gazed up at her, unable to discern the extent of her breathtaking beauty at his tender age. He merely observed that she stood unscathed in the torrential downpour, her raven tresses and garments remaining untouched by the rain, suggesting she possessed remarkable abilities. Thus, when the woman in red pressed him once more, he finally found his voice. A coarse and hoarse sound escaped him, reminiscent of a crow's caw, devoid of the sweet clarity of childhood. The woman in red felt a jolt within her heart, her countenance paling. What are you doing? The little beggar emitted a few more dissonant sounds, all equally grating. The woman in red felt the world around her dim. You are mute, she exclaimed incredulously, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. How can you possibly be mute? A mute could not utter the incantation to break the spell, and thus she would remain bound to this insufferable child. The little beggar shrugged, his expression innocent. who would willingly choose to be mute. She couldn't help but pace the alleyway twice, contemplating a solution. Perhaps a contract could serve an equivalent purpose. Raising her hand, a document materialized at her fingertips, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. The little beggar observed the words swiftly manifesting upon the parchment. Oblivious to the extraordinary nature of this feat, "I have prepared the content," she stated, pushing the contract before him. "All you need to do is sign and seal it. Do you know what sealing means? It simply requires your handprint." The paper appeared remarkably luxurious, its surface adorned with a faintly shimmering golden pattern, undoubtedly of considerable worth. The little beggar gazed at it in a daze, even leaning closer to inhale its delicate fragrance, a subtle, yet pleasant aroma. What was she doing? She couldn't help but flinch. Suddenly producing a brush from seemingly nowhere and thrusting it into his hand, urging him to sign. The little beggar grasped the brush, raised his hand, and made a few hesitant gestures in the air above the contract, only to suddenly shake his head vigorously in refusal. She noticed the peculiar manner in which he held the brush, as if he were gripping a knife. Could someone who knew how to write hold a brush in such a way? "You cannot write." She couldn't contain herself, her voice rising an octave in disbelief. "How could you not recognize characters?" Before the little fellow could shake his head again, she pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Surely, it must be that she had slept too long, her mind clouded upon waking. In this world, even the majority of common folk were illiterate. Those who could attend school were typically from affluent families. This boy was a beggar, barely able to find enough to eat or wear. Who would teach him to read and write? Her anger morphed into a sardonic laughter. Unable to speak, incapable of writing. A mere waste. What could you possibly achieve? All you do is bring me trouble. A flicker of something dark crossed his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, unnoticed even by the woman in red. Naturally, she had no time to attend to his fleeting emotions. The situation was oddly amusing. If he was unable to articulate or inscribe the spell to dispel the charm, then the wooden bell would continue to accompany him, and she would be compelled to follow him. Even in her most desperate moments in the past, she had never imagined that she would end up trailing a beggar. Yet, upon reflection, upon further contemplation, surely there must be a way. She took a deep breath in silence, snapped her fingers, and the paper and pen vanished. Then, she leaned closer to the young beggar, but before her fingers could touch him, he jumped back a step, his face brimming with caution. "What is he afraid of? I could easily end you with just a finger." The young beggar retreated even further, his eyes fixated on her finger, which she extended, delicate and tender, akin to a spring onion. No one had ever shunned her like a venomous serpent. The lady in red chuckled softly, suppressing her fury. "Come closer. Let me see if you still possess the ability to speak. Perhaps I could heal you." Could his ailment truly be cured? The young beggar was skeptical. Yet his yearning prevailed, and he cautiously approached her. After all, she needed something from him. Surely, she wouldn't kill him just yet? The lady in red reached out to explore his neck, feeling the tautness of his muscles. She gently tapped twice. "Relax." He bore a scar on his throat, perhaps a remnant of a past injury. Suddenly, a cool, tingling sensation emanated from her fingertips, penetrating deep into his flesh, tendons, and bones. Not entirely comfortable, yet distinctly bearable. His vocal cords were damaged, but healing was possible, albeit it would require time. The young beggar's eyes sparkled with hope. Could he truly speak again? At this moment, the lady in red sighed inwardly. In the past, such trivial matters were easily resolved, but now, she lacked the power to restore him instantaneously. "Let it be clear, I will assist you in your healing, provided you deliver this wooden bell to someone as I instruct." The young beggar glanced down at the pendant on his chest, reaching out to touch it. It felt smooth and fitting in his hand, sending waves of warmth through him, as if it held a special bond with him. In this world, few treat him with kindness, yet unexpectedly, an inanimate object yearns to draw near to him. The woman in red, every moment, covets the bell, yet why does she refrain from seizing it, instead opting to haggle with him? Despite her formidable strength, having dispatched two black-clad figures with ease, she remains in a stalemate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he catches her final utterance. "We each take what we need." He shakes his head vigorously. What does this mean? Angered, the woman extends her hand, seemingly intent on striking him down. How infuriating it is to encounter such a bothersome little imp. Yet, her hand halts midway, clenched into a fist. She cannot harm the bell's master, nor can she employ her powers to ensnare him. Just then, A clamor arises in the distance as a regiment of soldiers clad in distinctive armor rushes past. Their expressions grave. Soon after, another troop follows. These are the city guards. The little beggar even recognizes a few familiar faces among them. Has something happened in the city? Recalling the man who entrusted him with the wooden bell, he furrows his brow. Hey! The woman in red calls to him again, only to be interrupted by a strange sound, a soft gurgle. Though subtle, her keen hearing discerns it amidst the cacophony of rain. The little beggar rubs his stomach, his countenance revealing no signs of distress. Typically, he would be nestled in a deserted garden at this hour, but today has brought a series of unforeseen events, traversing much of the city, leaving his meager sustenance depleted. However, he has grown accustomed to enduring hunger. How pitiful it is to be so ravenous. The woman in red leaps atop the wall, gazing into the distance, where she spots two brightly lit taverns 100 paces away. With such thriving business, it stands to reason that the chefs possess considerable skill. She gazed at him with a gentle smile, even in her casual demeanor, her eyes shimmering with a glistening allure. You possess wealth. Why not indulge in a delightful meal? She suggested. Start with a fragrant roasted chicken, ensuring that each bite is succulent and dripping with flavor. Upon hearing the mention of roasted chicken, the young beggar swallowed hard, scratching his neck, his gaze drifting longingly in that direction. He was familiar with the locations of the two restaurants and had tasted their offerings, albeit not through legitimate means, but by scavenging in the alleys, competing with cats and dogs for leftover scraps. The corner of the woman's mouth curled upward slightly. How could a child of such tender years, unaccustomed to fine fare, not be tempted? Yet, the sudden acquisition of wealth by a mere beggar could spell trouble. Should he dare to flaunt his silver in the establishment, the proprietors would likely perceive him as a thief and alert the authorities. Faced with greater peril, he would inevitably seek her assistance. At that moment, she would demand to renegotiate their agreement. However, the young beggar cast a few lingering glances in that direction, only to turn and walk away with a decisive determination, leaving no room for nostalgia. Do you not wish for a hearty meal? Her tone hinted at a tinge of regret. The beggar sprinted several paces before glancing back at her. Despite her visible disdain, she continued to follow closely by his side. Could it be? He released his grip, striding forward with purpose, no longer casting her a glance. The woman in red gracefully lifted her steps to accompany him, her elegance starkly contrasting with the mud splattered upon him with each stride. Yet, her expression bore a frown, and she chose to remain silent, finding little joy in a one-sided conversation. Thus, they traversed the path in silence, only the sound of the rain drumming incessantly around them. In the eyes of the small beggar, his world was inherently tranquil, though now it was accompanied by an observer. After a brief moment, they ventured into an alley. Unlike the dim passage they had traversed earlier, this place was aglow with lights, clearly inhabited by families. A few dogs erupted forth, barking furiously at the small beggar. Typically, one would find elderly individuals idly seated at the entrances of the houses, yet tonight, the rain had driven them away. Nonetheless, the small beggar continued to the end of the alley before circling back towards the rear lane. The back doors of the residences likely faced this way. The woman in red observed him stealthily approach a black door, where he, with a deft hand, retrieved a stone of moderate size and tossed it against the wall. The stone struck the roof of the house with a sharp crack, its sound piercing through the patter of the rain. If anyone were present, they would have emerged to investigate. This was a classic case of casting a stone to inquire about the situation. However, after several moments had passed, there was no sign of movement from within. Despite his slight stature, his agility rivaled that of a monkey. The woman in red smirked, realizing that he was a seasoned thief, adept at scaling walls. The main house was securely locked, and the small beggar did not attempt to pry it open. Yet, the woman in red slipped through the crack of the door and began to explore. Witnessing this, the small beggar became increasingly convinced that she was indeed a specter. Chapter 3. No Eating. The woman in red concluded that the homeowner was likely a petty trader, frequently embarking on long journeys, thus allowing this little rascal to seize the opportunity. He was so diminutive that he needed a stool to reach the stove. This young lad had the audacity to pilfer and stash food in another's abode? The woman in red stroked her chin, pondering that he had evidently discerned the homeowner's patterns, knowing precisely when he could avail himself of their premises. As the fourth taro was unearthed, a shadow suddenly darted from the ground, racing towards the corner with the swiftness of lightning. It was fast, but the little beggar was even faster, with a deft pinch of his fingers. He seized its tail and hoisted it aloft. The creature squirmed vigorously, emitting a series of squeaks. A rat. The woman in red instinctively recoiled, her face contorted in revulsion, and observed the little beggar scrutinizing the rat with an expression that bore no distinction from that which he reserved for the taro. You mustn't eat it. It's utterly disgusting, especially given how large and plump it is. Though he could not fathom why, he understood that it was the rat that ought to be fearful of them. While mulling this over, he continued his swift movements, quickly washing the taro he had just unearthed. The water had just begun to boil, so he placed it in the steamer. The woman in red kept her gaze fixed on him, anxious that he might truly attempt to deal with the rat. For this young lad appeared to have been deprived of meat for quite some time. Noticing her distressed demeanor, he lifted the bamboo cage. You mustn't eat it. She gasped in horror, as if she intended to swat the cage away, yet paused mid-stride, for the master of the bell could never allow such a thing. Otherwise, she would be plagued by nausea for all eternity. The very notion of the esteemed master of the bell consuming a rat was simply absurd. Had anyone suggested such a notion to her in the past, she would have laughed until her sides ached. Yet now, laughter eluded her grasp. He shook the cage at her, gesturing towards his throat. What are you doing? The little beggar pointed at her, then at his own throat, uttering a couple of sounds, and shook the cage once more. The woman in red understood, her expression shifting to one of confusion. He was indeed threatening her. If she did not assist him in remedying his vocal cords, he would consume the rat. The audacity of this beggar to threaten her. What does it mean? She deliberately blinked, and with mere gestures, I found myself at a loss. This insolent wretch, how dare he? He bullied her, knowing she could not retaliate. The little beggar paused, then defiantly lifted the pot lid, preparing to toss the squeaking mouse into the boiling water. Stop, she cried out, leaping forward, instinctively attempting to knock the bamboo cage from his hands. Yet, before her fingertips could make contact, an inexplicable force halted her advance. It was the power of the contract. Once the bell had acknowledged its master, she was bound not to oppose him as long as her safety remained intact. The little beggar pushed the cage closer to the stove, inching nearer. The woman in red felt her chest heave, struggling with all her might to suppress her fury. Very well, I will assist you, but only if you cast that thing away. That was precisely the response he sought. With his goal accomplished, the little beggar promptly set the cage aside and, right before her eyes, fetched clean water to wash his hands repeatedly, scrubbing them with soapwort. This signified his intention not to touch the mouse again. The anger in the woman's eyes eased somewhat, yet the fire within her heart still burned fiercely. Once a sovereign of the world, instilling fear in countless beings, she now found herself subjugated, manipulated by a lowly beggar. In a fit of rage, she slammed her palm against the table. The sturdy platform beneath, crafted from red bricks, absorbed the blow without a sound that would echo dramatically. The little beggar stared at the table for a long moment, expecting it to splinter like those who wielded martial prowess would do to bricks. Alas, his expectations were misguided. The little beggar shrugged. The woman's entrance was rather peculiar, leading him to initially believe she possessed great power. He resumed his search for items, eventually uncovering half a bag of cane sugar. However, as he accidentally brushed against the cutting board with his elbow, a soft crash echoed through the air as the red brick table collapsed. The destruction was complete, reducing the bricks to mere powder, leaving no intact pieces behind. The little beggar stood agape, utterly astonished. Remarkable. She surpassed even the master craftsman of the Hu family, who could only shatter 3 bricks at once. The woman in red ominously declared, "Should you provoke me further, I shall turn you to dust as well." The little beggar recoiled slightly, a flicker of genuine fear finally apparent in his eyes, which brought her a modicum of satisfaction. At that moment, the taro was perfectly steamed. Sugar, being far more expensive than typical seasonings, was not a staple in common households. Fortunately, the proprietor of this establishment regularly dealt in cane sugar, ensuring the kitchen was well stocked. Instead of consuming it immediately, he offered the taro to her. The woman in red raised her delicate brows in surprise, asking for me. The little beggar nodded, inching the taro closer to her. As the distinctive aroma of the food wafted towards her, it stirred memories of the many years since she had last tasted anything. Observing the sincerity etched on his face, the woman's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, ultimately deciding to accept the offering. After all, could she truly continue to oppose him? Despite his slender and somewhat shorter stature, she recognized the futility of her resistance. Taking a bite, the taro crunched pleasingly, its unique starchy sweetness harmonizing with the cane sugar. Though somewhat simplistic, it instantly filled her with a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the absence of meat, this steaming dish could still delight the stomach splendidly. The little beggar was voraciously devouring taro, savoring it as if it were his last meal on earth. So engrossed that he scarcely glanced her way. As they partook of the same fare, the woman in red lingered her gaze upon him, lost in contemplation. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite intriguing. Their meal was steeped in unspoken thoughts. The woman in red delicately consumed a single piece, leaving the remainder of the taro to be devoured by the little beggar, who, though slender and small, possessed a remarkable appetite. As he continued to eat, he reached up to scratch his neck. The woman in red noticed a small patch of red rash had appeared on his neck, seemingly out of nowhere. Was it so swift? Just moments before, when she had examined his vocal cords in the alley, there had been none. After satiating his hunger, he ventured into the vegetable garden to unearth 2 more dirty pieces of taro, casually lifting a bamboo cage containing a mouse as well. The woman in red inquired, "Aren't you staying the night here?" Having dined on someone else's firewood, water, and sugar, she found it hard to believe that this boy could bear to sleep elsewhere. Outside, the winds howled and the rain fell, creating an uneasy atmosphere, yet he had managed to find a refuge. The little beggar shook his head and, retracing his steps, quietly slipped away over the wall. Before long, a troop of soldiers entered the alley, knocking on each door. Everyone was roused, bleary-eyed, as they opened their doors, asking, "What is the matter, officers? A murder has occurred in the city, and the suspect is on the run." The revelation startled all. At that moment, the homeowner residing next to the vendor took the initiative to speak. Lou left 10 days ago for business. Yet tonight I seem to hear some commotion from his house, and there is white smoke rising from the backyard." The soldiers exchanged glances and promptly turned towards the vendor's door. Search. The woman in the red attire stood atop a nearby archway, surveying the disturbances in the alley from her elevated position. With a sigh, she gracefully descended to the side of the little beggar. They had departed just in time, evading the calamity. Otherwise, the little beggar might have been burdened with more than he could carry, perhaps even compelled to seek her assistance. His resolve to avoid spending the night at the vendor's was perhaps a preemptive measure against such dangers. The tattered garments of the little beggar were once again drenched by the rain. He appeared frail and disheveled, with a tangled mass of hair atop his forehead, rendering him inconspicuous wherever he stood. No one would pay him any heed. Yet, the woman in red found him somewhat intriguing. She was not in a hurry anymore and spoke leisurely. "Now, where would you like to spend the night?" The city of E was small, and there were few places for a stray child to find refuge. Regardless of the little beggar's resilience, a night drenched by rain would be quite taxing. The little beggar did not respond, yet he turned without hesitation at each corner, clearly having contemplated his course of action. At that moment, a loud shout resonated from nearby. "Hey, stop!" A soldier at the alley's entrance had spotted him and approached. The little beggar obediently halted. They were nearing the bustling area, and the terrain here was far less intricate than the previous one. With his short legs, he could hardly outrun a robust adult in this vicinity. The woman in red scoffed, "You certainly are quite obedient to others." The little beggar paid no heed, blending into the bustling streets, fully aware of when to escape and when to comply. As the guard approached with purposeful strides and recognized his features, he paused in surprise. "You, young one?" The little beggar nodded and flashed a toothy grin. Though his face was not particularly clean, his rows of small, white teeth rendered the smile radiant and sunny, even carrying a hint of flattery. The woman in red momentarily froze, taken aback by the boy's unexpected charm. Perhaps he had merely feigned ignorance before her. However, the guard, evidently familiar with him, softened his demeanor. "Have any suspicious individuals been seen nearby? Have you heard any unusual sounds while you linger here?" He advanced directly towards the boy, his gaze fixed solely upon him, seemingly oblivious to the striking woman in red who stood beside him. The little beggar glanced between the guard and the woman, a look of confusion crossing his face. If there were disturbances in the city, it was certainly individuals like him who would be the first to be questioned. Yet, when it came to suspicious figures, was this woman not one of them? She crossed her arms and scoffed, "As long as I wish, ordinary people cannot perceive my presence." Understanding dawned upon the little beggar. He had heard tales of some who could see spirits while others could not. Yet, she had just consumed taro, hadn't she? Could ghosts partake in food? The guard, sensing something amiss, inquired, "What are you looking at?" The boy shook his head, his expression innocent and unpretentious, exuding a high degree of credibility. The woman in red clicked her tongue, observing, "This little one puts on quite the act." The sentry was aware of the boy's muteness and tender age, reasoning that the case in question was unlikely to involve him. It was merely a casual inquiry, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, "Off you go. And do not stir up trouble in the coming days, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Just as the little beggar was about to slip away, he noticed a shadow flicker near the wall not far off. Someone was hiding there. The sentry also caught sight of it and urged him, quickly depart, before striding forward with determination. It was a narrow alley, shrouded in darkness, where the night seemed to conceal lurking beasts ready to pounce. The little beggar glanced towards that direction a few times, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern for the woman in red. It appeared that he not only recognized the sentry but had some prior acquaintance with him. It was indeed prudent for him to worry. After a moment's pause, the woman spoke slowly. After 2 more turns, 3 figures clad in black await ahead. The leader's skills are average. He would not stand a chance against them. The little beggar was taken aback. Although the woman was peculiar, she had yet to speak an untruth thus far. Moreover, she had no incentive to deceive him. The woman in red perched upon the high wall, gazing in that direction with an air of observation. Those figures exude a palpable aura of menace. They will not spare anyone alive. Your friend has little time left. What will you do? Her captivating eyes narrowed playfully, brimming with mischief. If you plead with me now, I can ensure his safety. A simple nod from you will suffice as your agreement to my terms. In the presence of such formidable foes, even the most cunning of children would find themselves with no choice but to flee, let alone attempt a rescue from beneath their grasp, apart from earnestly seeking her assistance. The little rascal could not conceive of an alternative course of action. There was no point in struggling. He might as well humbly appeal to her for help. She was in high spirits. The young beggar's eyes darted about. To solicit her aid merely implied he would need to consent to deliver the wooden bell to the Lord's manor, but he had already accepted the man's payment beforehand. What they coveted most was right in his possession. Time was of the essence, and his eyes whirled with urgency until they suddenly landed on a shop across the way. The façade of this establishment was quite new, freshly painted not long ago, and the gilded sign bearing the grand name Qianggui Hall was quite imposing, with the surrounding wall notably higher than those of other shops. However, the towering jujube tree by the roadside had 2 branches that extended into his territory. The path was deserted, allowing the young beggar to swiftly ascend the jujube tree and pluck a few unripe fruits, which he then tossed into the shop. These storefronts were primarily for business, while the rear served as storage and stables for mules and large carts. As soon as the fruits hit the ground, a cacophony of barking erupted, and 2 large dogs sprang from the stable, barking furiously at the little beggar perched in the tree. Alas, this attempt at probing the waters had failed. The woman in red, arms crossed, settled onto a branch, choosing not to intervene. Some shops, having experienced frequent thefts, specifically kept dogs as guards. They were not only more reliable than humans but also well trained, refusing to consume food thrown in by strangers. Could this boy still proceed? The young beggar maintained his composure, as if he were already aware of the shop as canine guardians. This was no surprise, for he had grown up in Yicheng and was undoubtedly familiar with these establishments. The woman in the red attire observed as he extracted a bamboo cage from his waist, opening it to release its contents into the courtyard below. The mouse, having finally attained its freedom, scurried toward the wall in a frantic bid for survival. For not far off loomed 2 large dogs. The moment it touched the ground, it dashed away with remarkable speed. The dogs barked, caught in a dilemma. Their owner had indeed trained them not to consume food offered by strangers, yet this morsel was animated, fleeing, and vocal. What a conundrum! They glanced at the figure in the tree, then at the mouse on the ground, and after a couple of restless hops, the dogs could no longer suppress their instinct to chase living prey, howling as they pursued the mouse. Seizing the opportunity while the dogs were preoccupied, the young beggar stealthily entered the courtyard. The woman in red, resting her forehead against her hand while perched in the tree, let out a sigh. It seemed yet another endeavor had ended in failure. However, this time, her spirit remained tranquil. Could it be that with repeated failures, one might grow accustomed to them? This was, indeed, a novel experience for her. The soldier, having turned a couple of corners, inevitably fell into an ambush. The assailants, clad in black, were skilled fighters, attacking as a trio against him. Before long, he was left battered and bruised, the most severe wound piercing his right chest, likely injuring his lung. He called out with all his might. Nearby, troops were patrolling, yet his voice was drowned by the relentless sound of the rain, failing to carry far. Consequently, the onslaught from his adversaries intensified, as they were evidently unwilling to prolong the encounter. These individuals were surely the perpetrators of the night's murderous deed, but alas, he seemed unable to await the arrival of reinforcements. The soldier forced a bitter smile, only to be struck in the back with a blade. At that moment, several long, red objects descended from the heavens, landing amidst them and emitting tiny sparks. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, deafening, crackle, pop, and snap. The individuals engaged in a fierce struggle momentarily froze in disbelief. The ground erupted and trembled, producing a cacophony akin to firecrackers. It was none other than the specially crafted firecrackers from the renowned establishment, Qiansui Tang, which, once ignited, could explode for nearly half an incense stick's duration. Scattered across the floor were no fewer than 7 or 8 bundles, and the acrid scent of gunpowder swiftly permeated the air, transforming this frigid, murderous night into a scene reminiscent of a lively New Year's Eve. Soon after, the doors in the vicinity swung open, and dozens of curious heads protruded to witness the commotion. Numerous households resided nearby. When the firecrackers detonated, each family instinctively stepped outside to unravel the mystery. Even the soundest of sleepers could not remain undisturbed by the thunderous explosions. Children were startled to tears, prompting an irate housewife to storm out, her voice booming like a lioness. Which scoundrel dares to set off firecrackers at this hour? As the firecracker sounds resonated, the cloaked figures understood that their presence was no longer tenable and hastily abandoned their leader to flee. The nearby residents, taken aback by the scene of battle and the bloodied leader, recognized him immediately in the small town of Yicheng, where everyone knew one another. Thus, someone rushed forward to assist him. The ruckus was so pronounced that it echoed throughout the entire small town. The military, alerted by the commotion, swiftly arrived to inquire about the situation and pursued the fleeing black-clad figures. Before being escorted into a nearby house, the leader cast a glance into the shadows. Earlier, a diminutive figure seemed to linger there. A small beggar descended from the treetops and stealthily slipped along the wall into the darkness, narrowly evading the hurried march of the city guards. He was no match for the 3 black-clad men, yet he understood that once the firecrackers of Qiansui Tang erupted, the leader would be safe. The man in black had certainly deduced that the firecrackers had been tossed down from the tree, yet what did it matter? They had not glimpsed his visage. The woman in red, walking beside him, remained silent for a considerable time before inquiring, where to now? Could this lad truly be merely 8 years old? His array of tricks was ceaseless. She momentarily forgot that he was still unable to speak. The young beggar exhibited no reaction, simply traversing the main road towards the western part of the city. It appeared that tonight's incident had stirred quite the commotion. It was uncertain whom the victim might be. With her keen sense of hearing, she had already caught wind of the clues from the archway. A murder? The young beggar's eyes flickered as he recalled the man who had entrusted him with the black box. In truth, the two had met before, yet given the man's stature, his demise was not significant enough to rattle the entire city. Could it be? The streets were teeming with guards, and even he had been questioned twice. Nevertheless, his tender age rendered him incapable of committing such an act, leading the guards to treat him with mere indifference, dismissing him without further ado. Shortly thereafter, the young beggar successfully entered a dilapidated inn. This establishment had long been abandoned, devoid of mules or vehicles, yet the grounds remained, with straw still laid upon the bare earth. At the entrance, perched on the stone steps, sat a youth of 16 or 17, clad in rags even more tattered than those of the young beggar, suggesting he too was a homeless orphan, albeit robustly built. As the young beggar approached, the boy extended a leg to block the entrance, leering and saying, "What wind has blown you here?" They were not of the same ilk. The young beggar glanced around the interior and gestured as if to indicate sleep. "What, is the throne in your shabby abode proving uncomfortable?" The young beggar possesses a peculiar disposition. Despite suffering significant losses, he remains resolutely solitary. Naturally, he cannot articulate a response, but he produces 2 round objects from his pocket, presenting them before the youth. They are 2 fresh taro roots, still coated in dirt. He gestures towards the inn with his chin, pushing the taro towards the boy. The implication unmistakable. This is the fee for tonight's lodging. The boy accepts the roots, weighing them in his hands, noting their heft. Understanding the unspoken rule that one cannot refuse a gift, his expression softens slightly, and he gestures towards the interior, indicating, "You may rest by the stable." Inside, 5 or 6 other beggars already occupy the space, one of whom sprawls across half of the young beggar's bedding. The latter approaches, clutching some straw, and without further ado, he fixes a steady gaze upon the sprawled figure. Chapter 5. The Annihilation of a Family. The girl in red pinches her nose, leaning against the wooden wall of the stable as she observes him arrange the straw before lying down. The odor here is far from pleasant. After all, when do beggars indulge in bathing? Yet, as she steps inside, it dawns on her that despite the dirt on his hands and face, the boy carries no discernible scent. She lowers her gaze to see the boy's expression ease, finally revealing signs of fatigue. He curls into a small ball and closes his eyes. So much has transpired this evening, and he remarkably maintains his composure, devoid of even a hint of childish curiosity. The girl in red remains silent. After a while, she notices the child's breathing becomes steady, though his posture remains vigilant. After all, he is still quite young. Other children of 7 or 8 years old at this hour are likely playing at their elders' feet, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of the world. As the sound of the rain gradually subsided, she overheard 2 beggars whispering behind the low shed. "Isn't that the little brat by the stable? Just such a little brat? I could crush him with a single hand. It's easy to talk, but why don't you give it a try?" The first man grunted a couple of times and fell silent. The woman in red found it amusing. The lad was no saint, yet he was far from mad. His youth and disability marked him as an outcast, not only deprived of care, but also subjected to disdain. It is said that the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. In this lowly world, if one lacks a bit of temperament and individuality, they would likely be reduced to nothing but dust. The post station still displayed a tattered flag fluttering in the wind. She stood atop the flagpole, facing east, her garments billowing as though she might soar away on the breeze. In the darkness, it seemed certain matters were swiftly unfolding. He slept quite soundly. She cast a glance at the little beggar below, a soft smile gracing her lips, sensing that the night would not be tranquil. The little beggar slumbered until the sun rose high in the sky. In the early morning, the woman in red noticed his flushed complexion and rapid breathing. Realizing he had caught a chill, if it were any other child, their family would hastily summon a doctor. Yet, in merely 2 hours, his fever subsided, and everything returned to normal. The illness came without warning and vanished just as swiftly, revealing his tenacious vitality. However, he had indeed slept a bit longer, and upon awakening, he found the sun already high in the sky. Today was a splendid sunny day, the azure sky as clear as crystal. If he could leap to the mountain top and gaze down, he might even agree that the fields of wheat were picturesque. The little beggar glanced around, unable to catch sight of the woman in red. Had she departed? Her disappearance did not surprise him. Throughout his brief existence, he had encountered only transient souls, and eventually, all would depart, perhaps including her. Regrettably, she had promised to heal his voice, yet it seemed to be merely words. However, he yearned to understand the sensation of conversing with another. The life of a beggar was inherently languid, and he lingered on the ground for a while longer, unhurried to rise. Yet, the murmurs of the crowd drew his attention. The Lord's mansion, a bloody incident, 37 lives lost. Suddenly, he sat upright, fully engrossed. An hour later, the little beggar stood outside the Lord's mansion. A throng of onlookers encircled the area, but the guards at the mansion's entrance were vigilant, preventing entry. They could only stretch their necks from a distance, peering in and discussing. The content of their discourse mirrored what he had just overheard. Last night, a group of marauders had launched a nocturnal assault on the Lord's mansion, resulting in the demise of 37 individuals, including Lord Yi and his household staff. Since last night, the local authorities had deployed forces for extensive patrols, and by this morning, several culprits had been apprehended and were currently undergoing rigorous interrogation. The city of Yi was small, typically rife with petty crimes. Yet such a heinous act had never before transpired, igniting a fervor of gossip throughout the streets. The little beggar remained at the entrance of the Lord's mansion for quite some time before departing. Though he could not enter the crime scene, he had heard whispers of a gruesome sight, with bodies strewn about and rivers of blood. He had personally experienced the brutality of the assailants. He placed his hand upon his chest, where a wooden bell lay concealed beneath his garments, hidden from the eyes of others. He understood that the murder case at the Lord's manor was intricately linked to the bell. The man who handed him the black box was none other than the Lord's confidant. He could only hope that those cloaked figures were unaware that the item he had risked his life to procure, the very thing that could lead to the demise of the entire Lord's family, was currently in the possession of a small mute. The little beggar recalled the woman in red. Did she know the unfolding tale? She had long awaited his delivery of the wooden bell to the Lord's manor, but now, with bloodshed staining the scene, her hopes lay shattered. Throughout the day, soldiers traversed the streets of Yicheng, their presence a harbinger of dread. The authorities, fearing the escape of criminals, had sealed the city, permitting no one entry or exit. This predicament rendered him unable to visit the land temple in the western outskirts for the time being. As evening approached, he found himself at the well, drawing water. Just as he lowered his head, a long shadow fell upon the ground beside him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as the soldier he had rescued the previous night. Clad in plain clothes, the man's collar revealed a bandage wrapped around his neck. He was robust, though his pallor indicated multiple injuries. Nevertheless, his spirit remained unyielded, and in his right arm, he cradled a white cat. The soldier positioned himself before the little beggar, shielding him from the gaze of passers-by, and then produced a handful of copper coins and 2 pieces of silver, offering them with gratitude. "Thank you. This is all I have for the moment." He acknowledged the boy's life-saving intervention, recognizing the significance of the firecrackers that had been set off. The boy accepted the coins without hesitation, his gaze drifting to the cat in the soldier's arms. It was a rare long-haired white cat, with almond-shaped eyes and a straight nose, boasting a full visage. Although still in its youth, its thick, lustrous fur and dignified demeanor were already evident. Regrettably, it was besmirched with mud and leaves, appearing rather filthy. The soldier remarked, "This is the pet kept by the lady of the city lord. It was kicked by a thief last night. Originally, it was considered a piece of evidence in a massacre case, but upon inspection, its innards were found ruptured. It is unlikely to survive the night. The authorities deemed a dead cat of no use, hence I was ordered to dispose of it." As he spoke, he presented the cat to the little beggar. This cat had been meticulously nurtured in the manor, possessing a fine physique, so why not let you take it? The white cat weighed similarly to a plump rabbit. The child, unbeknownst to the duration he had gone without meat, could do a good deed. Chapter 6. An unexpected visitor in the midst of conversation. The cat turned its head, appearing indeed to be on the brink of death, its feeble mewling still retaining an endearing quality. No wonder it had once been the cherished pet of the lady of the city lord. It squinted its eyes, and at that moment, reluctantly opened them, revealing that one of its glassy orbs was yellow while the other was blue. The little beggar swallowed hard and cradled the cat. It was said that this cat possessed a certain spiritual essence. The soldier ruffled the boy's hair and said, "It is yours now." He sighed again. Such a great upheaval has befallen Yicheng. The magistrate is in a state of utter disarray, unable to close his eyes since last night. I hear that soon a significant figure will arrive, and we are all on edge, while your life appears to be far more serene. With that, he turned to leave. Before nightfall, the little beggar exchanged a few coins for 2 coarse steamed buns, which he consumed with well water, indulging himself further by purchasing a small sugar figurine, which he played with for a considerable time before finally eating it. Only then did he make his way to the old post station. In this city, suitable places for refuge are scarce, each corner claimed by its proprietor. To trespass is to provoke trouble, even in a diminutive town. Unseen rules govern the lives of ordinary folk. Yet, what shall become of this cat? If taken to the inn, it is likely that before dawn, it would be snatched away and consumed by others. This is the section of the market closest to the riverbank, where stalls are few after sunset. It falls into an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. The city guards have just patrolled this area, so it should be relatively safe. However, a sudden gust of wind rustles the air, and a figure flickers into view. The young beggar, sensing danger, attempts to flee but is swiftly caught by the scruff of his neck. The assailant covers his mouth tightly and, finding a nearby shop, forces the door open, flinging him inside before viciously demanding, "Where is it?" Though their demeanor is menacing, the voice is lowered. The white cat, having fallen to the ground, weakly meows twice. Unable to rise, the assailant, perceptive, moves it into the shop as well, to avoid drawing attention from passers-by. This establishment is a ready-made clothing store, unguarded and empty. Now, the young beggar finds himself facing 2 individuals, their appearances and attire utterly ordinary, belonging to the sort one could lose among a crowd and never retrace. These ruthless criminals have arrived with alarming swiftness. The young beggar tilts his head in confusion, his mind racing with countless thoughts. The Lord Steward, Zhu Huan, entrusted you with something yesterday. Where have you concealed it? In a flash of insight, the young beggar points in a direction and utters a few sounds. The 2 men, aware that the mute boy cannot speak, command, "Lead us." He cautiously maneuvered around the 2 individuals, about to make his exit, when one of them abruptly seized his hand. imprinting a vivid red cinnabar mark upon his palm. Do not even think of fleeing, the man sneered, with this guiding spell. Even if you were to escape to the ends of the earth, we would not lose track of you. This trinket is rather intriguing, a voice chimed from behind him. Ethereal, crisp, and melodious, yet in the chilling night, it bore an unsettling quality. Hand it over for my amusement. The two men swiftly turned to see a woman in red elegantly leaning against the doorframe. One of them, without taking a moment to admire her beauty, reached out to grasp the small beggar. The boy darted towards the door like a fish slipping through water. If he were to escape, it would spell considerable trouble for them. However, before he could seize the boy's slender arm, the lady at the door moved with remarkable swiftness, her delicate, snow-white hand pressing firmly against his chest, and then she passed right through him. Not a drop of blood was shed. Had the two men within the room possessed knowledge of the realms of yin and yang, they would have witnessed the unfortunate soul being expelled from his body, now floating aimlessly in the air. Moments later, an odd sound resonated from inside the shop, sharp, rapid, akin to bamboo being severed. Then, silence reigned once more. The small beggar remained cautiously concealed in the shadows of the night, poised to flee at a moment's notice. But then, a woman's voice whispered softly in his ear, "You ungrateful wretch." The small beggar opened his palm to reveal a bamboo whistle, which he had purchased earlier that day from a stall, intended to be blown forcefully in case of danger in the city. In the current atmosphere of tension in Yicheng, he merely needed to endure for a few moments, and the city guards would undoubtedly arrive with remarkable swiftness. The marketplace fell silent once again. The woman in red suddenly grasped his hand, her crimson lips drawing near as she exhaled gently into his palm. The vivid red seal imprinted upon his hand disintegrated into fine powder, swept away by her breath, dissipating swiftly into the air. There, they can no longer trace you. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes widened in astonishment. Why fear anything? The one at a disadvantage is me. Is it not? Did you think I savored touching a filthy beggar? I have removed the tracking mark for you. Do you understand? To those with discerning eyes, such a skill was truly impressive. Yet, the young beggar paid no heed. After glancing around, he slipped back into the shop, discovering that the two assailants who had attacked him lay lifeless on the ground. One had his head twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly having suffered a broken neck. The other bore no visible wounds, leaving the method of the woman in red's lethal strike a mystery. These were accomplices from last night's massacre at the Lord's manor. The woman in red brushed off her skirt, stating, "Only now do I find you. Your pace is rather sluggish. Quick on his feet." This lad was already rummaging through the bodies of the two cloaked figures, soon uncovering 2 gold leaves, several pieces of silver, 2 masks, 2 tokens, a coil of grappling rope, an assortment of concealed weapons, and a handful of medicinal vials. The remaining items were mere trinkets of indiscernible purpose. Unburdened by moral qualms regarding the acquisition of wealth from the deceased, the young beggar swiftly secured the silver, yet found himself perplexed by the abundance of miscellaneous debris. There was simply too much to carry. The two individuals utilized exquisite deerskin pouches for their belongings. Should a mere beggar dare to adorn himself with such finery, the authorities would likely apprehend him by dawn. Nevertheless, allow me to assist you in safeguarding it. The woman in red gracefully swept her hand over the items, and like a conjuring trick, everything on the ground vanished without a trace. The young beggar, astonished, widened his eyes and scrutinized her sleeve with relentless curiosity. At last, she appeared somewhat like a child. She bent down to caress the white cat on the ground, which had previously sustained severe injuries at the Lord's manor and had just been cast to the ground once more, now gasping for breath, clearly beyond salvation. The manor was filled with mundane folk, yet the cat possessed a certain spirit. It would be a pity for it to perish in such a manner. The cat seemed to comprehend her words, struggling to emit a couple of plaintive meows, filled with desperation. Chapter 7. A place to stay. She smiled gently. I can save your life, but what will you offer in return? The white cat whimpered even more pitifully. Could this creature truly understand her words? Perhaps it was more appropriate to ask if she could decipher the cat's cries. The young beggar was filled with intrigue. However, the woman in red had already bent down to lift the white cat into her arms, addressing him, "Let us go." As the young beggar stepped out of the shop, he remained rooted to the spot, seemingly in doubt. The woman in red inquired, "Are you not going to the inn where you stayed last night?" He shook his head and pointed back towards the shop. The woman understood his implication. Those individuals had likely uncovered his background and might have set up surveillance at the inn, waiting for an opportunity. Given the diminutive size of Yicheng, the culprits from the Lord's manor, if they had any connections, would find it easy to learn that this child often lingered in the desolate garden. Thus, the relentless pursuit of the ominous box he had likely taken with him was most probable. Thus, upon the appearance of these two individuals, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, uncertain of where he might find refuge for the night. There were but a handful of beggars, merely 7 or 8 years of age, scattered throughout the city. Given that they had already discerned his identity and physical traits, where in Yicheng could he possibly find safety? The young beggar hesitated. The woman clad in red observed the flicker of unease upon his countenance, and a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. Ever since the wooden bell had roused her, this boy had conducted himself with remarkable composure, seldom revealing his emotions, yet it appeared he too was susceptible to fear. The stone-paved street here descended into the water, providing a convenient spot for women to wash their garments by the river. Had it been the previous day, she would have seized the opportunity to coerce the young beggar into parting with the wooden bell. However, with the recent upheaval at the Lord's residence, she found herself at a loss for a suitable confidant, and besides, the boy was rather intriguing. She deemed it prudent to observe him further. Unable to restrain himself, the young beggar scratched his head. As night fell, the sky became shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring both the stars and the moon. Lu Quan had just finished serving his elderly mother dinner and was engaged in washing the dishes when he heard a knock at the door. Having lived alone for many years, dependent solely on his mother, he wondered who could possibly be seeking him at this hour. Furrowing his brow, Lu Quan grasped the fire poker from the kitchen and proceeded to the front door. The recent turmoil in Yicheng had made him wary. Yet when he opened the wooden door, he was taken aback to find a young boy standing there, holding a paper umbrella. The child appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, neatly attired in a light blue garment with silver embellishments, the fabric looking quite new. His hair was fine and soft, tied back with a ribbon of the same hue. The boy's eyes were large, and had he not been so emaciated, his face might have possessed a more delicate beauty. Although he was unfamiliar, Lu Quan instinctively softened his tone when addressing the young child. "Child, whom do you seek?" The boy remained silent, yet a smile broke across his face, revealing his pearly white and orderly teeth, a smile that bore an uncanny familiarity. Lu Qian was taken aback as he observed the boy struggling to lift a white cat from behind him, waving it towards Lu Qian. This cat he had just gifted earlier that afternoon. "Little mute?" Lu Qian blurted out, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized the boy from head to toe. The child nodded vigorously, mimicking a sleeping posture, and gestured towards Lu Qian's door. Was he seeking shelter? Without hesitation, Lu Qian stepped back, inviting him in. He felt deeply grateful for the child's life-saving assistance. The token of gratitude he had offered that afternoon felt woefully inadequate, leaving him feeling somewhat cold. A mere boy seeking a place to rest was a request he could not refuse, especially since the child arrived in such a clean state. As the boy entered, the gate of the Lu residence closed, plunging the street back into darkness. Lu Qian's mother had already changed and retired for the night, making it inconvenient for her to entertain guests. Thus, he led the boy into the guest room, first bringing in a kettle of hot water, and then lighting a candle. "You've cleaned up nicely, looking quite presentable now." Once a filthy child avoided by all, who could have anticipated that after a wash, he would emerge as a charming young lad. The boy placed 5 copper coins on the table. The little ghost had quite the sense of propriety. Lu Qian pushed the coins back towards him. "No need. Consider it a token of gratitude for your kindness." He continued, "This empty room is reserved for my second brother. He will stay here upon his return home. You can rest here for now while I prepare some food for you." The boy repeatedly waved his hands, patting his stomach in a gesture that indicated he was already full. Lu Qian did not insist further, offering a few parting words before he took his leave. It was not that he lacked curiosity, but given that the other was mute, how could they possibly engage in conversation? However, as he turned around, he suddenly remarked, "Where has that cat gone?" The boy had distinctly brought the white cat inside, yet in the blink of an eye, it had vanished. After he departed, the boy approached the bedside, gently caressing the quilt. The fabric was somewhat coarse, with several patches sewn onto it, yet to him, it felt like paradise. He could not recall the last time he had slept on a bed. Instead of lying down, he chose to sit on the stool, exhaling deeply. In Lu Quan's home, he found temporary safety. The black-clad figures were targeting young beggars aged 7 or 8. And having bathed in the river and donned clothing that had been procured from the shop, he was entirely transformed. He resembled a child from an ordinary family, now residing in Lu Quan's household, making it utterly impossible for the black-clad men to find that little beggar again, no matter how thoroughly they searched the city. A silver streak illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap, and soon the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. This autumn, the weather changed on a whim, truly capricious. The light dimmed, and the woman in red reappeared beside him. Heal me. They had made a pact. Yet, during his time as a beggar, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, many of whom were unreliable. Would this woman honor her word? The woman in red took a seat before him, her expression turning serious. Your vocal cord injury is a simple ailment for others, a divine healer rendered powerless. However, in my hands, it is not a difficult matter. A glimmer of longing shone in the boy's eyes. She continued, but I have just awakened and lack the strength. I will need your cooperation. She had reiterated this request numerous times. What was he to do? The boy blinked. The woman in the red attire pointed at his chest, saying, "This wooden bell bears a name, known as Tianang. However, it is preferable for you to refer to it simply as the wooden bell. It has recognized you as its master, and it is the essence of my existence." Noting his confusion regarding the meaning of essence of existence, she elucidated further, stating that the wooden bell is indeed my home. By wearing it, I shall henceforth be bound to you. Her words carried a hint of melancholy, a trace of wistfulness, and a tone of resignation. Chapter 8. The 1,000 years. Can such a small object actually house a person? The boy inquired as he touched the wooden bell, gesturing to himself. Over the course of 2 days, a certain understanding had developed between the woman in red and him, and she surprisingly comprehended his expression. Her countenance shifted to one of mild annoyance. No, that is my dwelling. The living cannot enter. Her abode was not welcoming to outsiders. The boy felt a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if he could reside within, thus freeing himself from the hardships of sleeping outdoors. Yet upon hearing her reference to the living, he instinctively pressed his hand against her arm, feeling through the fabric of her sleeve. Soft, warm, corporeal. Was she not a ghost? I'm not a ghost. She discerned his thoughts and displayed a haughty demeanor. How dare you compare me to some lowly specter? What is that? The boy remained perplexed. Noticing his bewilderment, the woman in red refrained from elaborating further, simply instructing him, "Remember, once you can speak, you must address me as Lord Qiansui." Was her name Qiansui? How peculiar. The boy stored this name in his mind and nodded. I only awakened yesterday, at a time when my strength was at its weakest. As the thunder rumbled outside, she had just finished speaking. You need to gather your willpower and transform it into my strength. Only then can I wield my powers to heal you. Strangely enough, amidst the resounding thunder, every word of hers reached the boy's ears with remarkable clarity. He shifted his gaze, not immediately nodding in agreement. What exactly is willpower? Could there be dangers in the process of gathering it? Despite his immense desire to speak, he had always steered clear of peril, which was one of the key reasons for his survival thus far. Fortune favors the bold, she mused. To cure an ailment, one must pay a price. If you steal from others, do you not risk being caught? Thus, profit and risk coexist. The more desirable the object, the greater the danger one must face. She was not in a hurry. He could ponder it carefully. If he lacked the courage, he might as well pass the bell to someone else. You are unworthy to be its master. As she uttered the final words, her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of ferocity sparkling within them. The boy fell silent, remaining as still as a statue, not even moving his eyes. However, she understood that he was weighing his options repeatedly. Moreover, the decision he was about to make would cause even the most astute adult to tread cautiously, fully aware of the stakes involved. Although this young lad was astute beyond his years, defying conventional reasoning, what did that matter? The innate nature of a child is to succumb to temptation. Indeed. After a moment of silence, the boy finally resolved himself and gave her a thumbs up. Have you made up your mind? She smiled sweetly, her expression unguarded. Resembling a cunning little fox that had secretly indulged in a feast of chicken, resolute in her decision to pursue this venture without regret. He nodded solemnly, his demeanor serious. At that moment, he remained unaware of the vastness of the world outside, nor did he harbor any ambitious aspirations for a meteoric rise. Yet, he faintly comprehended that such precarious days ought not to linger. The enigmatic woman before him presented the sole opportunity to escape his arduous existence. A longing took root deep within his heart from that moment onward. With the objective achieved, Qiansui's smile blossomed with warmth, even revealing a rare touch of kindness. Excellent. Now listen attentively. First, as the master of the wooden bell, I shall do my utmost to preserve your life. However, I must also heed the forces of nature. Thus my true form can only manifest at night while I reside within the wooden bell, appearing as a spirit during the day. In other words, I can only emerge at night. During the day, your safety is your own responsibility, for I am unable to assist you." The boy suddenly understood. No wonder she had vanished upon his waking. It was because she could not present herself during daylight. "Ah, spirits do function in a similar manner," he mused. Qiansui raised a second delicate finger. "Secondly, I shall concede a bit. The powers gained from the wooden bell will be divided in an 8-to-2 ratio, 2 for you and 8 for me." The boy pondered, counting on his fingers for a long while yet failing to grasp the calculation. Even with his intelligence, he was merely a child without the means to attend school, and arithmetic would not come to him without instruction. Qiansui's smile widened, revealing a hint of triumph. "No need to calculate. After all, you shall not suffer any loss." He regarded her with suspicion. Ordinary individuals were scarcely entitled to accumulate wish power or karmic energy. In the temple, the deity statues and the ancestral tablets serve as tributes to the divine and the deceased. It is said that if the living dare to establish a shrine for themselves, it brings no benefit and instead shortens their lifespan. She shrugged, remarking that it was merely good fortune that brought him to her. With the wooden bell as a protective charm, he could harness a modicum of this power without being constrained by celestial forces. One must remember that excess can be detrimental. Those who are greedy often meet unfortunate ends. The boy blinked and nodded, his expression impassive, his small hands clenched into fists beneath the table. Indeed, children are easily swayed. She effortlessly established the rules for distributing rewards. In high spirits, Qiansui brushed aside the strands of hair that hung before her forehead and proposed, "Now, let us discuss the methods of garnering willpower." How could she articulate this for him to comprehend? The mechanisms and principles involved were far too intricate. Not only an 8-year-old child, but even the most erudite scholar might struggle to grasp them fully. She was no sage, expected to elucidate complex ideas in simple terms, which proved quite a challenge. Thus, after a brief contemplation, she chose to abandon that approach and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us put it simply. Have you ever heard the saying, 'The net of heaven is vast and intricate, yet nothing escapes it'?" The boy stared at her in bewilderment, shaking his head after a long moment. It made sense. The focus of his meager existence revolved solely around begging and sleeping. Who would take the time to impart such literary wisdom to him? Realizing her folly, Qiansui cleared her throat to regain composure. "It's perhaps for the best that you Haven T heard it. For the one who uttered it was rather foolish and naive. If a heavenly net truly existed, it would be riddled with holes, unable to catch anything. So how could it claim to be infallible?" The young beggar gazed at her with a blank expression, and from Qiansui's eyes, it was evident he had not comprehended her words. However, what followed was of paramount importance. She ground her teeth and summoned her utmost patience. In this world, one need not speak of retribution for good or evil. It is solely about the cycle of cause and effect. Your every action inevitably disrupts other occurrences. For instance, those men in black sought to seize the wooden bell, but due to your sudden appearance, they now find themselves empty-handed. Your emergence serves as the cause, while their inability to obtain the bell is the effect. Chapter 9. The White Lantern. Noticing the young beggar listening intently, she provided another analogy. Consider. If you were to pilfer someone else's belongings, you might succeed, yet you could also find yourself caught and severely punished. Thus, your act of theft is the cause, leading to two potential outcomes, one favorable, the other unfavorable. A look of dawning realization spread across the boy's face. There exists a cause for every effect. However, virtuous deeds do not always yield virtuous rewards, nor do malevolent acts invariably result in malevolent repercussions. Your benevolent intentions might inadvertently culminate in adverse outcomes, while your misdeeds might paradoxically produce beneficial effects. Therefore, while the principle of cause and effect prevails in this world, it adheres to its own intrinsic laws. Having conveyed this, she noticed the boy staring at her in a daze, and a wave of frustration washed over her. "So, you Haven T grasped any of it, have you?" The boy shook his head vigorously. Truly, it was like a scholar encountering a soldier. How had she come across such a dense mind? Qiansui's shoulders slumped as she struggled to contain her rising exasperation and succinctly stated, "If there are tasks available nearby, this wooden bell will alert you. Upon completing these tasks, you shall be rewarded with strength." She pressed her temples, asking, "Do you understand now?" Understood. Had he realized this earlier, he would have grasped the woman's foolishness. It is merely a matter of accepting tasks, executing them, and receiving compensation. The man who perished in the desolate garden operated in a similar manner. He merely instructed the boy to receive payment up front, whereas this woman only offered her reward after the task was completed. She stood by the window, gazing at the lightning illuminating the sky. The wind, entwined with rain, struck her face, prompting her to gather her collar and rub her arms for warmth. The boy was all too familiar with this gesture, often finding himself replicating it. Yet, did she truly feel the chill? Qiansui turned to face him. What do you intend to do next? The boy's gaze was dim, sensing that her inquiry was not genuine. Being mute, he could only nod or shake his head. It was impossible for him to articulate a response. Qiansui smiled radiantly. Then I shall speak on your behalf. Although we have momentarily evaded these dark-clad individuals, you have witnessed their unwavering determination to locate you. Should E City continue to seal itself off, it is but a matter of time before they find you. This truth was undeniable, and he had no objections. Therefore, the pressing matter was to assist me in regaining some strength. Only then could we secure our own safety. A rare look of confusion crossed the boy's face. Was she not formidable, capable of taking lives with a mere snap of her fingers? How could it be that she now struggled to protect herself? This shift in circumstances was rather abrupt. Qiansui crossed her arms, expressing her discontent. Must I repeat myself? I have endured severe injuries and awakened from a long slumber. I am presently at my most vulnerable. The boy's expression shifted to one of realization. This woman, with her grandiose demeanor, was, in fact, a facade of strength. She was not much more powerful than he was in this moment. Qiansui felt a surge of anger and retorted in a harsh tone. What kind of gaze is that? The boy, however, stood up and solemnly nodded to her. He was now prepared to share in her trials and tribulations. Regardless of whether this woman was as feeble as she seemed, he could offer her assistance. Thus, what significance lay in the distinction between truth and deception? Having come to this realization, she understood him remarkably well, prompting her to seize the moment. The opportunity for the wooden bell's karmic task was rare and elusive, particularly in such a diminutive place where it was unlikely to occur. I have another method. Before she could finish her sentence, the boy abruptly grasped the wooden bell and shook it towards her. The object vibrated unexpectedly. Could this be a sign for him? It seemed to radiate warmth, soothing his palm. What is it? Qiansui questioned, perplexed. What I mean is, if we cannot obtain the wish power, we can still employ alternative methods to initiate my. Just then, she gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. The boy spread his hand, revealing that the wooden bell was emitting a faint green glow, with the symbols upon it swiftly moving. This can't be malfunctioning, can it? Must it really slap me in the face like this? I just said there was little chance of a task in this small place, and now it's flashing madly. Could it have been sealed for too long and broken? No sooner had she spoken than the runes coalesced into a singular name, ceasing their erratic movement. Zhuhuan. Qiansui murmured. The boy tilted his head. Was the name displayed on the bell the task's objective? Unfortunately, he was illiterate. Qiansui enunciated the name aloud, and then inquired of him. Do you know who this is? She casually inquired, harboring no particular hope, yet to her surprise, the boy nodded vigorously. Indeed, Yicheng was a small place with a limited number of inhabitants. If Mu Lingdang was searching for a local, this beggar would likely possess the knowledge she sought. All right, lead the way, she said, stifling a yawn. At present, I can only stray 30 paces from you. I cannot wander far. Should any need arise, you must accompany me. The boy understood. He had to follow Mu Lingdang. He stepped out of the house and moved to the wall, attempting to climb it. Qiansui grasped him by the collar, effortlessly lifting him and tossing him onto the wall. In her hands, he weighed no more than a fledgling sparrow. The boy stood upright on the wall, gazing westward, where a cluster of residences lay. He pointed in that direction. It was pitch black. Who could discern which house he indicated? Qiansui's voice resonated beside him. Ah, there is indeed a door adorned with a white lantern. It stands out quite prominently. The boy nodded earnestly. Is that where Zhu Huan resides? The house was modest in appearance, the dark wood revealing signs of wear. 2 white lanterns hung beneath the eaves, indicating, according to local custom, that a death had recently occurred in the family. Qiansui clapped her hands joyfully. Let us go and pay a visit to this Zhu Huan. However, the boy tugged at her sleeve, and under her watchful gaze, tilted his head, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. Such a sight was truly unbecoming. She remarked with disdain, what does this mean? The boy shook the wooden bell and pointed again at the house with the white lanterns. Zhu Huan, white lanterns, the dead. Chapter 10. A visit the posture he had just assumed did not signify slumber, but rather death. Qiansui was taken aback. Are you saying that Zhu Huan has already passed away? Is that family conducting a ritual for him? The boy nodded. Qiansui could not help but raise an eyebrow. Zhu Huan had indeed departed from this world. It appeared that the seventh day had not yet concluded. How could a deceased person's name possibly appear on the wooden bell? She pressed her fingers against her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Such a beautiful night ought to be spent in solitary enjoyment under the moon. Why must she stand atop someone else's wall, engaging in a guessing game with a beggar? Zhu Huan. Qiansui deciphered from his lip movements that he was connected to the wooden bell. The boy gestured as if holding a square object in his palm. Uncertain, she ventured. A plate? He shook his head. A box. She was particularly inept at guessing riddles. Then he mimicked the action of opening a lid and retrieving something. Something is taken out. She pointed to the wooden bell on his chest. Is it the wooden bell that is being retrieved? He nodded. Your wooden bell was taken from a box. Of course. I had already suspected that it must have been sealed. She rolled her eyes, continuing her deductions. But how were the box and the bell related to this fellow? He nodded vigorously. Did he die because of you? The boy shook his head. No. Even if he did not appear, that person would have met his demise. He does not bear that responsibility. She let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, this guessing game is exhausting. She needed to heal this little mute quickly. Otherwise, she would have to rely on gestures and charades for the foreseeable future. She did not have the luxury of time to waste. Is he from the Lord's mansion? Yiqing is but a small place, and there has only been a single homicide, making it easy to surmise that the death is somehow linked to the Lord's manor. The boy gave her a thumbs up. Qiansui fell silent for a moment. Could it be that this unfortunate soul was the one who entrusted the wooden bell to you? No sooner had she spoken than she caught sight of the boy breaking into a grin. What a perfect deduction, she thought, unable to suppress her momentary satisfaction. But soon her expression darkened. No, it is precisely because this fool met his demise at an inopportune moment that the wooden bell ended up in the hands of a beggar, compelling her to absurdly acknowledge an 8-year-old child as her master. How could a dead man influence fate? Could it be because of the wooden bell? Her eyes darted around as she resolved to act swiftly. The boy leaped directly from the wall, navigating the winding alley with remarkable speed towards the white lantern. He was well acquainted with the terrain, leaving no room for error. Qiansui was aware of this as well, and, with no other recourse, floated down after him. The white lantern stood just a few households away from Lu Quan's residence. After several turns, the boy arrived at the doorstep, rapping gently on the dark wooden door. At such a late hour, the alley was devoid of other pedestrians. The pale lantern swayed in the night breeze, adding to the desolation. Who is it? Came a woman's voice from within, low and hoarse, tinged with sorrow. Qiansui furrowed her brow. She could sense that there were 2 living souls inside the house. No, 2.5, and both were women. Their emanating resentment and lingering attachments were far more intense than those of the surrounding households, and they wept incessantly. Their keen hearing picked up the faint sound of footsteps approaching the wooden door, but then all fell silent. The individuals within were weighing the peril. Prior to the murder at the Lord's residence, Yiqing was a relatively secure little town where neighbors were familiar with one another. However, now the people inside hesitated. When suddenly a boy spoke up. Though he could not articulate words, he managed to produce a couple of sounds. The night was silent, and his strange utterances echoed far and wide, naturally reaching the ears of those within. Qiansui cast an unexpected glance at him. Their time together had been brief, yet she sensed an essence within this boy that seemed utterly incongruous with his being, namely, dignity. The mute could not articulate his thoughts, only emitting coarse and unpleasant sounds. Thus he remained silent, even in the face of danger, unwilling to compromise his pride. Yet now, he was inexplicably revealing his vulnerabilities. After a considerable pause, the door creaked open. A woman peeked out, noticing the absence of any menacing figures, only to find a diminutive boy standing there. Her expression was blank. Whom do you seek? The boy pointed towards the room behind her and made a gesture akin to offering incense. He had come to pay his respects to the deceased. The woman understood, and fresh tears welled in her already swollen eyes. Although the boy appeared harmless, his sudden appearance at her doorstep in the dead of night was decidedly unusual. Did you come alone? Where are your guardians? This child was rather handsome, albeit slightly dark and excessively thin. Furthermore, given the small size of Yiqing, she could not recall having encountered such a boy before. The boy blinked, then received a covert roll of the eyes from Qiansui. Was it not her responsibility to intervene in the end? Qiansui called out once more. And only then did the woman seem to awaken from her reverie, instinctively brushing a stray hair from her temple. My late husband was Zhu Huan. May I ask who you are? Before me stands a woman of celestial beauty, her aura exuding an incomparable nobility that renders me acutely aware of my own shortcomings. Even the late Lord's wife did not possess such grace. How could a person of her stature possibly have any association with my husband? A look of sorrow graces her features. More importantly, Zhu Huan has passed away, and our household possesses little of value. What could possibly warrant anyone's concern? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, the matron of the Zhu family takes a step back and invites, "Please, come in." The pair, one large and one small, enter. Following her towards the morning hall, the Zhu residence bears little distinction from the ordinary homes in Yiqing, save for its slightly larger dimensions. Indicative of Zhu Huan's former status as a trusted confidant of the city lord, earning a more generous salary than Lu Quan. Chapter 11. Inquire of the past. He met his demise 2 days prior. After a thorough investigation, the authorities instructed the Zhu family to collect the body, and it has since rested in the family home for over 10 hours. The morning hall is draped in white mourning garments, with candlelight illuminating the memorial tablet. A young boy reverently offers incense to Zhu Huan. The man who bestowed upon him the black box has indeed drawn him into a web of entanglement. Yet with danger comes an opportunity he had never dared to dream of. Without Zhu Huan, he would still be that beggar in the desolate garden, enduring the scorn and derision of others, perhaps destined to a life of silence. For this, he feels a sense of gratitude towards Zhu Huan. However, the lady beside him is not as willing to offer her incense. When has a noble figure such as the venerable lord ever deigned to present incense for mere mortals? Such a deceased must surely be blessed indeed. To inspire such gratitude even in the afterlife, Zhu Huan's wife, surnamed Su, discreetly wipes away her tears, replying, "You are most kind. How should I address you? Call me Qiansui, if you will." Qian. Su Shi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications of her words, realizing that the lady in question was indeed Miss Qian. As she pondered this, a thought crossed her mind. If she is indeed a lady, then what is her connection to the child before her, who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old? Yet, burdened by sorrow and despondency, she felt no inclination to voice her inquiries. What does Qian signify? She does not bear that surname. Of course, Qiansui would not concern herself with such trivial matters. May I inquire, Madame Su, how did Mr. Zhu meet his untimely demise? My husband was on duty at the Lord's estate last night and did not return home. At dawn, we received word from the magistrate's office, stating that he had met a violent end in the desolate garden, and we were summoned to identify the body. Su Shi's tears flowed anew. I cannot believe it, yet when my mother-in-law and I first laid eyes upon him, all hope was extinguished at this point. Her voice faltered, choked by her grief. The lamentation had persisted for the better part of the night. Following Zhu Huan's death, both women in the household had been weeping. Zhu Huan's elderly mother, unable to endure the strain, had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Su Shi to vigil by the candlelight. Qiansui, feeling a slight headache from her sobbing, gently cleared her throat and said, "Enough. What shall you do if you ruin your health by weeping so? If not for yourself, then at least consider the child within you." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Su Shi abruptly raised her head, astonished. "You? How did you know I am with child?" "Not only that," Qiansui replied, pressing her thumb and middle finger together twice as if forming a seal. "I also know that this child is a boy. Congratulations, the Zhu family will have an heir." The physician had taken her pulse and detected signs of joy but had not specified the gender of the child. Anyone with a modicum of understanding knows that until the time of delivery, one cannot ascertain such details with certainty. Thus, Su was filled with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. "Miss Qian, who exactly are you? Someone with connections to Zhu Huan?" Qiansui smiled faintly and replied candidly, "Madame Su, do you wish to avenge your husband?" Su's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. "What? How could you?" She was left speechless, her throat constricting in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. These tumultuous thoughts remained unvoiced, swirling in her mind. How could anyone else possibly know? Unless this woman possessed supernatural abilities. At this realization, Su felt a surge of fear and instinctively retreated several steps, nearly on the verge of a scream. The boy, witnessing her distress, felt compelled to assist her in regaining composure. However, Su's next action took him completely by surprise. She suddenly fell to her knees before Qiansui. "Fairy." Although she was uncertain whether this mysterious woman was a deity or a demon, she believed such an address could not be amiss. I beseech you to avenge Zhu Huan. Clarity dawned upon her. This individual must be extraordinary. Su lamented her own helplessness as a woman, unable to exact vengeance for her husband, regardless of this woman's true identity. All that mattered was her ability to bring retribution. Zhu Huan's death had left their home in disarray. What more could others covet? This was a chance bestowed upon her by fate. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, she could not afford to let it slip away easily. Qiansui accepted her gesture of supplication without hesitation, finding no impropriety in it. She merely stated, "Please pour us a cup of hot tea. It has been quite some time since we arrived, yet we have not even had a sip of clear water." She entered Zhu Huan's morning hall solely in search of additional clues. Why would such an unremarkable individual arouse the intrigue of fate? It could only be attributed to his gift of the wooden bell. Could it be that this precious item was destined to fall into the hands of the cloaked figure? But instead, due to his benevolence towards a young beggar, the entire narrative was irrevocably altered? What defines righteousness and what signifies wrongdoing? Is the original path always the correct one, while deviation is inherently erroneous? Who can articulate such distinctions with clarity? Su continuously offered her apologies, hastily rising to pour water and serve tea, cautiously presenting a cup to both her and the boy, saying, "We lack fine tea at home. I hope you will not take offense." The boy drained his cup in one gulp, yet Qiansui merely took a sip. In response to Su's eager gaze, he inquired, "What is the official stance on the recent massacre at the Lord's residence?" Su swallowed hard before replying. "They speculate it is likely the work of mountain bandits." After a brief pause, she added, "Last year, the Lord led 2 campaigns against the bandits, resulting in significant casualties among them. The officials deduce that this may be an act of vengeance." Chapter 12. Making choices you do not believe, not a single word. This is a statement, not a question. Why is that? Su, a woman raised in a secluded alley, how much does she truly comprehend of the outside world? What grounds does she have to assert that the officials' conclusions must be erroneous? Are the bandits truly that formidable? Su replied dryly, "Otherwise, the campaigns against them would not be so easily conducted." Qiansui chuckled, placing her teacup upon the table, and bent slightly as if to rise. "Enough. You keep your secrets, and I shall follow my own path." Su, in a state of panic, rushed forward, attempting to grasp her hand. However, Qiansui's gaze sharpened, causing Su to feel an icy chill creeping down her spine. She dared not move a muscle and could only plead desperately, "Fairy, please do not leave." "It was my fault." Qiansui brushed her sleeve lightly, stating, "If you do not speak the truth, I cannot assist you. Do not think to deceive me, for you lack the skill." Qiansui let out a long "oh," realizing the truth. So, the subordinates of the city lord were colluding with the bandits outside the city. No wonder Su was so certain that Zhu Huan was not killed by the bandits. Su covered her face in despair. What did it matter if the suspicion of the bandits was eliminated? It only implied that she had no compelling evidence, which would only deepen her anguish. For the murderer of her husband remained hidden, with no one able to identify them. Qiansui discerned her thoughts and spoke softly. "I can assist you in your quest for vengeance, but there will be a price." Without hesitation, Su replied, "Fairy, please tell me. I will comply with any demand as long as I can avenge him." Qiansui's gaze flickered. "Anything will do?" "Anything." Su pressed her lips together, her eyes resolute, determined to avenge her husband. "However, I do not have much savings at home and may not be able to pay in full. Perhaps what I seek is not money, but rather the thing you value most." Su smiled bitterly. "Fairy, you jest. My husband has suffered. My heart is dead. I only wish to join him, with nothing left to cherish." "That may not be the case," Qiansui said, her gaze lingering on Su's abdomen, her brows arching slightly. Su felt a shiver run through her entire body, as if a dull pain had begun to throb in her lower belly. She clutched her abdomen, her heart suddenly gripped by fear. Was the woman before her coveting the child within her? She had heard tales of sorcerers who would mercilessly extract the fetus from a pregnant woman to cultivate their dark arts. In her eyes, this enchantress, once akin to a celestial being, transformed instantaneously into a crimson specter, capable of devouring the living. Even the soft murmurings of her voice seemed to echo like a death knell. "Now, can you still utter the words, 'anything is possible'?" Su's face turned as pale as parchment, and she cried out, "No, I implore you, do not take my child." Yet, Qiansui remained unmoved, adding, "Then what do you truly desire, vengeance for your husband or the preservation of your unborn?" Su sobbed, I wish for both." "Do not tell me you wish for both. That is far too greedy." Qiansui gazed towards the spirit hall and remarked softly, Have you ever heard that it is difficult to have it all in this world? Sue stood frozen, bewildered. To avenge her husband would mean sacrificing her child. To protect the fetus would entail relinquishing the pursuit of the murderer. The thought of giving up either choice shattered her heart. Did she truly have to make such a heartbreaking decision? Observing her expression, the boy could not restrain himself and stood up, tugging at Qiansui's sleeve with fervor. What are you doing? The blue-clad woman retorted. The adults are conversing. You should sit quietly. Just as matters were about to reach a conclusion, this boy interjected, creating a disturbance. The boy pulled her towards the door, simultaneously pointing at Zhu Huan's memorial tablet and patting his own chest. This gesture was intended for Sue to see. Due to its exaggerated nature, the two women in the room clearly understood his implication. This matter shall rest upon my shoulders. He was merely a child, and Sue was in disbelief, yet a flicker of hope lingered within her. Perhaps he possessed some hidden talents, having arrived with this enigmatic woman. Qiansui's expression darkened. Do not speak nonsense. In her ire, she momentarily forgot that this boy was typically silent. He resolutely shook his head. Qiansui cast a sidelong glance at Sue. She still harbors thoughts of death. That means she is willing to forsake the child within her. Given this circumstance, why not utilize him as a means for vengeance against her husband? Sue was taken aback, swaying slightly, her hands cradling her belly as she fervently pleaded. I want the child. I want to give birth. Her voice unexpectedly pierced the air, startling the old woman in the adjacent room, who coughed twice in response. The boy smiled at her before making his exit. With his departure, Qiansui could not linger, exhaling her frustration as she turned and exited the morning hall. The residents fell into a profound silence, listening to the boy's footsteps fade away, followed by the sound of the wooden door closing. Sue stood rooted to the spot for a while before laboriously stepping outside. Her footsteps felt heavy, as if laden with lead. The rain had ceased unbeknownst to her, and the autumn insects resumed their chirping in the grass. Yet, miraculously, she felt transformed. She no longer wished for death, she was carrying a child. Upon leaving the Zhu household, Qiansui forcefully poked the boy's chest, pretending to understand. Little brat, do you still wish to gather your wish power? Her finger precisely touched the wooden bell, yet it passed through as if it were insubstantial. Qiansui withdrew her hand, her expression stoic, silently lamenting. It was truly absurd. For her, this object lacked physicality, capable of providing her refuge, yet it remained beyond her reach. The boy pointed at the grand gate of the Zhu residence with one hand while tugging at the wooden bell hanging from his neck with the other. Shaking it twice before her, Qiansui let out a cold laugh. Have you developed a sense of compassion? What is compassion? The boy tilted his head in confusion. He was taken aback. Since it was Zhu Huan who stirred the heavenly mechanism, and we cannot reverse the cause, we must handle everything related to him with utmost care. If you avenge the Su family, fulfilling her long-held wish, and she departs for the underworld without any lingering attachments to this world, then this matter may not conclude satisfactorily. And the realized wish would be too meager. You exerted such great effort, yet failed to maximize the reward of the wooden bell. That would truly be a case of achieving less while expending more effort. Chapter 13. Kind intentions. The boy stared at her intently, his gaze heavy. So, she did not genuinely wish to extract the fetus from Sue's womb, but merely sought to frighten her? Qiansui snorted lightly and added, You humans cling too tightly to your obsessions, only able to see what you have lost, seldom recalling what you have gained. What is obsession? It may stem from unfulfilled desires, unwillingness to accept reality, or an inability to let go. When one clings too fiercely, it becomes obsession. She knew the boy would struggle to grasp this concept, so she patted the area over his heart, releasing her own obsession. Only then would she refrain from seeking death. Do you understand now? The boy appeared to comprehend, albeit vaguely. Qiansui realized that her words were too profound for an 8-year-old child. Yet, she had not anticipated that such a treasure as the wooden bell would fall into the hands of a little beggar. What a ridiculous twist of fate. Suddenly, the door, struck by a pebble, creaked open, revealing an old woman peering out curiously. She noticed the boy's momentary astonishment, his eyes reflecting caution, yet he refrained from voicing any inquiries. Swiftly closing the door once more. Along the way, they encountered a few individuals, residents of the alley, who hurried past, heads bowed, their pace quickened. The murder case at the Lord's manor loomed like an inescapable shadow over the townsfolk, instilling a pervasive sense of dread. The inhabitants of this diminutive town were gripped by an unshakable fear. Qiansui silently absorbed this atmosphere, turning to the boy and remarking, with your change of attire, the number of those who have seen you increases, inevitably raising their suspicions. Our immediate priority is to complete the task of crafting the wooden bell and depart from Yicheng. A newcomer in this small town will quickly become the subject of gossip in such a close-knit community. The longer we linger in Yicheng, the greater the likelihood that the group in black will catch wind of our presence. They will eventually connect you to the beggar from that time, and when that occurs, it could spell disaster for you. Have you contemplated how to exact vengeance for Zhu Huan? The boy remained silent. Solutions are not easily conceived. They exist in shadows, just as their adversaries do. As they neared the alley's mouth, both halted in their tracks. Following the murder, the entire town was on high alert, with a curfew imposed at night. While traversing the residential alley was permissible, the boy could not cross the main street under the watchful eyes of the public. He lacked an appropriate identity. The boy looked at Qiansui, his eyes filled with inquiry. Was there no way for this resourceful woman to aid him in slipping past unnoticed? Qiansui, understanding his gaze with rare clarity, shrugged her shoulders. In times of abundance, assisting your stealth would be a mere trifle, but now, I have no strength to spare. Thus, it was clear, this option was unfeasible. Where to next? He rubbed his eyes and gestured for sleep. Qiansui remarked, this lad truly has a carefree heart. However, the night had progressed significantly, and she decided to conclude the evening's endeavors. Continuing any longer would usher in the dawn. The room contained but a single bed. The boy turned to her and asked if she intended to sleep. You may rest, she replied. Qiansui moved to the corner and cradled the nearly lifeless white cat, stating, I still have matters to attend to. Despite his youth, the boy was indeed quite fatigued. He lay down on the bed, and scarcely had he yawned before his eyelids grew heavy. Just before succumbing to slumber, he glimpsed the cat being placed upon the table, where Qiansui tenderly caressed it, her fingertips emanating a gentle luminescence. This light illuminated her features, softening her sharpness and rendering her visage akin to that of a benevolent deity, one who alleviates suffering. Yet, the boy understood that this was but an illusion. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. What motive could this woman possess to exert herself over a mere cat? And then, he drifted into dreams. The following day was bright and sunny. Lord Qiansui ventured out to procure breakfast, ensuring there was a portion for the boy as well, sesame pancakes and mutton offal soup. Lord Qiansuy's elderly mother, with her poor dentition, found it impossible to chew the mutton. As she sipped her soy milk, she scrutinized the boy, pondering the peculiar circumstance of suddenly having a child in the household. Lord Qiansui cheerfully remarked, Do you recall old Wang from Zhaoxian, that elderly widower? It has been many years since you mentioned him. Indeed, your memory serves you well, replied the old woman. Lord Qiansui continued, he has to undertake a long journey for work and has temporarily entrusted his son to us. The old woman responded with a simple, oh, and inquired, Why did you not mention this yesterday? A bowl of mutton offal soup costs 10 won, a sum Lord Qian would typically never spend. Yet, today he ventured out specifically to procure one. The curious gazes of others were lost on the boy, who remained absorbed in his meal. Lord Qian chuckled softly, patting his own head. It was not that he relished deceit, but his mother loathed the sight of street urchins. They not only begged but also pilfered. Was the boy too shy to speak? Even the most unlikable child would ordinarily greet someone upon entering. Yet, this lad remained utterly silent. Lord Qian pondered, this child seems to have some trouble with his voice. This boy was rather astonishing, managing to devour a pancake larger than his palm in mere moments. After exchanging only a few words with her son, the boy had already consumed 3 large pancakes. He was solely focused on his soup, nodding occasionally. The steaming, fragrant broth and the delectable pancakes were unlike anything he had ever tasted before. It seemed his mouth could barely keep up with the feast. The old woman placed the last pancake from the plate into his bowl, advising him to eat plenty while he was still growing. He accepted it without hesitation, biting into it eagerly. His years of wandering had taught him that one must never be timid when it comes to food, lest they suffer hunger. After breakfast, the old woman hobbled outside with her cane to bask in the sun. The boy was busy licking the sesame seeds from his fingers when Lord Qian leaned in and whispered, What are your plans moving forward? The child paused momentarily, prompting Lord Qian to quickly gesture, I'm not urging you to leave. Since you have no one in the city, why not consider me as your adoptive father? You could stay with me from now on. In his early years, he lost his wife and has no children. Now that he is aging and lacks financial resources, the women in the city are unlikely to find him appealing. It would be better to adopt this child, allowing his home to be filled with familial joy, and he would be able to genuinely repay the debt of gratitude he owes. The boy remained silent, as if deep in contemplation. His elderly mother stood at the gate, beckoning him closer, and then quietly inquired, "How long will this child stay with us?" Chapter 14. The cat unfamiliar with the nuances of social etiquette and rendered mute. The old woman sighed, observing, "Look at other children. Their sweet words are endless, yet this one resembles a sullen melon." Before she could finish her thought, an object suddenly fell from the wall, landing with a thud upon her. Startled, she leaned backward, but fortunately, Lu Qian was quick to support her. Upon regaining their composure, they discovered that a white cat had leapt down, its coat sleek and devoid of any blemish. As it descended, it inadvertently kicked the old woman, striking her squarely in the chest. Whether intentional or not, the blow left her breathless, and after a moment, she exclaimed, "What a fright! Where did that wretched cat come from?" Lu Qian, however, found the cat strikingly familiar. Was it not the very one he had gifted to the little beggar? Just yesterday, it had been on the brink of death, yet today it appeared vibrantly alive. How peculiar. Under the afternoon light, the boy strolled along the main street heading north, clad in a fresh blue garment and carrying a bamboo basket upon his back. The basket was borrowed from Lu Qian's kitchen. In Yicheng, many children venture out in similar attire to assist their parents or employers with errands, rendering him inconspicuous amidst the throng. Proceeding further north leads to the main city area, where the foot traffic increases, with some individuals hastily making their way to the north gate. It is said that the northern city gate has been opened. One must hurry, for there is a possibility of escaping. My cargo has been held in Yicheng for 2 days. Any further delay might lead to spoilage. The northern gate is open? The boy pivoted on his toes and headed towards the north gate. Compared to gathering willpower, the immediate priority was to flee Yicheng as swiftly as possible. He was close to the northern gate, and it would take him merely the time of an incense stick to reach it. However, despite his haste, upon arrival, he found the direction of the city gate congested to the point of being impassable, with distant sounds of commotion suggesting a conflict. Those around him craned their necks to observe and whispered among themselves. Before long, the voice of Qiansui reached his ears. The city gate is open, but passage for the common folk is denied. A few men, eager to exit the city, have clashed with the gate guards. Why? The boy was aware of her remarkable hearing. The sounds from several dozen paces away were trivial for her. The opening of the city gate is due to. Qiansui was still piecing together the information she had gathered, as a significant figure was arriving, necessitating the city's prominent officials to line up in welcome to demonstrate formality. Just as she spoke, the sound of hooves echoed ahead, indicating that someone was entering the city. In an instant, the wall of people before the boy surged back like a wave retreating from the shore. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would surely have been trampled. The city guards quickly carved a path through the crowd to escort over 100 cavalrymen through. The boy tiptoed and cast a hurried glance, catching sight of a man at the forefront riding a magnificent white horse, basking in the admiration of the crowd as he made his way to the government office. The townsfolk of Yicheng were abuzz with chatter, momentarily forgetting their ire. Was that not the esteemed magistrate accompanying him? And there, too, was the illustrious Lu, alongside the venerable Lord Su. Lord Su was the wealthiest merchant in the area, his family owning nearly all the grain shops in Yicheng. Clearly, the officials dispatched from above were of considerable stature. Otherwise, how could they command such an enthusiastic welcome? Among the names mentioned, the boy also spotted the magistrate, who indeed walked alongside the newly arrived dignitary, though his expression was one of evident discontent. Soon, the city gates were shut once more. The city guard reiterated that the area remained under martial law, subsequently dispersing the crowd. I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. This time, it may yield a considerable profit, he thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. A few hours later, as the boy stepped onto Rome Street, a soft, warm sensation pressed against his back. He turned to find a furry white paw resting on his shoulder. At that moment, the voice of Qian appeared in his ear. "Stop, look to your right." The boy complied, glancing to the right and spotting a grand residence. "This is the place," she remarked with evident satisfaction, and he sensed her approval. "Very well. The item is indeed promising." The boy stole a couple of glances, but dared not linger, continuing onward. This was not a place he could enter. What to do now? He glanced down at his attire, which was rather plain, reminiscent of a commoner's child. Satisfied with his appearance, he turned and chose a different path, making his way directly into the inn situated furthest within. It is not situated on the bustling first row, yet the backyard lies less than 3 paces away from the house that piques the boy's interest. He enters the hall, takes a seat, and discreetly caresses the square beechwood table. This set of furnishings has seen better days, its surface marred by chipped paint, with a couple of grains of rice clinging to the table's edge. In truth, he has savored the meals from this establishment before. Their flavors are commendable, though he has never had the opportunity to enjoy them openly at such a table. The clientele is sparse, and the attentive waiter promptly approaches. "Young sir, is it just you?" The boy nods. No longer clad in tattered garments, he is no longer at risk of being turned away. An 8-year-old dining alone is a rare sight, neither too common nor too scarce. Yet the waiter, noticing the boy's unfamiliarity, cannot help but inquire further. "Where are your guardians?" The boy silently parts his lips before gesturing to his throat. This affliction often spares him from many inquiries, as it dissuades others from probing further into matters that yield no answers. The waiter comprehends. The child is mute. He cannot recall a single household in the city with a mute child. This serves both as a resting place and a lodging. And he points to a wooden sign on the wall. "Our signature dishes include clay pot stew, stir-fried 3 vegetables, and 5-spice smoked fish." Before he can finish, the boy nods in agreement. A bowl of rice would render this lunch perfectly satisfying. The scene of a boy voraciously devouring his meal certainly draws attention. The innkeeper, leaning against the counter while puffing on a pipe, muses, "Whose child is this? Could he have lost his way from his family?" The boy, embodying the appearance of a starving soul, picks up the last morsel of pig heart from the clay pot, wipes his mouth, and approaches the counter to place a handful of silver coins down. The innkeeper provided him with change, but the boy refused it, instead pointing to the wooden lattice behind the innkeeper. Chapter 15. It must be beautiful. The implication was unmistakable and easily decipherable. "Are you seeking accommodation? For how many nights?" The boy raised a single finger, returning all the money to the innkeeper. The prices in Yicheng were modest. This amount was sufficient for 5 or 6 days. Yet the boy only requested 1 night. The innkeeper, sensing the boy's ambiguous origins, hesitated momentarily. However, he quickly reasoned that what mischief could an 8-year-old child possibly commit? Perhaps merely a petty theft. With the current scarcity of guests, there were only 2 rooms occupied. If he assigned a servant to keep a close watch on the boy, there would be little cause for concern. Indeed, the authorities mandated that any unfamiliar face in the inn must be reported. Yet, this little fellow was merely 8 years old, and it was implausible for him to be linked to the tragic events at the Lord's manor. As long as his guardians arrived, any unfamiliar visage would prompt him to notify the officials immediately. Moreover, being a small mute, even if the authorities sought to interrogate him, they would glean nothing. If he had become separated from his family, providing him refuge in the inn would be an act of kindness, especially given that the perpetrators of the manor's tragedy had yet to be apprehended, rendering the nighttime streets perilous. With these thoughts in mind, the innkeeper felt justified in accepting the payment and beckoned to his servant, "Take him to a guest room." Ironically, in his wariness of the boy pilfering valuables, the innkeeper assigned him to the most secluded room, distanced from other guests. This fortuitously aligned with the boy's own desires, as just a few paces away loomed the imposing walls of a grand estate. The servant delivered hot water and then departed. The boy set down the bamboo basket from his back and proceeded to unwrap the oiled paper package in his hands, spreading it across the table. The aroma of smoked fish wafted through the air, filling the space with its enticing scent. As the lid of the basket shifted, it promptly fell away, allowing a white cat to emerge gracefully and leap onto the table, its nose instinctively twitching as it caught a whiff of the air. The boy pushed the oiled paper bag towards it. The cat tilted its head, and he heard Qiansui's voice. "Is this for me?" No, it was for the cat. She quickly realized her verbal slip and corrected herself. "You haven't touched it, have you?" If he dared to offer her leftover food, she would certainly claw his face. The boy quickly shook his head. The smoked fish indeed smelled delightful, yet he had not laid a finger on it. He had observed the pretentious manners of the wealthy, who would carry their own utensils when dining out, overly particular about everything. Given Qiansui's exquisite tastes, she would undoubtedly be even more fastidious. "At least you were sensible," she remarked. Though she was not hungry, the cat was famished, having gone 2 days without food. The white cat gingerly picked up a piece of smoked fish and began to eat. Its appearance was impeccable, and its manner of eating was dainty, as its delicate white teeth bit into the reddish-brown fish, producing a satisfying crackling sound. The flavor was delightful. As the white cat nibbled on the fish, it squinted contentedly, its long tail gently tapping the tabletop. The boy leaned over the edge of the table, watching it feast. Undoubtedly, Qiansui had attached herself to this cat. He recalled her mentioning last night that she could only manifest in spirit form during the day, which posed certain inconveniences. Thus, she had sought out a temporary vessel to facilitate her movements in broad daylight. In her words, this form needed to be nimble, unobtrusive, and non-threatening, at least in the eyes of others. Naturally, the most crucial aspect was that it had to be beautiful, to somewhat befit her esteemed identity as Qiansui. Therefore, this white cat had become the prime choice. He had countless questions he longed to ask her, yet found himself unable to voice them. As he pondered this, he watched her eat, his hands growing increasingly restless. The cat's white fur appeared immaculate, soft, and plush, leaving him curious about the sensation of touching it. As the feline savored its meal, he could not resist gently stroking it. It was so soft, smooth, and silky. Even more comforting than the mink fur he had touched the previous evening at the clothing store. With that thought, he reached out once more. Suddenly, the white cat turned its head, glaring at him with round, furious amber eyes, hissing as if ready to pounce. Who dared to touch her with those hands that were accustomed to begging? The boy quickly withdrew his hand, silently watching her devour the fish, no longer daring to overstep. The white cat cast a disdainful glance at him before turning away, its fluffy tail swatting against his arm. "It's too salty. Bring me some water." In the blink of an eye, night fell. Guests came and went, the hall bustling with activity for 2 hours before gradually emptying. The proprietor and his staff engaged in idle chatter, lamenting the conclusion of another day, yet the mastermind behind the tragedy at the Lord's manor remained at large. Given the increasingly stringent military presence on the streets, the authorities were growing anxious. This case, under such public scrutiny, was unprecedented. The city gates had been shut for 3 days, intensifying the pressure. After all, each city needed to maintain external communications, and the populace had to venture out to earn a living. It was impossible to keep the city locked down indefinitely. Yet, the perpetrator roamed free. Such a heinous crime could only have been committed by an extraordinary individual. Thus, the authorities felt no inclination to apprehend anyone merely as a scapegoat. The involvement of local high officials had made the incident widely known, necessitating a fair and just investigation. The officials were now in a state of utter disarray. This matter, if left unresolved for a few more days, will surely attract the attention of the authorities. The innkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "A friend of mine at the local magistrate informed me that last night, 2 corpses appeared at the marketplace, both unfamiliar faces. Foreigners? Indeed. And the city guards have been interrogating outsiders for the past 2 or 3 days, yet they had never seen these 2 before. They were only discovered posthumously." The innkeeper lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. "They were found armed, likely members of the same nefarious group. But who is responsible for their demise? That remains unclear. This entire affair is shrouded in ominous clouds and foreboding." As the 2 continued their hushed conversation, a boy seated by the window, having finished his meal, approached to settle his bill. While processing the payment, the innkeeper inquired, "Young lad, has your family yet to arrive?" He shook his head in response. "Shall I assist you in reporting to the authorities?" Again, he shook his head, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, unlike that of a typical child facing distress. The innkeeper subtly warned his assistant, "This child is rather peculiar. Keep a watchful eye on him tonight." The assistant acknowledged the directive and departed to fulfill his task. That night, under a sparse moonlit sky, the air was tranquil, allowing every sound to be distinctly heard. With many guests to attend to, the assistant rose several times throughout the night, noticing the boy's room remained tightly shut. The bed was positioned against the wall, and as he passed, he could hear the even rhythm of the boy's breathing within. There was nothing amiss. He shook his head. The innkeeper, being of advanced age, had developed a tendency to be overly suspicious. As the moon reached its zenith, Yang Qixing, the magistrate of Yicheng, continued to peruse documents by lamplight. His servants were aware that he had been particularly irritable these past few days, his eyes bloodshot and his lips blistered. Throughout the night, they brought him chilled lotus seed and lily soup on 2 occasions. The autumn breeze has ushered in a chill. Yet the smoldering fire within his heart requires the icy touch of water to quell it. He discarded the case files in his hands and rubbed his weary eyes, unable to count how many times he had sighed. Chapter 16. The uninvited guest. The tragedy at the Lord's manor was not intricate. Rather, it was devoid of substance. The documentation pertaining to this case consisted of a mere 6 flimsy pages, which is astonishingly scant for a local incident of such magnitude. The deceased assailants bore no distinctive markings, yet their robust physiques and calloused palms suggested that they were once formidable adversaries. If they were indeed skilled fighters, Why would they deign to commit such heinous acts in this desolate backwater? Even more troubling was the implication that they might have accomplices lurking within the city, their numbers, whereabouts, and intentions shrouded in uncertainty. The residents of Yicheng were horrified by the brutality of the murderers, yet their greater concern lay in their own safety. With a band of merciless killers concealed within Yicheng, who could find solace in their slumber? To compound matters, the court had dispatched a pacification envoy. Just earlier today, the northern gate of Yicheng was thrown open to welcome this very individual. Nestled in the northern region of the Liang Kingdom, Yicheng is a remote town. Situated over 800 miles from the capital, the heinous incident at the Lord's Manor had occurred merely 2 days prior, rendering it implausible for news to have reached the capital so swiftly. Yet, the envoy arrived nonetheless, which could only imply that he had been en route long before the tragedy unfolded. Upon entering the official residence, this envoy reproached him for his ineffectiveness in handling the case, demanding that the culprits be apprehended within 3 days, while asserting his intention to remain in Yicheng to oversee the investigation personally. 3 days. At long last, Yang Qihang was about to depart from this desolate and impoverished countryside, and he even perceived a hint of fragrance in the autumn breeze. Yet, before fortune could knock at his door, calamity arrived first. Unable to restrain himself, he tugged at his hair, a habitual gesture in times of vexation, resulting in several strands being pulled free. Having gone 2 days without sleep, he still felt no trace of drowsiness at this moment. Alas, he slapped the table, resolving to delve deeply into his search for clues. "Bring me," he called out. However, before he could proceed, he felt the need for another bowl of chilled lotus seed soup to suppress the bitterness in his mouth. Outside, no one responded. Yang Qihang shouted once more, but the silence prevailed. Where had the servants gone? Could they be daring to slumber away their duties? He had no choice but to rise and step out to reprimand them. A surge of frustration welled up within him, and he longed to vent his ire on someone. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, a gust of wind swept through, flinging the window wide open with a resounding bang. The cool breeze struck his face, disheveling his hair. Leaning against the door was a woman clad in red, smiling at him with a captivating charm. As a scholar well-versed in the ornate language that extols feminine beauty, phrases like national beauty and heavenly fragrance, he had always found such expressions excessive. Yet, upon encountering this woman, he comprehended the impotence of those words. Such beauty truly existed in the world, even though her hands were concealed within her sleeves, revealing only delicate fingers akin to tender bamboo shoots, and even as she turned her head slightly, her chin curving in an exquisitely graceful arc. She was unparalleled in her refinement. She was so extraordinarily beautiful that she seemed almost unreal, evoking an uncanny sense of detachment, as if she did not truly belong to this realm. However, it is precisely this peculiar sensation that compels one to draw closer to her, seeking her favor. With just a glance, he felt the pent-up agitation of the past few days surging uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. She approached gracefully, and upon reaching him, she gently parted her crimson lips, addressing him directly by his given name, Yang Qixing, with an unmistakable lack of courtesy. There was an undeniable wickedness about this woman, a power to unwittingly ensnare one's heart and mind. Realizing his clarity, he instinctively took a cautious step back and called out loudly, "Someone." Outside, silence reigned, as it always did. Before he could finish his sentence, the window suddenly closed on its own, accompanied by a definitive click as it latched shut. "Are you perhaps parched, Sir Yang?" she inquired sweetly, suggesting he first sip some lotus seed soup to soothe his throat. A chill coursed through his hand, and Yang Qixing looked down to discover he was holding a full bowl of lotus and lily soup, steam wafting from the porcelain bowl as if the ice had just been freshly hewn from a cellar. This was truly surreal. It seemed this beautiful woman was no ordinary figure. Yang Qixing swallowed hard, attempting to project a facade of authority. "What do you intend to do?" "I am the magistrate of Yicheng, a dignitary of the great Liang." The woman in red interrupted him directly. "I aim to assist you in apprehending the perpetrator of the city lord's case." Yang Qixing was taken aback. "What?" "I mean to say, I can provide you with a clear path to identify the culprits," she continued. When it comes to matters of business, her patience was boundless. Although he held no trust for this unexpected woman, he had to admit that her words struck a chord with his hidden concerns. "You know who the murderer is?" "Even better," she smiled faintly. "I know how to find them." Yang Qihang scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, inquiring, "Who exactly are you? And what connection do you have with the murderer?" Recalling how the comforter had vehemently berated him in front of a crowd, showing him no respect. Yang Qihong's expression darkened to a shade of iron. Why should a lofty comforter deign to spare consideration for a lowly official like him? Should he fail to resolve this predicament, the promotion he had yearned for over the past 8 years would slip away. Time was of the essence at 37. He could ill afford to miss this opportunity, for it might limit his achievements for a lifetime. Why are you helping me? It was prudent to clarify this matter. I wish to make a transaction with you, Master Yang. She smiled, enunciating each word. I can provide the hiding place of the true culprit behind the massacre at the Lord's manor, and in return, I require the jade pendant shaped like a bat that hangs from your waist. He instinctively touched the jade pendant, which was a rich green. Its bat form symbolizing good fortune. This treasured heirloom had been passed down through generations. His grandfather had once saved an enigmatic figure who gifted him the pendant, claiming it could dispel poisons and ward off curses. Chapter 17. The choice whether it possessed such miraculous properties, Yang Qihong could not ascertain. But he was aware of one fact. With the pendant in his possession, he had never suffered from mosquito bites, even in the sweltering summer fields. With a stern countenance, he replied, "You know the whereabouts of the murderer. That implicates you in this matter. I do not engage in dealings with suspects." Qiansui neither expressed surprise nor attempted to persuade him, merely asking, "Are you certain, Master Yang?" "Certain," Yang Qihong declared loudly. "If you cooperate honestly, I shall consider leniency in your case. If one wishes to employ further cunning." Qiansui stood up with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the words that trailed behind. "Well then, I shall not delay Lord Yang any longer. Should you reconsider, simply hang a red lantern outside the main entrance of the government office. But do remember, this transaction must remain confidential. Should Lord Yang disclose even a whisper of it, dire calamities will befall both the Yang family and I Ching." At that moment, the door to the study swung open of its own accord, and Qiansui, with a graceful flourish, departed. Her movements flowed like water, and Yang Qixing, intent on pursuing her, found his limbs inexplicably sluggish, as if his mind lagged several beats behind. Just as he rose, he caught sight of her enchanting figure crossing the threshold, the evening breeze lifting her garments, rendering her a vision poised to soar upon the wind. Almost immediately, the door slammed shut behind her. Yang Qixing took a few hurried steps and raised his hand to push the door open. The night sky had been adorned with countless stars, yet as he swung the door ajar, a shadow lunged at him with alarming swiftness. He glimpsed a flicker of cold light, resembling the sharpness of a claw. Startled, Yang Qixing cried out and instinctively leaned back, only to suddenly sit upright. To his astonishment, he was not greeted by the wooden door and the outside scenery, but rather the beams of the ceiling above. It dawned on him that it was not the dead of night. The room was suffused with light, and the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard from outside. Looking down, he realized he was seated behind his desk, his neck sore, with the papers before him showing signs of having been pressed down. Had he fallen asleep here? The beautiful yet peculiar woman in red from the previous night, along with the tantalizing offer she had presented, had it all been but a fleeting dream? Yang Qixing pressed his throbbing scalp in confusion. Perhaps it was the pressure from above, coupled with several sleepless nights, that caused him to hallucinate. He sighed, feeling a sense of regret. If only he could uncover the whereabouts of the murderer behind the city lord's case, all his current troubles would dissipate in an instant. While he pondered this, the butler's voice resonated from outside. "My lord, are you awake? The old lady requests your presence." Yang Qixing closed his eyes, suppressing his rising irritation. "I need to wash up." Only by leaving I Ching could he extricate himself from these predicaments. Yet, if this case were not resolved within 3 days. No, there were fewer than 30 hours left. After massaging his temples for a while, he lowered his hand, inadvertently noticing a bowl of lotus seed and lily soup placed on the corner of the table. Yang Qixing's movements came to a halt, and it took him a moment before he reached over to examine it, as if he were seeing lotus seed soup for the first time in his life. It was full, though regrettably no longer cold. Yet, he distinctly recalled that the servants had only delivered lotus seed soup to him twice last night. Was everything from last night truly real? His expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. At this hour, just past the tiger hour, the outside remained shrouded in darkness. There was still an hour until dawn. Qiansui had just scaled the wall to enter the room when the boy curled up in bed sat up straight, rubbing his eyes to gaze over. This lad was quite alert. He tilted his head back, his eyes dark and devoid of sleepiness. Had it been accomplished? Although he was uncertain why Qiansui sought out the magistrate, Qiansui understood immediately. Not yet. She smiled calmly, exuding confidence. However, Yang Qixing would soon acquiesce. Acquiesce? The boy was bewildered. Did she make any requests to the magistrate? She pressed down on the teapot on the table and poured herself a cup of chilled tea. When one finds oneself at a dead end, there are no alternatives. The boy tilted his head, intrigued. It was rather amusing that the Su clan and this young magistrate shared the same aspiration, after all the twists and turns. It seemed inevitable that this group would have to be dealt with. This was a case of killing two birds with one stone, seizing both advantages at once. Qiansui sighed, adding that unless they were resolved, the city gates would remain shut, and escape would be impossible. At this point, she noticed the boy's gaze darkening and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you afraid? The adversaries were audacious enough to threaten even the Lord's family. And he was merely a famished child. The thought of confronting them head-on must have unsettled him. The boy nodded, yet his expression remained remarkably composed, devoid of any shame. She scoffed, calling him a coward. However, the boy remained unfazed. It was only natural to feel apprehensive against a formidable enemy. Those who fear nothing had long since become mere fodder for the grave. Suddenly, he pointed at her, mimicked a striking gesture with his fist, and then shrugged in exasperation. Relying on guesses for conversation, how long must one endure such uncertainty? Qiansui rubbed her brow, realizing she must hasten to remedy this situation. Why should I strike? She was remarkably astute, grasping his meaning so swiftly. The boy nodded again, inquiring why she hesitated to eliminate this group. Qiansui's demeanor shifted from casual to earnest as she stated, "This matter must weigh heavily on your mind. I once possessed extraordinary powers. It was not merely a matter of extinguishing a few insignificant insects, but could have easily laid waste to half the capital of the Great Liang. Yet times have changed. I have slumbered within the wooden bell for far too long, and my strength has nearly been exhausted." To illustrate, she picked up the cup from the table, pointing at the droplets at the bottom, and remarked, "This is all the power I currently possess." Then, she filled the cup to the brim. "Only when my willpower is replenished, much like the water in this cup, shall I have the strength to wield my abilities." Following this, she let out a long sigh. "Dear one, you have caused me much anxiety. Over these past few nights, I have dispatched 4 individuals on your behalf, which has been quite laborious." At that moment, the boy had already risen and sat at the table's edge, tilting his head back to gulp down a large cup of water, thus perfectly avoiding her piercing gaze, just in time to hear her say, "We can now proceed to the next step." The next step? Does it refer to finding a way to obtain the information Yang Qihang desires? Chapter 18, The Victorious King. You shall soon find out. She suddenly leaned closer, reducing the distance between them from an entire table to a mere 5 inches. Gazing at her flower-like visage magnified before him, the boy instinctively recoiled, retreating without a second thought. Qiansui's expression darkened slightly, her voice tinged with irritation. "What are you avoiding? Sit still. Am I a threat to you?" She appeared benevolent, charming, as if birds flocked to her. Yet why did this boy regard her with such trepidation? Only then did he remain still, allowing her slender fingers to glide before his eyes. "Let me open your eyes." Though her touch did not graze his skin, a chill coursed through him, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. "All right, open your eyes now," Qiansui instructed, retrieving a jade gourd and giving it a gentle shake, as if to dislodge the droplets within. At that moment, the boy beheld a grayish-white shadow being expelled, which, before it could touch the ground, took on a distinct form. His eyes widened in astonishment, for this shadow bore a striking resemblance to one of the assailants who had attacked him in the garment shop. As the spirit was released, it initially displayed a flicker of confusion. Upon noticing the boy, it could not resist stealing a few more glances before abruptly exclaiming in surprise and reaching out to grasp his throat. It still recalled the mission it had been assigned in life. The boy made no attempt to evade, confident that Qiansui would ensure the spirit posed no threat to him. Indeed, the spirit's hands passed directly through his body, failing to make contact with any tangible substance. It was taken aback, first examining its own hands and then surveying its entire form, revealing an expression of disbelief. Upon death, some souls are unaware that they have become ghosts, still attempting to act as they did in life. Qiansui's words served as enlightenment for both the boy and this spirit. "Am I truly dead?" The latter gasped, its gaze toward her imbued with both panic and a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw. Was there still a chance for resurrection? "The messenger of death will soon arrive to claim you. I cannot obstruct their path." The flames blazed with a vivid crimson hue, starkly contrasting with her alabaster skin. Yet, as it flared to life, The ghost instinctively floated back a distance of 10 feet, its visage contorted as rage transformed into abject terror. What is this? It could sense the overwhelming dread emanating from the flickering flame, as if mere contact would lead to an irreversible doom. This was a tremor rising from the depths of its soul, leaving it engulfed in fear. Thus was the infernal red lotus fire of purgatory. As long as you carry the slightest sin, it has the power to incinerate you utterly. Qiansui chuckled, pondering whether to first burn the legs or obliterate the head. With a mere snap of her fingers, a flicker of flame surged towards the specter clad in black. Startled, it retreated hastily, yet upon reaching the wall, it found itself unable to retreat any further. Although the soul lacked a corporeal form, it still could not pass through the wall. You cannot escape. A minor formation has been laid here, she explained kindly as the crimson lotus fire drew ever closer. The boy observed intently, even before the inferno made contact. The ghost's form began to melt away, akin to butter meeting an open flame. It howled in agony, "Stop! Stop! I will speak." The crimson fire ceased its advance, hovering ominously in midair. For the specter, even falsehood was a transgression. Should you utter a single untruth, the flames will surely discern it. Qiansui rested her chin upon her hand, inquiring, "Now, tell me, who are you and why did you assault the Lord's manor?" As she snapped her fingers, the crimson flames surged upward, startling the ghost. Recently departed, it still retained the habits of the living and instinctively swallowed hard before responding, We are subordinates of the Conqueror King. The current war is unfavorable, and thus the Conqueror King seeks an alternative path, sending us to the Lord's manor to retrieve a precious item." The boy's gaze fell to his chest. Where the wooden bell concealed within his garment was precisely the treasure these individuals coveted. How peculiar it was that this bell, despite being a bell, produced no sound. The Conqueror King? Qiansui mused. Who might that be? Qiansui rapped the table in displeasure, declaring, "Time is precious. Have you not heard of King Defeated, known as Wu Ling?" She found it curious. Over the past few years, the name of King Defeated had spread throughout the entire Liang kingdom, even in remote towns. It was known by all. The boy remained unresponsive, and Qiansui honestly shook her head. She was oblivious to how long she had been in slumber, let alone how the world outside had transformed. The ghost began recounting the events, and only then did they realize that Yicheng was located in the northern part of Daliang. The monarch had died suddenly 2 years prior, and the throne was now held by a young emperor of merely 13 years, too young and unstable, coinciding with a devastating famine. When the ruler is weak, the ministers grow strong. Amidst the turmoil, discontent was inevitable. The ambitious figure seeking to usurp power was none other than the late monarch's brother, King Defeated, the uncle of the young Emperor Wu Shao. King Defeated held military power and commanded a host of extraordinary individuals. His rebellion plunged the Liang kingdom into chaos and bloodshed. Wu Ling, witnessing the increasingly dire situation, recalled a secret rumor. It was said that Yicheng harbored a treasure capable of aiding him in his ambitions. At this moment, he chose to believe in its existence and dispatched his elite forces to retrieve it. Qiansui exclaimed, "What sort of treasure possesses such might?" Chapter 19. The place of concealment. Was she embellishing her own significance? The boy raised his gaze, locking eyes with her cheerful expression. "I do not know. Our leader has mentioned that this object can turn the tide of battle and assist our king in achieving victory. It is said to be a black box adorned with a talisman." The ghost gestured towards the boy. "Ultimately, we found only the empty box. The contents had been taken by him." Qiansui casually shortened the wick of the candle, questioning, if one intends to steal, why resort to murder? If the victorious king desires the black box, these individuals could simply take it. Why annihilate the entire family of the city lord? The ghost quietly responded, "I merely obey the commands of my leader. However, I have heard from other comrades that this city lord is related to General Yi of the court, reportedly. They are uncle and nephew and share a close bond. General Yi has slain many of us. Perhaps. It dawned upon Qiansui that the victorious king, in his forceful acquisition of the wooden bell, harbored thoughts of vengeance against the general, leading to the massacre of his nephew's family. Qiansui rubbed her temples, lamenting. Such actions are unbefitting of a wise individual. A small lapse in patience can disrupt grand schemes. Given the unfavorable circumstances, the victorious king still seeks to vent his malignant fury. In my view, his capabilities are rather limited. I doubt he will remain unchallenged for long. I firmly believe that the precious artifact hidden within the city lord's estate will surely aid him in turning the tide." Qiansui smiled, indeed. It is unfortunate that the treasure may not even hold him in regard. Shifting the conversation, she inquired, "Where is your accomplice currently concealed?" The man hesitated. "He is hidden in the west of the city." At that moment, the crimson flames of the inferno surged unexpectedly. The boy remained seated, seemingly unaffected, while the ghost felt the temperature rise dramatically, as though plunged into a furnace, akin to descending into a blazing purgatory. What was I just saying? Qiansui clucked her tongue. Lying could lead to one's demise by fire. The man's spirit, much like a living being, was blistered, his hair singed, and he screamed in anguish. Had it not been for their sending you forth, you would not have met your demise. Qiansui, with unwavering composure, audaciously distorted the truth. On the brink of descending into the underworld, she was still compelled to uphold their secrets, was she not? I declare, without a moment's hesitation. He uttered these words in a modest residence nestled within the water-carrying alley of the southern city. A residence? Qiansui inquired with astonishment. As the city guards had thoroughly turned I Ching upside down in their search, yet they failed to uncover your presence. The proprietor of that dwelling serves as our insider. Qiansui and the boy exchanged a knowing glance. Presently, I Ching has been sealed off, with neither ingress nor egress permitted. Outsiders are relegated to resting in inns, closely monitored by soldiers. Should the cloaked figures masquerade as merchants residing in the relay station, their movements would be severely constrained. The most prudent choice remains to reside within the homes of the local populace, where they can be shielded by the townsfolk. What name does this insider bear? The two shared a glance, both at a loss for further inquiries. Qiansui cast her eyes upon the sky. The hour is opportune. You may depart. In the eager anticipation of the specter, she waved her hand once more. It immediately sensed a relaxation in the atmosphere. As the crimson lotus flames in the binding formation that enveloped this realm dissipated, it floated backward, passed through walls, and vanished into the ether. Qiansui slowly remarked, "The timing is indeed impeccable." No sooner had she spoken than a chilling wind swept through from the outside. Autumn nights are never devoid of such sinister gales. Yet the boy could not suppress a shiver, acutely aware that this particular cold breeze was bone-chilling and profoundly unsettling. Qiansui discerned his unease, which stemmed from the instinctive fear of the living. The envoy had arrived and taken the soul of that individual away. Thus, the timing was indeed fortuitous. Upon concluding her thoughts, she covered her mouth and stifled a yawn. The soft sleeve slipped down, and the golden bracelet accentuated the delicate arm she revealed, surpassing the beauty of frost and snow. A beauty is indeed a beauty, even in her languid state. She exudes a captivating allure that could easily grace a painting. Unfortunately, the only one before her was a rather oblivious 8-year-old boy. Though he gazed intently at her, his focus was primarily on the bracelet. From his perspective, the bracelet appeared to be of excellent quality, undoubtedly solid gold, and quite valuable. Yet, why would Qiansui, who seemingly abhorred mundane possessions, adorn herself with such a glaringly ostentatious ornament? He had encountered the daughters of affluent families, who typically wore bracelets made of jade or white jade. Qiansui disregarded his scrutiny. "I am tired. I must rest for a while. During my slumber, you ought to be mindful of your own safety." She extended her hand, and a flicker of red flame danced at her fingertips, wavering for a moment before extinguishing even without the wind. "Behold, the last vestige of my power is spent sustaining this crimson lotus fire. Should I engage in further conflict, I may fall into a deep slumber, completely neglecting your fate." The boy glanced at the bed. Qiansui, her face twisted in disdain, remarked, "Who would care for your filthy bedding?" This boy had little sense. Could he truly believe she would sleep on a beggar's mattress? With that, she lunged towards him. He instinctively recoiled, only to witness her transform into red smoke, vanishing into the wooden bell. The room fell silent once more. He absently stroked the wooden bell, lost in thought for quite some time. The next day dawned bright and clear. The boy slung a small bamboo basket over his shoulder as the flow of pedestrians dwindled. After turning 2 corners, the overgrown garden came into view. For the past few months, he had found refuge there each night. Peering through the crumbling wall, he beheld wild grasses swaying and autumn insects chirping, seemingly unchanged from the usual scene. The boy, however, did not approach. He did not even glance around, but kept his gaze fixed ahead as he walked towards the nearest alleyway. A household had set up a stall selling candied chestnuts at their doorstep, the aroma wafting through the air. At this hour, past midday, the townsfolk, having had their breakfast, were feeling a bit peckish, making it the perfect time to indulge in some sweet chestnuts. The pot was nearly done. and a queue of 7 or 8 people had formed in front of the stall, including 3 boys, one of whom was the small beggar. As he stood in line, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the nearby tavern. There, at a window table, sat 2 unfamiliar faces, raising their glasses and conversing animatedly, seemingly in high spirits. He had never seen them in town before and could confidently ascertain that they were not part of the city guard. Most importantly, this vantage point faced the derelict garden, allowing for an unobstructed view of any activity within. Reflecting on the ambush he encountered in the marketplace the previous day, it was evident that those cloaked figures had determined that the treasures within the black box were in his possession and had deduced that he resided in the abandoned garden. Hence, they lay in wait, ready to ensnare him. Approaching the garden would undoubtedly place him in grave danger. Qiansui had made it abundantly clear last night that she lacked the strength to assist him in extricating himself from trouble, especially since she existed merely as a spirit during the day, rendering her less capable than he. What, then, should he do? Following these 2 individuals was not a prudent course of action. They were fugitives from a serious crime, bound to be exceedingly vigilant. Having evaded the city guard for several days, they were likely skilled in the art of eluding pursuers. If he dared to trail them, he would likely be discovered within moments. It was said that those trained in martial arts possess heightened senses. Yet, he was unwilling to let the 2 individuals slip away just like that. Qiansui intended to exchange the whereabouts of the perpetrator for something from the magistrate's office, and having finally tracked them down, he was reluctant to relinquish this vital lead. What should he do? As he pondered, the queue progressed to him, and the fragrant aroma of candied chestnuts wafted into his nostrils. It was said that this vendor's chestnuts were the finest in Yicheng, yet he had never managed to savor them while still warm. The elderly man selling the candied chestnuts inquired, "How many would you like?" The boy smiled shyly, and then pointed to the oil paper bag on the counter. Many children in the city were too timid to converse with strangers, and the old man suspected nothing amiss. "1 bag?" The boy nodded. The old man was quite talkative, wrapping the chestnuts while playfully engaging him. "Where do you hail from?" "Young lad, you look a bit unfamiliar." The boy was strikingly handsome, particularly with his bright eyes, yet he was regrettably thin, with prominent cheekbones, an unsettling sight. The boy lowered his head, accepted the chestnuts, and handed over 3 coins, turning away without acknowledging the old man. He could not muster the courage to converse. However, the 2 individuals upstairs possessed keen hearing. Despite being separated by a distance of over 10 yards, they could clearly discern the words "unfamiliar" from across the street. Glancing down, they spotted the silhouette of a boy, slight and seemingly not older than 10. Moreover, he remained silent, hastily grasping the chestnuts and preparing to depart. "Suspicious," one whispered. "Shall we follow him?" Yes, they had already taken considerable risks by lingering here for half a morning over tea. Yicheng strictly scrutinized strangers, and their faces could not remain exposed for long. The sooner they completed their mission, the better. He could not quite articulate why, but he was acutely aware that someone had him in their sights. What to do? His heart raced incessantly, and he fought against the overwhelming urge to flee. The trouble he had found himself in was far from trivial. Those 2 upstairs were wolves that devoured their prey without a trace. Just as anxiety gripped him, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, as if it struck directly at his heart. The young beggar, usually composed, was nearly startled into leaping 3 feet high. Yet, for reasons unknown, he managed to suppress his instinctive reaction, though his shoulder trembled violently twice. Lifting his gaze, he was met with a familiar face, beaming at him with a grin. "What brings you here?" it asked. Lu Quan. He could scarcely believe his fortune. The only person privy to his true identity had fortuitously arrived. The boy, disregarding the stiffness of his features, forced a smile and raised the oiled paper package in his hand. The elderly vendor of candied chestnuts, upon spotting Lu Quan, chuckled. "Ah, Lu, do you recognize this child?" "Indeed," Lu Quan replied promptly, maintaining the narrative he had relayed to his mother the previous day. "This is the child from the Wang family in Zhao County. He has gone on a journey and entrusted me with his care for a few days." The old man laughed, seemingly unperturbed. "I thought as much." He looked unfamiliar and was reticent in answering. The boy nestled beside Lu Quan, and the 2 soon departed. The 2 men from the tavern had initially intended to descend, but exchanged glances upon witnessing this encounter and settled back into their seats. Their search was for a little beggar, an orphan with no kin, not a child with family and elders in the vicinity. As the boy accompanied Lu Quan for more than 10 paces and turned a corner, he finally sensed that the 2 watchful eyes had vanished. He let out a long sigh, realizing that his back had become thoroughly soaked. It was a close call, but he managed to escape a disaster. Lu Quan was inquiring. Where did you run off to last night? I searched for you for quite some time, and your mother has asked about you repeatedly. The boy lifted his gaze, a hint of barely perceptible guilt flickering in his eyes. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation to the elderly woman. He was illiterate and could not leave a note for Lu Quan. Thus, after stepping out, no one truly knew where he had gone. Home? The mere mention of the word left him momentarily dazed, yet as he turned to glance back, clarity returned to his eyes. The two were still at the tavern, though they were no longer within his sight. He had planned his visit precisely according to the time the candied chestnuts would be available. This particular vendor was known for its delightful flavors, consistently drawing a crowd of children, and he blended into the line without attracting attention. Moreover, Aunt Zhang, who sold the chestnuts, was notoriously indifferent to others, certainly disinterested in him, and would hardly exchange more than a few words. However, he did not anticipate that Aunt Zhang would be absent today. Instead, her husband had taken over the stall. Such a minor oversight nearly cost him his life. The boy's expression darkened. From now on, he must exercise even greater caution. Did someone like him truly deserve a home in his city? The Lu family gathered for dinner. 2 adults and 1 child shared 2 dishes, a plate of scallion-tossed tofu and a large bowl of cabbage stir-fried with potatoes. Yet the boy diligently shoveled the coarse rice in his bowl, savoring every bite. The elderly woman watched him with a huff, though he is small in stature. His appetite is quite substantial. Lu Quan, on the other hand, chuckled. It's good for the child to eat heartily. Boys at this age tend to have robust appetites. The dining table served as a space for casual conversation, and the elderly woman began to inquire about matters concerning the magistrate's office. She has aged, her remaining pleasures few, and without grandchildren to hold, the fragments of information gleaned from her son become her currency among her old friends. Lu Quan, unreserved, answers every inquiry. After all, he is not privy to any unspeakable secrets. The boy bows his head over his meal, yet he absorbs every word with keen attention. In Chapter 21, Coercion, the envoy dispatched from above summoned the magistrate once more for a stern admonition. Lu Quan, being of minor rank, remained oblivious to the specifics of the envoy's discourse. However, when Lord Yang emerged, his countenance bore the weight of distress, reportedly culminating in the shattering of a teacup. Today, all personnel in the office were acutely aware of the 3-day deadline imposed by the envoy. Not only was Lord Yang troubled, but the clerks were as anxious as ants on a hot skillet. The old woman's expression mirrored the tension. Would the failure to apprehend the culprit bring repercussions upon you? Lu Quan offered a faint smile. It is unlikely I would face dismissal, perhaps a reprimand or a fine, given the gravity of the matter under the envoy's supervision. The boy listened in silence, recalling the words spoken by the elder last night. Soon after their meal, the boy produced a bag of candied chestnuts, freshly retrieved from the hearth, still warm to the touch. The old woman savored too, while Lu Quan plucked a strand of cat fur from the oiled paper wrapping. It seemed that the child had indeed managed to sustain that cat. After dozing for 2 hours at Lu's residence, the sun had already begun its western descent. The boy ventured into the kitchen and, invigorated, set out in the direction of the less populated western part of the city. Within each city, there flowed a small river. It is currently the dry season, and the river has shrunk to a stream, exposing the riverbed and creating a vast space beneath the bridge. The reeds along the bank are growing wildly, and the boy understands where to position himself without disturbing others. He peers through the grass at the base of the bridge. A fire is burning underneath, and a tattered figure sits with his back to him, the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. The boy lifts his head to sniff. It is roasted chicken. Upon closer inspection, he confirms that beside the man lies a plate of braised pig's trotters. He then removes his shirt, retrieves a paper bundle, and smears the contents over his hands, face, and body. This is the ash from the Lu family's stove. The crackling of the flames and the murmuring of the stream mask his movements, and the man beneath the bridge remains oblivious. After covering himself in ash, the boy tousles his hair into disarray and then darts out like a rabbit. His movements are swift. Suddenly, a hard object presses against his throat. As the boy rushes in, he first kicks away the long branch the man was using to tend the fire, then positions a sharp cone against the side of his neck. He has killed chickens and other small animals before, aware that the trachea lies within the neck. Severing it would result in death, whether for man or beast. This series of actions transpires in a flash, leaving the man stunned as their eyes meet. A small beggar? He instinctively struggles and raises his hand to swat away the cone, but the boy presses the sharp end forward, causing a sudden sting in his neck, as if a liquid is trickling down. No, please. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child wielding such a sharp instrument could easily pierce his artery and trachea. Ah, how infuriating. Where on earth did this wretch find such a sharp implement? I remained still, utterly motionless. The young beggar pressed his other hand against the man's eyelid, applying firm pressure, intensifying the man's discomfort. The boy's eyes were dark and filled with malice. Though he was somewhat familiar with the man's gaze, he still felt a chill run down his spine as the beggar held the sharp point threateningly against his vital areas. With practiced deftness, the boy began to search the man, extracting several large silver ingots, each weighing 5 taels. To his surprise, he also discovered 2 small gold nuggets hidden within the man's garments. The boy's expression hardened further. Any lingering doubts he had were now thoroughly validated. The man before him was known as Bamboo, a beggar who usually loitered around the dilapidated inn in the city. Anyone wishing to stay there had to pay a fee. Additionally, 2 or 3 other beggars worked under him, sharing half of their earnings from both begging and thievery. The boy squinted, tossing the gold nuggets in front of Bamboo, pressing the sharp point deeper into his flesh. Bamboo immediately yelped in pain, pleading, "Oh, don't stab me. What do you intend to do?" The boy gestured towards the roasted chicken and pig's trotters, then waved the gold nuggets before finally pointing to himself. The succulent chicken sizzling over the fire was certainly stolen by Bamboo, but what of the pig's trotters? That dark golden delicacy, likely from Guangfeng building, was worth 20 coins each in the market. Bamboo, being even poorer than before, had no means to purchase such a luxury. "If you want it, take it," Bamboo stammered, his gaze darting around nervously, unwilling to meet the boy's eyes. The boy thrust forward once more. The sharp tip dug in another fraction, and blood flowed more freely. The stick felt pain, and he could clearly perceive the murderous intent in the boy's eyes, causing his heart to race frantically. "Stop, stop. I have told you everything." He was acutely aware that the boy had always been ruthless, and despite their youth, these little beggars were adept at thievery and deceptions, far removed from the innocence of ordinary children. Even if this boy were to commit murder, he would find it unsurprising. His only hope was that he would not be the one to suffer. The boy remained tense, the veins in his hands protruding. His strength was negligible compared to that of an adult. His recent success was merely due to the swiftness of his actions, catching his opponent off guard. If the stick seized the opportunity to retaliate, he would undoubtedly be doomed. The stick swallowed hard. "The day before yesterday, someone approached me, inquiring about who frequents the wasteland, and they offered me money. So he divulged the information, adding that the individual promised a handsome reward for promptly notifying him upon the appearance of the little beggar. It was evident that this person had betrayed him. The boy opened his mouth, silently asking a single word. "Who?" The shape of his lips was unmistakable. Since the stick had begun to speak, he decided to fully confess. Lu, the wealthy man from Luding Alley in the eastern part of the city. The boy's gaze deepened. He was well aware of Lu, a man of considerable wealth, with jewelry and clothing shops in Yicheng and nearby counties, possessing extensive land and several concubines. His legal wife was a fierce woman, and to avoid complications, he had arranged for his concubines to reside separately. In short, Lu was a man of means, with ample resources and estate. The specter from the previous night had mentioned that the men in black had numerous residences in Yicheng, well equipped to sustain their indulgence. In this context, it does not appear that the boy is merely speaking nonsense. The boy softly urged, "Let me go, and I promise I will not trouble you again." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden pain struck his head, and darkness enveloped him. The boy had swiftly picked up a smooth stone from the riverbed and struck him on the temple, rendering him unconscious. The sound of the blow was thunderous, and the boy had struck with great force, causing a dent in the man's forehead, blood and flesh mangled. Chapter 22. Awakening, the boy showed no concern for the man's fate, not even checking for signs of life. He discarded the bloodied stone, bound the man's hands with cloth, and covered his eyes before thoroughly looting his possessions. After all, these items were the fruits of the man's betrayal. The boy felt justified in his actions. He leapt into the stream to wash away the soot from his face and body, then emerged on the shore, donned his clothes once more, and tidied his appearance. In an instant, he resembled a humble young lad once again. Good things must not be wasted. That evening, an extravagant meal was prepared. The old woman gazed at the plump chicken and pig trotter on the table, her eyes narrowing into slits with delight, exclaiming, "This child truly understands." After delivering candied chestnuts at noon, Now he brings hearty dishes for dinner. The child from the Wang family possesses great insight. Lu Quan sensed something amiss but chose not to voice it, opting instead to sit in the boy's room after dinner. Surely this feast is not stolen? The boy shook his head without hesitation. Lu Quan remained unconvinced, pressing further. And it is not purchased with stolen money, is it? He was aware that orphans struggling to survive in the city often resorted to unscrupulous means. The boy shook his head once more, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Lu Qian chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "From now on, refrain from engaging in such endeavors. My family can provide for you." The boy flashed a radiant smile, bright enough to dispel any association with the fierce little beggar who had earlier wreaked havoc. Lu Qian then rose to fetch water for his mother. During dinner, the boy intentionally set aside an entire chicken leg, and now he peered into the bamboo basket, where a cat curled up snugly at the bottom, sleeping soundly, resembling a spread of soft white fleece. He gently offered the chicken leg into the basket, giving it a little shake. The enticing aroma wafted up, and though the cat stirred slightly, it did not awaken. It merely nestled itself tighter. The boy watched it quietly for a while, then stealthily reached out to stroke it a couple of times before carefully replacing the basket's lid. This was his cat, his own. For the next 10 hours, he remained closely by Lu's side, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. News of a child residing with the Lu family would swiftly circulate among the neighbors. Especially given Lu Qian's long widowhood, curiosity abounded regarding the origins of this child. During meals, the military leader grew increasingly taciturn, his expression grave. The deadline set by the pacification envoy was fast approaching, and the stagnant bureaucratic offices and city guards were experiencing their own share of difficulties. In recent days, the boy had been well fed and appeared noticeably healthier. At that moment, the white cat awakened. It leaped from the bamboo basket, arched its back, and stretched lazily, exuding an elegance akin to a dance. The cat glanced at the sky, noting the sun's descent. Was it already past noon? How long had it slept? The boy extended 2 fingers. It had been a deep slumber. After yesterday's chaotic excursion into the streets, during which he had even injured someone, she had remained undisturbed. After 2 days of slumber, Qiansui felt remarkably rejuvenated. The fatigue resulting from overexertion considerably alleviated. "What have you been doing these past couple of days?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted her inquiry. It was indeed foolish to pose such a question to someone who could not speak. Clearly, she had not yet fully awakened. It had only been a few days since she had been with this boy, yet it felt as though a lifetime had passed. She quickly cleared her throat, casting a sidelong glance at him with her round, almond-shaped eyes. "I'm merely recuperating. You haven't been slacking off as well, have you?" He shook his head in response. "Have you uncovered any useful leads?" The boy nudged the bamboo basket towards her, implying it was time to leave. "Why the rush? I'm quite famished," she replied. Strictly speaking, it was the cat she inhabited that was hungry. Small creatures, too, require sustenance. Chapter 23. Approaching the door fortuitously, luck was on their side. Just before vanishing entirely from the boy's sight, the carriage came to a halt, right in front of an inn. Subsequently, Master Lu alighted and gracefully ascended to the 2nd floor. This area was bustling with eateries. The boy slipped into a shadowy alley, settling in a concealed corner. Remaining utterly still, the eaves above failed to shield him completely from the rain, as the wind seemed to sweep in from the depths of the alley, redirecting the raindrops and gradually soaking his garments. He remained indifferent. Countless rainy nights had been spent in this manner. The loneliness and cold that children dread had long since become his companions. Night fell swiftly, and the marketplace began to illuminate. The boy had chosen an excellent hiding spot, perpetually shrouded in darkness. He was as quiet as a statue. After a while, although the wind and rain did not diminish, the raindrops striking him noticeably lessened. A gentle caress brushed against his neck, soft and silky. The boy tilted his head slightly and beheld Qiansui standing beside him, her beauty ethereal. The breeze danced around her, lifting the pale sleeves of her attire and delicately brushing against his neck. She stood with her arms crossed, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "The lead you mentioned refers to the merchant who arrived by carriage to indulge in food and drink?" The boy nodded. "Was hiding here, exposed to the wind and rain, truly of any significance?" It seemed utterly foolish. Her gaze bore the weight of derision, as if mocking his ineptitude for waiting idly. With that, she strode out of the alley towards the tavern. Surely, the patrons of the tavern could see her now? The boy observed the astonished expression of the attendant at the entrance, who stammered, unable to utter a single word. She gracefully ascended the stairs. The boy remained in place for over an hour. After he finished an entire box of mung bean cakes, Qiansui finally descended with a basket in hand, walking away under the gaze of passers-by, soon vanishing into the rain. His feet grew numb, prompting him to shift his weight to the other foot. When he looked up again, Qiansui stood before him, and he was not the least bit surprised. The wooden bell attached to her signified she could not venture far. Her previous actions were merely for show to the townsfolk. The individual she had been observing was a local magnate from East City, surnamed Lu, who was upstairs drinking and discussing business with several merchants. After her visit, she had acquired the necessary information. The drinking had nearly concluded, and he would soon descend. Earlier, he had instructed the tavern to prepare 6 dishes for takeout, explaining to the fellow diners that they were intended for the third concubine as a late-night snack. What a farce! The art of deception was woefully poor. She scoffed with disdain. The restaurant's specialty was said to be roasted pig's trotters. Have you ever seen a woman gnawing incessantly on an entire trotter? The boy immediately thought of old Lady Lu. Does she not eat trotters? Yet, she devoured them with great relish. At this thought, he glanced at Qiansui's hands, which were empty. Just moments ago, she had clearly carried a basket downstairs. She pointed ahead. Lu the wealthy and several merchants descended, all appearing quite satiated. After exchanging farewells, he carried 2 large food boxes and boarded an approaching carriage. Let us go, Qiansui said with a smile, and see how beautiful and voracious Lu's concubine is. As curfew approached, the boy was likely to be questioned by soldiers while walking the streets. Qiansui effortlessly lifted him, traversing the rooftops as if they were level ground, even moving faster than Lu's carriage below, as if he were of no consequence. Taking advantage of this moment, the boy pulled out a piece of mung bean cake to eat, and Qiansui shot him a glance. Greedy little rascal. You might be easily abducted. It seemed she found him irksome no matter what. The boy ignored her. In truth, he wouldn't mind being abducted. At least someone would provide food and drink, ensuring he wouldn't starve. The carriage rattled for several miles before it stopped at an alleyway. Lu the wealthy alighted, and the coachman held an umbrella for him as he approached a house, knocking on the door. A maid answered, and Lu sent the coachman away. Once inside, the sound of the door locking echoed behind him. 1, 2, 3, but Qiansui counted. Including the rotund Lu, there were 8 individuals within the residence. 2 were women, while the other 5 exuded an impressive vitality, all martial practitioners. Why, upon the arrival of Lu the wealthy, does his premises harbor such a multitude of men? Qiansui stroked her chin and addressed the boy. The individuals within possess keen senses. Your approach will not go unnoticed by them. I can bestow upon you a veiling technique, but its effect will only endure for the duration of a single incense stick. You must remain silent, and your heartbeat and breath must be subdued. The boy nodded in understanding. Qiansui then gently pressed a few points beside him, causing the surroundings to momentarily distort before returning to their original state. She subsequently presented a small, round orb, no larger than a fingertip. Swallow this. The orb was soft and possessed a subtle sweetness, yet once ingested, a chill surged through him, cascading throughout his limbs. Soon, he found himself utterly frozen, with his heartbeat and breath reduced to an almost imperceptible whisper. Curiously, his mind remained alert, and his senses retained their acuity, allowing him to perceive everything around him with clarity. Rest assured, I mean you no harm, Qiansui reassured him, before guiding him closer to Lu's residence. After traversing just a few steps, she gestured ahead. Following the direction of her delicate finger, the boy beheld, nestled within the shadows of the uneven eaves, a figure. Clad entirely in black, the person remained utterly still. Had it not been for Qiansui's indication, the boy might have approached without realizing their presence. A surge of surprise coursed through him, mingled with a sense of elation. Surely, this must be a lookout. Previously, the gang of rogues had sought to employ him as a sentry while they pilfered from others. Though Lu was affluent, he was hardly a figure of prominence. Why would an underling be concealed upon the roof of his concubine? Clearly, the information provided by the rogues held merit. The perpetrator behind the city lord's case could very well be lurking within the estate. Yesterday, he narrowly avoided a severe confrontation with the man known as the Bamboo Head. Yet he harbored no worries about this individual reporting him to the wealthy merchant Lu. The very notion of a tradesman paying to ascertain the whereabouts of an 8-year-old beggar was inherently suspicious, especially given the delicate political climate. Should Lu discover that his secrets had been divulged by Bamboo Head, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Bamboo Head was no fool. Qiansui, upon spotting a sentry, could not help but smile subtly, clearly sharing the same thoughts. Sounds emanated from below. Lu had entered the courtyard, accompanied by two men who escorted him into a side chamber. The windows were tightly shut, rendering the boy unable to discern the happenings within, save for a sliver of light that seeped through the cracks. Someone was inside. Lu lingered in that room for over 20 breaths before emerging, his hands empty. The two large food boxes remained inside. A man in the courtyard leaped onto the roof and, lowering his voice, informed the sentry, "Shift change. The boss wants you to go have a late-night snack." The sentry nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, faint sounds of movement could be heard from within. The gentle clinking of cups and the pouring of liquids. The boy could not hear, but Qiansui perceived everything distinctly. She even caught snippets of hushed conversation inside. "Remove it. Drinking will lead to mistakes. Given the current situation, there is no room for error. Can this Lu be trusted? Could such a crucial matter truly rest in the hands of a beggar?" The earlier speaker seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly commanded in a low tone, "Silence." The others respected his authority, and following his admonition, the room fell silent. Even the sounds of utensils ceased, rendering the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. Qiansui stood motionless, merely averting her gaze, no longer fixating on the chamber. Though she remained cloaked in invisibility, some individuals possessed keen perceptive abilities, and certain extraordinary beings could even see through her disguise. At that moment, caution was warranted. The boy's body was rigid, with only his eyes able to move. Qiansui extended her hand to obstruct his gaze, preventing him from looking towards the side chamber. The courtyard was eerily silent, with hushed whispers of a man and woman emanating from the main house not far away. After what felt like an eternity, the leader finally spoke, "It's all right now." The others in the side chamber relaxed, returning to their feasting and drinking. One individual voiced the collective concern. "Will that treasure truly aid our king in victory?" Upon hearing this, Qiansui felt there was no longer any reason to linger. She led the boy directly towards the main house, her footsteps so light that not a single drop of water was disturbed. Inside the main house, a conversation ensued between a man and a woman. "Is there anything unusual today?" came the voice of Lu, the wealthy landowner. "Have the city guards come by?" "No," replied a timid female voice, lamenting, "My lord, I am terribly frightened. When will these people leave?" This was the voice of the concubine, and Qiansui's lips curled into a slight smile. Hiding 5 robust men in a concubine-esque quarters, Lu truly seemed unperturbed by the prospect of inviting trouble upon himself. Lu reassured her, saying soon. Just endure a few more days. The concubine recounted her grievances for a moment before softly adding, "My lord promised to grant me the rice fields of my family." "Yes, I will certainly provide them," Lu responded with a smile. "You have indeed endured greatly these past few days, dealing with the soldiers at the door. I shall double your compensation." The concubine's voice brimmed with joy. They exchanged sweet nothings, and Qiansui, weary of their intimate discourse, quietly turned and departed. The sentinels on the rooftop remained oblivious to her comings and goings. Though her strength had waned, rendering her incapable of slaying so many, her prowess in concealment had not diminished. "Excellent. Now, take a look over there." She gestured towards a diagonally opposite direction, perfectly timed. The outlines of the buildings in the vicinity appeared strikingly familiar. The boy followed her and beheld 2 grand stone lions flanking the entrance, instantly recognizing it as the main gate of the government office. At this moment, a red lantern swayed gently in the breeze, adorning the door. He had passed by just yesterday, and this adornment had not been present then. Qiansui wore a cheerful smile, her spirits high. It seemed that the magistrate had finally made up his mind. She had told Yang Qixing that should he change his mind and wish to negotiate, a red lantern would be hung at the office gate. This location was the bustling heart of Yi City, where countless individuals traversed daily. Seeing it, he could not possibly trace her whereabouts through this. Tomorrow marked the final deadline set by the pacification envoy. The suspect had vanished without a trace, leaving the magistrate with no choice but to stake everything on this gamble. As the first reward was finally impending, at that moment, the rain had ceased. The boy glanced at the lantern and then back at her, uncertain of her intended course of action. Qiansui seemed to sense his silent inquiry and shrugged. There was no hurry. It was still too early. If they were to seek out Yang Qixing now, it was likely that more than one person awaited them. With that, she surveyed their surroundings and led him to the top of a secluded corner tower. As Qiansui leaped inside, a swarm of bats was startled, fluttering their wings as they fled outward. She reacted swiftly, With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, an invisible gust of wind struck them down, leaving them on the ground. Their fate's uncertain. The proximity to the official residence is disconcerting. At night, the startled bats take flight, potentially attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. Qiansui, upon placing the boy down, disgustedly pinched her nose. The place, long neglected and seldom visited, was covered in a thick layer of dust. She raised her hand and, from an unknown source, produced a piece of cloth to hand to him, instructing him to spread it on the ground. This exquisite jacquard satin, even in the dim light, revealed intricate patterns. The boy hesitated, feeling that to sully it with dust would be a waste, yet Qiansui's impatience grew. Hurry up. She had already taken the basket in her hand again. The boy, quick-eyed and nimble, deftly laid out the cloth without raising much dust. Cleverly, Qiansui handed him the basket, served the dishes. Inside, indeed, were the delectable offerings from the tavern, still retaining a hint of warmth. For beautifully presented dishes lay before them. But the most striking was the fragrant, golden-roasted pig's trotter, its aroma mingling with spices, tantalizingly tempting. He recalled that this was the tavern's signature dish, roasted over applewood, seasoned with spices from the west, priced at 6 coins. The more she described it, the more he swallowed hard, stealing glances at her. Go on, eat. Why the hesitation? Qiansui fetched chopsticks for herself and began to relish the other dishes, proclaiming, "This time, you've done well. Consider it a reward." In the next moment, he seized the pig's trotter and began to gnaw at it heartily. The skin was crispy, the meat tender and succulent, transforming into a symphony of flavors in his mouth. The trotter he had snatched from the vendor was incomparable to that of the Grand Tavern. Qiansui observed the boy's hearty appetite and could not help but shake her head. In contrast, her own demeanor while dining was elegant, composed, and serene. None of the young ladies he had encountered could rival her grace. After he finished gnawing on the pork knuckle and reached for more dishes, Qiansui smiled and inquired, "Is it delicious?" The boy nodded, "Of course. Is it better than your mung bean cake and peach pastry?" He was perplexed by her question. As the rain ceased, Yang Qixing, the magistrate of Yicheng, gazed absently at the droplets cascading from the eaves, one by one. Since the arrival of the woman in red, he had been unable to sleep for 2 consecutive nights, and his eyes were now bloodshot, yet sleep eluded him. Did she see the red lanterns? Will she return? Yang Qixing glanced outside. That woman exuded an aura of malevolence. After much contemplation, he decided to hang a bagua mirror at the door. It was said that this mirror had been enshrined in an ancient temple for over 300 years and possessed formidable powers. With it guarding his home, no malevolent spirits could approach. He also took advantage of his authority to summon an elite squad of 30 men to secure the Yang residence, although everyone had since gone into hiding. Chapter 25. Thank you. Yang Qixing pondered that the woman's knowledge of the hiding place of the murderer at the city lord's manor indicated she was likely an accomplice. It seemed reasonable to deal with her in such a manner. If he could indeed capture her, the reward discussed a few days prior would naturally no longer be necessary. With this thought, his brows twitched, revealing his inner conflict. It was nearly midnight. Why had she not yet appeared? Was it because the red lanterns hung at the government office were not visible, or was it due to the heavy fortifications surrounding the Yang residence preventing her entry? If she did not show herself, how would he report back the following day? Must he fall into slumber to encounter her? Yet at this moment, he is devoid of even the slightest inclination to sleep. What to do? Yang Qixing sat and then stood, repeating this motion several times, until he finally resolved to remove the bagua mirror from the door. After a considerable duration, nothing transpired. The final drop of rainwater from the eaves descended quietly, soaking silently into the earth. Dawn was approaching, yet she had not arrived. Yang Qixing chuckled, initially a mere snicker, which gradually escalated into a resounding laughter filled with bitterness and self-mockery. How foolish he was, blinded by delusions, to believe that such a woman could aid him. Just as his laughter subsided, a feminine voice interrupted. "Master Yang, what a lively spirit you possess at this late hour." The voice was soft and melodious, gently unfurling in the night breeze. The boy pointed to the silver, then to himself. The money belonged to him. If she wished to spend, why not use her own? He had always drawn a clear line between himself and others. The cat, its ears flattened in irritation, conveyed its displeasure. How could I harbor such a triviality? Given the boy's diminutive stature and the cat's height, it was unable to look down upon him. The cat then leaped onto the bed frame, adopting a haughty demeanor, declaring, "Spending your money is a favor to you. Do you have any idea how many have come to me, kneeling and offering treasures, to consume his To utilize his was indeed a stroke of fortune. The boy comprehended. The esteemed one had no money. He stood in place for a while, the flames of indignation slowly extinguishing. The money had already been spent. What purpose would there be in reprimanding her now? A sudden warmth surged in the boy's chest, momentarily distracting him as he retrieved a wooden bell from his garment. Cradling it in his palm, the bell emanated a faint green glow, and beneath their very eyes, the characters Zhu Huan engraved upon it gradually faded into nothingness. Had the task been accomplished? He remained fixated, unblinking. From the bell's lotus-shaped opening, a beam of golden light shot forth, enveloping the cat in an instant. She joyfully shook her fur, blissfully narrowing her eyes. Ah, what a long-lost power this is! Although it was but a meager amount, sufficient only to prevent her from slipping back into slumber, it was nonetheless better than nothing. One day, the accumulation of small grains would indeed form a towering edifice. In the face of pressing matters, what significance did their earlier quarrel hold? She could easily forget it in a heartbeat. Indeed, a hint of azure light once again emanated from the bell's lotus opening. As the master of the wooden bell, all your power may be entrusted to its guardianship. You currently possess no cultivation, thus, it is of no use to you. A flicker of disappointment crossed the boy's eyes. In truth, he wished to inquire about the relevance of this power should he choose not to become an extraordinary being, yet the words remained unvoiced. Qiansui was instructing him, suggesting that to entrust the power, he merely needed to silently utter temporary storage in his heart. Following this guidance, the boy complied, and the azure light within the lotus opening vanished instantly, rendering the wooden bell once more an unremarkable trinket, akin to a handcrafted ornament. Before the contract was dissolved, this object resonated with your intentions. Whether storing or retrieving true power, it required only a silent thought. Having navigated this brief diversion, the earlier discord was effectively set aside. The boy tidied his garments and then raised the bamboo basket high towards the white cat. Time was of the essence. They needed to depart. This could be considered a gracious gesture extended to her. The cat, aware of its slight culpability, decided to seize the opportunity and gracefully leapt into the basket. Such a modest amount would suffice for the Liu family to live comfortably for an entire year. He stood within the room, surveying his surroundings, and gently touched the bed where he had slept before grasping his hat and departing from the Liu residence. Following the rain, the sun shone anew, and in a corner of the small courtyard, a tender sprout quietly emerged from the crevice of the earth, unnoticed by anyone. Yang Qixing felt particularly elated today. Whether it was the officials arriving or departing, or the common folk on the street, all were congratulating him for capturing the true culprit behind the case of the city lord's residence. His face radiated with a healthy glow, and the accumulated gloom of recent days seemed to have vanished into some forgotten corner. After handling a few official matters, news arrived from outside. The pacification envoy requests your presence. Yang Qixing instinctively touched his waist, only to find that the jade pendant, which had been tied there, was now missing. He stood still, exhaling a sigh, feeling a profound sense of loss. Everything felt like a dream, except for the undeniable reality of what he had lost. A voice outside urged him again, prompting him to stride out. Before the high-ranking official from the capital, Yang Qixing finally felt a sense of relief from his prior anxiety. The pacification envoy, rarely seen with a smile, offered him kind words of praise before inquiring, "How did you deduce that the perpetrator was hiding in the private residence of the Liu family? You even borrowed personnel from there for the capture," indicating a high degree of certainty regarding the criminal's location. Yang Qixing responded with utmost respect. Yicheng is but a tiny place. For these outsiders to commit such a heinous crime and evade detection from the city guards, there must be an insider. It is quite probable that their hideout is indeed a private residence. The wealthy Liu has sheltered those individuals in his concubine's quarters. Should the city guards come to investigate, there would be women available to provide cover. How could you ascertain who the traitor is? The concubine and the maid have not ventured beyond the city lord's estate since the incident. Moreover, Master Liu sends an abundance of vegetables and fruits daily, far more than 2 women could consume. Is it truly that simple? The pacifier stroked his chin, pondering the lack of evident clues. In the face of such grave responsibilities, one should not overlook even the minutest details. Yang Qihong responded with sincerity, yet resolved in his heart not to disclose the actual circumstances. For lives were lost, one injured, and the survivor had yet to see the inside of a prison, yet the pacifier was eager to whisk him away. This was contrary to legal protocol. But the higher authority prevailed, leaving him little room for dissent. The case was shrouded in mystery, From the massacre of the city lord's family to the pacifier's sudden arrival, Yang Qihong sensed a deeper truth lurking beneath the surface. However, it was evident that the pacifier had no intention of revealing it. With a dismissive huff, he seemed disinterested in further inquiry, waving Yang Qihong away. As he departed, he chanced upon an individual hastily approaching, brushing past him. It was the pacifier's trusted confidant. The pacifier was enjoying his tea. Have the culprits confessed? They have. The confidant's voice was urgent, yet he added, but the treasures are not in their possession. The teacup crashed heavily onto the table, the pacifier's voice rising in pitch. What? The city lord's household had transferred the treasures before their demise. They had been searching relentlessly, otherwise, they would not have remained undiscovered until now. Transferred? The pacifier's gaze shifted, his countenance darkening. This was dire. The one who possessed the treasure might still be within the city. Inform the district magistrate to seal the city gates again, and do so with utmost swiftness. Yes. The confidant hurried away. The soothing envoy could no longer remain seated. He rose and paced several circles before summoning another person with a wave of his hand, issuing a few instructions. Unbeknownst to anyone, a minuscule spider dangled from a beam above, its silken thread hanging down, barely a yard from the ground below. That night, the city guards were once again mobilized, seemingly in search of someone. The city of E was ablaze with light, and the residents whispered amongst themselves, pondering the cause of this commotion. Hadn't the case at the Lord's residence already been resolved? What further investigation could possibly be warranted? Was there perhaps a fish that had slipped through the net? Chapter 27. Reluctance. What is happening? She murmured, wondering who else was to be apprehended. Would there be no rest? I do not know, Lu Quan replied, shaking his head as he assisted his elderly mother in washing her hands and feet before bed. He then retreated to his chamber, lost in thought for a considerable time. As dusk approached, the local office issued a new order to apprehend a child. A mute boy of about 7 or 8 years, who was likely a beggar. How could such a meager beggar possibly possess a fortune? How could a mere child warrant such a grand search across the city, sanctioned by the local authority? Lu Quan had heard that the order was, in fact, issued by the soothing envoy. What connection could this 8-year-old child have with the murder case and the envoy himself? After much contemplation, Lu Quan remained perplexed. Yet one thought stood out with striking clarity. He must ensure that no one discovered the small beggar had been residing in his home these past few days. Otherwise, the Lu family would be guilty of harboring a fugitive. Fortunately, the boy's appearances had been brief, occurring either in the early morning or late at night, and few had any inkling of his stay at Lu's residence. With this in mind, he silently congratulated himself for not revealing the truth to his mother. Otherwise, should she inadvertently let it slip in conversation, they would both be unable to escape the consequences. On the other side of Yicheng, the disturbances in the town also troubled the Su family, who were in mourning. By noon, news spread through the streets that the case pertaining to the lord of the city had been resolved. The perpetrator had been apprehended, resulting in 4 fatalities and 1 injury. Zhu Huan's vengeance had been avenged. Su and her mother-in-law wept inconsolably. In just a few days, the swift shifts from profound sorrow to overwhelming joy proved to be quite distressing. Yet, before the 2 women could compose themselves, the city guards began a door-to-door inquiry after nightfall, searching for a mute child, approximately 7 or 8 years old. Su immediately recalled the woman in red who had visited 3 days prior, exuding an air of strangeness and seeking to strike a deal, accompanied by a child. Su, not lacking in discernment, noted the proximity of events. The woman had come first, and the news of her husband's vengeance followed closely thereafter. Furthermore, she had not forgotten the boy's bold promise, vowing that he would ensure the matter would be resolved. She could not believe that there was no connection between these occurrences. Given this, the child represented a significant boon to both her and the Zhu family. How could she so easily turn around and betray him to the authorities? That evening, the boy departed from Lu Qian's residence and headed straight for the west gate of the city, wasting no time along the way. His instincts urged him that if he did not leave now, the consequences would be dire. Once the midday hour passed, the city gates opened. After being sealed for 5 or 6 days, those eager to exit had already formed a long queue. As soon as the gates opened, the boy blended into the throng of people and smoothly exited the city. With the case at the Lord's residence resolved and the gates open, there was no need for the guards to conduct thorough examinations. While walking along the official road, a white cat suddenly emerged from a bamboo basket. Pawing at his back, "Find a concealed spot quickly. There is something you must hear." Her voice was grave, prompting the boy to instinctively veer into the nearby woods, where he ventured several dozen paces before halting. As he set down the burden on his back, a white cat sprang forth, nudging the lid of the basket. Resting atop the bamboo cover was a palm-sized spider, its abdomen plump, and its back adorned with a natural pattern resembling a ghastly visage, exuding a sinister and fierce aura. This was the ghost-faced nest spider, possessing the innate ability of maternal connection. Within 30 miles, any sound made by the offspring could be transmitted to the mother. With that, Qiansui patted the robust mother spider, which remained motionless, its belly undulating like ripples. In the next moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated. "You go inform the magistrate to promptly close the city gates. The sooner the better." The boy immediately lifted his head, his gaze flickering. The city of Yi was to shut its gates again, all due to this man's command? The arrogance in his tone suggested a superiority far beyond that of Yang Qixing. Thus, was it the pacifying envoy dispatched by the royal court speaking? He cast a curious glance at the white cat, pondering how Qiansui had managed to place such an unusual spider near the envoy. Was it perhaps on that night when the red lanterns illuminated the scene of pig-esque trotters being devoured? Qiansui could not stray too far from him, and that night marked her closest proximity to the magistrate's office. However, her dealings with Yang Qixing meant that the envoy was an unavoidable obstacle. It was only natural for her to seek to discern his true nature. Another voice responded, "Understood." Fortunately, they had departed the city just in time. The ghost-faced nest spider fell silent. The boy assumed the eavesdropping had concluded. However, after a brief interval, the envoy's voice rang out again. "Come down." In years past, the High Ancestor deliberately entrusted a precious treasure to a remote town, far removed from the thoughts of the world, where it was safeguarded by the Yi family. Should any misfortune befall the Yi family, the treasure could be delivered to the local earth deity temple to ensure its protection, where it would undoubtedly find a guardian. In the presence of his most trusted confidant, the comforter did not hesitate to elaborate. The western part of the town? Upon hearing this, Qiansui could not help but lift her gaze towards the city gates. The boy had exited through the west gate. Was this intentional or merely coincidental? Her thoughts were remarkably clear, and in an instant, she discerned the truth. Had he agreed to deliver the necklace to the earth deity temple in the west, as promised to Zhu Huan? The boy pondered for a moment. At that time, Zhu Huan had forcibly thrust silver and a black box into his hands, sacrificing his own safety to cover his escape, all without ever seeking the consent of the one directly involved. However, since the silver was now in his possession, and Qiansui had even helped him spend part of it, he deemed it a tacit agreement to Zhu Huan's request. Thus, he nodded, concealing his reluctance deep within his eyes. Instantly, Qiansui beamed with joy, her laughter like the sound of silver bells. "How wonderful it would have been had you informed me sooner." She was so elated that she failed to notice her own grammatical error. How splendid! She would not have to be tethered to this little beggar any longer. If only he could recover from his muteness swiftly, he could sever the bond with the wooden bell. Such a precious treasure in his hands was indeed a grievous waste. Chapter 28. A new way of living. This is the righteous path. This is the essence of reason. Meanwhile, the comforter was far from idle. He ordered that, in addition to securing the city gates, 6 teams should be dispatched to scour the nearby official roads, to prevent the little beggar from escaping with the treasure. He interrogated the perpetrator of the case concerning the city lord's residence, and after enduring excruciating torture, the culprit not only confessed but also divulged clues about the treasures. Consequently, the pacification envoy realized that the coveted treasures, which the emperor of the Liang kingdom yearned for, might very well be in the possession of a mere beggar. This insignificant individual, it seems, is not to be underestimated. The envoy's voice grew increasingly somber, and I suspected that he had relied on the power of the treasures to escape peril time and again. The boy's expression shifted slightly. This man was formidable, speaking as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. "Sir, what do you mean?" inquired his confidant. "Send word to the land temple in the west of the city. Regardless of who delivers the treasure," the envoy's voice brimmed with malice. "Kill." His confidant promptly departed. The voice relayed by the ghost-faced spider concluded here. In the small grove, a boy and a cat exchanged silent glances. With a grave demeanor, the boy abandoned the thought of delivering items to the land temple. The smile on Qiansui's face faded, and she muttered in disappointment, "Forget it." Since the other party was resolute in taking the life of the mute boy, there would be no opportunity for him to speak. And naturally, he would remain silent. If he were to perish, she would endure confinement for an extended period. Alas, her golden opportunity was slipping away so easily. It seemed I must seek out another candidate. This pacification envoy is truly foolish. The boy regarded her with curiosity, for he had long harbored a question in his heart. If Qiansui held him in such disdain, why did she persist in aiding him time and again? Would it not be more advantageous for her to let him perish at the hands of the cloaked figures, thus allowing her to fulfill her desire for a new master? Qiansui, perceiving the question in his gaze, scoffed lightly. Your life is certainly worth less than a penny. However, if the contract with the wooden bell was not voluntarily terminated, but rather forcibly ceased due to your demise. At this thought, she could not help but grit her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. It would be sealed for a century before it could find a new master. I do not have the luxury of time to waste. And what is that look in your eyes? The boy suddenly understood. No wonder Qitos both despised him and yet felt compelled to protect him, keeping a close watch over his fragile life. It was because if he were to perish before the contract was dissolved, she would again be sealed away for 100 years. Upon this realization, he instinctively reached out to stroke the back of the cat's neck in a gesture of comfort. The softness beneath his fingers compelled him to caress it a few more times. In truth, after hearing the comforting words, he felt a surge of relief within. If someone wished to kill him, he would not need to visit the Earth Temple, allowing him to retain the wooden bell by his side without guilt. Times change. And this does not betray Zhu Huan's trust. The existence of the wooden bell and Qitos had opened a grand door for him, beyond which lay boundless possibilities. These possibilities rendered his previously Navi life dim and lackluster. Though still young and unfamiliar with ambition, he understood that he now had the opportunity to live differently. This chance was rare and precious, and he was determined not to squander it. Do not touch me, she exclaimed, her anger still simmering. The boy, however, pointed to his throat, swiftly changing the subject. He had already garnered his first measure of will, when would Qitos begin to treat his ailments? Do not rush, she replied. Avoiding eye contact, unable to grasp him, she sharpened her claws against the tree. Has your voice truly gone hoarse within a day? He shook his head, forgetting that the cat was still in the basket. Yet, Qiansui seemed to perceive his movements. Thus, it would not be rectified in a day. In truth, the boy meant to convey that his voice had been impaired since he became aware of his surroundings, and he could not recall anything prior to that. Qiansui urged him. Hurry, the pacification envoy has already dispatched personnel to apprehend you. An 8-year-old mute, with his conspicuous physique and features, could either run swiftly or veer off the main road. Otherwise, he would soon be pursued. However, should they take the rural paths, progress would be slow, and safety would be compromised. Qiansui glanced down at him and remarked disdainfully. With such short legs, you cannot run quickly. We must find a means of transport. Can you ride a horse? The boy shook his head. Although he had spent a few days at an old post station, he had never even touched a horse, let alone ridden one. The white cat licked its paw and declared, Let us go procure a horse. In the desolate wilderness, where would they find a horse? Even in the market of Yicheng. A mere nag would cost several taels of silver. The boy and the cat exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. The forest lay on a hillside, allowing them a view of the procession exiting the city. The boy squinted towards the city gate and suddenly pointed. Qiansui was somewhat taken aback. Had he already selected a target so swiftly? Quite efficient, indeed. She discerned that the group the boy indicated comprised 7 or 8 riders, escorting 2 horse-drawn carriages in the center. The mounted knights were robust men, appearing agile and competent. As for the 2 carriages, they were draped with gray-green curtains. It seemed a formidable challenge. Why did this lad not choose to target the elderly, weak, or infirm? The likelihood of success would be greater. Suddenly, the boy smiled at her, his expression filled with both charm and calculation. The cat's pristine white fur bristled, sensing an ominous presence. What do you intend to do? The 6-year-old son of the affluent merchant, Mr. Su of Yicheng, pressed his face against the carriage window, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His father had previously promised to take him to visit his grandmother's estate. However, Yicheng had been unexpectedly closed off for several days. With the city finally reopening today, he sweetly pleaded with his father, and a convoy was arranged to escort him. Mr. Su had dispatched only the child's wet nurse and a personal maid to accompany him. The convoy was flanked by the Su family's guards, and the estate was less than 20 miles away. The boy had made this journey countless times before, and thus safety was assured. The carriage moved at a slow and steady pace. Just as the wet nurse offered him a piece of lotus pastry, a sudden thud echoed from the carriage roof, creating a dent. Something heavy had fallen. Could it be a bandit? The wet nurse's hand trembled, causing the pastry to slip. But young Master Su leaned out the window to investigate. Master, do not, came the warning, filled with concern. However, Young Master Su swatted her hand away, exasperated. Silence. He leaned out further, and to his astonishment, he spotted a stunning white cat leaping down from the roof, settling in the grass beside the roadway to groom its paws. Its fur was not just white but impeccably groomed, each strand at least an inch long, glistening with a faint golden hue in the slanting sunlight. What a beautiful creature! Young Master Su's eyes widened in delight as he pointed, exclaiming, "Capture it." One of the guards riding alongside the carriage responded affirmatively and immediately spurred his horse forward. Young Master Su hastily added, "Alive. Such exquisite long fur must not be harmed." Startled, the cat darted away. The guardian responded twice and then vanished into the thick grass along with his horse. The caravan continued its journey, undeterred and unyielding. Whatever young Master Su desired would inevitably find its way to the estate. The guardian pursued the path, only to see a small cat darting ahead. Leaving behind a tail that resembled a tiny flagpole, this little feline was remarkably swift. Fortunately, it was also rather clumsy, running in a perfectly straight line. If he were to chase it on horseback, he could catch up within a few strides. Without hesitation, the guardian spurred his horse and plunged into the woods after the cat. He spotted a white figure flickering in the distance, now drawing closer, now receding. However, after a brief pursuit, the cat vanished. Had he lost it? The guardian remained undeterred. After all, young Master Su, who was accustomed to acquiring what he desired, was not one to be trifled with. He circled the vicinity a few times, but found nothing. Just as despair began to settle in, a faint mewing reached his ears, reminiscent of a child's playful whimper. Following the sound, he was overjoyed to discover the elusive cat perched on a small tree branch. Its position just below his own height, with round, inquisitive eyes fixated upon him. Those eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of fear or caution. The guardian's heart leapt with joy. Just as he was about to approach, the cat flinched at the sight of the horse's raised leg, instinctively preparing to flee. "Don't run, don't run." The combination of man and horse indeed appeared formidable. The guardian dismounted slowly, aiming to alleviate the creature's apprehension. "Come here, sweet cat," he called gently, inching closer while bending slightly. The cat flicked its tail and tilted its head curiously, seemingly intrigued by his actions, yet it did not flee. The guardian felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appears that this cat is also domesticated. One wonders how it ended up here, for it shows no fear of humans. The man approached cautiously, closing the distance to within 3 feet of the feline. The white cat curled its body, mewing softly twice, exuding a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The man extended his hand slowly, intending to scoop it up. Once embraced, he would surely not release it. The cat seemed quite docile, and they drew nearer, 3 feet, 2 feet. Yet just as his fingertips were about to graze its fur, the white cat sprang into action. The guard only perceived a flash of white before he felt a searing pain in his left eye, too swift to react. Instinctively, he recoiled, covering his eye while letting out a shout. He could hardly believe he had been bested by a mere cat. Warm liquid trickled through his fingers. That wretched feline had marred his vision. Suddenly, a faint rustle emerged from the grass, akin to a bird taking flight, but it was drowned out by his prolonged wail. The guard remained oblivious until a sharp pain struck the back of his head, leaving him in darkness, unaware of anything further. Thud, the tall guard collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Behind him, the boy glanced at the unconscious man and then at the bloodied stone in his hand. The stone was hefty and cumbersome, requiring both hands to lift. Recently, he had found himself resorting to this violent skill with increasing frequency, honing it with unsettling ease. However, unlike the task of dispatching a beggar, the boy, after discarding the stone, reached out to check for the guard's breath. There was still life. His eyes were intact, though the eyelid bore scratches. "Who gave you the audacity to cast me aside as bait?" Fury filled the round, apricot-like eyes of the white cat. "Should there be a next time, I shall claw you to death." The boy gazed at the orderly scratches adorning the guardian's face, unable to suppress a shiver. Indeed, the cat's claws were remarkably sharp. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to the fact that this young Master Su was the notorious troublemaker of I Ching, who delighted in tormenting small animals, often resorting to plucking their fur or hanging them upside down as mere trifles. It would be a wonder if he could restrain his urge upon seeing such a beautiful cat. Undoubtedly, he would send someone to pursue it. These thoughts remained locked away within him, for revealing them would jeopardize his dignity. Without further ado, he turned towards the guardian's steed. The black horse, unaccustomed to the presence of strangers, snorted and took 2 steps back, eyes brimming with wariness. The boy halted, locking eyes with the horse. The white cat gracefully darted past him, leaving behind a taunting remark. Are you frightened? He swallowed hard, openly displaying his unease. Having never ridden a horse before, the creature appeared immense to an 8-year-old child. The white cat approached the horse, meowing softly twice. The boy was certain that the towering beast could not comprehend feline language. Yet astonishingly, the black horse lowered its head and quickly calmed down. Its gaze towards the white cat held a trace of fear and reverence. Do I need to coax you further? Time is of the essence. Hurry up and mount. We have no time to dawdle. Grasping the reins, the boy attempted to clamber onto the horse's back. Lack of experience did not equate to ignorance of how others rode, but the horse was too high, and he was too small. After 3 or 4 attempts, he barely managed to get onto the horse's back, yet he could not reach the stirrups. The white cat chuckled. Hold on to the saddle and sit tight. In truth, with a long cry, the white cat adeptly leaped onto the horse's hindquarters. With a swift swipe of its paw, the black horse took off, galloping with all its might. The boy instinctively clung to the horse's neck, fearful of being jostled off. The steed galloped like the wind, branches from the trees in the forest whipping against his face, leaving several crimson marks. This little weakling, the white cat, using him as a shield, sat comfortably upon the horse's back, relishing in his disarray. He deserved it. Having just hoisted her up and forcefully slammed her onto the roof of young Master Su's carriage. Such is the swift retribution of the present world. Satisfied by the spectacle, she kindly reminded him, You're tightening the reins too much. The harder you pull, the faster it runs. Furthermore, he was adept at running, his legs strong enough to grip the horse's belly tightly. After being chastened by a couple of branches, he gradually released his hold and seized the reins. The white cat yawned behind him. This lad was learning remarkably fast. It seemed she would not get to witness him sprawling helplessly on the ground, which was rather disappointing. A quarter of an hour later, the boy had made considerable progress in controlling the horse. He attempted to turn its head northward. The pacifier had sent people out of the city to search for him, with the land temple located to the west, making the western highway a primary focus of their search. He needed to distance himself swiftly. This was the outskirts of Yicheng, devoid of large beasts, and one could often find animal trails in the woods, paths forged by both man and beast. The boy occasionally glanced up at the sky. Sunlight filtered through the dense forest, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. He had left the city at the hour of the goat, ambushing and stealing a horse, then galloping for nearly half an hour. Now, the sun hung low in the west, and nightfall was not far off. Darkness would complicate the pacifier's search efforts. Chapter 30, Adorable. The 1,000-year-old being behind him also reminded him, You should camp in the wild tonight. Do not go to the relay station. In the city of E, military orders would swiftly reach the relay stations. Should he traverse the official road, these stations might even provide clues to the authorities. The boy passed a small stream, filling his water skin with its clear liquid, yet he did not linger there. Instead, he spurred his horse to ride away into the distance. In the wilderness, the waterside at night posed a perilous threat. Eventually, he discovered a sheltered hollow in the mountains, preparing to spend the night under the stars. The last remnants of sunlight faded behind the peaks. Just as his mighty steed came to a halt, a rabbit unexpectedly leapt from the underbrush, darting away in a flash. A plump rabbit. The boy's eyes widened, and he leapt from his mount, eager to give chase. Thud. Upon hearing the sound of a heavy object falling, the rabbit quickened its escape. At that moment, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands reached out, capturing the rabbit in an instant. The creature, startled and kicking, soon calmed as the young lady gently stroked its soft fur. It ceased its struggles, though its 3-parted mouth continued to twitch incessantly. Standing before the boy, Qiansui cradled the rabbit in her arms, clad in a flowing red garment, her face radiant with joy. No need for formalities. At that moment, as he stumbled to his knees, he found himself facing her. Ignoring the pain, the boy hastily rose and brushed off his legs. Qiansui exclaimed softly, You are injured. Yet her tone bore no hint of concern. He was fortunate not to have broken his leg from the fall, though walking had become a cumbersome task. The sight of fresh prey had momentarily dulled his awareness of danger. He resolved not to forget this lesson again. He glanced at Qiansui, noting that her hands were nearly as pale as the rabbit she held. The young lady showed no inclination to assist him directly, compelling him to endure the pain as he limped to gather stones to create a makeshift enclosure, followed by the collection of twigs and leaves. However, the recent rain had left the foliage in the deep mountains damp, making it difficult to ignite a fire. He pondered for a moment before returning to scrape the cotton from the kapok tree, finally igniting a small campfire. The chilly autumn night demanded the warmth and light of flames, particularly in the efficiency zone. Qiansui could not help but draw closer, casually snapping 2 logs and offering him one. Sit. Once he settled himself on the log, the boy retrieved 2 flatbreads from his pocket, glanced at her, then took an additional one, warming it by the fire. He was meticulous, although he had hurriedly left the city in the afternoon. He had not forgotten to procure provisions for the journey ahead. The boy's gaze fell upon the rabbit nestled in Qiansui's arms, and he swallowed hard. What are you staring at? She shot him a quick glance, tightening her grip on the rabbit and giving its long ears a gentle pinch. How adorable the little creature is. Why would you want to eat it? Qiansui, not fond of raw water, reluctantly took it upon herself to chop a length of bamboo, fashioning a tube to boil water over the fire. The boy rolled up his pant legs, tending to his injuries. He had fallen from his horse, landing on his leg first, bracing himself with his hands. Fortunately, his leg had not broken, but both hands were scraped, and his knee throbbed painfully. He rinsed the wounds with clean water, washing away leaves and dirt, revealing a ghastly red and purple injury beneath. Qiansui observed from the side, casually pointing to a nearby area. That is cow herb, and this is nodo ginseng. She effortlessly named 3 or 4 types of herbs, suggesting he gather them to crush and apply to his wounds, which would quickly staunch the bleeding and alleviate the swelling and pain from his fall. In the next moment, a grimace contorted his facial muscles. The pain was excruciating, beyond comprehension. It felt as if someone were relentlessly stirring 7 or 8 steel needles within his flesh. Qiansui observed the boy's forehead glistening with cold sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, and could not help but let out a sympathetic sigh. The potency of the medicine is indeed overwhelming. Bear with it, for misfortune has befallen you, and no pain-relieving herbs can be found in this vicinity. Was she truly non-intentional in her actions? The boy, averse to her gaze, closed his eyes and silently endured the discomfort. After a considerable time, the intensity of the pain gradually subsided. He sat motionless on a log, arms crossed, for an extended period. At that moment, the water began to boil, bubbling vigorously. Accompanied by the flickering flames, the golden-brown flatbread, and the 2 individuals gathered around the fire, forming a self-contained little world. A badger, wandering under the cover of night, inadvertently stumbled into this scene, startled by the flames yet irresistibly drawn to the food above, its small eyes darting furtively. Had the boy been alone, it might have attempted to seize the opportunity. What folly! Qiansui shot at a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes radiating a menacing aura, causing the badger to shiver and quickly retreat, tail tucked between its legs. This creature was both aggressive and elusive, its flesh unpleasantly sour, leaving no one eager to consume it. Moreover, the primary allure lay in the succulent meat already roasting by the fire, a cleaned rabbit skewered on a branch, its skin glistening with a golden-red hue as it sizzled, the fat gradually oozing out. Even Qiansui found herself biting her lip, contemplating the rabbit's undeniable richness. It's ready to eat. Any longer on the fire and it will become overdone. The boy removed the roasted rabbit, wincing from the heat, yet managing to tear it in half. The perfectly roasted, plump rabbit yielded effortlessly at a gentle tug, releasing an irresistible aroma. He seized a rabbit leg, relishing the meat alongside a piece of bread, indulging in the feast with utter abandon, disregarding any semblance of decorum. After a long day of exertion, only such culinary delights could alleviate their burdens. The venerable figure, known for her fastidious nature, produced a small silver knife seemingly from thin air, deftly carving the tender rabbit meat before placing it within a flatbread, savoring her meal with delicate bites. The skin was crisp, the meat succulent, rich yet not overwhelming, cooked to perfection. She cast a glance at the boy, surprised to discover his grilling skills were quite commendable. It appeared he had ample experience roasting food in the desolate garden beneath the bridge, possessing considerable knowledge. However, she could not resist making a remark. The seasoning was too simplistic, merely salt. A sprinkle of chili powder and cumin would enhance the flavor significantly. For someone as discerning as her, the rabbit meat, having been touched by salt only twice, was woefully underseasoned. The boy, oblivious to her critique, continued to relish his meal with gusto, gnawing at the meat until nothing remained, even licking his fingers in a moment of lingering satisfaction. The elder frowned in disapproval, exclaiming, "How unsanitary! Such habits are unacceptable." She tossed him a water pouch, insisting he wash his hands thoroughly until not a trace of grease remained. The boy suddenly pointed to his throat. Now that she had acquired the necessary willpower, it was time to attend to his voice, was it not? Yet, she remained unhurried. As if to say, have you never heard that ailments can be drawn out like threads? My willpower is not yet abundant enough to remedy you with a mere flick of my fingers. The boy's eyes sparkled with understanding. The implication was clear. If her power were sufficient, she could indeed cure him in an instant. Chapter 31. The Glazed Lantern. For the time being, the focus must be on medicinal efficacy, with divine intervention as a supplement. In addition to the nightly treatments at the hour of the rat, he would require nurturing with potent herbs. Thus, within a span of 7 days, the illness would be eradicated. 7 days. The boy's eyes gleamed with hope. In just a week, he would be able to speak like any normal child. You are not inherently flawed. Do you recall how your voice was lost? During the last examination, Qiansui discovered an injury in your throat, and your vocal cords had been damaged. He shook his head, his expression unperturbed. It matters not. She remarked nonchalantly, you shall take medicine during the day and undergo treatment at night. Starting tomorrow, find a pharmacy to procure the necessary herbs for decoction. The boy, of course, had no objections. Today, he had been beset by fear and had endured a long journey. Having recently sustained an injury, he was already exceedingly weary. Now, having laid out a roll of brocade on the ground, he turned over and fell into a deep slumber, akin to a swine, indulging in rest and sustenance. As his breathing grew steadily more even, Qiansui let out a soft hum, her gaze drifting to his leg, and she stepped closer to gently press down twice. As she had anticipated, it was swollen. Herbal remedies require time to take effect. If it remains this way by tomorrow, he will be unable to ride and travel. The forest fell into a tranquil silence. Qiansui extended her hand, and within her palm emerged a delicate glass lantern, shaped like a lotus in bloom, poised on the verge of unfurling. Its beauty was exquisite, yet its colors were muted and grayish, as if stripped of their luster. And the surface bore countless cracks that extended from the base upwards, as though it might shatter at any moment. The fissures varied in size and depth, deeply troubling Qiansui's gaze. After scrutinizing it for a while, she sighed and retrieved a jade pendant and a bagua mirror from Yang, casting them directly into the lantern. With 2 soft hisses, the items vanished, and a small flame flickered to life at the base of the lantern. The flame was diminutive, still burning but trembling precariously, appearing pitifully fragile, as if it could be extinguished by the slightest breeze. Yet, this lantern finally illuminated, radiating a glow from within. Though its light was faint and yellowish, it paled in comparison to the brightness of a candle. From nothingness to existence, she finally took that step. Remarkably, she utilized the jade pendant and the bagua mirror, both cherished by Yang Qixing, as fuel for the glass lamp. Unlike other practitioners who store their power in the dantian, Qiansui harbored hers within this very glass lamp. Within this lamp resided her will and her cultivation. It was said that it once shone brilliantly, radiating an extraordinary light. At this moment, the usual assertiveness on Qiansui's face had faded, replaced by a heavy expression. She slowly caressed the surface of the glass lamp, lost in thought, feeling the profound connection between it and her flesh. Suddenly, the sleeping boy murmured and turned over. Qiansui glanced at him for a moment before approaching, lifting his pant leg. Her delicate fingers glimmered with a faint golden light as she gently pressed on either side of his knees. Consider this a favor. Even in deep slumber, the boy sensed a soothing coolness emanating from his wounds, causing his previously furrowed brow to relax. The redness and swelling in his knees visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. Just as the glass lamp flickered to life, she had already exhausted a bit of her strength to heal his injuries. Qiansui observed intently, calculating the passage of time with her fingers, and realized that everything was as it should be. Unlike previous encounters when their skin had touched, no rash appeared on him this time. She understood, letting out a soft sigh. At that very moment, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. The glass lamp at her fingertips vanished in an instant as she slowly turned her head. Though dawn had not yet broken, the boy awoke, his body heavy with dew. Yet the pain in his legs had significantly subsided. He attempted to bend his knees, discovering that the pain had lessened considerably, though the wound still appeared rather alarming. Is the herbal remedy truly that effective? You seem to sleep soundly. A sound emanated from the upper left. The boy looked up to behold Qiansui perched on a branch, her slender legs swaying gently. He took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping over a soft object. Glancing down, he was startled to find a wolf's corpse lying on the ground. This wolf was enormous, appearing to weigh significantly more than he did. He rubbed his forehead, a chill creeping down his back. Fortunately, Qiansui was keeping watch. Otherwise, he would have become the nocturnal feast for this dark wolf. Today's portion of meat was secured. The wolf sought to devour him, yet she contemplated feasting on the wolf instead. Was she treating him as bait? The boy drew his small knife, resigned to the task of butchering the meat. The black wolf had been dead for 2 hours, its body beginning to stiffen, making it a challenge to handle. However, before the knife's tip could touch the carcass, Qiansui had already appeared before him, seizing his right wrist with a swift grip. He instinctively recoiled, as if stung by a bee. Qiansui, seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, admonished him, "You're being reckless. If you proceed this way, you'll ruin a fine hide." This black wolf was sleek and shiny. She had employed a bit of cunning yesterday, aiming for its eyes and striking through without damaging its fur. The audacious boy, however, was about to use a dull knife to butcher the meat. With a deft motion, she grasped the wolf's corpse, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. The boy stood, wide-eyed, recalling how the food box had similarly appeared and disappeared from her hands a few days prior. She must have transported it to some unseen place. Yet, she could have done this long ago and skinned the wolf. Why had she chosen to leave the carcass until dawn? Was it merely to allow him a glimpse? Unlikely. He quickly dismissed that notion as absurd. Women, indeed, were perplexing creatures. If she wished for death, she should take a few more steps forward. As the boy took his first few steps, he halted abruptly upon hearing her words, remaining utterly still. Although Qiansui possessed a sharp tongue, her prowess was formidable, and she seldom erred. A faint smile graced her lips as she cautioned him. Ahead lies a trap designed to ensnare large game. It is dug deep and meticulously crafted, capable of ensnaring both you and your steed. She was not so frivolous. This desolate region was likely home to traps set by hunters aiming to capture tigers, bears, and other substantial prey. He heeded her guidance, cautiously leading his horse to circumvent the peril. At that moment, threads of crimson light filtered through the leaves, intertwining and casting patterns on the ground. The sun had risen in the east. In the blink of an eye, Qiansui vanished. A white cat leaped from the bamboo basket, leisurely taking a few steps before stretching its back in the morning light. The boy spent the majority of that day atop his horse. Unless absolutely necessary, he pressed onward toward the northwest. The envoy had ordered a pursuit of his whereabouts, and there were only a handful of villages near his city. Should he linger, the probability of capture would significantly increase. After conferring with Qiansui, he resolved to utilize the entire day for travel, hoping to outpace his pursuers. The farther he ventured, the safer he felt. Once night fell, Qiansui could assume her human form, sufficient to confront greater dangers. However, after traversing less than 6 or 7 miles, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion ahead. The white cat emerged from the bamboo basket, pressing a paw gently on his shoulder. "Look ahead and down." Upon following her instruction, the boy gasped in astonishment. Chapter 32, Collision. The mountains twisted like serpents, winding and undulating. As he lowered his gaze, he beheld 2 factions engaged in a fierce battle on the mountainside opposite him. One side consisted of over 50 individuals, escorting a dozen large carts while retreating amidst the chaos. The rear of their formation was composed of both men and women, all bearing expressions of sheer terror. In stark contrast, the opposing force numbered fewer than 30, all robust men relentlessly pursuing the fleeing convoy. The boy witnessed one of the assailants, his head wrapped in a gray scarf, mercilessly cut down a couple. It was a highway robbery. He had grown up in Yicheng, never having ventured beyond its confines. Yet he had heard tales of the perils that lay outside from the many travelers passing through. The scene before him resembled the dreaded bandit raids that instilled fear in the hearts of many. The sun shone brightly, and Qiansui was now but a cat, while he himself was merely a child. The boy swiftly assessed the precarious situation and resolutely turned his horse around, without a hint of hesitation. The bandits were fixated on their lucrative targets ahead, and he stood concealed in the shadows of the trees. If he could escape quickly, no one would notice his presence. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A female traveler, pursued by the marauders, was separated from the convoy. As the blade descended, she glanced up just in time to see a lone figure on horseback hidden within the forest, evidently not affiliated with the bandits. In her moment of peril, she had no time to scrutinize his features and instinctively reached out, screaming, "Save me, I implore you." Yet, behind her, a bandit cleaved her skull in half, blood gushing forth, and her anguished cries were abruptly silenced. Nevertheless, her desperate plea had caught the attention of the assailants, and all eyes turned towards the forest, where a swift steed galloped away, increasingly distant under the cover of the trees. One of the bandits muttered ominously, "Old 8, eliminate him." The assailant who had slain the woman responded affirmatively, seizing his bloody blade and mounting his horse to give chase. The boy galloped on horseback, soon hearing the rhythmic pounding of hooves behind him, akin to a drumbeat against his chest. The pursuers were closing in. This outcome was hardly unexpected. He had merely begun his equestrian journey that very day and could not possibly match the nimble riding skills of the bandits who navigated the mountains with ease. A white cat peeked out from the basket on his back, affirming his thoughts. In no more than 30 breaths, they would catch up to him. The boy had no time to spare for distractions. In the unfamiliar mountainous terrain, he was wholly consumed by the act of riding. The intricate landscape demanded his undivided attention. For a moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous tumble. Wait, a tumble? A glint of insight flickered in his eyes as he suddenly grasped the reins and changed direction. The white cat was bewildered. "What are you doing?" His abrupt maneuver only served to shorten the distance to his pursuers. The man behind him wore a look of triumph, evidently believing the boy was overwhelmed with panic and had lost his bearings. However, though the little bell had not been with its new master for long, it had witnessed the boy navigate perilous situations several times before and knew he seldom faltered under pressure, a rare and valuable trait. "You must run faster," it urged. In the cat's line of sight, the bandit drew nearer. She could almost discern the chives caught between his teeth. How utterly revolting. The bell perched on his shoulder peered ahead, recognizing the increasingly familiar landscape. Was this not the path they had traversed in the morning? Further ahead lay the campsite from the previous night. Suddenly, the bell comprehended the boy's intentions, and its mood lightened. The pursuers were now less than 2 horse lengths behind him. Such a short distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye by a skilled adult rider. He relished the thought of severing heads. The bandit, known as Old 8, wielded a long knife, its tip dribbling with fresh blood. With a single stroke, this minor inconvenience would be eliminated. Having followed for quite a while, he had discerned that the knight ahead was a diminutive figure, hardly resembling an adult. At that moment, he had no time to ponder why a child, not yet 10, would be riding alone in the wilderness. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden white flash erupted from the bamboo basket on the boy's back, precisely crashing against the horse's flank. He could distinctly hear the thud. Whether it was pain or fright, the black horse let out a loud neigh, its hooves leaving the ground, and suddenly it leaped forward. The boy on the horse, of course, was propelled into the air, soaring over 2 yards. His inexperience in riding would typically have resulted in him being thrown off, but fortunately, he had anticipated this moment. He instinctively lowered his head and crouched on the horse's back, clutching its belly tightly with his legs and firmly grasping the black steed's neck with both hands. In that fleeting moment, he and the black horse became one, feeling the powerful force of the leap. Yet, within less than 2 breaths, he landed safely on the ground. At the moment the horse jumped, he had also tucked his head down, narrowly evading the sharp glint of the bandit's blade that whizzed past his neck. Escaping the grasp of death, a lock of black hair was severed, drifting away into the distance. Immediately thereafter, the bandit sensed a void beneath him. The ground gave way, and he, along with his horse, plummeted downwards. A trap. This cursed ground concealed a pitfall. Before he could fully process this thought, he heard the agonized whinny of his beloved horse. This trap was intended for bears. It was not only vast, but also plunged 2 yards deep, with sharpened bamboo stakes set at the bottom. The horse fell into the pit, its body punctured with 7 or 8 gaping wounds, blood gushing forth. And it was evident that it would not survive. The boy galloped over the trap, panting heavily as he turned his steed's head, cautiously peering downwards. At that moment, the bandit, known as Old 8, happened to look up, and their eyes met in a tense exchange. This fierce outlaw, small in stature yet fortunate, had escaped unscathed despite the horse's demise. Not a single sharp bamboo spear had pierced him. The boys silently lamented the misfortune, their gazes locked. The bandit's face contorted with murderous rage and fury, while the boy, backlit by the sun, appeared as a shadowy figure. The pit was profound, the surrounding walls treacherously slippery, preventing the bandit from climbing out. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon the boy, he noticed a sudden brightness above, followed by the rapid sound of hooves receding into the distance. The horse-riding boy had fled. Old 8 spat in frustration, muttering curses, resigned to waiting for his companions to rescue him. Today's robbery had been thwarted. This area would be off limits for the time being. What a pity for such a splendid hunting ground. Having evaded the bandit, the boy pressed on, taking advantage of the brightening day. In the empty mountains, only the crisp sound of hooves echoed. Suddenly, Qiansui remarked, "It has become foggy." She cast a glance at the boy, noticing that his wrist had turned red and swollen, small rashes appearing. It was indeed the right wrist she had grasped before sunrise. It must have been itchy, as he instinctively scratched at it. The clarity faded, barely retaining a silhouette. Moments later, nothing was visible. To avoid losing his way, the boy, though not traveling along the main roads, continued to follow the waterway. After wandering for half a day, he finally emerged from the thick fog. Chapter 33. Beyond affordability, the traces of human activity became increasingly pronounced ahead. As dusk approached, he beheld vast expanses of farmland. The path widened and became more traversable, with an ever-growing number of pedestrians. Fortuitously, the boy encountered a county town just as the sun began its descent. This town, known as Pinggu, lay over 40 miles from Yicheng. The officials in pursuit would likely not reach this place swiftly. Despite his gnawing hunger, the boy refrained from rushing to a tavern. Instead, he sought out the most prominent and brightly lit apothecary in the area, presenting a prescription to the shopkeeper with urgency. With the sun having set, he was determined to procure the necessary herbs before closing time to commence his self-treatment. The prescription was densely inscribed in minuscule characters. "What? You don't have these?" The beauty raised an eyebrow, and the shopkeeper felt the weight of her gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed, and he was immediately flustered, reluctant to let her down. "My lady, we have all the herbs listed, but a few are beyond our reach in terms of age. For instance, this prescription specifies 100-year-old blood ginseng. Our finest stock is only 30 years old. As for the others," the beauty's lips curled in disdain, "you boast a grand sign, yet possess such meager wares. I shall seek my remedies elsewhere." Her glance caught the boy's hopeful expression, and she could not help but smirk. Considering this was a remote and impoverished locale, she felt it was already quite gracious not to inquire about the 500-year ginseng. Little did she know, the beauty's impudence could be excused, and the shopkeeper maintained his courteous demeanor. "I sincerely apologize. We are the largest apothecary in the county. The herbs that are not found here are unlikely to be available elsewhere, correct? Then where might one procure them?" She merely inquired casually, unaware that the shopkeeper responded with a nervous chuckle and a forced smile. Qiansui narrowed her eyes, sensing a hidden meaning in his words. She leaned slightly forward, locking her gaze onto his. "I speak with utmost sincerity. Why not share your knowledge with me?" A glimmer flickered in her eyes, as if the stars above had been plucked from the sky, shattered, and immersed in the boundless gentleness of her gaze. The shopkeeper, captivated by her allure, momentarily lost himself in her presence. As his expression grew vacant, Qiansui directly posed her question. "Where can one obtain century-old medicinal ginseng?" The shopkeeper opened his mouth, but remained silent. Qiansui's tone softened further. "You already know the answer. Think carefully." The shopkeeper's eyes, now glazed, shifted slightly. "There is none in the county, but perhaps old Granny Moo has some." This name struck her as peculiar. Qiansui exchanged glances with the boy. "Where can we find old Granny Moo?" "I do not know." Qiansui rephrased her question. "Which pharmacy does she belong to?" "She is not affiliated with any pharmacy in the county." Now both of them were intrigued. "How do you know she possesses fine herbs?" "The elderly Master Huang from the eastern part of the city has not been in good health, and has consistently purchased valuable herbs such as salvia and rasher from us. However, since the beginning of last year, the Huang family has ceased their visits." The shopkeeper, having lost a significant client, was quite anxious and discreetly inquired with his servants, only to discover that Master Huang had begun sourcing his herbs from old Granny Moo. Qiansui's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "What is the background of this old Granny Moo?" Just how exceptional are her herbs?" "It is said that the venerable Granny Moo sends someone to deliver medicine to the Huang family every 3 months. The prescription that Elder Huang uses has remained unchanged. However, after switching to Granny Moo's medicinal herbs, his complexion has significantly improved, now radiating a rosy glow." This piqued Qiansui's curiosity. "When will Granny Moo next send medicine to the Huang residence?" "The answer remains unknown." She pondered, stroking her chin. "Have you inquired about the origins of this Granny Moo?" Qiansui chuckled. "For my final question, where does Elder Huang reside?" "In the grand estate of the Huang family in the eastern part of the city, the largest household among them." Just as they were conversing, a few customers entered the apothecary. Qiansui, realizing she could not ask further, discreetly snapped her fingers, and the attendant appeared as if awakened from a dream. He glanced at the large and small figures before him, seemingly forgetting their previous exchange. "Good sirs, shall I procure the medicinal herbs listed in your prescription?" Acquire only the finest and provide me with a price, Qiansui instructed. The attendant acknowledged and began to calculate for several moments. 97 taels of silver. Then, the boy's eyes flickered, gently tugging at Qiansui's sleeve. Miss, this is quite a substantial sum. Reluctantly, Qiansui inquired, why is it so expensive? When had she ever worried about money before? Surely, she had been influenced by this little miser's frugality, now becoming so meticulous. You ordered 2 tiger gallbladders. This is all we have in stock. Such items are rare, costing 20 taels of silver each. As you know, a tiger possesses but 1 gallbladder. The attendant seemed to present a compelling argument, continuing about the iron-skinned dendrobium. Enough, I understand, Qiansui interrupted. Please wrap some wound medicine for me, and ensure it is of the finest quality. The injury on the boy's leg had yet to heal, as she noticed the attendant staring at her in a daze. Her patience wore thin. Go on. The attendant promptly obliged. He gazed at the contrasting silhouettes of the large and the small, lost in thought. Until suddenly the realization struck him. This woman, with a celestial beauty and an air of untouchable nobility, was commanding within the shop. Yet she couldn't even scrape together enough money for medicine. What use was there in seeking tiger guts or a century-old ginseng without the means to purchase them? Moreover, regarding that prescription she held, he had seen hundreds, if not thousands, of prescriptions. And even a layperson could discern that brewing a concoction from such an assortment would yield nothing but a potent poison. For a normal person, such excessive supplementation could prove detrimental, especially with several ingredients that fundamentally counteracted one another. Consuming it would indeed backfire. While he pondered this, his gaze remained fixated on her graceful figure. Such beauty was unprecedented. Every additional glance felt like a stolen advantage. Upon exiting the apothecary, Qiansui wore a stern expression. No money? The boy nodded. His funds primarily came from the dark-clad figures, and after setting aside some golden leaves for Lu Quan, his entire fortune amounted to merely 2 golden leaves and a few scattered silver coins, all converting to less than 30 taels of silver. Though his arithmetic skills were lacking, he understood the vast chasm between 30 taels and over 90. Those medicines were simply beyond his reach. Chapter 34. Officials and bandits in the past. While in I Ching, he often heard tales of families ruined by the cost of medicine. There was a businessman in the west of the city, once wealthy beyond measure, who fell victim to some strange ailment. Despite seeking treatment and prescriptions far and wide, he found no remedy. Within a few months, he was left destitute, even sending away the concubines from his household. Now the boy has come to understand that the world is filled with insatiable demands, and the exorbitant price for this particular medicine, set at 100 taels, could easily purchase a house in I Ching. It is indeed amusing. In the past, he lived with little more than 5 copper coins in his pocket and managed quite well. Yet now, despite possessing an unprecedented fortune, he finds himself more financially constrained than ever. Qiansui cast a sidelong glance at the apothecary, her enchanting eyes glinting with mischievous intent. Who says one must always pay with money? However, the boy understood her intentions and gently tugged at her sleeve. There was another place in the city where the herbs were of even higher quality, but the timing was not opportune. She glanced at the sky and decided to take a stroll first and see about dinner later. She needed to assist the boy, as her presence would be more beneficial. Yet as they walked through the streets, passers-by cast curious glances her way, and 2 daring souls approached her with unwarranted advances. Eventually, Qiansui grew weary of the attention and, opting for tranquility, covered her face with a scarf. The county town was not large, and before long, the 2 found themselves wandering into the marketplace, where they took the opportunity to sell the wolf pelt. The wolf had been dead for a day, and its hide was soft and easy to strip. The pristine, glossy black pelt, unblemished by a single hole, fetched only a mere handful of silver. It dawned on them how challenging it truly was to earn money. Thus, when the boy took her to enjoy a bowl of noodles topped with green beans for just 5 coins, Qiansui, despite her elongated expression, surprisingly offered no objections. The broth was flavorful, the noodles chewy, and the bowl was larger than her own face. The boy observed her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had heard that deities shun mundane sustenance, surviving solely on water. Why, then, did she consume with such fervor, even more so than he? Though he harbored such thoughts, he gestured for the shopkeeper to add a generous portion of shredded meat to Qiansui's bowl, while he himself scooped a spoonful of chili, preparing to add it to his own. Qiansui, bowing his head to consume the noodles, did not glance in his direction, but suddenly remarked, "Spicy food is harsh on the throat." Indeed, He was on the verge of addressing an old ailment. The boy silently set aside the chili, just in time to overhear the patrons at the neighboring table discussing the current situation. This small town, situated in a remote area, had not yet been engulfed by the fierce internal strife of the Liang kingdom, although many southerners had fled here with their families to escape the turmoil. After more than a year of conflict, the land lay barren, and the grain had been requisitioned. With the summer floods, survival had become untenable. We had no choice but to escape here. The listeners expressed their sympathy. A local sighed, every household has its own troubles. While we may not be at war here, peace remains elusive. Over the past 3 to 4 years, the bandits of Poison Tooth Mountain have gathered in the hills, committing murder indiscriminately, and even daring to assault villages and counties. An outsider queried, "Doesn't the local government intervene?" "They wish to, but they are powerless," came the reply. "The bandits come and go like the wind. By the time the authorities receive word, the mountain thieves have already fled." The man let out a bitter laugh. "Their stronghold is in Poison Tooth Mountain, a nexus at the confluence of 2 provinces and 3 cities, beyond the jurisdiction of any one authority." The boy continued to eat silently, recalling the gang of murderers they had encountered on the road, who robbed brazenly in broad daylight and left no survivors, truly embodying arrogance and disdain for the law. Knowing the location of their lair, it would seem simple to send troops to encircle them. But how could it be so effortless? The townsfolk shook their heads. Poison Tooth Mountain was renowned as a vast wilderness, and even a few thousand men could easily vanish into its depths, leaving no one to pursue them. Most critically, the area is perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist, often plagued by noxious miasmas. Government officials have sent troops to quell the disturbances twice, only to suffer devastating losses. The families of the deceased created a tumult in court, which rendered the authorities hesitant to mobilize forces again. Those who heard of it found the situation utterly astonishing. The mountain bandits, in their defiance of the government, had inflicted significant losses upon the latter, a truly remarkable tale. As this conversation unfolded, the sound of thunderous hoofbeats approached from a distance. Soon, 3 swift steeds emerged into view, their riders clad in blue and red attire. A boy glanced at them, his expression shifting slightly, and quickly lowered his head. They were officials. A red feather was affixed to the horse's bridle, signifying the urgency of their mission. The trio galloped through the bustling market, shouting to clear the path, "Stand aside. Make way, official business." The noodle stall was situated at the edge of the street. In an instant, the 3 riders charged closer. Were they here to search him? The boy clenched his left fist beneath the table, noting their swift movements. Qiansui remained oblivious, calmly lifting strands of noodles and gently blowing on them. Her unhurried demeanor gradually soothed the boy's anxious heart. Indeed, what was there to fear? At worst, they could kill him and he could flee. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the riders passed the stall without pausing, continuing their rapid advance. The boy quietly exhaled in relief and turned to Qiansui, who maintained her usual composure, seemingly unfazed by the imminent danger. The mud splashed by the horse's hooves landed on the clothing of a nearby bystander, who grumbled in displeasure, while others whispered amongst themselves, noting the unfamiliar faces of the officials, likely outsiders. Observing their direction, it appeared they were heading towards the government office. To the government office? The sky is nearly darkening. I must urgently deliver an official document of utmost importance, regardless of day or night. Someone optimistically remarked. Could it be that they are here to eradicate bandits? Regardless of others' opinions, the boy swiftly slurped the last noodle into his mouth and quickly rose to settle the bill. Qiansui followed closely, and once they reached a secluded spot, she whispered, "Those officials, even if they do not apprehend you now, are likely here for you. It is unwise to linger." The boy nodded. These 3 riders were outsiders, having entered through the southern gate, heading towards the northern official office. Considering that Yicheng lies just south of Pinggu County, it is highly probable that these officials set out from Yicheng, racing here to deliver orders before complete darkness envelopes the land. What pressing matter could necessitate such haste? Naturally, it pertains to the task shouldered by the pacification envoy. The rampant banditry in the area has become commonplace. What urgency could there be? The pursuers have caught up with alarming speed. It seems that by dawn, Pinggu County may also embark on a thorough search for an 8-year-old mute, just as Yicheng has. The boy exchanged a glance with Qiansui, both sensing the gravity of the situation. The pacification envoy is unaware of his presence in Pinggu County and can only employ a strategy of wide net casting. It is likely that he has dispatched messengers to summon nearby towns and villages. How much manpower and resources will this consume? The sheer scale of mobilization underscores his resolute determination to acquire the treasure held by the boy. Chapter 35, A Wise Choice. Qiansui pointed eastward. In times of urgency, we must act accordingly. Noticing the boy's silence, she paused. Once this matter is resolved, we must leave Pinggu County as swiftly as possible. The further you are from Yicheng, the safer you will be. When you are able to speak, this situation will pose far less of a threat. Every word she uttered resonated with truth, and the boy could only acquiesce. Together, they proceeded eastward. As twilight descended, the county town began to illuminate, yet that night was shrouded in darkness. With the moon obscured and the wind howling, areas beyond 5 zhang remained indistinct. However, Qiansui relished such weather. It was a blessing from the heavens. The Huang residence was not difficult to locate. It stood as the largest courtyard on the eastern edge of Pinggu County. The high walls revealed a silent curve in the autumn night, enclosing 1/10 of the town's territory. This was their objective, to remedy the boy's long-standing ailment. Several costly and essential medicinal herbs were indispensable. They held no interest in Granny Mu, merely intending to glean what they could from the Huang residence and depart. Even Qiansui found herself momentarily perplexed. The interior was vast, necessitating a thorough search. Unlike the modest abode of the eccentric Yangqi in Yicheng, the Huang residence was expansive. Qiansui could not stray far from the wooden bell. If the boy remained outside the wall, she could not freely explore the grand mansion. Upon hearing this, the boy was eager to scale the wall. Though slender and diminutive, his agility surpassed that of a monkey, allowing him to effortlessly vault over a wall twice his height. Qiansui restrained him. Do not act recklessly. Leading him a few paces away, she picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it onto the wall. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered, and the stone was violently ejected. The entire towering wall was fortified with a barrier. Anyone attempting to breach it would face dire consequences. Qiansui pulled him into the shadows. The wealthy Huang family, fearing theft, had devised such a mechanism for protection. Wait a moment. Sure enough, after a brief interval, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. A group of robust men hurriedly approached from the side door, standing in the corner while scanning their surroundings. 2 figures had already concealed themselves in the shadows. The street lay eerily silent until a ginger cat emerged from the depths of the alley, prompting the men to exhale in relief. Just another creature causing a ruckus. This happens every few days. The boy gazed at Qiansui, who possessed the ability to ascend heights effortlessly. Surely, taking him along would be a trivial matter. Suddenly, Qiansui murmured softly, "Someone is coming." She grasped the wooden bell's owner and proceeded northward along the towering wall. The boy felt the rush of wind by his ears, and soon they arrived at the side entrance of the Huang residence. She concealed him behind the nearest large tree. Like all grand mansions, the Huang residence, despite its opulence, had a mere 2 doors at its side entrance. Outside, all was still and silent, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. Yet, Qiansui cheerfully remarked, "There is someone you know." In Pinggu County, did he truly have acquaintances? Before he could fully entertain the thought, he beheld 2 figures emerging from the darkness, one tall and the other short. The shorter one carried a bundle, glancing around to ensure the area was devoid of others before reaching out to tap the door knocker. The taller man followed closely behind. The knocking was gentle, 3 long taps followed by 3 short ones, alternating rhythmically. In the dim light, the boy's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the face of the shorter man. Qiansui had spoken the truth. This was indeed someone he knew. The very same man who had brandished a knife against him just yesterday. This individual was none other than the notorious bandit, Old 8 from Poison Tooth Mountain. The boy stood frozen in disbelief. Why would such a ruthless killer, known for his merciless ways, seek out the wealthiest man in Pinggu County, Old Master Huang? The unfolding events grew increasingly perplexing. Old Ba struck the bronze ring, and less than 5 breaths later, the side door of the Huang residence creaked open. An elderly man peered out, scrutinizing him. "Who are you looking for?" Though advanced in years, he was but a commoner and certainly not the esteemed Lord Huang. The boy took a brief glance and quickly deduced that this was merely the gatekeeper. In the presence of the old man, the notorious bandit Old Ba displayed none of the murderous ferocity he had exhibited the previous day. Instead, he smiled and said, "I am delivering medicine for Granny Mu." Upon hearing the name Granny Mu, the old man's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The gatekeeper's expression softened. "Why have you come only now? It is already dark." After traversing several dozen miles of mountainous terrain, how could one feasibly arrive just before dusk? The old man, aware of the unpredictable nature of the wilderness. Simply responded with an "oh," and then inquired, "Where's the medicine?" The boy noted the directness of his question, clearly indicating that this was not the first time Granny Moo had sent someone to the door. The two had likely established a covert signal for their meetings. Old Ba unfastened the burden from his back and handed it to him, stating, "The ginseng is not yet of age and will take a few more days to deliver. Everything else is right here." The old gatekeeper accepted the parcel and muttered for him to wait. Then, with a loud clang, he shut the door. The tall figure could not restrain himself. "Brother Wu, that old man is quite rude." It turned out Old Ba's surname was Wu. He replied tersely, "It matters not. The most important thing is to complete the task swiftly." From the boy's vantage point, it was easy to discern the flicker of displeasure in Old Wu's eyes, a clear sign of his dissatisfaction with the man's demeanor. In a wealthy household like the Huangs, there was always a measure of wariness towards individuals of unknown origin, even if the two were sent by Granny Moo. Yet the hostility that surrounded them was palpable. Such individuals, the old man dared not admit within his threshold. Wu Laoba and his companion instinctively surveyed the wall of the Huang residence. A skilled hand at murder and plunder, he had often ventured into the county and villages to pillage, and with a mere glance at the wall's height, he could ascertain his ability to scale it. However, burdened by their mission, they could only suppress their malevolent thoughts and await quietly. Fortunately, it was not long before the side gate creaked open. An elderly man, clutching a cloth pouch, extended it toward them. "The gold ingots here amount to exactly 200 taels of silver. Please count them. Our master's ginseng has been exhausted, and you were to expedite the delivery of the remaining 80 taels." Wu Laoba accepted the pouch and, upon opening it, confirmed the quantity was accurate. Nodding slightly, he turned to leave, prompting the tall man to follow closely. Although the area was sparsely populated, it was not a place to linger. The boy observed their retreating figures. Deep in thought, the herbalist, the ruthless bandit, and the affluent elder Huang, seemingly unrelated, were unexpectedly intertwined. He sensed that he was ensnared once more in a vortex of trouble. Let us not forget that an envoy was relentlessly pursuing him outside. Qiansui whispered in his ear, "What do you plan to do next? Infiltrate the Huang residence or follow this Laoba?" Her breath was fragrant as the boy felt an involuntary itch in his ear. Instinctively turning away to gesture towards Wu Laoba and his companion, who were about to vanish around the corner. He chose the bandit. Qiansui smiled, a wise choice, and swiftly lifted him to follow. Though the boy's decision appeared perilous, it was, in fact, the most viable course of action at that moment. Wu Laoba mentioned that the ginseng would not arrive for several days, which signified that the supply in the Huang residence had been completely depleted. Even if he exerted effort to infiltrate, he would be unable to gather the necessary medicinal herbs for treatment. Chapter 36. The Bounty. However, time was not on his side. The search warrant issued by the pacification envoy could very well take effect the following day. Thus, he was left with but one option, to seek out Granny Moo, which would allow for a swift departure from Pinggu County while also presenting an opportunity to procure additional herbs. Granny Moo's whereabouts were known to Wu Laoba. Yet, this fellow took a roundabout route and entered the most prominent and brightly lit inn in the area, requesting a room. Qiansui couldn't help but chuckle. How could she have forgotten that the city gates were already locked? After dark, the county would close its gates tightly to ward off dangers until dawn. When they would reopen, they might as well rest for the night. The boy approached, but he did not choose this inn. He pivoted on his toes and headed directly to the neighboring lodge. This was merely a two-story building, its entrance peeling and faded, hardly comparable to the inn where Wu Laoba was staying. Qiansui exclaimed, "Hey, I want to stay there." What a miser! However, the boy grasped her sleeve and dragged her into the lodge. When the innkeeper inquired, he fixed his gaze on Qiansui. Aware that the pacification envoy's orders had reached this place, he could not reveal the fact that he was mute. She emphasized the words upper room. It was one thing to deny her a stay at a fine inn, but she had no desire to even touch the places frequented by common travelers. The boy raised no objections. Tonight, he intended to keep watch, targeting the countless mountain bandits. He could afford to sleep only 3 hours and had no intention of spending money on unnecessary comforts. The money in hand is scarce, and every penny must be spent wisely. Last night, he had a delightful dream. Although he cannot recall the specifics, he vaguely remembers a stunning beauty smiling at him, more enchanting than the celestial maidens of the heavens. Thus, upon waking, he felt invigorated. The gloom of having been ambushed and thrown from his horse the previous day dissipated. With a mission at hand, they had no leisure to sit down for breakfast. Instead, They hastily saddled their horses and purchased a few steaming buns from a roadside vendor to satisfy their hunger. The horses received meticulous care at the inn, their coats groomed and their feed plentiful. Wang Ding mumbled through a mouthful, suddenly pointing across the street. "Oh, they are posting a notice over there. Could it be about yesterday's incident?" Wu Laoba shot him a sharp hiss, followed by a swift slap to the back of his head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" This new recruit was exceedingly reckless, speaking without thought. Did he not realize they were in a bustling thoroughfare, where prying ears could easily overhear? He had no desire to carry such a burden, yet regulations mandated that when running errands for Granny Mu, two individuals must accompany each other, ensuring mutual oversight to prevent anyone from absconding with the funds. After all, each transaction's amount could easily suffice for a decade of anonymity and indulgence. Wang Ding acknowledged with an "oh," quickly shifting the subject. "Wu Gu, did you go out in the middle of the night?" "I didn't see you when I got up to relieve myself." Wu Laoba cast him a disdainful glance. "Were you in a stupor? You must have been deep in slumber." Wang Ding reflected upon his restful night, uncertain if he had indeed been dreaming. Given that the mountain bandits had robbed the goods and silenced witnesses, it would be unusual for the authorities to receive news and issue a notice so swiftly. Nevertheless, Wu Laoba's heart fluttered as he mingled with the crowd of onlookers. The spectators erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Even the most notorious mountain bandits had never commanded such a high bounty. What heinous acts could this child have possibly committed? Wu Laoba felt a twinge of displeasure, for this portrait inexplicably reminded him of the mischievous little devil who had tricked him into a pit yesterday. His beloved horse was gone, and he had been the subject of mockery from his companions for the better part of the day. Should fate allow him to cross paths with that little rascal again, he would certainly exact his revenge. Chapter 37. In broad daylight before the boy approached, he casually picked up 2 or 3 stones from the ground, intending to hurl them at the grand entrance. However, upon reaching this spot, he discovered that the door of the Huang residence stood ajar, and an elderly man accompanied by a young girl emerged. The pair was adorned in splendid attire, followed closely by 7 or 8 respectful servants. A carriage awaited them at the entrance, evidently poised to take them away. Upon witnessing the open door of the Huang residence and observing their appearance and garb, the boy immediately recognized them as the most distinguished individuals within the household. The elderly gentleman was likely the venerable patriarch, Old Master Huang. Being an outsider, the boy was unfamiliar with the Huang family, but it was reasonable to assume that the little girl he was holding by the hand was either his granddaughter or great-granddaughter. How fortuitous it was, like a pillow delivered at the moment of slumber. A faint smile tugged at the boy's lips, but before he could fully express it, it faded away. As Old Master Huang took the little girl's hand to board the carriage, Huang Ying lowered her head, revealing a glimmering gold pendant around her neck. This pendant was intricately carved and delicately crafted, its weight perfectly balanced so as not to burden the tender shoulders of the child. The young lady, now of considerable stature, seldom adorned herself with a golden lock. Yet this particular piece was a cherished gift from her late mother, which Huang Ying always kept close. At that moment, it felt as though a gust of wind swept by her. Before she could discern what was happening, a figure rushed forth, and she felt a sharp pain at her neck as her golden lock was snatched away. The young girl let out a piercing scream, but the thief had already turned and fled. To be robbed right at her doorstep left Old Master Huang no time to ponder. He commanded, "Seize him." Everyone present bore witness to the audacity of the theft, committed in broad daylight by what appeared to be a mere child. The bodyguard behind Old Master Huang, robust and imposing, took only 2 strides before seizing the boy by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, and reclaiming the golden lock to return it to Old Master Huang. In a fit of rage, the bodyguard raised his hand and struck the boy with considerable force, intending to inflict pain that could dislodge a few of his teeth. However, the boy, adept at navigating such predicaments, quickly raised his arm to shield his face, resulting in the blow landing upon his arm instead. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving a crimson mark. In those times, it was not uncommon for thieves to suffer severe consequences. The bodyguard, hearing the sound, attempted to seize the boy's arm, which was slender as a twig, easily within his grip to break. Yet, the boy anxiously opened his mouth, uttering a few desperate sounds. To everyone's surprise, he was mute. Huang Ying, terrified at the prospect of hearing the sickening crack, noticed the boy's dark eyes filled with fear. She suddenly interjected, "Do not harm him." The bodyguard's actions immediately halted. He dared not disregard the young miss's words. It was evident that the boy was starving. Huang Ying tilted her head and gently addressed old Master Huang, saying, "Grandfather, please do not blame him." The most cherished granddaughter voiced a request, her tone both delicate and sweet, instantly softening the heart of the elderly Mr. Huang. With a stern expression, he waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring, "Let him go." It was his oversight. His granddaughter was still so young, and how could he resort to such measures in her presence? As the boy prepared to turn away, Huang Ying produced her pink pouch and offered 2 pieces of silver, saying, "Here." Was she truly offering him money? Her tiny hand, tender and soft, was almost touching his palm. The boy instinctively retracted his hand, his movement abrupt, as if to evade a bee's sting. Did his granddaughter's hand harbor poison? Mr. Huang, watching in exasperation, was about to deliver another slap. However, the little rascal snatched the silver, failing to bow in gratitude, and bolted away with his head down. Even in that moment, he was remarkably careful, ensuring he did not brush against the girl's fingers. Swift as a rabbit, he vanished around the corner. Onlookers remarked on the boy's nimble legs. Mr. Huang, frustrated, let out a heavy grunt. It seems he is still a habitual thief, such kindness from Ying. Wasted on an ungrateful wretch. The Huang family's entrance was situated in a bustling marketplace, and the commotion had attracted a crowd, whispering amongst themselves, praising the charitable nature of the young miss. Several passers-by from the street, overhearing the conversation, began to speculate. Is that little thief mute? Oh dear. Could he be the one wanted by the authorities? The audience gasped in surprise and hastily inquired, and upon hearing the mention of 50 taels of silver, about 10 people took off in pursuit of the direction where the little thief had disappeared. What a sight it was! It was not merely a boy, but rather 100 taels of silver, fleet of foot, and agile. The young pickpocket turned out to be a wanted criminal. Even the elderly Huang, who had just settled into his carriage, was taken aback. The Huang family, wealthy and influential, was certainly not in need of a mere 50 or 100 coins. However, given their frequent dealings with the officials, such a favor was of value. Without hesitation, he instructed his servant, "Go, swiftly report this news to the authorities." Huang Ying, aware of what a fugitive entailed, leaned eagerly out of the window, gazing in the direction the boy had vanished. He is about my age. What crime could warrant a manhunt? The official decree implied his guilt. Seizing the opportunity, old Master Huang imparted wisdom, reminding her that one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance, for many in this world are not as innocent as they may seem. With that, he coughed twice. Dutifully, Huang Ying helped her grandfather with his back, her mind lingering on the image of that young thief, no, that young fugitive, who had turned the corner, revealing a white cat peeking out from his basket. What sort of person commits crimes while carrying a cat? The boy darted through the bustling streets with remarkable speed. Small in stature and nimble in his movements, he weaved through the crowd, leaving behind numerous adult pursuers. Witnessing his frantic escape, onlookers were reminded of a phrase, a rat crossing the street. A few men contemplated shouting to intercept him, knowing he was a wanted criminal, but quickly reconsidered. If the little thief were to be captured by someone else, the reward would go to that person. So why should they furnish another success? Thus, they remained silent, not uttering a word. The boy, having calculated his route beforehand, swiftly rounded 2 corners and arrived beside the horse trough at the city gate. With a quick tug, he seized the reins of a large black horse and leapt onto its back. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, the series of actions unfolded seamlessly. Unless one were intimately acquainted with his background, it would be inconceivable for others to realize that this child had only just learned to ride a horse the previous day. The spectacle startled those nearby, prompting many to turn their heads in curiosity. The boy, straining to steer the horse, could hear the chaotic footsteps drawing ever closer. Time was running short. What to do? In June 2019, we aimed to compete for the monthly ticket rankings, and every single vote in hand was of utmost significance. Shuiyan earnestly requested that you cast your vote for the Great Demon King. The first chapter of the official release will be available after the launch, specifically before June 1st at 0:30. Chapter 38, Taking Action. Time was insufficient. The boy gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out 2 handfuls of coins from his pouch, scattering them in all directions. Money was falling from the sky. Chapter 39, Fertilizer. Should an external enemy invade, this toxic miasma would waft towards the front mountain. With its protection, the officers and soldiers would find it impossible to contend with our poison-tooth mountain. Wu Laoba chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself. We are officially launched, and the call for updates begins. thanks to the generous support of our readers. The guide to raising the great demon king is now available, and I shall accompany you through the long journey ahead. It is indeed challenging. Even after just completing Ning Xiaoxian's divine record, Shuiyun felt uncertain about presenting this new story flawlessly. It always lingered, yet remained elusive. Only after finishing the second book, Defending the National Master, did Shuiyun refine his writing skills, broaden his horizons, and glean numerous experiences and lessons, finally feeling ready to attempt this endeavor. Thus, this book, Guide to Raising the Great Demon King, has come into being. It promises to be a refreshing narrative, or rather, a tapestry of many tales. Astute readers may have already discerned that this work diverges significantly from its predecessor in terms of narrative backdrop, character traits, writing style, and storytelling approach. This is a modest ambition of Shuiyun, who aspires to have a singular focus, to relentlessly pursue excellence, and remain steadfastly dedicated to the essence of compelling storytelling. To this end, Shuiyun shall exert every effort, approaching this endeavor with utmost caution and diligence, fearing even the slightest lapse in commitment. However, the great demon king is still in its infancy, akin to a tender sprout striving to flourish amidst formidable adversaries, a challenging endeavor indeed. Shuiyun earnestly requests your continued support, encouragement, and motivation. It is hoped that under our collective nurturing, it will truly evolve into a formidable force. The initial skirmish is set for June 2019. As we aspire to ascend the newcomer monthly ticket rankings, Shuiyun requires each and every monthly ticket in your possession. Furthermore, the manuscript is brimming with content, and Shuiyun wishes to convey a message. I am ready, bring it on. Therefore, throughout June, this book shall enter a mode of accelerated updates. For every 50,000 coins donated, an additional chapter will be added, with single donations exceeding 10,000 being eligible for crowdfunding. Donations from Qijian, QQ Reading, Hongxiu, Xiaoxiang, and Novel Reading Network will all count, and additional chapters will be scheduled promptly by Shuiyun. A new journey has commenced, and I hope you will accompany us through the ages. Love you all, moi. Chapter 40, Pursuers, Additional Update 1. The once brown cane is now coated in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, as if it has been nourished by the essence of life itself. Wang Ding has an unsettling feeling that it possesses a life of its own. Indeed. Chapter 41, The Enigma, Additional Update 2. Shungu's BMW possesses the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a day, and given that Poison Fong Mountain lies in the southeast direction of Pinggu County, it significantly shortened his journey. Thus, he arrived here from Yiqing only just. Chapter 42, The Predators, Additional Update 3. Its appearance resembles that of an object unearthed after being buried for centuries, mottled in shades of verdant green. A once reliable magical artifact has, rather quietly, fallen into disuse. Chapter 43, The Adventure There. Chapter 44, Daytime Fireworks. He found himself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the white cat leap gracefully out, he genuinely felt a wave of relief wash over him. My apologies, he silently conveyed. The white cat understood. Chapter 45, Infighting, Additional Update 1. Wang Ding pondered, 7 bodies. Granny Mu typically only claimed 2 lives at a time. Wang Ding was struck dumb, a chill creeping into his heart, as he heard Old Wu's voice. Chapter 46, The Chaos, Additional Update 2. He had encountered this old woman on several occasions, and understood that she cared not for the truth, nor for right or wrong. In any case, with the loss of silver, both he and Wang Ding would not survive. Chapter 47, Dig Quickly, Additional Update 3, The Heavens, the Earth, and the people were all against the soldiers. Shingu realized that the impending battle would be arduous. Indeed, shortly after a little more than half an hour, they left. Chapter 48, The Rescue. The aged man chuckled. It must be a wooden puppet set by the local master. Once outsiders tread upon this ground, it shall awaken to protect the medicinal fields. No wonder Granny Mu feels at ease. Chapter 49, The second task. The scene where Qiansui summoned the wind with her hand gestures was witnessed by several individuals, leading them to recognize her as a beacon of hope, a lifeline in dire circumstances. Chapter 50, A Deceiver. Additional Update 1. No decision. The boy shook his head. The rewards offered by Mu Lingdang sounded enticing, yet no matter how lavish the reward, one must possess the means to enjoy it. This matter requires careful consideration. Chapter 51, Miscalculations on Both Sides. Additional Update 2. Although the mountain bandits fled in disarray, The vastness of Poison Fong Mountain leaves uncertainty about how many escaped. Moreover, did Shingu venture into the mountains solely to exterminate bandits? That mute child remains. Chapter 52. A Hand to Chop. Additional Update 3. Her collection of medicinal herbs was not as cumbersome as it is for humans, who rely on tools to dig. She merely had to sweep her hand across the plants, and they would vanish. Time was of the essence. Chapter 53. Waiting for the right moment. The boy, typically expressionless, displayed a look of discomfort upon hearing this. He was indeed quite resistant. Qiansui's smile broadened. Hurry I. Chapter 54. The resentful wood-spirited astonishingly curled its branches and leaves, while its trunk became increasingly short and thick, as if compressed by an invisible hand. Gradually, it began to divide. Recommended reads from friends, absolutely worth perusing. If you seek the finest, look no further than the talented Xiao Nyang in Qingxi Alley. Xia Xian vehemently rejected. My lady, please maintain your dignity. I do not harbor any affections for you. Yet, Xiao Baoxin distinctly perceived the roaring winds and the whinnying horses. While his heart thundered with desires, to kiss, to embrace, to be lifted high. This is a tale of a stunning beauty. A fierce lady who can hear the thoughts of others, and a frail gentleman, who, despite his words of denial, is caught in a dance of mutual pursuit and reluctant acceptance. Ahem, this is also the serialized work by Shuiyun's good friend, Song Yu, titled My Wife is Fiercer Than a Tiger, which has surpassed 1,000,000 words. The writing style is light-hearted and amusing, with 3 completed volumes, ensuring quality. Everyone is encouraged to dive into this delightful narrative. Chapter 55. You Are Not Human. Additional Chapter 1. He was well prepared. Pulling out a lit bundle of grass from behind and forcefully exhaling steam towards the branches. Chapter 56. Afterward. Additional Chapter 2. It appears that old Granny Moo has taken all the valuables and plans to flee, but he has intercepted her and reaped the benefits. The boy sighed deeply. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Chapter 57. Against the heavens the Ancient One waved her hand in refusal, possessing her own magic to maintain bodily purity. Only then did the boy cleanse himself with fresh water and don a new outfit. Chapter 58. Returning the favor in truth. The transactions with old Granny Moo were not limited to old Master Huang. Wealthy gentry from the surrounding towns and counties also sought to purchase medicine from her. Chapter 59. Healing wounds. Shockingly, he had managed to eliminate 7 out of the 30 members of the entire family. Wu Laobao once again escaped from the splendid city. And from that moment on, his father loathed him to the core, severing all ties. Chapter 60. Removing the thorn. Reflecting on this, the boy couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had not spent the night within the city. Otherwise, he likely would have been unable to pass through the city gates this morning. To be cautious, he resolved not to enter the city again. Chapter 61. Voicing out. 2 fish dangled from the branches. Despite being scolded, the boy remained unfazed, putting away his awl and resuming his meal with one of the fish. The white cat sat a short distance away. Chapter 62. Deceiving heaven and crossing the sea. Additional update. A few days prior, Qiansui had gathered information from the courier, yet had kept it under wraps. The boundary between the Liang Kingdom and its eastern region, Longsha, is defined by the Tsuolan River. That great river. Chapter 63. Cloud City. The boy had yet to vomit, his head feeling heavy. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something slip past him and instinctively reached out, grasping the small hand of a girl. Chapter 64. Miscommunication. Although the pronunciation was inaccurate, Qiansui could still discern that he intended to say dinner, and her expression froze with frost, not going the direction the boy indicated. Chapter 65. 2 individuals. 2 bowls of noodles. Additional update. After devouring a golden shrimp ball, he lowered his voice to say, Someone is watching you. Qiansui leisurely sipped her drink, appearing completely unbothered by the scrutiny. Chapter 66. His name. A grown-up brought a child out for a meal, and astonishingly, the child ended up footing the bill. Onlookers found the scene somewhat discordant, yet Qiansui remained unfazed, indifferent to their opinions. Chapter 67. Finding the gentleman. Indeed, upon acquiring the wooden bell and releasing Chitos, it appeared as though she had been sealed away for an extensive period. This indicates that her previous master met a tragic and untimely demise. Chapter 68. Additional update 1. She engaged in conversation with Yin Sanlang for a while longer, until his attention began to wane. Only then did she confirm the time for the following day's lesson and bid farewell to Qinger. Chapter 69. The Widow. Additional update 2. Many matters in the world are far from as simple as they appear. The cat stretched languidly. Addressing Xiao-san, there remains much for you to witness. Chapter 70. At least you are here. Chitos remained unfazed. If you take it, so be it. What does it matter? In the past, men would come of age at 20, receiving their titles. Now, in this chaotic era, such formalities have diminished, and in certain places, men. Chapter 71. Inviting thieves, what is there? Chitos retorted, her expression stern. Do you take me for an object? The boy grinned, cleverly sidestepping the question. Where can one? Chapter 72. Truly dizzy. Additional update. Subsequently, the two heard a clear voice calling out loudly. The water is rising. This place is no longer safe, and they squinted. Chapter 73. Unbelievably expensive, however. There were only about 20 individuals in the hall at present, standing in small groups. The items up for auction were displayed on the elevated platform, allowing for a 360-degree inspection without any blind spots. Chapter 74. The dragon feeding technique indeed. How could it possibly be put up for sale? Yin Sanling could not help but turn to Duan Fong and inquire. Is this technique not commendable? What merits does it possess? Duan Fong. Chapter 75. The Spring Ming Festival. Additional update. I seem to have caught a glimpse of Su Yuyan. Yin Sanling rubbed his eyes as he emerged from the apothecary at the street corner, clutching 2 packets of medicine in his hand. The individual kept their head lowered. Chapter 76. Attending school together this year. The 4 autumn cakes from Chunjitang are filled with osmanthus, orchids, broom rape, and jasmine, collectively known as the floral deity cakes. The crust is flaky yet not greasy, melting upon entry, leaving a lingering freshness. Chapter 77. A melody and a drunken reverie otherwise. With her temperament paired with such abilities, what treasures in the world would she not dare to seize? Even if she were to survive for the time being, she would still incur misfortune. Chapter 78. Following, additional update. I have heard that during the Spring Ming Festival, only new plays are presented. Not a single classic performance is allowed. The wealthy merchant chuckled. But isn't they're the talented Shurda? She and Su. Chapter 79. The meeting bathed in light. It is evident that the vessel boasts exquisite architecture, even featuring a small pavilion atop. By the standards of today, it stands out among the painted boats along the theater's edge. Chapter 80. The top position, he drank hastily, causing some of the liquor to go down the wrong way, resulting in a fit of coughing. Lord Qian immediately patted his back. Take it slow, take it slow. No one is competing with you for the drink. Chapter 81. Disappointment. Additional update. No. Yin Sanlang shook his head, acknowledging that this was the path he had chosen, and that they could not save him. Qiansui chuckled lightly. So you have seen clearly. That is well. A remarkable book is highly recommended, one so captivating that it is rare to find. You will not regret diving into it. Just a jest. Shuiyun's Defending the National Master has been thoroughly revised and released in its entirety. It is now complete. The narrative unfolds the tale of a novice princess whose life becomes unexpectedly intertwined with that of the master of an enemy nation. While following updates on the Great Demon King, new readers are warmly invited to explore this work. You can easily locate it by clicking on the author's avatar, Fengxing Shuyunjian. Within the book's details, here is a brief synopsis. If they also had a circle of friends, the Great Demon King, with the ships and the masts turned to ash, this world will ultimately unfold as I desire. Feng Miaojuan. Daily tasks hinder my rival's quest for supremacy. 1-1. Today, I have happily survived once again. Tomorrow, I shall continue to strive to preserve my rival's life. Vitamins are essential for my survival. Chapter 82. A glorious appearance. The noise was so loud that even the cat on the wall perked up its ears. On Su Yuyan's fair face, a bright red palm print quickly appeared. Chapter 83. So what? Su Yuyan understood that she came from a respectable family, living a simple life. The news she had heard today was overwhelming, and she needed time to digest it properly. He did not insist on staying, merely calling for someone to serve. Chapter 84. The Art of Writing. Additional update. Shi Xinglan drank 2 bowls of warm, nourishing soup and took her medicine, which helped restore some color to her face and alleviated the fatigue that had enveloped her. Chapter 85. The price. The entire Shi family was thrown into chaos. By the time dawn broke, the children heading to school received the news. The female teacher had suddenly fallen ill, and classes were suspended. Chapter 86. A name that should not appear, although it was she who held the pen earlier, throughout the entire process. She remained oblivious to what had been inscribed beneath her hand. Chapter 87. Seeking a repayment, additional update. Those with keen observation noted that since the Autumn Night Festival, Shi Xinglan had scarcely made any public appearances. However, the peculiar events at the Shi residence on the day of her illness had already spread throughout the streets, with everyone claiming she had contracted. Chapter 88. A hint. Chapter 89. Practicing medicine. She glanced at the surrounding context and pointed toward the night sky, the celestial pivot. One of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. Yin Sanlang flipped through more than 10 pages, then pointed at. Chapter 90. The means of Chun Tongpan. Additional update. However, the Guiyan society had always been the most formidable rival of Yuguitang. If they clashed with Yuguitang, it would undoubtedly be more visually appealing for the audience, yet for the opera troupe. Chapter 91. Each has their strategy. Su Yin had long since provoked Chun Tongpan's ire, and the latter was eagerly awaiting his arrival. Could he easily escape unscathed? Enduring a moment of anger, Su Yin was also attempting to persuade himself. Chapter 92. A ray of hope. Yin Sanlang remained oblivious to his surroundings, lowering his head as he slipped into Shi Xinglan's study. Surrounded by billowing smoke that obscured vision, the searing flames threatened to engulf. Chapter 93. The Secrets of Heaven. Additional update. Furthermore, the leading officer brought condolences from the higher-ups, mentioning that the youngest scion of the Shuin family had once studied in Shi Xinglan's academy. It was rumored that the Shizhai had encountered flooding, prompting the Shuin to dispatch personnel. Chapter 94. Persuasion. Although, Chapter 95. Mission unfulfilled. The 3 corpses bug repeatedly cautioned me that matters of the netherworld must not be disclosed. Otherwise, those who listen would face calamity. Thus, I refrained from sharing with you long. Shi Xinglan proceeded with utmost caution. Chapter 96. Feeding. Additional update. After uttering this, Qiansui fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. Yin Sanlang sensed something awry and scrutinized her. How do you intend to handle this pen? Lu. Chapter 97. Shortcuts. Yin Sanlang spoke in a grave tone. Is there no one who can resist such a lure? Self-insert, temptation. Qiansui sighed softly. When you finally discover a. Chapter 98. A sudden uproar. Upon hearing this, Qiansui smiled and said, naturally, it must be released. Chun Tongpan's intention in detaining him was to thwart the good fortunes of Yuguitang. Ultimately, Su Yin did not succumb to his threats, and Yuguitang continued to thrive in spring. Chapter 99. Interrogation. Additional update. Approximately 3 months prior, I heard that this woman was merely 22 years of age. In the eyes of Lord Hu, skepticism lingered. What had transpired to render her utterly fraught? Chapter 100. Framing. Shi Xinglan merely uttered that phrase, her voice dwindling, and her gaze gradually becoming vacant. Dr. Zhai hurried forward to administer 2 more injections. The onlookers could only surmise that it was. Chapter 101. The spring flowers of that year. She understood that they represented her sole hope. Her lips moved slightly, silently articulating 2 words. I beg you. Yin Sanlang remained silent. Chapter 102. Entering through the hall. Additional update. Yin Sanlang felt the wind whistling past his ears, the scenery before him rising and falling, swiftly disappearing behind him. Jiqing Alley was home to affluent families in Shixing. Chapter 103. No wastage. Yin Sanlang sighed, feeling a genuine sense of regret. It's a pity. I must search for the hidden compartment. Qiansui immediately summoned the glazed lamp. Its light was a subtle, ethereal green. Chapter 104. When the false becomes true, the true becomes false. Chen Zhonghe could only respond, yes. However, the unjust imprisonment of Chun Xiangyuan from Yuguitang, followed by the arson of the Shi residence, were all. Chapter 105. Evidence of guilt. Additional update. He scrutinized the 2 guardian deity paintings hanging at the main entrance, stroking his beard and pondering. Guardian deities. He could indeed sense the presence of their projections. Chapter 106. The note. The officials halted, their gazes scanning the crowd. Under their watchful eyes, few dared to resist. Once, amidst the counted crowd, a finger suddenly pointed towards Dr. Zhai. Chapter 107. A familiar world. The realm of Longsha has enjoyed tranquility for quite some time, with the official roads surrounding Yun City being quite safe. Thus, from dawn till dusk, caravans embark towards every direction. Yin Sanlang, on the verge of setting out. Chapter 108. Counter-robbery. Additional update. A 10-year-old child traveling alone piques the curiosity of many fellow travelers, often prompting them to strike up conversations. Chapter 109. The interview. The leader noticed this but paid it no mind, casually sipping his tea. May I boldly inquire, young friend Yen, where are you headed? Yin Sanlang. Chapter 110, Accommodation. This car driver surprisingly managed to utter a couple of idioms. Perhaps, having seen each other frequently on the journey, they had grown familiar. Yin Sanlang chuckled. Responding. Chapter 111, Making Money, Additional Update. Yin Sanlang suddenly understood. No wonder. Even if this is Lupei County, the rent for such a splendid residence is remarkably low, costing less than 3 taels of silver. Chapter 112, Stewing Oneself. Can I continue using the barrel you have used? She asserted confidently. Merely imagining that scene sent chills down her spine. Who doesn't share a comment? Chapter 113, Money is not an issue. The heat that once engulfed him has now significantly diminished. The pills she concocted could even assist Yin Sanlang in expelling the cold poison from his body, utilizing the power of heated water to eliminate it. Chapter 114, Raising the Young Dragon, Additional Update. Humanity consumes grains, acquiring an inherent turbidity that many practitioners of the mystical arts have tirelessly sought to eradicate. Yet she possesses a method to combat it. However, Qiansui spoke of it with such nonchalance. Chapter 115, The Young Lad, Additional Update 2. It is precisely due to the relentless cycle of slaughter and devouring that the dragon raised by Yin Sanlang exhibits extraordinary ferocity and destructive capability in combat. Chapter 116, A Murder Case? Is this lad still not satiated? He was slightly taken aback, only to witness the white cat, which had been perched atop the cabinet, leap down and sit steadily on Yin Sanlang's table, awaiting. Chapter 117, The Yang family after Deshun departed. Steward Su guided Yin Sanlang to the main building for business. As they traversed partway, they encountered a towering figure approaching them, significantly taller than those around. Chapter 118. After all, there are no kin or connections. Additional update. Chapter 119. Tofu for you. Although Yin Sanlang was not loquacious, his diligence and meticulousness in his endeavors left little room for error, making his reticence appear responsible and trustworthy. He also harbored a desire to cultivate connections. Chapter 120, The Fish That Escaped Unexpectedly. After a month had passed, they encountered one another again in Lupei County, hundreds of miles away. It was I. Duan Fong was evidently pleased to remember his own name. Chapter 121, Small Talk, Additional Update. The two were seated in a private room on the second floor. This was not an extravagant restaurant. The so-called private room was merely separated by bamboo curtains. In the adjacent room, 2 patrons had been indulging in drinks since the afternoon. Chapter 122. Reflecting on the past, the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce also began with Liu Pei, though their methods were less than scrupulous. Qiansui recounted the information she had gathered from traveling merchants, saying, Chapter 123. Scheme. She cleared her throat. Locals are well aware of Liu Pei. Yang Hengshi has a notorious reputation. Unable to compete with the Hongyuan Chamber of Commerce through legitimate means, he resorts to unscrupulous tactics. Chapter 124. Academic Prodigy, Additional Update. The most alarming aspect was that this individual not only advanced rapidly in his cultivation but also possessed a wide array of interests, mastering everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to the study of artifacts, herbal medicine, and mechanical engineering. Chapter 125. Ambush. While the appraisal was Duan Fong's responsibility, negotiating the price fell to the chamber's manager. Chapter 126. Protection. Others followed suit, and there were classic acts of throwing rotten eggs and vegetable scraps, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yin Sanlang, being diminutive in stature, found himself squeezed in. Chapter 127. Surveillance, Additional Update. Once he was seated, Duan Fong pointed at the table and asked, Do you know the steps of tea tasting? Yin Sanlang shook his head, lacking the leisure to ponder such matters. Chapter 128. A Thief's Invitation. Why is Ma Hongyue watching you? Amidst 1,000 years of contemplation, is it due to Duan Fong? After all, Duan Fong has only recently departed, and yet the watchful eyes have arrived. Chapter 129. Discovery. The prowess of Qiansui is nothing short of remarkable, allowing Yin Sanlang to discern with utmost clarity. That countenance is all too familiar. Who else could it be but Duan Fong? Chapter 130. Discrepancies in Accounts, Additional Update. Yin Sanlang wiped the spot where she had touched. This woman, fully aware of his vulnerabilities, seems to derive increasing pleasure from teasing him, reveling in his embarrassment. Chapter 131. Internal Trader. The man addressed Yin Sanlang, remarking, Young sir, we are indeed preoccupied. We have been toiling for many days. I am illiterate, And no matter how many questions you pose, my responses will be limited. Chapter 132. Reward only when the crowd cease their flattery, did he inquire. How will Manager Ma deal with him? Steward Su let out a heavy snort, bitterly stating, even if he does not perish, he shall suffer greatly. Chapter 133. It cannot be him. Additional update. Moreover, without evidence of the goods, the authorities cannot impose guilt. These individuals are scattered across 3 or 4 counties, making unified apprehension impossible. Yang Heng's expression darkened. Chapter 134. Sharp weapons, will this fellow's belly not burst? Manager Ma. Chapter 135. Night assault, her fortune truly is remarkable. No, rather, it is the beggar's luck that is exceptional, as it seems the 2 most vital characteristics of Mu Ling have been preserved. Tomorrow we shall. Chapter 136. Captured entirely. Additional update. Bang. Others could not see Qiansui, but they witnessed the burly man suddenly collapse to the ground, as limp as a cooked noodle. Chapter 137. Louis Zhao, is that so? Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Hengxi's fury did not subside. Instead, it intensified. He had just been displeased with Yin Sanlang intruding into the official establishment to discuss matters with Hengxi commerce. Chapter 138. Suspicion surrounding Duan Fong. He had been dead for 2 days before the neighbors reported it to the authorities. Louis Zhao met his demise while running errands for us, and Hengxi commerce, guided by a sense of righteousness, attended to his funeral arrangements. As for the matters he brought. Chapter 139. The hidden dragon should not be used. Additional update. I am tired. Yin Sanlang yawned before him, stating, I am still but a child and do not drink alcohol. However, is there hot water? I have been thirsty all night, and you too, masters. Chapter 140. About to escape, our residence had already been mistakenly labeled as a haunted house. The death of one could easily lead to the demise of another. Your death might be the result of a vengeful spirit. Others may not hold them accountable. Chapter 141. Selection of secret arts. Before us stood a small room, scarcely 5 zhang in size, which housed the sacred scriptures. The room was lined with shelves on all 4 sides, devoid of windows, save for a row of vents overhead for ventilation. Chapter 142. An incident occurred. Additional update. This tome, though remarkable, requires the practitioner to possess a robust physique and vigorous vitality akin to a tiger's ferocity. Thus, disciples of the Zhongsha sect must, at the very least, have thoroughly refined their inner cultivation methods. Chapter 143. Interception. Additional update. Yang and Ma exchanged glances, both sensing impending trouble. Ma Hongyue whispered, how could the Lord of Lang City know about the stolen goods being auctioned at the Merchant Association S branch? It's likely that. Chapter 144. The dragging strategy. His eyes flickered, revealing trepidation. Liu Pei, I cannot remain here any longer. Duan Fong stared at him intently, as if weighing him in his mind. Yin Sanlang widened his eyes. Chapter 145. Your surname is Lu. Duan Fong was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, this. How can you find the time? This child is better left in my care. At the very least, I will. Chapter 146. Past grievances. Additional update. Yin Sanlang finally reclined against the soft backrest of the chair, completely relaxing, his expression no longer one of hesitation. After your extensive planning, what are you actually aiming for? Chapter 147. Swift elimination. Yin Sanlang quickly responded. Have you never considered sending him to train before? What do you understand? Lu Zhaoqing could not help but cast a glare at him. Duan Fong. Chapter 148. A sudden blow. Yang Hengxi suddenly let out a long howl towards the heavens, stepping forward with renewed vigor. His copper staff, imbued with a fierce wind, came crashing down towards Duan Fong's head. Yang's family. Chapter 149. External assistance. Additional update. Ma Hongyue's face turned as pale as a sheet, but fortunately, the dim surroundings obscured the truth. Duan Fong glanced at Yang Hengxi, noticing his look of astonishment, and thus smiled even more graciously. Indeed. Chapter 150. Pleading for mercy. This is merely a customary exchange of human sentiments. Ma Hongyue pointed at Yang Hengxi, stating, the boss is almost willing to offer his very heart to Yun Xiufen. How could he possibly turn to Wu Xianfeng? Chapter 151. Duan Fong's tactic on his return journey. Ma Hongyue pondered deeply, having already unraveled the complexities of the situation. He then explained to him, if Duan Fong does not interfere, allowing Mei Jing. Chapter 152. Seeking external aid. Additional update. Regardless of whether the old Lu is apprehended, we are likely unable to protect the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce. It would be more prudent to use it as leverage to find someone capable to resolve this case. Chapter 153. A tempting bounty. Mei Jing was naturally pleased with his enthusiasm. However, she remained unaware that Duan Fong was vying for a strategic advantage. Tomorrow, the news concerning the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce would spread widely, and he. Chapter 154. Wealth for life, even if you were to bind me for sacrifice. Do you truly believe you can seize the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce? Qiansui raised an eyebrow. Oh, why wouldn't we be able to? Chapter 155. Advance payment. Additional update. However, the sea-throat pearl bears no markings. At worst, it could be dismantled and restrung with other jewels, fetching a princely sum. In terms of equal weight, this item surpasses gold. Chapter 156. The allure of fate. Yin Sanling's gaze fell upon Lu Zhaoqing's palm. Is it connected to this object? He tentatively remarked, it is too perilous. I shall not partake. Lu Zhaoqing's expression darkened. Chapter 157. Entering the game? Duan Fong's golden leopard growled menacingly at Qiansui, exhibiting a distinctly agitated demeanor. Qiansui pointed towards the coachmen and guards, inquiring of Lu Zhaoqing, what about them and the deceased? Chapter 158. External assistance. Additional update. However, they had not seen Lu Zhaoqing for over a decade. The former proprietor of the Hongyuan Chamber of Commerce had undergone a drastic transformation, aging significantly. A mere fleeting glance left them uncertain. Thus, Chapter 159. Which Yin San? Following the assassination case, the authorities discovered that in the vicinity of Gaotuling, villagers from Tongyao and Rund bore injuries. After repeated questioning, they all claimed the two villages were. Chapter 160. A major case. Ma Hongyue and Yang Hengshi exchanged glances. Ultimately unable to conceal the truth, a broker met his demise here, failing to relay critical intelligence to us. It now appears he was. Chapter 161. To escape or remain. Additional update. Ma Hongyue remarked, 213 miles east from here leads into the Shimian Great Marsh. If one ventures south, they enter the Qianshi Kingdom. As long as one escapes the confines of the Sand Realm. Lu Zhaoqing. Chapter 162. The profound lake. He paused for a moment. Within a 10-mile radius, there existed a village, and atop the mountain, a stockade. The indigenous people nearby were undoubtedly quite familiar with this area. Hengshi merchants. Chapter 163. Green Skin Summoning. Although Qiansui did not articulate it, Yin Sanling had already arrived at an understanding in his heart. The woman in red hastened to the lakeside, beating a drum against the empty surface of the water. Chapter 164. My entry. Additional update. The ancestral crocodile had evidently been dozing at the lake's bottom. Qiansui employed a special method to awaken it. Lu Zhaoqing looked on eagerly. You have summoned it, is. Chapter 165. High-end crocodile skin bag. It is said that accompanying the sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. Thus, in this scenario, Duan Fong found himself alongside a capricious tigress, while Yang Hengshi and Ma Hongyue were ever eager to bring about his demise. Chapter 166. Who to capture? Let us frolic about. Duan Fong chuckled as he patted the leopard's large head. How could one possibly bring such a formidable creature into the city to frighten the populace? One might even have to compensate if the elderly lady were to faint. Qidian event. Come, swiftly claim your complimentary Qidian coins. This event emphasizes once more. Posts bearing the header, Demon King Special Supply, must include parentheses. Choose one of the following two themes to post in the review section of the Great Demon King on Qidian Chinese Network. The contest posts must begin with the title, Special Offer from the Demon King. We will evaluate based on the number of likes received by the original poster. With 10 awards set aside for distribution, everyone is welcome to participate. Please write swiftly. Activity period, from July 10th, 2019, 0000 to July 25th, 2019, 2400 hours. Considering that images need to pass through the review process, the results will be tallied on July 27th. Topics for contest posts. 1. Share a specialty dish from your hometown, the most delicious one, and detail the preparation process, ensuring it is something that can entice even the most skilled home cooks to try their hand at making it. 2. The culinary chronicles of the Great Demon King. Let your imagination flourish as you depict a tale of love and rivalry between the Great Demon King and food. You may describe the enjoyment of culinary delights or the creation of a unique dish in the style of the Great Demon King, as long as it pertains to food. Awards. First prize. 1 winner. The post with the highest likes. 8,000 points. Second prize. 2 winners. Post with the second and third highest likes, 6,000 points each. Third prize, 7 winners. Posts with the 4th to 10th highest likes, 1,000 points each. Note: if a participant submits multiple entries, only the post with the highest likes will be considered for an award. Posts with fewer than 10 likes will not be considered for selection. In cases of tied likes, the post will be ranked by the date of publication. The earlier the post, the more opportunities it has to gather likes. As for the titles of the participating posts, here are a few examples. Special supply from the Demon King. This rice dumpling is difficult to grasp. Special supply from the Demon King. These lotus roots are unbreakable. Special supply from the Demon King. Sweet and sour thousand tales. Due to the low level of interaction from our book's fans, the official has graciously adjusted the event benefits. So, how can we ensure that everyone can reap rewards each month? The answer lies in monthly votes, recommendations, likes, comments, and daily posts. Essentially, if you engage in all the activities available within this book, and if everyone does the same, we shall ascend to great heights, and all benefits will be secured. A special note: a single reader may participate in multiple circle activities, but can only win within one circle each month. Any subsequent wins will result in disqualification, and the reward will be passed on to the next eligible reader. Please maintain civility in your posts. Violations will lead to disqualification. The final interpretation rights of this event belong to the Demon King's Nurturing Guide. Special thanks to our co-admin, Bookbag, for drafting the event announcement. Much appreciated. Chapter 167. I will certainly be more attentive next time. Additional update. Upon hearing a few key phrases, the white cat behind Yin Sanlang immediately opened its eyes. Hey, something feels off. Chapter 168. Additional update for Tang Gao. The burly man suddenly pointed at Yin San. It comes from him. The sound was not any louder than the snapping of a twig. It was merely that the forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 169. Have you found it? For Yin Sanlang, the sensation of unrestrained power was particularly peculiar, as he could almost sense the eagerness of 2 dragons, as if they were indeed living beings. He. Chapter 170. It is he. If Old Man Lu were to discover that he had sacrificed himself, would he not turn against him and reveal the truth, dragging this grandson into the mire? As for Duan Fong, he could only make an accurate judgment. Chapter 171. A moment's delay. Additional update. At this moment, Duan Fong summoned someone to fetch a horse-drawn carriage from the village. Suddenly, Hu Chunli fixed his gaze on Lu Zhaoqing and inquired, "Where are your accomplices?" The old man had fallen into Mei Jing's clutches, and he. Chapter 172. Inquiries. The enemy, once filled with ambition, had now been reduced to nothingness. The Lu family's great vengeance was on the verge of being avenged. Lu Zhaoqing felt that this was indeed the most joyous day in the past decade. Yunxiu. Chapter 173. A flaw. Chapter 174. The strong arm of the merchants. Additional update. It was evident that this conversation was deliberately steered by Duan Fong, intended for Yin Sanlang to hear clearly. Qiansui let out a low chuckle. This person harbors considerable ambition and still seeks to enlist you against Hu Chunli. Chapter 175. Provocation. Now, both Yang and Ma have fallen from grace, devoid of support from Yangxiafeng and having lost their own trading association. They are indeed in a precarious position, like a fierce tiger stripped of its claws and fangs. Chapter 176. The perspective of the powerful. A few disciples of Yangxiafeng, standing at the side, immediately rushed forward, opting for a numerical advantage. The members of the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce, witnessing the assault on their former leader, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Chapter 177. The Brotherhood of Loyalty. Additional update. Chapter 178. Letting go. Duan Fong understood this clearly. Chapter 179. Duan Fong's instinct. His devoted apprentice had resolved this troublesome matter for her, and at that moment, Mei Jing expressed her unwavering satisfaction, softly imparting a few words of guidance. Duan Fong wore a smile upon his face. Chapter 180. The truth behind the note. Additional update. Duan Fong grasped the wooden carving, instinctively rubbing it between his fingers. He certainly recognized this item. Before it was sent to Long Shizong, he had personally carved a wooden fox. Chapter 181. The magpie occupies the crow's nest. The one who captured him had ascended to become the new head of the Hengshi Chamber of Commerce. It is said that this individual is also a highly esteemed disciple of Mei Feng from Yangxiafeng, far more formidable than the previous 2 leaders. Chapter 182. Background determines everything, unless Lu Zhaoqing had been separated from his grandson for many years and had long since forgotten the boy's appearance. The child transforms year after year, and Duan Fong took young Master Lu Er's jade pendant to Peach City, unexpectedly. Chapter 183. Buying a House. Additional update. On this journey, Yin Sanlang encountered little resistance. After approximately half a month, he finally stepped out of the Longsha clan's territory and entered the kingdom of Qiansui. This nation. Chapter 184. I want to eat 8. 2 days later, the broker sought out Yin Sanlang to show him a residence, seemingly casually mentioning that Chun Shintang had already been purchased by another affluent family. This garden boasts an excellent location and picturesque scenery, indeed. Chapter 185. Other residents. The river crabs are devoid of thorns. It was the first time Yin Sanlang savored such a delectable earthly delight, unable to cease indulging. The white cat remarked softly, "Look at my hands, peeling." Chapter 186. Toxic gas. Additional update. Where is he? Old father murmured, sensing something amiss. Indeed, the boy's breathing had inexplicably ceased, and he had not even noticed. Chapter 187. Is raising a child easy? A visible scarlet spark ignited at his fingertips. In an instant, the flames, fueled by the wind, erupted into a vast inferno. Due to the weasel's sorcery. Chapter 188. Anchor culture. Old Yellow Skin recognized that they were akin to fish on the chopping board, unable to resist, and could only brace himself and lie flat before her. A peculiar scene unfolded. The woman in red. Chapter 189. The Weasel and Chun Shintang. Additional update. Yin Sanlang's comb was specially brought from Yun City. That city is one of the most prosperous in the Longsha realm, filled with numerous dignitaries and their exotic pets. Chapter 190. Reason and Unreason. Yin Sanlang pressed his forehead before inquiring, "By the way, what transpired in the Shimian Great Marsh?" Prior to his escape from the Longsha realm, he employed a strategy of diversion. Chapter 191. The Wild Goose's Letter. Chapter 192. Urgent Bulletin. Qiansui leaned close to Yin Sanlang's ear and whispered, "These compartments have been enchanted with barriers. The sounds within cannot escape." In the hall, there was only a single table cabinet. Chapter 193. Real estate good. He gently stroked the white cat's head. Now, as a young nobleman, he exuded an air of sophistication, accompanied by a proud hound. However, lacking a hound, he chose to pet the cat instead. Chapter 194. Self-recommendation. Consequently, the invitations and letters of request received by Chun Shintang rapidly increased, some expressing hopes for a visit, while others invited Yin Sanlang to their homes for a gathering. Chapter 195. Is the house still for sale? Chapter 196. The decline of a family. His demeanor was earnest, and his words polite. Yet he left the elderly woman momentarily speechless. Indeed, what could such a young child understand about emotional appeals? The elderly woman sighed. Chapter 197. Here they come ignoring her. He thought, that house is quite nice, but Yin Sanlang has no further interest in it. In the following days, it is uncertain whether it was due to some ill fortune acquired at Lianting Villa, but Yin San. Chapter 198. Yin Sanlang, accompanied by a white cat and his servant, entered the city to observe the situation and made another visit to Hongyan Feishu. Having frequented this place, he was regarded as a distinguished guest, even granted. Chapter 199. Making money. Yin Sanlang had recently arrived in Chunming City and was still unfamiliar with the local powers. He did not wish to exert himself over such matters at the moment. He picked up the cat and headed to the market to find the old acquaintance. Chapter 200. Discerning. This exemplifies the folly of judging by appearances. Yin Sanlang was taciturn and, to her, somewhat clumsy. Who could have anticipated that such a combative spirit could flourish within his meridians? Chapter 201. Uncontainable joy. Master Feng gave Yin Sanlang a thumbs up. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. At your age, I was still preoccupied with play and brawls. Yin Sanlang offered a faint smile. Chapter 202. Buyers arrive. Now, 10 days had passed, and Yin Sanlang resolved to take his leave while the going was good. After 5 days, he sold 4 sets, thus excluding Chun Shintang, Yin San. Chapter 203. Acquisition. Originally valued at merely over 2,000 taels of silver, the estate astonishingly fetched a staggering price of 10,000 taels. Had this young man lost his senses? Manager Huang's expression darkened. Young master, sure, this. Chapter 204. A path forward. Nevertheless, you did indeed strike it down, and the Tu family will remember that. Furthermore, regarding the sale of the estate, we were the ones to breach the contract first. The Xing family will undoubtedly be displeased. Chapter 205. The shield. It has been nearly a year since leaving Yicheng. Life has generally been pleasant. His cheeks are now plump and well-defined, and he sports two faint dimples when he smiles. Yin Sanlei. Chapter 206. The difficulty of independence. Is the Azura akin to a crow? Does it yearn to hoard every gleaming treasure it encounters? Observing the white cat in a huff, Yin Sanling remarked, "You." Chapter 207. The cause of illness. After exchanging a few words, Yin Sanling, having previously researched the Xing family's background, skillfully navigated sensitive topics, while Xing Tianyu, intrigued by him, found their conversation surprisingly enjoyable. Chapter 208. A visit. This young lad is a rather unique presence. He has only recently arrived in Chunming City and has yet to integrate into the local aristocratic circles, a situation reminiscent of Qiansui, Yishang. Chapter 209. The entrance fee. No, Yin Sanling replied candidly. It was made by my family. To be precise, it was crafted by me. Shixinglan's tavern boasts several signature delicacies, among which. Chapter 210. Unwavering loyalty. Since he brought it up, Yin Sanlang did not shy away from the subject. Yes. Recently, with the exchange between the North and South, housing prices have fluctuated, resulting in a modest surplus for the students. Lian Rongxing in Chunming City. Chapter 211. A sense of gratification. Huang He awaited in the ear room, and upon seeing Yin Sanling emerge, hurried to greet him. Young master, how was it? It went well. I shall return here to teach tomorrow. Chapter 212. The wealthy truly enjoy turmoil. Yin Sanlang understood. This individual was the grandson of Master Tu, making him the great-grandson of the head of the Tu family. In Chunming City, he would inevitably interact with the Tu clan, yet he had not anticipated it would be. Chapter 213. The Great Plague. Luo Yingyan was also compelled by the plague to relocate from Qianshiguo to seek refuge here. However, young Master Shi's family was actually evading human calamity while they were merely escaping natural disasters. Chapter 214. Investing. The inherent difficulty of this research was astonishingly great. If it were to be disclosed and ultimately yielded no results, it would merely add to the ridicule. This meal was considered a gathering of hosts and guests. Chapter 215. Do not seek to flourish alone. Xing Tianyu sighed inwardly. Yin Sanling was correct. This was indeed the most challenging period for the family. A prominent family had been operating under the intricate web of Qianxi for decades. Chapter 216. A joyful resolution. You merely contribute financially, while others provide labor and effort in business, and when profits are divided, you receive dividends in accordance with your shares. Some knowledgeable shareholders can even offer guidance on the business. Chapter 217. An incident occurred. According to Qiansui, this fellow harbored too many schemes, and his gaze was excessively gloomy. Yin Sanling was no longer the bullied little beggar from Yicheng. Chapter 218. Missing gamblers who win are often elated, eager for the entire world to be aware of their fortune. The matriarch of the Jin family summoned him for admonishment several times, yet he merely dismissed her words, allowing them to fade into oblivion. Chapter 219. Submersion. The lamp was adorned with countless swirling runes and patterns, mesmerizing to behold, yet with a mere press of her hand, they abruptly ceased their movement. The onlookers beheld what she termed the anchor pattern. Chapter 220. Crisis approaches. There was one thought that Yin Sanlang refrained from voicing. He could not perpetually rely on crises to arise solely after nightfall. At that moment, several weasels approached, taking their place. Chapter 221. The monster. Amidst his myriad tasks, Yin Sanling caught a glimpse of another large fish that had stealthily drawn near, launching an attack from behind. The commotion ensued as it missed its mark, its upper jaw. Chapter 222. Surfacing. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the creature before him. Recently, he had been engrossed in accounts of strange phenomena from various locales. Despite the illustrations being either exaggerated or rudimentary, they were significantly distorted. Chapter 223. The favor. Additional. Yin Sanlang was taken aback, not expecting that such a fierce creature would be a female merfolk, and even more surprisingly, a princess, since she was not summoned by them, then she. Chapter 224. The merfolk's target. If you believe that having acquired a modicum of martial skills and some cultivation grants you the right to float in arrogance, I must candidly advise you to promptly relinquish the wooden bell. Chapter 225. The treasure. Huang He could not help but show a slight change in expression. Time had elapsed. The seal had weakened, and it broke free from its confinement. Silk Bud coldly remarked, the Blackwood tribe is not only the first to suffer from this. Chapter 226. Weak cow. Additional update. Silk Bud's expression slightly changed. How could she allow her opponent to unleash an unknown divine power upon her? However, you clearly promised earlier. Chapter 227. Parasite. Everyone exchanged glances. This news is astonishing. The plague was actually released intentionally? Do you already know who is responsible? Yes. Chapter 228. His surname is Lu. Does her statement carry no weight? Words alone are not enough. Yan Sanling quietly said, you mentioned so much earlier. Yet do you possess any evidence? Chapter 229. The pungent odor of love. Additional update. Yan Sanling nodded. Understood. Knowing does not imply obedience. After being possessed by Qiansui, this cat has been thriving more than ever. One wonders what she has done. Chapter 230. Vaccine. Does she not grasp the meaning of these four characters? Nevertheless, she was dragged out by Huangda. The shopkeeper sneered from behind, disparaging my belongings, yet. Chapter 231. Renowned far and wide. This is the principle. Tu Yunshan gave him a thumbs up. Yet we can achieve this with the aid of one particular item, namely the Iron Leech. Chapter 232. Worship. Additional update. The remedy was presented by the head of the Tu family, and everyone focused solely on its efficacy. As for its origin, the Tu family remained vague, merely stating it was the result of collective effort. Outsiders. Chapter 233. Adoration. She at least remembered her surroundings, and the words lingered unspoken in her throat. Chapter 234. Full of vitality, the man scratched his head, yet his family spoke with an air of arrogance, desiring only the finest and most luxurious provisions while being rather stingy. Last time I delivered firewood, they complained it was too. Chapter 235. Do you remember me from the day before? Additional update. Has the plague finally emerged in the southern region? Chapter 236. A little pat regardless. The Tu family was the first to present an effective treatment plan, which has received official recognition. People placed unwavering trust in the medicine they provided. Chapter 237. Witness the ingredients. Meat and vegetables were readily available. Lian Xin smiled and asked, shall I lend a hand? Certainly. A gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. Luo Yingtian hadn't even touched a knife at home. Chapter 238. The Plague of Chunming City. Additional update. Zio is the courtesy name of Tu Yunshan. Upon hearing this, he immediately bowed his head, and his smile faded. Indeed. What does this statement signify? Yan Sanling obediently ate. Chapter 239. It is him. Treating the plague necessitates clinical examination. Remote control is an impossibility. Xia suddenly turned her gaze towards the opposite shore of the lake, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Chapter 240. The past of Tu Yunshan. Even Lian Rongxing has arrived. He is a local luminary, possessing extensive knowledge and experience, having even ventured into the epidemic zones of Qianshiguo. Given the unfortunate events that have unfolded in Chunming City, his presence is only natural. Chapter 241. The Game of the Yellowbird, the Praying Mantis, and the Cicada. Additional update. The plague, akin to other natural disasters such as floods and fires, brings forth calamity, and the fear it instills can linger for an extended period. The deity of plague continuously draws upon an unending source of reverence. Chapter 242. A bite back. It is merely this much. Chapter 243. An oath to the heavens. His voice turned sorrowful. Those were 5 years worse than that of pigs and dogs. The merman despises humanity, often taking pleasure in tormenting me. I endured nearly 2,000 days and nights in the marsh before finally. Chapter 244. Where is Tu Yunshan? Additional update. As dusk fell and the mist thickened, Lian Rongxing, too, failed to perceive it until he caught a whiff of a foul and putrid odor. Alarmed, he hastily declared. Chapter 245. Close combat. My disciple became separated from me amidst the crimson fog, followed by a tremendous explosion, and the woman in red. Chapter 246. Resealing. This revelation sent his spirit into disarray. Regardless of how many iron leeches clung to him, he swiftly swam towards the shore, not forgetting to call out loudly for help. Save me. Chapter 247. The ambition of soaring to great heights. Additional update. He witnessed the plague deity being imprisoned with his own eyes. Thus, how should this pot be dealt with? Will the plague deity emerge again? Xia's gaze fixated on the ground. Chapter 248. Inheriting the throne. Xia's voice was soft and low, dissipating with the night breeze, destined to go unheard. Yet, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Chapter 249. The result is what matters. Soon, it emitted a nauseating stench. Qiansui covered his nose, displaying his disgust. Are you no longer pretending? Xia's plight was reminiscent of Chapter 250, The Thunderous Baptism, Additional Update. However, the thunderbolt seemed particularly averse to it, as it relentlessly entangled the plague deity upon its appearance, surpassing the earlier iron leech's thirst for blood. Chapter 251, Sia's Conditions. Qiansui crossed his arms, expressing disdain. What a disgrace! The Haimu tribe guards the plague deity, and yet you dare to betray your own. Though the clansmen are inept, I have been able to hear the plague since childhood. Chapter 252, The Furnace. Regardless of her prior feelings towards Tiyun Mountain, from that moment on, all transformed into a profound enmity. The calamities she unwittingly brought upon herself, she would. Chapter 253, A Gift from Yin San, Additional Update. As darkness descended, he would catch fish to slaughter, slicing the flesh as thin as a cicada's wing, instantly curling upon contact with the boiling broth. His knife skills were, at best, mediocre. Chapter 254, A Woman's Preference. The white cat squinted, utterly motionless, having exhausted all energy after a night of play, lacking the strength to contest with him. Are you truly human, or merely a puppet? Early in the morning of the first year, a practice session commenced. Chapter 255, Eating Ice Watermelon in the Sweltering Summer. Lian Rongxing nodded slightly, aware of his young apprentice's capabilities. It was not surprising for him to have prior knowledge. Upon receiving confirmation from him, Yin Sanlang immediately. Chapter 256, The Snowstorm Temple. At Qihan Pass, snowflakes danced in the air. Beside the road stood a Wind Master Temple, where the drumstick of the drum tower had long vanished, leaving only two boards swaying back and forth under the gust of wind. Chapter 257, Let It Go. The woman noticed the curiosity in Zhao Feng's eyes and glanced down at her prey. Earlier, while hiding from the snow, I had set a trap outside a cave to catch chickens, but unexpectedly, this yellow weasel came to steal. Chapter 258, Injured. The price has skyrocketed. Such coarse yellow buns are difficult to chew for those with weak teeth, yet in the city, one might purchase two for a mere coin. However, in this dilapidated temple amidst the snowstorm, it holds this value. Chapter 259, No Causing Trouble in the City, Additional Update. Huang's teeth harbored venom that was hard to cleanse. The life essence of extraordinary beings is more potent than that of ordinary individuals. Severed fingers can regenerate, but the poison must be eradicated first. Chapter 260, The Wind Comes. It has been proven that laughter is indeed a demanding endeavor. These individuals laughed until they were breathless, gradually collapsing onto the ground, left only with the strength to gasp for breath, their eyes glazed over. Chapter 261, I wish to repay my gratitude. It was merely an old book, one that had long been disregarded, for otherwise, it would not have been used to prop up this table. However, what truly captivated Zhao Feng was the fact that this book was completely unbound. Chapter 262, Contract, Additional Update, Tenfold or 100-fold. Huang Er calculated with his fingers, noting that they did not possess 1,000 taels of silver to offer him. The wealth of the two masters was their own affair, unrelated to them. Chapter 263, The Name in the Book, How Tragic. The benefactor is too pitiful. Huang De silently resolved to assist him. Unaware of his grand aspirations, Zhao Feng adeptly handled his tasks while surveying several streets. Chapter 264, The Lion Lantern. Yet upon further examination, they remained utterly motionless, akin to lifeless objects. Have my eyes deceived me? Rubbing his eyes, Huang De observed him. Chapter 265, Heaven, Additional Update. He accompanied the guest to the door and was about to politely bid them farewell when a woman's startled cry suddenly pierced the street. A robber is stealing money. Stop him. Chapter 266, Farewell. This implies that within the semicircle, each concealed a name, resulting in 2 names per page. What kind of book is this? A ledger, an arcane art, or something else entirely? Chapter 267, Serendipity. These individuals, one after another, offered no respite. Chapter 268, Has Heaven Truly Lost Its Sight? Additional Update. She had always despised such tearful scenes and quietly withdrew, leaving the flowers of her mourning behind. As she ventured several paces away, she could still hear Zhao Feng's light. Chapter 269, Mi Temple. Zhao Feng had a method. After thoroughly cleaning and rinsing the innards, he swiftly stir-fried them over high heat, adding chili and sour pepper, effectively masking the gamey odor. Chapter 270, A Heroic Rescue. Zhao Feng entered, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Chapter 271, A Major Blunder, Additional Update. It was truly unexpected. A person and a cat simultaneously lifted their gazes, fixating on Huang De with intense scrutiny. The young master was one thing, but the lady of the house observed self. Chapter 272, Reduced to Ashes. At that moment, the shop was devoid of other patrons. He appeared weary, seated at the table, sipping congee accompanied by a dish of peanuts and a portion of pickles. He raised his wrist, and everyone noticed his right hand. Chapter 273. Which book? Yin Sanlang wore a solemn expression. If your observation is correct, this book positions you alongside him in a shared circle, suggesting a connection between the two of you. Chapter 274. The Mandarin Duck Chronicle, Additional Update. Feng Lingzhao waved her hand dismissively. They brought this upon themselves. Anger simmered in her eyes. When she had sent those individuals away yesterday, she had already warned them not to return and disturb. Sick leave notice. This is an ominous leave request. Shui Yun injured her thumb deeply while preparing crab claw cans, causing significant pain when typing. Subsequently, she experienced a low fever for 2 days, accompanied by a sore throat. After receiving a tetanus shot at the hospital, she began to suffer from stomach pains. Thus, she requests a day off. Apologies to everyone. Chapter 275. How can I make amends? The immortal smiled radiantly, affirming his conjecture. This implies that there was originally at least a page separating Zhao Feng and Feng Liwan, meaning the two individuals. Chapter 276. The Disruption of Lovers. However, if all the shops on the street were to vanish, where would they extort from? Would you slaughter a hen that lays eggs? At that moment, I believe them to be foolish yet. Chapter 277. The Toad and the Swan Meat. Upon receiving the news of her husband's demise, she took several days to compose herself before venturing out. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, uncertain whether to answer affirmatively or negatively. Mistress. Chapter 278. Fortunate Blessings. Excellent. Zhao Feng escorted Feng Lingshan and her daughter to the entrance. The other party did not allow him to accompany them further, so he did not step beyond the stone steps. Watching their figures fade away, he let out a barely audible sigh. Special offer from the Demon King. The Point Lady has come again to distribute points. Starting now until August 30th, 2019, in the Great Demon King's Qidian Review section. As long as the prefix is Special Offer from the Demon King, any posts, be it reviews, skits, romantic dialogues, or character imaginings, are welcome. The content is unrestricted, but must be meaningful. 5-second prizes will be awarded, each with 1,000 points, equivalent to 10 renminbi. Judging criteria: the post number of likes will determine the winners. Thus, posting early will be advantageous. For more detailed information, please refer to the post by the Deputy Circle Master in the review section. Chapter 279. Look at this horseshoe pastry as an outsider. She observed with a discerning eye that Feng Qingying was reluctant to marry Zhao Feng. It was perplexing how Yang Xiangliang, as a father, could entertain such fanciful notions. No wonder they. Chapter 280. Further matchmaking. As the Feng youth turned the corner of the street, he spotted a woman across the alley, engaged in the purchase of glutinous rice cakes. It was Feng Lingzhao. In the alley. Chapter 281. Yes, it's him. Continue on. I am eager to see what further absurdities you can conjure. Under the pig's command, undoubtedly. I see you as a pig cloaked in a weasel's skin. Chapter 282. Retreat without battle. On this day, as he opened the shop door, 2 young men strolled in, casually browsing, before settling on a pair of lanterns. They were neither picky nor fussy, paying with alacrity. Chapter 283. Treading on thunder, he was burdened with thoughts, and only by immersing himself in his work could he cast aside these questions. When wholly focused, time seemed to slip away. Chapter 284. Involving oneself. Chapter 285. Sincere eyes stepping out of the lantern shop, stars began to twinkle in the sky. As Feng Liwan pondered why Chun Shintang felt somewhat familiar, his confidant had already inquired. Chapter 286. In a flash. Chapter 287. Original ideas. I arrived in Chunming City at the end of last summer. Thus, my presence is not a pursuit of him. His suspicions towards me may have diminished, yet they remain. Yin Sanlang spoke quietly. Chapter 288. The Turnaround. What manner of beast is this? So abstract. It is unrecognizable, yet intriguing. The gluttonous creature. Zhao Feng pointed at the beast's long horns and large mouth. Copper. Chapter 289. What about me? Feng Lingzhao glanced at him. Is it impossible to seek you out when there's nothing amiss? Of course it is. However, after these few days of interaction, he has come to understand that Miss Zhou seldom seeks him without reason. Chapter 290. I will give it serious consideration. After much contemplation, He still did not wish to miss such a splendid opportunity. Even if it leads to death, it must be faced with clarity. Feng Lingzhao hesitated and slowly set down the bamboo. Chapter 291. Is it reliable or not? Feng Lingzhao might not have seen him, but he could sense the gazes from others. Chapter 292. An indescribable oddity. She resented him for attracting misfortune. Otherwise, after so many years of renting out shops, why had she never experienced arson? Yet, her grandson still remembered the flowers in Zhao Feng's store. Chapter 293. A twofold gang. The man suddenly perked up. Where did the carriage go? Zhao Feng stepped to the roadside and gestured in a direction. It went this way. The exact location of the carriage. Chapter 294. Who set this trap for whom? In an instant, the riverside was ablaze with light, various lanterns competing in brilliance, illuminating the joyful faces of men, women, and children. A collective gasp of amazement echoed through the crowd. The wind rose. Chapter 295. The skills of a novice. Typically, a burly man delivered meals, but today, a kind-hearted woman, with a gentle smile, took his place. A flicker of hope ignited within Ding as she peered outside. Chapter 296. Cooperation from within and without. Ding gasped in horror. Though her life could not be described as affluent, she at least had no worries regarding food and clothing. She had only heard tales of the gruesome reality of cannibalism. Contemplating. Chapter 297. Unexpected developments. Chapter 298. The Earthwalker card, for Bear Net's additional update. They truly emerged as if from the depths, resembling fish leaping from the water onto the shore. Despite Zhao Feng's anxious urgency, he could not help but rub. Chapter 299. Upside down, for Bear Net's additional update. Damn it. Everything had been meticulously planned, even though there were minor setbacks. Chapter 300. An encounter. Min Longzi, eager to evade Feng Lingzhao's pursuit, needed to find a temporary refuge to eliminate these dangers. Feng Lingzhao did not anticipate Zhao Feng's unfortunate circumstances. Chapter 301. Retribution. He had. Chapter 302. I am unworthy. Someone. Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes to find Feng Lingzhao merely a foot away, intently examining his injuries. Chapter 303. The nature of pride. Zhao Fengkai sat down. Suddenly recalling a matter, he retrieved the jade token from his pocket. In the midst of his earlier disagreement with Feng Lingzhao, he had completely forgotten to present this item to her. Chapter 304. The scheme of Si Nanxiang. Now that his face had been disfigured by caustic acid, his presence in the city would undoubtedly incite panic, rendering him exceedingly conspicuous. Thus, if he wished to move undetected, the most prudent course of action would be. Chapter 305. Where lies the treasure? This was a property under her name, seldom. Chapter 306. A return visit. This skill was remarkable, particularly useful during times of escape. Hence, the repeatedly defeated Wang Desheng chose to employ him, keeping him close at all times, even amidst the scarcity of personnel. Chapter 307. Taken as a hostage, a chill ran down Zhao Feng's spine. This malevolent spirit had sought him out twice in a single night. As Si Nanxiang entered, Zhao Feng awoke abruptly, equally startled, and at that moment. Chapter 308. It is now the following day, innocent? Si Nanxiang seemed to have disregarded the latter part of the statement, sneering, since we are entangled in this web, none are innocent. His mind was as clear as crystal. How remarkable was Feng Liwan. Chapter 309. A tenuous string. The house is collapsing. Zhao Hu shouted loudly, urging everyone to evacuate quickly. Immediately, individuals escorted the couple. Min Longzi out. Ding turned her head. Chapter 310. How did I not consider this? She understood that Zhao Feng must have employed the Earth Movement token to drag Si Nanxiang underground. However, both individuals were at the epicenter of the explosion. Si Nanxiang perished, and Zhao Feng was not spared either. Chapter 311. A good question. No, it is impossible. The female protagonist, in his eyes, is almost omnipotent. How could a mere explosion possibly harm her? He gazed at the ruins below. Chapter 312. The account of 1,000 years. Certainly not. Qiansui cast a glance at him. The Lioli lamp was akin to a bottle, and the willpower represented the water within it. Regardless of how profound the accumulation, if the bottle is too small, it cannot contain it. It is imperative. Chapter 313. The Feng family's excellent etiquette. This timing skill is far superior to that of old Master Feng. At this moment, the light of day was just right, and Zhao Feng found himself momentarily entranced as he observed the burly man entering from outside. Indeed. Chapter 314, the Old Master's Consideration. He could attribute his intentions to fate, and Zhao Feng admired his audacity. Which family is he allied with? The Xing family in the northern part of the city. Chapter 315. Have you inquired about her wishes? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu promptly stopped him. What rental property? You shall reside in Shaoqingwei. The general merely entrusted him with a couple of matters. If he fails to manage them well, it would indeed be a disgrace. Chapter 316. The credit for the encirclement. Knowing one's impending demise is truly an unfortunate circumstance, compelling one to endure it time and again. Chapter 317. You should be weeping. At this point, Zhao Feng suddenly faltered, taking a couple of bites of rice. Feng Lingzhao playfully scolded. How come I have never heard of this? She rushed along. Chapter 318. I cannot lift my pen. No. Zhao Feng grasped her hand and gently kissed the back of it, stating earnestly that others should envy him. In this world, there are countless delicate women, virtuous. Chapter 319. It worries me deeply. Old Master Feng pondered for a long time. Indeed, none of those young rascals from Chunming City are worthy of his granddaughter. His granddaughter is a general, while these soft-footed boys. A plethora of rewards awaits. The monthly book review zone is once again hosting a giveaway of point coins. From now until September 22, 2019. Post in the book's review area, the book discussion section, with a title prefix of special supply from the Demon King and a minimum of 30 characters. And you will share in the valuable point coins given by the reviewer based on the number of likes received. The participant with the highest number of likes will receive 80 yuan. The second place will receive 30 yuan. The third place will receive 20 yuan. And those ranked 4th to 8th will each receive 10 yuan. The distribution will be directly handled by the officials to each account. Rest assured, the reviewer will not default. As for the content, write whatever you desire, no restrictions. If you simply cannot hold back your admiration for Shui Yun, then do not hesitate to take action. In short, a plethora of rewards awaits. Chapter 320. General Feng must protect me well. Zhao Feng held her small hand and sighed, asking, why did you choose to marry me? Is it because I saved you in the end? Even though she was eager to marry and did not wish to enter the palace. Feng Ling. Chapter 321. Sudden Revelation. Oh, it seems you have grown taller. The last time she encountered the young lad was several months ago. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Chapter 322. The Convergence of 7 Dragons. Although the weather was frigid, he practiced swordplay bare-chested for convenience. Thus, those present observed the veins on his arms bulging, pulsating vigorously as if. Chapter 323. Out of stock. It was no wonder her voice had elevated. The chime of the wooden bell had come quite unexpectedly. It was complete. Under the gaze of the two, several months had passed with the bell hanging. Chapter 324. The Roasted Chicken of the Lord of 1,000 Years. Snow fell that evening, and the temperature rose during the day. Chapter 325. How much for this grandson? At the behest of the Lord of 1,000 Years, her feline form was indeed striking. As the warmth dispersed, Yin Samling finally pushed the roasted chicken before her. The cat lowered its head, nibbling delicately. Chapter 326. A Proud Smile. Team leader Du was puzzled. Not even 50? The wrinkles on old Lady Wu's face were pronounced, suggesting she was at least in her 60s. Mrs. Wu was also. Chapter 327. A Blocked Path. The Lord of 1,000 Years glared at him in irritation, patting Yin Samling's back. Hey, you must ascertain his home address today. What? Chapter 328. Only beauty is required. Team leader Du was astonished. General Bing. How can such a large village be sealed off? Just moments ago, I saw someone enter. Chapter 329. Refusing the horse tie the food provided by the inn was hardly palatable, yet Yin Samlang, with his discerning palate, consumed it meticulously. Qiansui had observed that he gnawed on the pig's trotters until they were as pristine as if they had never existed. Chapter 330. Zhang family and Li family affairs. Reflecting on this, she cast her gaze once more at the flower god temple atop the small hill. To the untrained eye, it merely appeared to be a meticulously constructed shrine. However, to Qiansui, it held a deeper significance shrouded in darkness. Self-recommendation of previous work. Shuiyun's completed work. Ning Xiaoxian's divine record has undergone a comprehensive revision and is now fully available. Friends who have eagerly awaited the great Demon King may directly transition to it. This book is rich and captivating, being Shuiyun's inaugural creation, initially a tad unrefined. Nevertheless, I assure you that it improves remarkably as the narrative unfolds. becoming increasingly engaging and ultimately irresistible. After all, Ning Shaoxin's Divine Record was bestowed the title of Annual Book of the Year by Qidian Chinese Network in 2014, a distinction awarded to only 2 books each year, across both male and female categories, and it continues to hold the top position in collections, being the only work on Qidian Female Network to have amassed over 1 million collections. If you enjoyed The Great Demon King and The National Master, you are certain to appreciate this as well. Come, the microphone is yours. P.S. For those wishing to convey messages directly to Shuiyun, you may search and mention Fengxing Shuiyun is a foodie on Weibo. Shuiyun will periodically check for them. Chapter 331. Who doesn't have a grandson? They could only wander on the outskirts of the village, occasionally capturing a few unfortunate souls to employ their soul-capturing techniques, interrogating them about the precise location of the Zhou family. Having circled the village for quite some time. Chapter 332. The law of the king is ineffective. He returned home merely to change clothes. However, upon seeing the bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his mind grew increasingly hazy. Struggling to reach the bedside, he collapsed and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 333. The fire burns the flower forest in the face of external threats. The villagers would become remarkably united. Moreover, conflicts often arose between villages over the competition for water sources and resources, which were significant issues at the village level. Chapter 334. Threats and agreements. Beside Yin Sanlang, a child coughed and sobbed. "Mother, I want to find my mother." In a flash, Qiansui appeared nearby, frowning. Chapter 335. 50 Yin Sanlang heard footsteps approaching from that direction. Turning to look, he saw a woman in her early 20s exclaiming in alarm as she desperately pushed through the crowd. Chapter 336. Confrontation and evidence. Additional. A few elders stepped forward, and others accompanied them, among whom was Zhou Dahu. However, before they could reach the officials, they leaned against their mothers. Chapter 337. Good deeds are rewarded, but it was too late. His vantage point was too elevated, and Madame Jean spotted him at a glance, immediately pointing. "This young man rescued my daughter, he." Chapter 338. Should I or shouldn't I? However, at that moment, Qiansui gently nudged him with her elbow, chuckling. Does this count as good people receiving good rewards? It seems so. He had not forgotten that woman. Chapter 339. Do you wish for me to take action personally? Additional update. Unfortunately, Ame had never seen Little Red Riding Hood. Thus, she nodded vigorously. Yes. Do you want to? Yes. Hey, Yin-san. Chapter 340. Gathering its shirt, and Yin Sanlang hoisted his bookbox and proceeded alongside the Sun family. Mrs. Jean initially did not wish for Ame to accompany them, but she ultimately relented after hours of the girl's earnest pleas. Chapter 341. A rare toy. Last night's torrential downpour? The rain arrived abruptly, without any warning, utterly illogical. In the mountains, sudden rains are common. One moment basking in sunlight, the next engulfed by. Chapter 342. Catch fish for me. Additional update. She did not regret slapping the grandson of the Zhou family. Yet she felt somewhat apprehensive, as her family held little power in Homa village. Yin Sanlang softly remarked, then. Chapter 343. Fishing in the water yet. The current was swift, and before they could swim closer, the boy was swept away by the rushing waters. At that moment, the water level was neither too high nor too low, with rocks of various sizes beneath. Chapter 344. Whose fault is it, after all? The crowd followed the direction of his pointing hand and spotted Mrs. Jean and her daughter. Old Lady Wu instantly erupted with fury. Did Ame push my ear into the water? Chapter 345. Peanut Chain. Chapter 346. Evidence. What are you doing? The elderly matriarch Wu gazed at her great-grandson with deep sympathy. Today, Io had faced such misfortune, having fallen into the water and sustained injuries. If this continues, he might fall ill. Chapter 347. A sudden change indeed. The once-in-a-century mountain flood left a profound impression. The first day of the lunar month brought with it a moonless night. Mrs. Wu interjected, the mountain flood. Chapter 348. Abnormal circumstances. The county magistrate, in his attempt to reason, found himself at odds with the village chief. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he suddenly recalled that prior to the strange occurrences, Madame Jean had something to convey. He hastily dispatched. Chapter 349. Flower God Pool. The so-called water dragon eye refers to a convergence point of 3 waters. Within Homa Valley, 3 streams converge into one, which then flows into an underground river. If one were to consider the entirety of Homa Valley, Chapter 350. The confluence of four waters. Examining the skeletal remains, it was evident that this individual must have been quite tall in life. The remains were positioned upright, the bones pale and marred by numerous scars. The cervical vertebrae, femurs, and humeri bore. Chapter 351. Kidnapping. The flower god has resided in Homa Valley for more than just a day or two. It has been a tradition for over a century. Moreover, the two of them had been in Homa Valley for nearly 2 days. Chapter 352. An unstoppable force. However, an eerie commotion soon emanated from the forest adjacent to the stone beach. One by one, the flowering trees began to tremble, uprooting themselves and making their way toward this location. Chapter 353. The flower goddess. With a dull thud, it shockingly withstood the tumultuous blow. The creature, somewhat taken aback, felt a flicker of red light in its eye sockets, only to discover that standing before it was. Chapter 354. You have slept too long. Qiansui leapt towards Yin Sanlang's side and called out to him, Captain Chu, do you still remember this voice? This phrase was articulated with a rhythmic cadence, and Chapter 355. Lying. Madame Jean instinctively glanced over, her heart skipping a beat. She hurriedly approached and grasped the object in her palm. She planted a kiss on her daughter's forehead and praised, Ame is truly. Chapter 356. Are you all insane? Indeed, the mountain flood erupted at dawn. Zhou Xianyi claimed he found the bracelet during the full moon, which would mean it was at least 10 days after the flood. The pills found in the silver flower. Chapter 357. Identifying the murderer. Additional chapter for Zhang Aoyang's generosity. Ahao pondered for a moment. I did not see anything. Magistrate Zhang nodded. On the day of the flood, Zhou Xianyi was not at the Zhou residence. Who was he with that day? Chapter 358. The final blow. Additional chapter for Zhang Aoyang's generosity. Madame Wu raised her head proudly. I have accumulated kindness over the years. The villagers and townspeople are well aware. I have paved roads and aided the impoverished. Whenever a family is in distress, I always lend a hand. After so many years. Chapter 359. When can he return home? Magistrate Zhang waved his hand dismissively and admonished, do not speak nonsense. Until a verdict is pronounced, refrain from making unfounded claims. They are still in Homa Valley, and one must remain vigilant that calamity often arises from one's own words. Chapter 360. A glance back. And a century has passed. How shall we articulate this? Observe the mountainous terrain. After the collapse of the northern rocks, this place has transformed into a realm of profound darkness. It is said that such an environment breeds malevolent spirits. Chapter 361. A choice for the flower goddess. Strictly speaking, her inquiry should be whether there exists a third individual here. The figure before her scarcely qualifies as human. Yin Sanlang cast a furtive glance in her direction. Happy National Day. Happy National Day. In celebration of our great motherland's birthday, today's second update has been rescheduled to 3 p.m. The double monthly ticket event has been refreshed. From today until the 7th at midnight, each vote will count as 2. So, have you seen the little paws of the 1,000-year-old? I humbly request your monthly votes. Chapter 362. A two-part task. Since you have partaken in the offerings and incense of the mortal realm, drawing strength from the wishes of the common people, you must diligently fulfill the responsibilities of the flower goddess. Chu Yunha's gaze sharpened. Chapter 363. A 4-month deadline. Chu Yunha was overjoyed. I wish to hear further details. A gentleman's word is his bond. Chapter 364. Justice and fairness. Madame Jean shot him a glance of disdain. Are you capable of uttering more than just empty phrases? Chapter 365. Fleeting glory. 2 updates combined. He was soon to turn 12, no longer needing to study under the watchful eye of the master. In the past year or two, he has resided in Chunming City, engrossed in reading countless tomes. Now, an opportunity arises. Chapter 366. Qingyan Village. In the 12th month, heavy snow falls upon Yinlong Lake. The lakeside village of Qingyan comprises merely 30 households. After 3 days of swirling snow, the surroundings have truly transformed into a vast expanse. Chapter 367. Difficult to sustain. She stretched her hand once more and rummaged through the belongings of the two, retrieving only a meager handful of broken silver. With a disdainful huff, she remarked upon their utter poverty. The burly man standing nearby. Chapter 368. To save or not. Yin Sanling finally rose to his feet. Chapter 369. Prosperity and stability. This old woman possesses quite a cunning mind. Chu Yunha shook his head. The sound cannot carry. I assure you, You will not summon anyone. The old hag's voice was piercing, her volume. Chapter 370, Heavenly Fragrance. The old hag ignored him, instead offering a feigned smile to Yin Sanlang and his companion. The nearby towns are in utter chaos. Preoccupied with their own survival, they hardly have the capacity to concern themselves with this place. Furthermore, it is not. Chapter 371, Rising Difficulty. Yin Sanlang responded with a murmur, uncertain of the intent behind his words. Chu Yunhe, observing his expression, understood that he could not fathom. Do you comprehend what war entails? Chapter 372, Gained Weight Again. These two share a mutual affinity, Yin Sanlang smirked. At that moment, the white cat suddenly twitched its nose. There is a scent of blood in the wind. Human blood. Something has transpired nearby. Chapter 373, Deception. This is indeed significant news. Yin Sanlang and Cat exchanged glances. Who was the victim? Originally, General Qian Ding, who led the charge at the front lines. Well, Chapter 374, No one can accomplish it. The so-called mixed hall refers to the bathhouse. While the authorities can restrict citizens from leaving the city, they cannot prevent residents from bathing. At this moment, the city's industries are in decline, and the entire city. Chapter 375, Accumulating Gold Powder. Yesterday, I was injured while leaving the city. Chu Yunhe recounted El Xian's misfortunes, but refrained from mentioning that he was the one who saved him. The female proprietor listened intently. Her fingertips. Chapter 376, Seeking the Accumulated Golden Tree. The knotting methods of the red and black threads are numerous, each representing different meanings. Known as the language of knots. Even if someone coerces El Xian into surrendering the token, only. Chapter 377, Shaluo. The patrols seem to be meticulously arranged, leaving minimal blind spots. He whispered, if it is the North Town Marquis, then this individual possesses considerable skill. Chapter 378, Terms of Exchange. He plunged his arm into the snow and stirred gently. It was empty. Here it is. Yin Sanlang softly called out to Chu Yunhe, and the two carefully examined the floating snow. Chapter 379, The Realm of Shaluo. She bounded forward on her four legs, gracefully sprinting ahead of Chu Yunhe. The branches and leaves concealed her, and soon the two could no longer see her. Yet, not long after, barely half a stick of incense had passed, and Chapter 380, Ding, you have a new task. Please accept the order. Transport. Yin Sanlang noticed several large leaves that were utterly bare, adorned only with droplets of water at their edges. He could not help but remark that the village chief of Zaijiatan had mentioned. Chapter 381, Morale versus True Strength. If there were a shortcut, he would prefer to avoid taking the long route. You may give it a try. The white cat fixed its gaze upon the figure moving within the thicket. It was a sentinel who had just passed by. Chapter 382, Investigation. At that moment, Qiansui's expression shifted as he retrieved the enigmatic mother spider from his ear, listening intently for a while before informing Yin Sanlang. Trouble has arisen at Ziyun River. Chapter 383, Airdrop. Dr. Su spoke slowly, and the soldiers present informed me that General Qian succumbed to poison within merely 50 breaths. The antidote administered midway proved ineffective. The military doctor. Chapter 384, The residence of the military supervisor Lord Tai dismounted and was accompanied by Han Zhao into the encampment. Along the way, he observed his surroundings and praised. With the Marquis present, the military demeanor and authority are indeed exceptional. Chapter 385, Climb the tree or jump into the lake. The heavens are high and the emperor distant. The soldiers under his command were unaware of the might of royal power and therefore held little respect for Lord Tai, who represented the emperor to oversee military affairs. Chapter 386, Thieves encountering robbers. With this thought in mind, Han Zhao issued another command. Bring that scoundrel with the note on his back and give him 3 hard slaps. The appearance of the note. Chapter 387, Kidnapping and Coercion. Yin Sanlang focused his gaze. What he saw was not gold dust, but rather a multitude of beetles, their elytra covering their bodies, sporting 6 long legs and 2 forelimbs resembling those of a mantis. Chapter 388, A Favor from Grand Eunuch Tai. On the southwestern front, General Qian's remaining troops, combined with the forces brought by Han Zhao, totaled 60,000 soldiers. In an army of this magnitude, conveying any command down the ranks is. Chapter 389, Hearing malicious words behind one's back. Grand Eunuch Tai burped, sensing a faint metallic taste rising in his throat. His heart racing. Will you provide me with the antidote 15 days hence? If the colossal tree remains healthy. The reader community has initiated an event. Come quickly to claim your free points. The platform has launched a coin distribution activity. This task is exceedingly simple, just one sentence. Merely post independently in this book's reader community, using a single sentence to describe your impression of the Demon Lord, and then await the likes from your fellow readers. The requirements are only two. B. You may write whatever you wish, but each post must contain only one period. For example, impression of the Demon Lord. This is a tale of a high-end Shura cat striving to replace her low-end litter scooper. Excerpt from the reading list. Rewards will be based on the number of likes received. The first place winner will receive 30 yuan, the second place 20 yuan, and the third to 15th places will each receive 10 yuan. After the event concludes, the official account will transfer the rewards to your starting point account. Shui Yun's insight. Winning a prize is quite simple. Be either original or write several entries. Write more. The probability of winning is certainly greater than 0. The event concluded on October 25, 2019. Those with significant quantities are encouraged to come forth. For further details, please refer to the dedicated post in the book club. Chapter 390. Do you recognize its owner? The mountain winds were fierce, and by the time Han Zhao arrived, the original scent in the room had dissipated significantly. He could no longer detect the aroma of medicine, and his subordinates found no useful clues. Chapter 391. What a coincidence, we meet again. The mole within the perfume shop had just been discovered and eliminated by her. Could this individual before him not be another? His subordinates instinctively surrounded Chu Yunha. Chapter 392. The transaction. Chapter 393. Both sides placed their bets. The lady proprietor pondered briefly. Allow me to give it a try. Yin Sanlang then added. Why did you only demand that the Wei army withdraw 20 miles when presenting conditions to the Northtown Marquis? Chapter 394. A reunion with an old friend is particularly poignant. This Northtown Marquis indeed possesses remarkable skills, able to unravel chaos and trace the situation back to the vicinity of the forest farm. Chu Yunha's gaze was fixed on the distance. Chapter 395. It cannot be done. Yes. Xiao Yuan halted her steps, her smile fading. It was I who killed him. My uncle and aunt perished during the siege of Gaosun City, and I eliminated the Wei nation's general, Qian Ding, who was attacking. Chapter 396. Once you have agreed, you must not go back on your word. She was merely 12 years old that year when Zhongling Yun concocted a detoxification pill capable of neutralizing 100 poisons, earning her master's and Han Zhao's unreserved praise. Xiao Yuan, in a fit of anger, secluded herself for over half a year. Once the toxicity dissipated, Han Zhao commanded his subordinates to bring the horse. Let us depart. When Shi Tsongyi attempted to assist him in mounting, he waved him away. Han Zhao mounted the horse independently. Chapter 398. You only know how to fight. Not to calculate. Chapter 399. A short pain is better than a long suffering. A hot-tempered general was ready to roll up his sleeves, but Han Zhao raised a hand to halt his actions, contemplating. Shall we proceed with the attack? It is not without merit. Chapter 400. Can you stand idly by? The woman in red departed midway, with only Chu Yunha and Yin Sanlang, a pair of one large and one small, entering the village. Oh, and there was also a cat crouched within a book box. Chapter 401. Wonders of the world. I have a fondness for the honey date steamed cake made by Uncle Wang at the street corner. That day, I found no one at his home, only to discover that the doors and windows had been smashed, and the cake was smeared with dark blood. Chapter 402. From now on, each for their own master. These characters were inscribed with gold powder. If you observe closely, the background pattern subtly implies the phrase David's prosperity. Yin Sanlang examined it carefully and shook his head. Chapter 403. The rise and fall is all the suffering of the people in the central region of the Wei state. Wudong Town. The heavy snow ceased last night, and when the sun rose, the entire landscape was cloaked in silver. A rare fine day. Chapter 404. The struggles of the farmers. Yin Sanlang understood the hardships faced by farmers. Shortly after leaving Shaluo City, he encountered the grain officials of the Wei Kingdom. Chapter 405. These two are wealthy. As Yin Sanlang and the others stepped into the crowd, a tall man with a brown scarf emerged, proclaiming loudly, "As you have all guessed, we are the Brown Army. From this moment forth, in Wutong Town." Chapter 406. A rescue. Several men stepped forward, shouting, "Halt!" Yin Sanlang obediently stopped in his tracks and turned around. The leader of the Brown Army swaggered over, shaking his shoulders as he approached. Chapter 407. I will guide you through. Xiao Yuan smiled silently. Thus, Yin Sanlang understood her intentions, determined to expel foreign invaders. How could she let such a splendid opportunity of internal turmoil within the Wei Kingdom slip by? Chapter 408. Luhua City. This region was currently the territory of the Brown Army, encompassing 11 cities and towns, as well as rural areas. Passing through various towns, Yin Sanlang, observant as ever, discovered. Chapter 409. The Celestial Compass. It was quite intriguing. I wish to inquire further. What exactly were you all doing in Shini? Previously. The excuse provided by Chu Yunhe was utterly insincere, as she. Chapter 410. No turning back. Someone shouted again. The court troops are coming. This grandest and most opulent inn was situated right on the main street. Yin Sanlang specifically requested a room facing the street. Marshal Mao's expression darkened suddenly. As if he were ready to devour someone, I will agree to all of Yugua's conditions to save him. Otherwise, the Brown Army will no longer welcome you. Chapter 412. Not a marketplace for bargains. General Tong was wounded on the inner side of his elbow. The enemy was unable to approach him closely to inflict harm. The only ones capable of executing a close-range ambush were those by his side. Chapter 413. Transference. This little fellow harbors many secrets. At that moment, she instructed Tu Yu to fetch 2 porcelain bowls filled with snow water, then poured ashes into each while silently reciting incantations. Chapter 414. No second options. Marshal Mao, with a smile, pointed and said, Your injury has been healed by Miss Yuan. Xiao Yuan stepped forward at the opportune moment and clarified, it was not healing, but rather a replacement. Chapter 415. Using a feather as a command. Chu Yunhe stroked his chin, pondering. This may suggest that the fate of the Wei Kingdom is not yet exhausted. All things must decay before pests arise. Currently, this tree of the Wei Kingdom is infested. Chapter 416. Confrontation. Han Zhao's expression grew serious. The words of Eunuch Tai struck at the core of his unease. Their side had achieved several victories and was riding high on the momentum, yet supplies from the homeland were. Chapter 417. A complete turnaround. The military doctor indicated that he still harbored cold energy in his abdomen, a result of fatigue from overexertion during the journey, rather than poisoning. The so-called military doctor of Thaxan is nothing but a farce. A few months ago, Wang Ting insisted that he advance to the front lines, but he was unwilling to comply, while Wang Wei relentlessly issued orders. Now that he is here commanding troops, Wang Wei. From the day the Brown Army rose in rebellion, there have been only 2 possible outcomes: survival through resistance or defeat leading to demise. If he were Mao Dingsheng. Rather than. After indulging for a while longer, he stood up, emboldened by the effects of the drink, and descended the stairs. The white cat remained seated, waiting patiently without moving. Nearby diners observed. This cat is indeed. The Celestial Compass is an extraordinary magical artifact. However, as long as it is operated by a human, there will inevitably be opportunities for errors, negligence, and complacency. Chapter 423. Methodical progress. The guardian of the Celestial Compass must steadfastly remain within the palace, for any appearance of anomalies within must be promptly addressed. Thus, this grand hall is equipped with specific. Chapter 424. Disguised infiltration. With the Celestial Compass in place, this plan must be executed flawlessly, requiring vigilant surveillance of the incense chamber and the eunuch Wu to avert any unforeseen events. Otherwise, Chu Yunhe also fell silent. Chapter 425. A strange company. Oddly, the patterns began to rotate slowly, and gazing upon them for even a brief moment induced dizziness. The disc was firmly embedded in the ground, topped with a crystalline cover. Chapter 426. Assisting them is assisting herself. She must have placed a tracking spell upon us. Xiaowan, skilled in the arcane arts, possesses an abundance of methods for tailing someone, yet Yin Sanlang is reluctant to have his movements closely monitored. Chapter 427. Departed. The lights extinguished. I was utterly terrified. They infiltrated the royal palace of the Wei Kingdom, yet remained tense throughout the entire ordeal. The eunuch Wu lowered his hand, and the cloaked figure turned to gaze upon the star map. Chapter 428. Change of essence. The material was not gemstone. Chiyunha even spotted a crimson cloth button affixed to the forehead of one of the cloaked figures. Very well, it seems he must first. Chapter 429. The Count of Ping now. He was vigorously excavating the soil along this depression. With the signal arrow already launched, all that remained was to race against time. Chapter 430. The Emperor and Empress's Labyrinth. He discerned clearly that the locations where the several bolts of lightning struck were precisely the Ganlu Palace. Given that the person had stealthily infiltrated, it was unlikely they would create such a grand commotion. Chapter 431. The painted wall. The slender figure took a couple of steps back, expressing mild surprise. "It is you." The two parties quickly disengaged, each gaining clarity on the situation. The one engaged in combat with Chu Yunhe was. Chapter 432. Each reveals their prodigy. One might wonder why a brilliantly arranged formation would still possess an exit. This is because such a path must adhere to the principles of heaven, ensuring that those within the confines are granted a glimmer of hope. Chapter 433. Compassion. The motionless branches of the trees suddenly seemed to come alive, extending outward in unison, ensnaring the guards like snakes. This woodland had flourished for over a century. Chapter 434. Aiming for immediate success. Her voice carried a hint of. Chapter 435. The assassin's clue. The surprise attack on the King of Wei had failed, alerting the snake, and the palace was now heavily guarded. In the short term, she had no opportunity for further assassination, thus she chose not to waste time here. Chapter 436. Crab racing. The assassin hailed from the northern territories. Ku Yanhua gestured towards the palace's exit, prompting eunuch Su to promptly withdraw. Only two individuals remained in the hall. Ku Yanhua glanced around. Chapter 437. The two greatest regrets. The white cat, growing impatient, remarked, "You could wave it around your entire life and still not uncover the truth." Chu Yunhe's hand lingered hesitantly upon the wooden stopper for an extended period before she finally. Chapter 438. Scaling the mountain of blades and descending into the sea of fire, one must fulfill their duty. Just this narrow passage, who can perceive it clearly? Reluctantly, she revealed her four small sharp teeth. "Ah, now Yin Sanlang." Chapter 439. The Void. To identify the Kanwu stone among 50 hats is no trivial task. How to search, one by one. Who dares to treat this as a mere shopping endeavor in a common clothing store? Chapter 440. A wish can be granted. In the past, she calculated the frequency of replacing lamps, yet she did not account for such a high-level request. Such opportunities are rare and fleeting. Yin Sanling gently. Chapter 441. The Boredom of Compassion. After surveying the surroundings, Qiansui disdainfully remarked, "Let us depart. This place is filled with hideous creatures." Thus, Yin Sanlang obediently retreated. Yet it indeed counted as a visit. Chapter 442. Analyzing with precision. She truly is a failed life mentor. Yin Sanlang pretended not to hear and continued to fiddle with the eerie nest of the spider. Speaking of which, after these years, the spider has become more. Chapter 443. Have they been turned into jerky? The main battlefield between the Wei State's army and the rebel forces lies in the Linsen Plain. Chapter 444. Cursing a city. Was it not said that one must travel over 30 more miles to reach the front lines? Yin Sanlang stealthily slipped away, discovering two factions engaged in fierce combat, each numbering no more than 200. In the ensuing chaos, the soldiers erupted into a cacophony of inventive curses, their fervor igniting laughter among the larger contingent of the brown-clad army, who occasionally chimed in, creating a resounding chorus of invective. The young lad exhibited a rather inadequate composure. With an air of ancient wisdom, he remarked that perseverance can yield great rewards. Did he not understand? No sooner had he spoken, when suddenly, Qingling City. The northern marquis found himself ensnared within the confines of Qingling City, making the transmission of messages exceedingly challenging. Just moments prior, he had observed birds soaring through the sky, only to see them struck down by the brown-clad soldiers. The narrative abruptly halted, evidently as the guards silenced him with a gag. Yang Ling, resigned to his fate, unabashedly aimed for the vulnerabilities of Han Zhao. Years earlier, she had first encountered Yin Sanlang in Yicheng, a lad who was utterly illiterate. To her astonishment, he had since mastered the art of writing with a skill that rivaled those who had wielded the brush their entire lives. Yin Sanlang immediately recognized the situation. Indeed, the pacification campaign of the state of Wei was most. It was only fitting that this place, known as Huaibai, boasted a lush and dense vegetation. Over the past 3 years, the area has suffered from pest infestations, resulting in extensive withering and collapse of trees on the shaded slopes. Chapter 452. Intensification. After all, she is not a local and is unfamiliar with the geography. Faced with the works of such a soulful artist, Sister Su took several moments to carefully examine before extending her hand to point. Chapter 453. A grand gesture. Mao Dingxing furrowed his brow tightly. From this hilltop, one could overlook the plain and discern the situation beneath Qingling City. He was merely a few hundred paces from the front lines, yet could not. Chapter 454, Falling into a Trap. Moreover, it wasted her precious time. No wonder this troop lacked combat effectiveness. It seemed merely a fade, intended to divert the attention of the Brown Army. Well, let us turn back. Chapter 455, A Diversion. He quickly noticed that although the Brown Army still surrounded Qingling City heavily, assaults from several other directions had ceased, focusing solely on the West City Gate. From his vantage point, however, the Northern Town Army below was no pushover. Amidst the elite were skilled fighters, climbing with all their might to swiftly clear the debris from the cliff. Chapter 457, National Player. The sun still hung in the sky, rendering her unable to act. Moreover, Yin Sanling's objective was to capture the eunuch alive under the watchful eyes of the crowd, rather than to slay Grand Eunuch Tai, a task made exponentially more challenging. Chapter 458, Is capturing a eunuch easy? Initially, he intended merely to lure a small squad of the Brown Army to attack the guards of Grand Eunuch Tai, hoping that they would mutually annihilate one another, allowing him to seize a ready advantage. The battlefield is vast, and Chapter 459, Not Accepted. This month, the official platform has once again bestowed benefits upon us. Simplifying the activities, praise Shuiyun, praise the Demon King. Should one's compliments be refreshingly unique, evoking the vibrant spectrum of a rainbow, one may earn 6,666 points. The event lasts until the 30th, and if one's praise falls short, there is ample opportunity to try again. Shuiyun is ever forgiving. Chapter 460, This illness can be cured. Time gradually slipped away in Qingling City, perhaps with just a quarter of an hour more of assault. The army led by Ma Dingxing could shatter the Duanlong Stone and seize Qingling City. Chapter 461, Sanlang's Method of Treatment. I share the sentiment. Yet he asserts that it is hysteria, easily treatable. Han Zhaowei lifted his gaze. The term hysteria was not unfamiliar to him, having just emerged from the shaman's care. Chapter 462, The 800 Tales of the Northern Duke. The physician once mentioned that before delivering a punch, one must first startle the opponent, causing their heart to contract. Yin Sanlang's expression was earnest, responding to every inquiry. Lest. Chapter 463, This will not do, that will not do. At that moment, Grand Eunuch Tai was in a state of panic, utterly oblivious to the trivial pain. After just a few steps, the medicine began to take effect. In the past, this remedy. Chapter 464, A Different Approach. Has she forgotten that he is still immersed in water? If he must rise, so be it. As Qiansui's gaze followed his finger downward, I found myself at a loss for words. Chapter 465, A Sudden Change in Xingyi. Regarding the bittersweet fruit. He finished reading while gently stroking the cat. Nonsense. She shot him a glare, resolutely refusing to concede. However, that mischievous lad. Chapter 466, Diverging Paths, Double Update Combined. The Grand Duke exclaimed, Is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still alive? As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed the impropriety and lowered his voice. Is this matter true or false? Chapter 467, Exchange of Intelligence. He has now come to understand that all things are interconnected, a concept succinctly referred to as the interconnection of all entities. Particularly, the chaotic situation in the Wei Kingdom can be likened to a precariously balanced chess game, where the slightest movement can result in widespread repercussions. Currently, external information. Chapter 468, Which of them is free from ulterior motives? King Wei. Driven by vanity and tyranny, as burden the nation, this is one aspect. Furthermore, King Wei's fratricide has forged a deep-seated enmity with concubine Liao. This is another. National grievances and familial hatred. Chapter 469, I can no longer remain here. Qiansui perched on a branch, observing him with disbelief. What manner of creature are you that dons human skin? Outside, the winds howled and the storm raged, yet at this moment. Chapter 470, Why won't you let go? Xiao Yuan queried in astonishment. What have you done? Disguised as a soldier of the Northern Town Army, he had delivered 2 resounding slaps to the Grand Duke. Yin Sanlang smiled wryly and added, Chapter 471, Cannot sit idly by. Han Zhao did not harbor any resentment towards him. She possessed numerous extraordinary items, rendering her unpredictable, and one could hardly keep pace. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan would not dare to visit him alone. One can imagine. Chapter 472, Deceiving Heaven and Crossing the Sea. That old scoundrel is quite cunning, often creating difficulties for others, and Luke might not be able to handle him. Qiansui displayed a look of disdain. He constantly sent trivial messages to Xingyi. And if, Chapter 473, The Wheel of Fortune turns. I inquired with the military doctor, who stated that the hysterical patient alternates between episodes and moments of normalcy. Envoy Lu pointed to his own temple, unable to control himself. Chapter 474, once a guest in the hall, now a prisoner on the steps. Within a 20-mile radius of Xingyi, the finest lotus root powder is produced in Hexiang Town. As its name suggests, this small town is renowned for its lotuses, with exceptional quality of lotus seeds and root powder. Chapter 475, The Cruelty at the Pinnacle. Upon hearing this, the white cat instinctively glanced at Yin Sanlang. When first encountered in I Ching, this lad was also mute. One wonders if a mute can empathize with another mute. Chapter 476, Have they been discovered? Is it so? He Xiaoyuan shrugged. They had long served as court officials and had at least met the young prince multiple times. However, it has been 2 years since the little prince fell from the cliff and reappeared. Chapter 477, Another Youth. The back door of the inn leads to a dimly lit alley, a narrow dirt path flanked by towering walls, with a grand tree in the yard across the way casting its ample branches and leaves overhead. Even though, Chapter 478, prepared to retreat. During this process, he encountered merely 2 guards, both dispatched with lightning speed. Yet, one managed to sound the whistle before meeting his demise. That peculiar. Chapter 479, An Unwelcome Interlude. They could not come to a consensus. Chapter 480, Considerations. The man residing here is surnamed Du. Having settled in Hexiang Town with his delicate wife and young child for a decade, he appears rather unremarkable, yet his wife is as beautiful as a flower. Such. Chapter 481, To Rob or to Purchase. After hearing the voices from the eerie nest, Yin Sanlang and Qiansui exchanged glances. Have we encountered the young lady of the Liao family? It seems so. Chapter 482. Just how many pursuers are there? Never mind. After all, the officials are all on the same path. He sealed his lips, resolved to amass wealth quietly. Yin Sanling galloped forth, racing along the way. Chapter 483. An Old Acquaintance. Old Madam's son lightly tapped her cane against the ground. Fear not. Fear not. I am not of the same ilk as that wretch. Du Heng remarked. Old Madam's son and your great-grandfather. Chapter 484. Guiding the Lord of the North, observing the direction in which the 3 riders were galloping. Yin Sanlang surmised that they had recently passed the relay station and must be aware of his acquisition of the station's horses. Thus, this confrontation. Chapter 485. You may depart, the youth shouted defiantly, akin to a celestial being. In this direction, even if you slay me. There is no other path for you to take. The reason for their inability to catch up was clear. The steeds of those 3 galloped with remarkable speed. Chapter 486. A moment's delay, additional update. Yet, I too am curious. We managed to follow their trail only after witnessing Du Heng escape with Liao Hongxian. As Yin Sanlang pondered, Han Zhao had traveled a great distance. Chapter 487. Treachery and delay, reflecting on this. Chapter 488. What will he do? It was evident that the adversary had buried the dormant black Tai Sui spores in the earth, waiting for Pu Yu to pass by. A single arrow would pierce the water pouch, allowing the liquid to spill onto the ground. Thus, the black Tai Sui would awaken immediately. Points distribution. Do you wish for Qiansui to savor the culinary delights of your hometown? As the water powder babies bask in the warm breeze, clutching their heating pads and enveloped in blankets while sipping milk tea, Qiansui arrives once more to distribute benefits. I hope everyone will take a moment to participate actively and post early to gather praise. Key points for this event include the participation title, Hometown Flavors Showdown, and post independently. This is not a response to another post. Please share your hometown's distinctive delicacies in the Chidian Book Friends Circle review area. For instance, Shaman offers delicacies such as shacha noodles, mianxian soup, taro buns, and meat dumplings. If one could further describe the colors, flavors, or preparation methods, it would surely tantalize the taste buds and provide an opportunity to be immortalized in literature. Becoming a delight savored by Qiansui and Sanlang. The event commences at midnight on December 3rd, 2019, and concludes at midnight on December 20th, 2019. The anticipated rewards are as follows. First prize. 1 winner will receive 5,000 points. Second prize. 3 winners will receive 3,000 points each. Third prize. 16 winners will receive 1,000 points each. Note: Should a participant submit multiple entries, only the post with the highest number of likes will be considered for rewards. Posts with fewer than 10 likes will be disqualified from selection, and in case of a tie in likes, the post will be ranked by submission date, with earlier posts receiving precedence in garnering likes. The final interpretation rights of this event are reserved by the Guide to Raising the Great Demon King. Chapter 489, Self-Proof, Additional Update. Prime Minister Liao's strategic move proved astute, allowing the confidential letter to be successfully delivered to Han Zhao despite the rigorous scrutiny of King Wei. Upon reading the letter, Han Zhao was struck by. Chapter 490. Seeking reinforcements, Du Heng interjected, asserting, "I have taken precautions. Even the witchcraft cannot trace us. Yet, in this world filled with myriad supernatural phenomena, there will always be defenses that elude us." As the pursuers drew closer. Chapter 491. Longbow. Despite the girl's stunning beauty, Liao Hongxian sensed a profound malice within her smile. She distinctly heard the other party declare, "Of course. You are merely bait." Chapter 492. The collapse of the earth. He was not particularly towering in stature, and few were aware of his innate strength. With the aid of the mountain-splitting axe, the force he unleashed astonishingly rivaled that of the dragon figure before him. Chapter 493. Deceit and betrayal. He recklessly led his men into the fray, unwittingly falling into a trap, precisely as his adversaries had anticipated. Alas, Puyu had always played by his own rules. The opponent aimed to seize this residence. Chapter 494. The Battle of the Millennium. Moreover, they sought a swift resolution, with no room for hesitation. Earlier, Gu Jishan had released green fireworks into the sky, a signal unmistakably visible to Han Zhao, as well as others. Chapter 495. A change of adversaries. Xiaoyuan was left somewhat dazed, her fingers tingling from the shock. And she couldn't help but retort to Han Zhao, "Let us switch opponents." She desired a change in adversaries, intending to pass the puppet wolf too. Chapter 496. Pursuit and escape. The opponent suddenly multiplied into 4, and even the seasoned Xiaoyuan was momentarily taken aback. Puyu's speed was astonishing, and the commander of the Qianlong Guard truly wished. Chapter 497. Schemes and rescues. Not far off, a sound of surprise echoed, as if someone was taken aback. Chapter 498. Saving lives to repay debts. Only then did he notice that in the direction where the Qianlong Guard had last cast their gaze, there stood a mysterious and beautiful woman. Whatever schemes she had concocted, he had not observed. Chapter 499. Seeking a worthy master. What have I done? I have done nothing at all. Qiansui innocently raised her hands, her eyes wide as if questioning the fairness of her fate. Liao Hongxian, filled with indignation, was about to retort. Chapter 500. Have we met before? Yan Sanling once again distinctly sensed her disapproval towards Qiansui. Yet, her words rang true. Qiansui would naturally appear when the time was right. The dining hall merely. Chapter 501. Successful persuasion. Additional update. The act was remarkably convincing, fooling even the seasoned Duke of Jinbei. Yan Sanlang shrugged his shoulders, but the Duke did not let him off easily, his gaze. Chapter 502. Who can offer selflessly? If. Han Zhao carefully considered his words. If we succeed, what are your plans for the future? His words were veiled. Yet Xiaoyuan understood. Chapter 503. Disguised as a woman, Du Heng gently patted Liao Hongshuan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The action was remarkably natural, and Miss Liao's reaction was equally composed, finding no awkwardness or discomfort. Chapter 504. It can be done. Additional chapter. Sitting by the window. Mao Dingxing observed this scene, his heart stirred. Han Zhao, of course, he recognized. But was that youth not a retainer of the Duke of Jinbei? Chapter 505. A deal struck. The state of Wei had stood for over 2 centuries, with the concept of bloodline inheritance deeply ingrained in the hearts of its people. In contemporary times, despite the suspicions surrounding the king of Wei regarding patricide and fratricide, he remains the sole heir to the imperial lineage. Chapter 506. Another deception. This young lad has revealed his ability to burrow underground, which may yield unexpected advantages. It was only then that Han Zhao decided to bring him along. Should the situation take a dire turn, Mao Dingxing is resolute in his intent to eliminate Han. Chapter 507. The Little Prince delivers meals. Additional chapter. Fortunately, the invasion of Yu has ceased for the time being, and the King of Wei likely believes he can afford to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer needing to placate the Marquis of Jinbei with urgency. Ultimately, the King of Wei. Chapter 508. She is the one I chose. What? I inquired. Qiansui furrowed her delicate brow. Is Du Heng truly capable of such artistry? Indeed, Xiaomi replied without hesitation. Chapter 509, A Performance. She reached out to catch a snowflake, watching it slowly dissolve in her palm. A change in the weather is imminent. She gently clapped her hands. Chapter 510, A Rebellion, additional chapter. Thus, a faction of court officials opposed this, firmly believing that the Hejuan army could not possibly contend against the forces of Sanlongjiang and posed no threat to Xingyi. Their reasoning is that the court troops have already marched south to confront the enemy, while the Jinbei army is also pursuing. Chapter 511, Either left or right. Either leave or stay. He was originally the Grand Minister of Ceremonies. Liao Qing was imprisoned in the Celestial Dungeon, and Tu Qing was promoted to replace him. Currently, various military factions are en route back to the capital to support the king. Chapter 512. Is the king of Wei planning to escape? The perfect accompaniment to the silky tofu here is fried dough sticks. The freshly fried golden youtiao exudes a rich oiliness, yet it is both fragrant and crisp, crackling delightfully with each bite. This bowl of douhua pairs exquisitely. Chapter 513. Birds and Rumors, additional update. The Yao family was originally a prestigious clan in Xingyi, having ascended to prominence due to the Dowager Yao, the mother of King Wei. As King Wei sought to escape Xingyi, it was inevitable that he would take his maternal kin along. However, the Yao family. Chapter 514. A delay tactic. Yin Sanlang inquired curiously. Who? Han Zhao dispatched someone from Tianao Palace to retrieve an elderly palace maid. He Xiao Yuan pouted, requesting assistance in transforming. Chapter 515. The upper hand in psychological warfare. The northern town army indeed remained stationary, ceasing their advance. Chapter 516. Identity doubts, additional update. This had long been anticipated by Han Zhao, who remained undeterred, calling out, "Where is Tu Qingzhou? Step forward." The army also adjusted their stance. Chapter 517. A fluent exchange. He slowed his pace. 3 years ago, during the new year, Minister Tu entered the palace accompanied by his young daughter. You went to pay respects to the dowager, while the little girl was taken by palace attendants to play in the imperial garden, which resulted in unforeseen. Chapter 518. Blood Cicada. Tu Qingzhou, with a grim expression, retorted, "Minister Lu, your words are misguided. Looking back a century, have you ever witnessed a noble returning to the capital necessitating the labor of the army for an escort?" Han Zhao thundered. Chapter 519. Schemes and Resolutions, additional update. Liang Zhujiao stood atop the city gate, where heavy troops were stationed, rendering him powerless to act. The adversary was acutely aware of this, which emboldened them to surreptitiously exchange the blood cicada. Tu Qingzhou. Chapter 520. Self-destruction. Thus, the state of Wei utilized this characteristic as a means of discerning bloodlines, proving to be remarkably effective. Han Zhao, possessing exceptional hearing, could clearly overhear the conversation between the two. Chapter 521. He was not so brave before. Han Zhao slightly tilted his head and complimented, "Well done." Xiaomi, maintaining her gaze, whispered in a volume only Han Zhao could hear, "My legs are still trembling." Chapter 522. Out of money, additional update. Han Zhao did not elaborate. Yet Xiaomi had an excellent memory, especially considering the tumultuous ups and downs she had experienced recently, making it difficult for her to forget. It was about Chancellor Tuesday. Chapter 523. Wuxia Fortress. The third room from the left has been allocated for your stay. The manager scratched his head and said, "Dr. He, please go about your business. The eviction order has been issued," and he shall. Chapter 524. What to do? The area of Wuxia Fortress is limited, indicating that the King of Wei has only brought trusted confidants with him. Yin Sanlang whispered, "Where does the King of Wei intend to retreat?" Observing the direction. Chapter 525. Where exactly? Additional update. Merely coordinating accommodations consumed more than half the night. From master to servant, everyone was dissatisfied. Yin Sanlang's room had 2 more individuals crammed into it. Chapter 526. He Xiao Yuan's tactics. Only the nobility would employ an inner servant. Yin Sanlang turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting several young eunuchs, no older than 35, their garments of finer fabric than those of others. Chapter 527. Treating illness as child's play. The other doctors also sensed his intimidating gaze, refraining from meeting his eyes. This individual was gravely ill, and the group of physicians found themselves at a loss. Master Luo pointed to the bed, instructing them. Chapter 528. The Promised Gold, additional update. The color of the sparrow tongue tea was originally a green hue with a faint yellow tinge, Yet upon immersion of this note into the tea, it instantly released a blue tint. Initially a light blue, the color rapidly deepened, transforming into Chapter 529, Let Him Come Find Us. Xiaoyuan was seated in the central room, having found a corner to sit quietly, sipping tea while awaiting the outcome. The other two members of the accompanying team. Chapter 530, Clarifying the Causes. Eunuch Qian presented a parchment with both hands, which Wei Wang snatched away, carelessly tearing open the wax seal. Upon reading the first line, he felt darkness envelop him. At noon in the capital. Chapter 531, Eunuch Qian's Hidden Ailment, Additional Update. Very well. I shall have the medical officer send over a potion immediately. Indeed, Master Luo proved to be reliable in his duties. And the medicinal concoction had already been prepared by the medical officer, as Chapter 532, The Small Ecosystem of the Lower Class, Double Update Combined. This medicine requires an additional ingredient, Xiaoyuan whispered, that being the water from the cold well. Chapter 533, The Plans of the Prince. Qian Gongong recalled the earlier distress caused by his gastrointestinal troubles. The sudden demise of a second steward at the Yao residence would only attract unnecessary scrutiny and attention, hindering their operations. After all, enduring a bit of hardship is inconsequential. Chapter 534, The Dark Demon. As they progressed, two more influential families joined the main convoy. Yin Sanlang discreetly observed. The number of individuals in this entourage had nearly reached 4,000, making their presence formidable wherever they ventured. Chapter 535. Means are irrelevant. Both Shi and Yin Sanlang possess storage spaces, allowing them to conceal valuable and sensitive items. However, to avoid arousing suspicion by appearing empty-handed, they still chose to keep some belongings. Chapter 536. You jump into the fire pit. Yin Sanlang turned to her, inquiring, how many years ago was that? She nearly blurted out the answer but quickly realized, narrowing her eyes at him instead. Chapter 537. Under orders, I have been poisoned. I implore Dr. Su to save me, the man cried out, his voice resonating like a clarion call in the night. No other physician can cure me. He struggled to raise. Chapter 538. Heaven helps me? Ah, indeed, the elder chuckled. The second steward has faced setbacks with you twice and wishes to return the discomfort. Moreover, he is aware that you have cured Liao. Chapter 539. Discovery. At long last, the whirlwind had dissipated. Yet the snow it accumulated did not vanish. Instead, it formed a mound, sculpted by the biting wind into shapes resembling heads and limbs. Chapter 540. The Presence of a Spy. The size of a man's hand differs from that of a woman's, easily discernible at a glance. Or perhaps a child's, Qianhua pondered, reflecting on the family members brought along this time, particularly the women and children. Chapter 541. Who is more powerful? The snowflakes incessantly struck her sensitive ears, making her wish to cradle her head. Yet, Yin Sanlang remained unmoved, merely wrapping her tighter. The White Cat. Chapter 542. Catching someone in the act. Additional update. Prince Wei leaned forward, inquiring earnestly, which household has a spy infiltrated? Qianhua pressed her lips together before softly replying, it is the Yo family, the Empress Dowagers. Chapter 543. Inspection one by one. Indeed, Yin Sanlang's concern did not lie with the troubles of the three administrators. Prince Wei had already focused his attention on the Yao residence, intent on uncovering the owner of the fingerprints. However, I observed that Xiaoyuan seemed to be. Chapter 544. She was prepared. From Yin Sanlang's perspective, it was unclear whether the palm prints could align perfectly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiaoyuan, noting her expression of innocence. Moments later. Chapter 545. The difficulty escalates. Additional update. She shrugged her shoulders. Prince Wei was comparing the palm print of the deceased, and of course, he would find no spy. In our profession, one must consider an escape plan before taking action. Chapter 546. Witness. However, his demeanor represented the will of the monarch, regardless of Yao Liyuan's dissatisfaction. Even his attempts to petition King Wei for redress did not sway the king's decision. Chapter 547. Consultation with Dr. He. It was already exhausting to be kept awake until midnight, only to be startled awake in the morning. Chapter 548. Informant. Additional update. The second steward was naturally displeased, but as soon as the driver halted the carriage, he dashed away, evidently tormented by a tumultuous stomach. The second steward had just dismounted, and Yao Lao. Chapter 549. Identification. They unified the attire of the feathered forest army. A trembling servant pointed, and those few individuals charged towards the second steward's carriage. Yin Sanlang and his companions, positioned diagonally across, observed this. Chapter 550, Successful Framing. Indeed, the severed arm had been in the box overnight. It was only natural for it to bear his scent. Hongming was momentarily stunned before exclaiming with wild joy, "Old." Chapter 551, Sudden Arrival, Additional Update. She pointed westward. She knew peak stood tall, and crossing it would shield most of the wind and snow from the western slopes, where the terrain also became gentler. After that, a few more steps. Chapter 552, Readily Available Sacrifice. Without the bone chain in her possession, she could not wield her powers. Yet its sharpness remained intact, along with its fundamental flexibility, thus allowing him to utilize it. At this moment, Chapter 553, Paradise at the Summit of the Snowy Mountains. Yin Sanlang sat by the window. The vehicle was crowded, making it inconvenient for him to discuss matters with Xiaoyuan. He merely gazed at the mountainous scenery. A white cat nestled on his lap, curled up and dozing peacefully. Chapter 554, The Guarded Offering, Extended. The most astonishing sight was the naturally formed stone terraces, far more orderly and beautiful than those crafted by human hands, resembling the exquisite frosting of a cake, layer upon layer. Chapter 555, Seizing the Opportunity to Board. The third manager would not allow him to slumber comfortably. He promptly crouched down, gripping Yan's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Hongming, wake up. Chapter 556, The Living Sacrifice. Only the third manager reaped tangible benefits. Who else could it be? Hongming raised his hand, pointing at the third manager, his fingertips trembling. It is you. You have falsely accused me. Chapter 557, The Hook, Extended. The lava pool had once again settled into tranquility. If there was any change, it was the increased number of bubbles rising to the surface. After all, it had just digested a substantial feast. Chapter 558, The Wrath of the Mountain God. Qinu heard this and halted, scrutinizing him from less than 20 paces away. Chapter 559, They are pursuing after more than 3 years of companionship. She transformed into human form for the first time during daylight. Yin Sanlang could not help but turn his gaze towards her, noticing her figure was as fragile as paper, appearing translucent and barely discernible. Chapter 560, The Chaos of Battle. Several carriages sped too swiftly to come to a halt, plunging into the lake of death with a series of splashes. The horses, startled, reared up on their hind legs, and a number of steeds. Chapter 561, The Flood has arrived in a time of urgency. Qianhua felt an inexplicable strangeness in his heart. Vicinity had slumbered beneath the volcano for centuries, and countless caravans had passed without incident. Why now? Chapter 562, Another ambush. Even the royal carriage could not escape unscathed, for powerful horses strained against the weight of the heavy carriage, yet were still buffeted by the turbulent waters, struggling to maintain their footing amidst the perilous circumstances. Chapter 563, Each employs their unique skills. It would not be so simple. Yin Sanlang shook his head, convinced that the prince must have a contingency plan for survival and would not be easily captured. Moreover, the guards were close behind. With time running short, Chapter 564, Worthless for a city wall. This posed little concern. No one expected it to stand and walk. Yet, the red crossbow would be adversely affected. Qianhua aimed his arrow. Chapter 565, Each has their own mastery. The world darkened before the prince's eyes, nearly causing him to faint. Riding alongside the carriage, Qianhua also appeared pallid. No wonder that after the red crossbow sank into the lake, it remained. Chapter 566, The Misfortunes of a Great Being. Additional update. The distance was indeed considerable. It was only after Yin Sanlang was reminded to focus his vision that he finally discerned the soldiers surrounding Wang Che, whose foreheads were indeed marked by a shadow, resembling mist and light being. Chapter 567, Escaping from death. Perhaps there exists only one creature of the rock fire in this world, and there is no ready-made strategy to consult. Who knows what its bodily structure resembles, or where its weaknesses lie? The savage sand beast. Chapter 568, New grudges and old hatreds. They departed, and the originally well-trained soldiers transformed into a disorganized mob, scattering in panic without the need for the red crossbow to instill fear. Mr. Zhua had once hoped to leverage there. Chapter 569, Remnants of a Defeated Army. Additional update. However, the royal carriage did not dissolve as swiftly as the unfortunate souls behind it. Instead, a faint layer of azure light emanated from the carriage, staunchly resisting the encroachment of lava. Chapter 570, The dog without a home, it was manageable for people to climb out from the rocky sides of the cave using hands and feet. But the carriage could not endure. The limbs of livestock could not withstand the searing heat of the lava. Because Chapter 571. Your entire family is fat. Over 1,000 individuals faced off against several hundred stone men. The adversary was not flesh and blood and felt no pain. Moreover, even if they could achieve victory, what significance would it hold? The crowd. Chapter 572. At the end of the road, additional update. Can such unreasoning wild giants be understood through common logic? The target of the red crossbow lies here. Yin Samlang pointed ahead, despite the overwhelming odds. Chapter 573. Finally caught up. In truth, the anomaly in the avian population was something that Qiansui had noticed. After all, who would care if there were a few more or fewer birds in the mountains? Yet now he boldly presented his analysis. Chapter 574. You are safe. At this moment, the gathered individuals silently observed him, their expressions a tapestry of resentment, disdain, and even pity. The flames flickered brightly, illuminating their varied emotions. Chapter 575. Confrontation. Additional update. Xiaomi pressed her lips tightly together, her complexion shifting slightly. But she quickly swallowed her indignation. You are well aware of my identity. From this moment on, I shall be your closest confidant. Chapter 576. Evidence of malice. Xiaomi attributed 2 charges to him. He had just refuted the second, the one he was most eager to exploit, only to find that this young man had seized upon his words. Chapter 577. The proof that could overturn the prince. At that time, the young prince was merely 9 years old, unconscious and unresponsive. Imanjing, seeing my pursuit, immediately sensed trouble, drawing his sword and pleading for mercy. Lin the bodyguard murmured softly. Chapter 578. Verification. Additional update. The object was exceptionally hard, exuding the characteristic coldness of metal. Someone whispered lightly in his ear, uttering 2 words, ring. Xiaomi. Chapter 579. Good fortune eventually runs out. The prince laughed heartily. It is my pleasure to inform you that Tianxiang iron possesses yet another remarkable trait. It can float upon water. Most metals are indeed heavier than pure water. Observing Xiaomi's expression. Chapter 580. Acquiring the fulfillment stone. Qiansui's eyes twinkled. If the third party were to attain a high position in the Wei Kingdom, wielding both power and influence, would it not be easier to execute the task of the wooden bell? After all. Chapter 581. The Twilight. Additional update. Wei Wang chuckled. You may certainly give it a try. Yin Samlang gazed at him. Have you attempted it yourself? Why should I divulge that to you? Chapter 582. No longer the person of yesteryear. Yin Samlang, however, was reluctant to concede. He may not know how to find it, but he certainly knows what will lead to failure. Regardless, Wei Wang has become a prisoner, and he currently. Chapter 583. Seeking. Han Zhao looked at her, an involuntary smile gracing his face. Xiao Yuan? Xiao Yuan glared at him with her enchanting eyes. Han Zhao, you just promised me. Chapter 584. The Origin and Development. Additional update. Han Zhao smiled subtly. Oh, you mean? Chapter 585. A justifiable reason. Precisely. Han Zhao exhaled, indicating that Wei Wang downplayed the dangers of this journey, likely to lure you out to sea. His animosity towards you runs deep. Hence this so-called hidden country may be somewhat analogous to. Chapter 586. Why not? He never exaggerates. Why? That is the sole clue regarding the Kangwu stone, making it a journey worth undertaking. His voice was inaudible. Chapter 587. The Last Resort. Additional update. Later, I came into this world. It wasn't until I turned 3 that my great-grandfather became aware of my existence. He murmured. At that time, Lady Liao and the Queen were engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 588. The monster approaches. A glimmering golden chain, merely 2 fingers wide, appeared slender in comparison to its size, adorned with a magnificent gem. He grasped the end of the chain in his hand, moving forward. Chapter 589. The Encirclement Battle. Han Zhao narrowly avoided the arrow, which whizzed past his face. Suddenly, he heard. Chapter 590. What is this? Additional update. As he leaped to a height level with the monster, he wielded his sword like a mountain cleaver. The blade flashed like snow, and the monster's head fell, rolling several times on the ground. The vengeful wooden sword played. Chapter 591. The true face of the monster. Although he and Qiansui referred to it only as the wooden bell, they had never mentioned its existence before outsiders. How did this monster come to know of it? Moreover, Chapter 592. The new skill of the glass lantern, is it a humanoid creature of some sort? Yin Sanlang speculated. The world teems with humanoid beings, among which the merfolk that once disturbed Yun City are included. Chapter 593, A Red and White Affair, Additional Update. Thus, comrades turned into foes in the blink of an eye. Now, this regiment hurried from the center to the north to aid the king, fortuitously blocking the northern defense army along the way. Chapter 594, The Liao Residence. Devoid of elder figures, had not endured even half a month. The notion of marriage pales in comparison to wielding power over a nation. The white cat yawned, contemplating the might of a kingdom. Chapter 595, Returning to Chunming. In the month of April in Chunming City, the peach blossoms flourished, painting the city in hues of spring. Chapter 596, The Legendary Sea Kingdom, Additional Content. Yin Sanlang recalled that Han Zhao had mentioned the discord between Lien Rongxing and his mentor, Li Helen. Indeed, it was as he had said. At this juncture, Lien Rongxing set his gifts aside, ready to engage in a contest. Chapter 597, A Sudden Leap Forward. It was undeniably more straightforward than the governance of the distant Yuyao kingdom. Should you venture into the maze, avoid disputes with the priests, who are greatly revered by the natives. Chapter 598, The Time Has Come. After 3 months, the royal court triumphed. Chapter 599, At the Brink of Life and Death. Qiansui harbored mischief in her eyes, clearly perceiving his sorrow. She deliberately held on a moment longer, releasing him only when the young man began to struggle. Is this acceptable? Chapter 600, As You Wish. Advancing further signifies life, retreating signifies death. Since commencing the cultivation of the dragon-feeding technique, Yin Sanlang found himself without any path of retreat. His condition was dire. Chapter 601, the 15th of August. As long as he Chapter 602, budding, he rarely uttered a weighty remark. Qiansui raised an eyebrow in surprise, indicating that he seemed to care about this matter. Indeed, this young lad often sneaks into the garden to measure his height. And Chapter 603, Hengsha Bin. It is said that this place was originally a fishing village, but after centuries of development, it has gradually transformed into a small town with a modest population of 400 to 500. He entered the town and Chapter 604, Price Increase. I have traveled a great distance and encountered mountain floods and mudslides along the way, which delayed me by nearly half a month. Yin Sanlang expressed curiosity, noting that you live nearby, making it quite convenient. Chapter 605, Power and Influence. Upon entering, Jingqing instinctively covered his nose, while Yin Sanlang remained unfazed. As if his sense of smell had failed him, less conflict is preferred. He merely wishes to reach the kingdom of misplaced hiding smoothly. Chapter 606, Dr. Gong. The number of people at the dock has diminished, and they no longer frequent this place. Jingqing waited for a long time before approaching the ship's captain to strike up a conversation. From Yin Sanlang's perspective. Chapter 607, Conflict. In this way, acquiring a minor official title serves to satisfy one's bureaucratic cravings, accompanied by a euphemistic term known as donating for official positions. However, the son of the Duke of Pillars spoke candidly about the purchase, which was rather impolite. Chapter 608, Each with their own aspirations. Moreover, birds, insects, and fish reproduce by laying eggs. It is challenging to bring adult specimens, but transporting eggs is unrestricted. Everyone understood this clearly. Ding. Chapter 609, Can you defeat him? Additional update. Ding Yun had brought along seasickness medication, but at this moment, he was vomiting repeatedly, even expelling the medicine, rendering it ineffective. After several unsuccessful attempts to administer his medication, the attendant's gaze shifted. Chapter 610, A Secret Glimpse. It turned out that the burly man was named Hu Yong, a name unfamiliar to Yin Sanlang. However, once aboard the ship, identity verification was not conducted, and some individuals might not even use their real names. Furrowing his brow, Yin Sanlang thought to himself. Chapter 611, Greasy Yellow. The cabin door could not be securely closed, and knocking was merely a courtesy. Soon after, Douya poked her head in and inquired, Are you all right? Her face radiated concern. Chapter 612, A Heavenly Delivery, Reward for More. It was indeed a roasted chicken. Douya emerged from beside the door, her smile revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and proposed, Shall we share the dishes? Very well. Zhuang. Chapter 613, An Attack. Upon hearing this, Yin Sanlang nodded, grabbed a bucket from the ship, and turned to head into the woods, with Zhuang Nanjia and Jingqing hastily following suit. The others dispersed to carry out their tasks, essentially. Chapter 614, Is this the time to mention it? Zhuang Nanjia forced a smile. After experiencing life and death, who could still think about eating? Jing Qing's face turned pale as he imagined the consequences had that shot struck his throat, causing him to act even more. Chapter 615. Everyone looks like a culprit, reward for more. Yan Sanlang pondered thoughtfully. This indeed was a clever strategy. There was no need to spend lavishly beforehand or to painstakingly inquire who possessed the genuine tokens. Hu Yong probably cannot produce 80,000. Chapter 616. The Tale of Hua Fangfang. Thus, he cast the shadow of poisoning upon the two female guests, skillfully inciting Ding Yunzheng and his servant to confront the two women, allowing him to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Chapter 617. The First. Jing Qing remarked, "Surely, that cannot be true. We are neither relatives nor acquaintances. The young man does not strike me as a fool." While they deliberated, Yan Sanlang had already. Chapter 618. Who is the culprit? Bonus chapter with donations. Jing Qing admired his audacity. Among the three, only Yan Sanlang possessed any fighting capability, while the other two were utterly ineffectual. How could he dare to mention the word support? Zhuang. Chapter 619. Peach Blossoms and Apples. Douya was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. You noticed? This individual had observed her previous attire. Chapter 620. A great wind rises. He was nearly 15, and stubble began to sprout on his chin, necessitating daily grooming, which was quite troublesome. In Chunming City, the fashion of growing beards was prevalent, and men often sought the services of barbers. Chapter 621. Life and Death Moment. Bonus chapter with donations. Regrettably, Qiansui informed him that the deceptive spider's nest placed upon Ding Yunzheng had likely been washed away by the sea, rendering them unable to overhear their conversation. Chapter 622. The Second. Once he dashed out, tranquility would prevail. The ship's captain realized he understood and swiftly began explaining the structure of the main mast. Yan Sanlang rushed to the mast, his hands and feet. Chapter 623. Waist Knot. Thus, the broken and worn traces upon the nails became particularly conspicuous. Zhuang Nanjia leaned in for a closer look. Perhaps she had hastily scooped water, leading to the breakage. Chapter 624. Let us divide it. Extra update for donations. Zhuang Nanjia cleared his throat. If Miss Dou cannot bear it, allow me to assist. The tragic demise of Hua Fangfang was indeed quite grim, and the young girl must have felt a deep-seated fear. Chapter 625. This is your share. He swiftly pointed out other valuables, adding the banknotes and property deeds. Well, it could amount to around 20,000 taels. Thus, the total would be approximately 35,000 taels. Not counting this bottle. Chapter 626. Think of it if Yan Sanlang accepted this sum. Both he and Zhuang Nanjia could feel justified. The cabin fell silent. Momentarily tranquil, Jing Qing waited for quite a while, observing. Chapter 627. Lost Island. However, Qiansui could only recognize a single spirit pet. The white cat aspired for ascendance, unless the enigmatic nest spider perished. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Qiansui would not resort to such actions. So, Chapter 628. The Other Side of the Fog Wall. It seems that Qiansui is quite safe. Surrounding him were figures radiating a bluish glow, evidently other sailors who had ventured into the fog, without a passage permit. Chapter 629. You must protect me. In such places, people are inevitably tempted to seek information and exchange intelligence. Jing Qing elucidated to everyone. The kingdom of hide and seek places great importance on order and will dispatch. Chapter 630. The Golden Mountain Abroad. It is essential to understand that every outsider entering the kingdom of hide and seek must carefully conceal their origins and backgrounds. Yan Sanlang appears more cautious than anyone else. How could he be so careless in the presence of this woman? Chapter 631. Upon arriving at Crystal Island, Wu's statement is misguided. Another individual remarked that residing in a land abundant with gold diminishes its value. Instead, it is the rarity of other items that becomes precious. Otherwise, the Sea Kingdom would not. Chapter 632. Unfamiliar with the ways of the world. As soon as guests grow weary, attendants promptly approach with beverages and snacks. While others marvel, Yan Sanlang's gaze was fixed on the surrounding architecture. Chapter 633. Atrocities. Initially, two smiling maidservants were serving tea and water to the arriving guests. Clad in sheer skirts like the other attendants, they were interrupted by three figures in black robes. Chapter 634. Unraveling the Mystery. The island features a network of streams and dense woods, with the ground warm and humid, resulting in muddy and marshy banks. I recall that Jingqing nearly fell into a pit of mud, yet you. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the rat. Today is New Year's Eve. So may the year of the rat bring you good fortune. In the coming year, I wish you all health and success in all your endeavors. Love you all, moi. Of course, it is not without peril. Surrounding the travel decree of the kingdom of hide and seek, countless lives have been lost. Among the 7 passengers accompanying Yin Sanlang, only 5 survived to reach their destination. Chapter 636. Inexpensive goods let us depart. Yin Sanlang turned and walked back along the path. Douyi resided in the same building. Qiansui, feeling displeased, remained rooted in place, reluctant to move. Chapter 637. Blessings along the coastal nations surrounding Hengsha, the habit of smoking is prevalent. As Yin Sanling journeyed, he encountered this commonplace sight, and there were even dedicated tobacco shops displaying their wares. Chapter 638. Enlightenment of the Hidden Country. This is Luohan Gua tea. It is remarkably soothing as it passes down the throat. At that moment, she held the teacup, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Qian hastily wiped away her tears. Chapter 639. Days without becoming a cat. 16. 16? Qiansui glanced at Yin Sanlang, wondering if it was the rebellious nature typical of children at that age. Human hearts are tender. How could one be so? Chapter 640. Jewels like soil. Qiansui reached out, scooping a handful of seawater, in which glimmered azure specks, reminiscent of stars in the sky. Occasionally, 2 large fish swam beneath the boat, as if embedded in a tapestry of blue. Chapter 641. Scenery of the hidden country. They resembled a row of black chopsticks thrust into the sea, each of similar size and shape, only differing in height. As far as the eye could see, sheer cliffs rose like walls, imposing and majestic. Chapter 642. To be serious, diligent, and strive indeed, there are divine pillars here. Along the way, Yin Sanling observed at least 6 divine statues, and the humble townsfolk reverently prostrating before these sacred columns. Chapter 643. Lawful citizens. Then the divine wrath descended upon them. He spat upon the ground, his face a mask of disdain. For those who could not even enter the pantheon after death still believed themselves to be astute. Chapter 644. Growing intrigue at this juncture. He could not help but let out a deep sigh. Foolish child, the surroundings are shrouded in a fog wall. Where could she possibly escape to? And then, Qiansui hurriedly. Chapter 645. A gathering of rare treasures. However, Yin Sanlang asserted with conviction, it is reliable. Could you perhaps investigate further? There might have been an oversight, or perhaps that ledger has been forgotten. Qiansui promptly added. Chapter 646. The Red Sparrow. Upon arriving here and desiring to obtain spiritual currency, the most prudent method is to first sell a few items to the official store. In this manner, establishments like Qianxian have been thriving since their inception. Chapter 647. The heart of the Crimson Crossbow. Your dragon-feeding technique has reached a minor completion. Your internal strength is formidable, and you are in need of a fine blade. Qiansui advised him, do not underestimate the Crimson Heron merely for its unmatched sharpness. Chapter 648. Bargaining that is only natural. With unyielding faith in discernment and reason, if you were to damage it, we would be the ones delighted. Yin Sanlang lifted the lid of the cauldron, while Qiansui, with one hand. Chapter 649. The acquisition of the precious blade. Indeed, as Zhuang Nanjia stated, faith in discernment does not require the seller's signature, but a blood seal is absolutely indispensable. The devoted observer first pressed his handprint, and the assistant took a. Chapter 650. The teachability of youth. The elder could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, what purpose do you have in purchasing this? He recalled the young lady had mentioned on the boat that she was sent on a task by her master to acquire spiritual herbs. Chapter 651. The Fulong wave. His cultivation had deepened, and he understood that this was the manifestation of spiritual awareness, intuitively sensing the difficulty of the task at hand. Since his intuition had signaled a warning, he preferred not to confront it recklessly. Chapter 652. Collusion. He was selling counterfeit goods. The cloaked figure pointed at Jingqing, simultaneously revealing the Fire Palace jade in his hand, which I had purchased from this very place an hour ago. Upon appraisal by the Amber Pavilion, it was determined to be. Chapter 653. The original Fulong wave. Naturally, the tea house had limited seating. To prevent patrons from occupying tables for extended periods, it was stipulated that each guest could only sit for half an hour. Jingqing nestled into a private booth, unaware of Chapter 654, Celestial Blossom, Reward for More. He possessed the discernment to see that these individuals had matters to discuss. So after exchanging a few more words with Jing Qing, he took his leave. His figure vanished from the courtyard. Chapter 655, Seeking Justice. The Linling market bustled throughout the night, yet individuals still required dinner. Chapter 656, Zhuang Nanji's intervention. The cloaked figure snorted. It is best to proceed as such. At that moment, 2 attendants rushed over and carried the young man away. Yin Sanling pointed. Chapter 657, The Deceitful Ancestors, Reward for More updates. Have you heard this saying many times? Indeed, a little. Hu Cheng swallowed, having intermittently heard it over the years. Chapter 658, The Lies of the Hidden Nation. Strictly speaking, it was the courtyard where his ancestor resided that he sought. Coincidentally, his ancestor was absent, and the friend he was betting with lived right across from him. At that time, he saw several individuals emerging from his courtyard. Chapter 659, Increasing Doubts. Jing Qing chuckled softly. This cursed place has brought ruin to my family. I must see it with my own eyes, right? So what did you discover? Qiansui began to crack seeds. Chapter 660, Growing More Treacherous, Reward for More updates. Yin Sanling understood. Unless he captured the spider and confined it, how could a deaf and blind old man possibly possess the ability to confront the ordinary? Chapter 661, Following the Faithful Investigator. Yin Sanling sought out the faithful investigator. What benefit could this bring him? He pulled a contract from his pocket. You can locate the whereabouts of the locust, can't you? Chapter 662, The Strange Peach Blossom Spring. Uncertain if she felt a similar tension, he seemed to sense her warmth, the fragrance intensifying. No wonder she chose to light the candle. Chapter 663, The Divine Messenger, Reward for More updates. Her body temperature has always been on the lower side. Chapter 664, On Water and Reflections. In reminiscing about the past, it is not difficult to envision this magnificent tree, its canopy reaching for the heavens, embodying the grandeur of time. This world is perpetually illuminated, even in the depths of night. It does not resemble the mundane realm. Chapter 665, A Reunion with Old Friends. The bustling marketplace of Linlang remains vibrant, where one can only progress slowly amidst the throngs of people. The stalls lining the streets have multiplied since yesterday, for indeed. Note, promotional content and extraneous information have been excluded. Special statement, a reader may participate in multiple community activities. However, they are only eligible to win in one community per month. Any subsequent winning qualifications will be forfeited, and the reward will be passed on to the next reader. Please ensure that all posts are composed with civility and refrain from spreading rumors. Violators will have their posts deleted and qualifications revoked. The final interpretation of this event is reserved for the guide to Raising the Great Demon King. Chapter 666, Excuse, Additional Reward for Donations. Over there. Bao Xian and Du Xian stood up, personally leading Ding Yun and his servant outside. Although they held their heads high, Qiansui could always detect a hint of solicitousness. Chapter 667, Introduction to the Sanctuary. At the end of the road lay a timber yard, currently devoid of any presence. Yin San. Chapter 668, Not Simple. The woman chuckled lightly in response, and soon after, there was a loud thud. The eerie-faced nest spider seldom transmitted the ambient noise, but this sound was simply too startling. Chapter 669, Hide and Seek, Additional Reward for Donations. Strictly speaking, it does not count. Yin Sanling's expression remained impassive. We intended to follow him to his residence, only to discover that entry was prohibited for outsiders, alongside some peculiar matters. Chapter 670, Delving Deep. Chapter 671, Island Journey. Jing Qing only replied with this sentence, then observed as Yin Sanling placed 2 large food boxes onto his table, arranging the dishes and setting the golden chopsticks for himself. Qiansui sat gracefully. Chapter 672, Mysteries Abound. Additional Reward for Donations. Human hearts are crafted from flesh. It is inevitable to consider one's descendants more while living, as is the nature of humanity. Why does Xinchai deviate from this principle, instead avoiding intimacy and distancing himself, entrusting his entire fortune to? Chapter 673, Mourning Laziness in Grooming. Both he and Qiansui can ascertain that Zhuang Nanjia possesses the physique of an ordinary elder in his 70s or 80s. Outsiders remark on his frail condition. And no matter how spirited he appears, his body ultimately resembles one consumed by termites. Chapter 674, A Master of Disguise. Qiansui gazed at her, suddenly. It is the 18th day of the first lunar month. Today marks Shuiyun's birthday. This seems to be the first time in nearly 5 years that she is celebrating at home. Love you all, moi. Chapter 675. Devout Followers. Reward for additional update. Her eyes brimmed with hostility. I do not like her. It is evident. It is more than mere dislike. Just as Qiansui was about to speak again, the wooden door suddenly. Chapter 676. Disrupting his event. Yin Sanlang cast her a perplexed glance. This individual has been incessantly lamenting his grave sins, seeking divine forgiveness. Qiansui's hearing is sharper than his. Chapter 677. Secret discussions within. Endure it for a moment. Someone reassured him, stating that one must cleanse the wound before applying medicine. I understand. Hu Chung gasped in pain. Yen San. Chapter 678. Turbulent undercurrents. Reward for additional update. One must comprehend, even if one does not fully grasp it. As long as one can read and recognize characters, much knowledge does not require my instruction. It will come naturally. Ming Shu's voice was kept extremely low. Divine speech is not. Chapter 679. Comprehensive search. With this thought, a sudden chill of sweat broke out on his back. Du Xinsha turned and instructed, inquire with the patrolling guards of Linlang Market if they have encountered 2 such individuals. Chapter 680. A thief in the house. At this moment, there are still 8 days until the fog wall closes, which means the Wuyo Valley gathering has already lasted for 7 days. The kingdom of Mizang has yet to capture Yin Sanlang and Qiansui, but Chapter 681. The interception by the inspectors, additional rewards for support. Du Xinsha personally took up the torch. Chapter 682. The unseeing little thief. The dock cannot remain frozen forever. As long as they endure until midnight, there is still a chance to leave the island. Another beam of blue light split into over 30 points, rushing towards the village. Chapter 683. The cautious Du Xinsha. The height, weight, shoulder breadth, and even the intentional or unintentional small gestures of individuals still possess a certain degree of discernibility. Haida pondered before stating, they are all seated. Chapter 684. Bring him to me. Additional rewards for support. Yubei Island is a picturesque coastal isle, boasting numerous scenic spots, with dozens of visitors arriving daily. Yin Sanlang and the others don their cloaks. Chapter 685. Intersections from 60 years ago. Although the Mizang exiles are formidable, their numbers are ultimately too few. Moreover, having been away for 5 years, the divine emissaries now hold the upper hand, leaving you with limited manpower, at least on the surface. Chapter 686. A detailed account of origins. They are innocent. Zhuang Nanjia shook his head in lament, yet unwittingly became an accomplice to the sacrilegious. Yin Sanlang's gaze shifted from Ming into Zhuang Nanjia. After giving him a moment to ponder, Zhuang Nanjia spoke again. If you wish to depart, I shall prepare accordingly. As an inspector, you hold a status above that of an ordinary citizen. You must navigate through the intricacies. Chapter 688. Do you not desire to venture out? In the civilian district, Ming'an had just dined with Hu Qing and was about to leave when 2 figures clad in black robes entered. They paused momentarily before one of them uttered, "It is I." Chapter 689. It has vanished. Within the confines of the courtyard, watching the silhouettes fade away, Hu Chung felt his elevated spirits wane, replaced by a tinge of anxiety. Ming uncle, this plan. Chapter 690. The forcibly seized treasure. His first thought was of Zhuang. Surely, he had orchestrated a traitor to abscond with that contract. This predicament left him with severed leads, rendering further investigation futile. Chapter 691. Dragon Summer Cauldron. Fortunate were the sea travelers who entered the Missing country, having grown accustomed to the translucent melancholy of the verdant scenery. Yet, this gigantic raw stone, adorned with a layer of rock skin, was a refreshing sight. Chapter 692. Combat prowess at an all-time high. If the old man were to collide at such speed, even without a catastrophic outcome, he would at least suffer a grievous wound. However, that was not the case. The pursuers before him. Chapter 693. Captured. He had anticipated that this rune stone would transform into a beam of golden light, whisking him and Zhuang Nanjia away in an instant. Flying towards the blue rune stone, also known as. Chapter 694. Interrogation. He gently clapped his hands. Impressive. You two truly live up to my expectations. Due to his advanced age, his mobility was compromised, preventing him from participating in this assault. Chapter 695. When falsehood becomes truth. The auction was not presided over by me. It was handled by a common auctioneer. Carefully, he stated, I am unaware of who ultimately purchased the Azure Stone. Nor do I wish to know. Chapter 696. Each with their own schemes. Zhuang Nanji was correct. Without such a treasure, he would not have dared to take the risk and only brought a few individuals to capture the old man. Should I attempt to use the 7? Chapter 697. The Secrets of the Divine. The sound was the same. Thus, when she firmly believed she could escape her own form, the images and sounds she received were abruptly severed. What a coward! Chapter 698. The pursuers descend from the sky. However, the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Among 1,000 or 2,000 people, there might not be a single one, and there was no discernible pattern. Are you suggesting that the vast majority of human bodies? Chapter 699. Transitions. Moreover, once a person falls into the water, they must inevitably remove their drenched cloak. Otherwise, swimming becomes impossible. This also facilitates the giant eagle in pinpointing its target, as if to affirm him. Chapter 700. Deceit and Betrayal. She patted the eagle's back and inquired of Zhuang Nanji, where to now? To the water's surface. The wind howled fiercely, and the old man had to raise his voice to ensure the two ahead could hear him. Chapter 701. A preordained strategy. Thus, the priests proclaimed that the enlightened seafarer had encountered a grand opportunity. What constitutes such an opportunity? The answer remains elusive. Regardless, he has met numerous. Chapter 702. Adding fuel to the fire. Additionally, he reverently bowed before the Tree of Life. This sacred object belongs to the entire nation of Mizang. Legend has it that even the celestial deities require its power to safeguard Mizang's tranquility. Chapter 703. Coercion. The Red Lotus Inferno excels at devouring souls without discrimination, feasting upon any essence it encounters. Observing this, the other blue dots swiftly retreated. Chapter 704. The Emerald Dream. She was confident that should these individuals attempt a sneak attack, she would be able to intercept them in advance. Hey, look down at your feet, she cautioned Yin Sanlang. The youth did not. Chapter 705. The Cataclysm. Zhuang Nanji raised an eyebrow. Well done. You manipulated the eagle's vision, causing it to perceive an illusion that led me to believe you had flown to Fire Palace Island, when in reality. Chapter 706. Mizang and Kangwu. She gazed at the reflection amidst the sprawling branches and leaves in the water, murmuring, the Emerald Dream does not exist in the present realm. Our great leader has long foreseen the apocalypse and has made an agreement with the sacred tree. Chapter 707. Living in a world of lies. That body is indeed formidable. We initially intended to traverse between the hidden country and the mortal realm using it, yet the spirit of the Kangwu messenger proved remarkably resilient, steadfastly resisting our efforts. In that period, Chapter 708, for oneself, he saw through it. Zhuang Nanjia shrugged and remarked, the Kangwu messenger operates in secrecy, making it quite challenging to track. However, we have managed to obtain some clues. It has indeed visited the mortal realm. Chapter 709, a frenzied dash. The words sacred origin core flickered twice before vanishing. After a considerable pause, there was still no follow-up. Yin Sanlang remarked, it appears the sacred tree. Chapter 710, the Red Lotus battle armor. Yin Sanlang retrieved 2 soft jackets from his storage ring and handed them to wear. Hu Chang turned to gaze at the mist wall, then at the sea, his expression a mix of confusion and trepidation. Chapter 711, the young girl's heart is quite ruthless. The greater the chaos or rupture of causality, the higher the level of the task, and the more substantial the rewards offered. Naturally, the difficulty also escalates dramatically. From the past of the wooden bell. Chapter 712, until we meet again. Jing Qingqi remarked, the Kangwu messenger must harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. They would not assist them when they are still engaged in slaughter. Qiansui profoundly stated, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Chapter 713, Spring Blossoms. He spent 8 days in the hidden sea country, while nearly 100 days passed in the mortal realm. Wait for him. Chapter 714. Have you been unfaithful? At the end of the letter, I still inquire about Qiansui's well-being. The subsequent letter bears a similar tone. However, when Yin Sanlang opened the last letter and glanced at it, his expression. Chapter 715. Yin Sanlang sets out additional updates through rewards. I knew it. There is still a lingering scent from last night. This aroma clearly resembles the foul odor of crab shells that have been left too long. If one indulges in infidelity, why act so restlessly? Chapter 716. It's time to move one among 100 who hears the rumor. If even one harbors a trace of doubt and temptation, it could lead to considerable trouble. Yin Sanling's gaze grew solemn. Chapter 717. Another clue the next day, Yan Sanling bid farewell to Lien Rongxing. The Confucian scholar's residence was bustling with visitors. Influential figures brought their children to pay their respects as the disciples prepared to depart. Lien Rongxing. Chapter 7:18. Wind and snow in the mountain city. Additional updates through rewards. That is indeed fortunate, a rare occurrence. Lien Rongxing waved his hand, urging him to go without further ado. Yan Sanlang offered 3 respectful bows before turning to leave. The princess issued orders, and the troops behind advanced past the front ranks, heading down the mountain. The winding path was illuminated at its end by flickering lights. The cold, icy snow grazed against their faces. Chapter 7:20. Encountering an old friend in a foreign land. The fur of the weasel is indeed warm. Rolling in the snow poses no issue. Yet, in his human form, wait, is the second sister scolding him? Huang Daqiao continued. Chapter 7:21. The disappearing team. Clearly, this fellow had also heard the rumors. Yan Sanlang, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Do I appear to be wealthy beyond measure?" Yan Shichu and his companions were dressed. Chapter 7:22. Clues. Shi Tsongyi promptly. Chapter 7:23. Zhang Million. Gathering snow fungus here must be quite a hardship. Upon arrival, Shi Tsongyi discovered a series of disordered footprints, most of which appeared in the heavily dampened. Chapter 7:24. Winning means. Nonsense. I don't recognize them at all, just rambling. Chapter 7:25. My illusion is no match for yours. My foolish brother may lack other talents, yet his speed is remarkable. The local inhabitants were able to bridge the gap between the two sides, primarily because the young girl slowed their pace. Chapter 7:26. Bo Wu. Continuing this argument will yield no results, merely wasting time. Huangda resolved to turn away. I will hire a carriage, you all should hurry. As for Zhang Million, that remains. Chapter 7:27. Portrait and author. The temple was not tall, and the altar was even lower. Yan Sanlang half squatted on the cushion to see the entire altar. He was captivated. Qiansui was also curious. Chapter 7:28. Familiar injuries. This implies that the Ling family left no trace in history. This line of inquiry has come to an end, and Qiansui sighed in regret. Yan Sanling spoke softly. Chapter 7:29. The picky customer. Are there any villages or towns nearby? Qiansui pointed in the opposite direction, indicating that they had fled from there. There is a small lodge called Wuzhou. Chapter 7:30. The painting in the box. Reward for updates. This exquisite set of celadon tea utensils, including both the pot and cups, is of the finest quality, with the kiln marked David Garden Mountain inscribed on the bottom of the porcelain pot. Yan Sanlang turned over a piece of the broken pottery for others to examine. Chapter 7:31. The enigma. As everyone listened to his description, indeed 2 of them could be matched with the deceased. However, one person remains missing, a thin man nearing his 40s, with a high nose and slender face. And browse that. Chapter 7:32. The fading. Shi Tsongyi appeared somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? The legendary monster has resurfaced, wreaking havoc and killing indiscriminately? The most crucial point is, what is its connection to the princess's caravan? Chapter 7:33. Have I seen you before? Reward for updates. This painting is magnificent. I wish to examine it more closely. The old temple priest was furious. What did you say? I said, this painting is incredibly lifelike. Yan San. Chapter 7:34. We must win it back. We just left here together yesterday. Huangda initially intended to say they had escaped, but then thought better of it, feeling that such words would tarnish their dignity. It seems we both profited yesterday. Chapter 7:35. You truly do not remember? The young girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. What are you doing? Quickly put my father down. This is not as you perceive. Huang is in an awkward predicament. Chapter 7:36. The distressing father. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. He understood this phrase, and Huang proudly puffed out his chest. I am certainly no gentleman. His demeanor appeared quite proud. Chapter 7:37. Master, something is amiss. Chapter 7:38. Shall we proceed with the formal introduction? Huang complied without hesitation. Chapter 7:39. Hongwu. The old man disregarded everyone else and inquired of his daughter, do we still have any money? Zhang Hansui retorted, none left. Zhang Yunxing rummaged through his pockets. Chapter 7:40. The snowy mountain city. After a considerable pause, her voice became hoarse. His gambling addiction has led him to neglect everything, even conjuring countless gold pieces using the Hongwu seal, both to repay debts. Chapter 7:41. A path to survival. If, at this moment, The world within the painting held living beings? Yin Sanlang further speculated. Once the 15-day deadline is reached, what will become of them? Zhang Hansui. Chapter 742. It is not him, it is I. That, I cannot ascertain. Zhang Hansui contemplated. I learned the secret of the Hongwu seal from my father. But what of that seal? Chapter 743. Creation from nothing. Shi Chongyi was rather delighted. Therefore, that individual used Zhang Yunxing's blood to defile the Bo map, which was utterly futile. It shall not spare that wretch. Excellent, excellent. Then let us, in March, join the book club to share some coins. The event is valid until March 20th, and all participants will receive rewards. This activity is exclusively for Qitian. Calm. Chapter 744. It has appeared. At times, Yin Xiaozu truly does not resemble a living being. While he was mumbling to himself, Yin Sanlang suddenly opened his eyes. They have arrived. Chapter 745. The hope of escape. Where has the prey gone? Yin Sanlang raised an eyebrow at the tree. No wonder this person managed to escape from the clutches of a monster the day before. It turns out he is adept in the art of evasion. Chapter 746. The roadblock. Rewards for more updates. Lu Wenxian personally dismounted to inspect and discovered one individual had a gaping wound in his abdomen, gruesome and fatal. Another was decapitated, blood pooling around him. Chapter 747. The ambiguous. With their reckless courage to intercept, the sentinels immediately retreated, turning their horses towards the exit. That youth was none other than Yin Sanlang. Chapter 748. The seizure. It suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a dozen wisps of white smoke. As the smoke dispersed, it transformed into human figures, both male and female, all drenched in blood, some with cracked skulls. Chapter 749. They have emerged. Rewards for more updates. Yet these few Biaois are merely avatars. If we delay further, who knows what other talents this monster might exhibit? I can confront it. Yin Sanlang remained resolute. Chapter 750. Healing. Chapter 751. Drawing a giant centipede. Who has stolen whose furnace? Yin Sanlang could sense her approach even with his eyes closed. After his injury, his sense of smell seemed to sharpen, rendering the metallic scent of blood inside the vehicle undetectable. Chapter 752. Recovering treasures. Additional update for donations. He rested his head on his arm, his bicep bulging, resembling a small hill. This virility and vitality starkly contrasted with the softness and warmth of a woman. Chapter 753. Eternally in existence would he divulge? She chuckled lightly. Is that truly difficult? Most individuals cannot withstand the utmost agony. Has the puppeteer behind the scenes been identified? Chapter 754. Anomaly at Qinglian Mountain with the door closed. Yin Sanlang gently tapped the table for some time before stating, the task of the wooden bell may indeed require us to destroy the Hongwu treasure seal. 1. Chapter 755. Unable to release. Additional update for donations. Upon awakening the next morning, Yin Sanlang found himself again bare-chested, with Qiansui applying medicine to his wounds. The brazier burned fiercely, filling the room with a warmth akin to spring. Chapter 756. Can gather and store? Indeed. Thus, when he entered Qinglian Mountain with the Hongwu treasure seal, Yin Sanlang slowly remarked, can you guess what he did? Chapter 757. Target individual. When the scroll was present, the Hongwu treasure seal was stamped upon it. Zhang Yunsheng closed his eyes, a weary expression on his face. If the scroll were absent, it was highly likely that the Hongwu treasure seal would transfer to the living. Chapter 758. That old man. Yin Sanlang addressed Shi Chongyi, saying, upon arriving at Shengyi, I shall treat you to a drink. The venue is entirely at your discretion. Why such courtesy? Shi Chongyi replied with a yawn. Chapter 760. The concealed entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Sanlang slowly responded, very well. This is Zhang Yunxing's own choice, and besides, the rift has already been opened. Ultimately, it must be closed. Chapter 761. The boundary. Who could possibly wield such a massive scythe? Chapter 762. The origin. Do you think this object is edible? He inquired of Yin Sanlang. Chapter 763. Her world. The flattery was well delivered, and the corners of Qiansui's mouth curved slightly. Every Azura is unbound by familial ties, save for a rare few pairs of twins. We are not birthed by a maternal figure. Chapter 764. I prefer it bright. What is the matter? Nothing. Yin Sanlang beckoned to Qianxian. The cat, in high spirits, scampered over to its master, then obediently lay on the couch, allowing him to caress it. Chapter 765. Midnight. After toasting, He tilted his head back and downed the drink. Father. Zhang Hansui worried he might drink too much, yet Zhang Yunxing remained unconcerned, dismissing the amount as trivial. Do not. Chapter 766. Helpless departure, however. Yin Sanlang still retrieved a pill from his bosom, stating, this medicine can grant him an additional 2 hours. Zhang Hansui administered a dose of medication to Zhang Yunxing. Chapter 767. Returning to Xingyi. Wow. Huang was utterly astonished upon entering the grand city for the first time. Is this truly the capital? At this moment, Yin Sanlang and his companions stood in the prosperous Wei capital. Chapter 768. Sacred Arrival. The youth did not conceal anything, recounting the events of recent years in great detail. This narration spanned from dawn until noon. Han Jiaofu. Chapter 769. Innocence. Must he stay here for dinner? Just then, a white cat emerged from behind a rockery, clutching a beautiful crested myna in its mouth. The little bird was filled with terror and despair. Chapter 770. Anticipation and Recruitment. Yin Sanling couldn't help but smile. All right, then come here to me. Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with intensity. Do you not wish to showcase your ambitions and learning? Chapter 771. Glory and Desolation. Serving in the Wei court was far less carefree than in the past. Every day, one had to attend court from the early hours, 5 to 7 a.m., a practice colloquially known as signing in, and only after the morning session could they disperse for the day. Chapter 772. The Hen That Lays Golden Eggs. Oh, if only my second sister were here. He departed in peace, not wanting to witness your profound sorrow. The words came out haltingly. Chapter 773. The Burden of Unwanted Company. After recuperating for 2 or 3 days at the Yaojing Garden, his injuries had nearly healed. Qiansui forcibly stripped him of his garments, circling around him twice before expressing satisfaction. All right, there's no. Chapter 774. Who is ultimately behind this? After your departure, I ordered a thorough investigation of my brother's residence and the prince's manor. It can be reasonably confirmed that the monster is a result of his time as a prince. Chapter 775. The Monarch's Predicament. Prince Huai firmly controls the 4 western provinces and 21 counties, being self-sufficient and boasting a formidable military. All the officials in the royal court are aware that within his fiefdom, Prince Huai reigns as a local emperor. Chapter 776. Indirect Interrogation. Although this is the highest security prison in the state of Wei, it differs from his expectations. Chapter 777. A Dilemma. Xiaomi was taken aback. The question was intricate, and he did not know the answer, so he summoned aides to inquire. Meanwhile, Yin Sanling also asked Ji Nank, what do you think of Suotai? Chapter 778. As if the eastern wind arrived overnight. Qiansui prepared a brand new elixir for him, its potency fierce and unparalleled, far exceeding the medicinal concoctions used to open the 12 meridians. Given that this path lacked prior experience, she. Chapter 779. A Request. A man stepped forward and spoke clearly. My surname is Li Kaoyang. I hail from Xueqing in the Liang Kingdom, making me somewhat of a fellow townsman. He Xiao Yuan smiled. Chapter 780. The Relics of the Founding Ancestor. Among them, there were even 2 groups that discovered Yin Sanlang's former properties. These developments were anticipated in his youth, thus not causing significant trouble. Chapter 781. Another old friend arrives clearly. The founding ancestor of the Longsha sect had also set foot upon Xiaotong Mountain. Does this imply that the land of demise resides within Xiaotong Mountain? In Douya's letter, there was an additional note. Chapter 782. Strategizing for the sovereign. Almost there, Huang he remarked, by the way, the master has said. Now that the Duke of the Protectorate and his wife, the Marquis of Might, and the Marquis of Valor have all paid visits, you should spread the word outside. Chapter 783. Limitless Potential. Upon his arrival in Xingyi, Yin Sanling had naturally not heard of this rumor. Extending to Rong Lake? That would approximately increase the area by a quarter. Indeed. Chapter 784. Li Helen the white cat at the desk listened intently, not interjecting until now. When it finally yawned, you truly trust him, allowing him to manage the monetary contracts. That is quite. Chapter 785. Hosting a banquet at Jingyuan. In truth, it was not only the small eastern nations skilled in this art. Li Helen lightly tapped his toes upon the ground, recalling that in this very land, the former Jing state had also harbored such distinguished talents. Chapter 786. Discussing the world in the spring. Xiaomi was taken aback, gradually collecting his emotions. Well said. Numerous pieces of advice awaited his approval, a multitude of decrees awaited his issuance, and many Chapter 787. The one who fuels the fire for the many. Then Xiao Mi inquired further. With Ming and deceased, will the mysterious hiding people erect a monument for him? If he were to exist among mortals, such remarkable achievements could even warrant the establishment of a shrine, granting him eternal reverence. Chapter 788. It is truly wonderful to have you here. Yet, if there existed something that could entice them to flock like moths to a flame, they would gladly part with their riches. Yin Sanlang deftly conjured a spell, causing mist to rise from the pond. Chapter 789. Tianfu Tower. Chapter 790. Recruiting an assistant. Moments later, Zhang Hansui stood before Yin Sanlang. After a prolonged absence, the young lady appeared more reserved, bowing and expressing her gratitude to Yin Sanlang, though she seemed unsure. Chapter 791. I shall cut through the chaos swiftly. In the Jingwa dynasty, it is rare for anyone to pen a book about him, which aligns with the customary practice of historiography. Conclusions are drawn only after one has passed. Yet, Lu Shiliang met his demise just before the fall of Jingwa. Chapter 792. Internal thief? Huang De cast a quick glance and noted that the majority were women, predominantly of mature age, with the youngest already in their 30s. However, one thing stood out. Their skin was fair and unblemished, their entire demeanor. Chapter 793. Following the clue. An explosion? Her appearance, if seen by Huang De, would surely evoke his deep compassion. Unfortunately, the weasel has slipped out again tonight, and Yin Sanlang lacks that awareness, merely frowning. Chapter 794. Chun Tao. It seems this fellow, after selling his fragrant powder, intends to reward himself. He appears to be living quite comfortably, yet he indulges in solitary pleasures, unwilling to include his wife and children. Chapter 795. Stuffing money into the tree hollow. Out of curiosity, I inquired with the proprietor of my Guang roast chicken. He scowled and merely stated that those few establishments were not authentic. However, several elderly gentlemen basking in the sun outside eagerly chimed in. Chapter 796. Extracting money from her pocket. He settled down at the usual spot and ordered a bowl of noodles. Once the attendant departed, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and stealthily reached into the hollow of the Chinese tune tree. Huang. Chapter 797. The unending obligations. From high-ranking officials in the royal court to affluent merchants in the community, all wished to engage in face-to-face conversations with Yin Sanlang, hoping to become familiar. In the 3 years since the national upheaval, the structure of the Wei royal court has undergone significant transformation. Chapter 798. It's all aflame. Has he also invited the Duke of National Protection to tonight's banquet? Chapter 799. Caught in the trap. He has numerous buyers, and more will come seeking prescriptions. To acquire a prescription, one must deposit money into the tree hollow, correct? The two nodded in agreement. You. Chapter 800. Prince Huai. The person in the carriage timely remarked, "Where do you reside?" "Lead the way." The weasel, already restless, swiftly leapt from the carriage, making its way directly to the Yaojing garden. Chapter 801. A startling revelation so soon? She slightly pouted, remarking that she found the red mushroom and fish maw dish here to be exceptionally delicious. Tender and succulent, it was the signature dish of the Shibin building, prepared by the chef at home. Chapter 802. Confrontation in the court. The atmosphere was imposing, frigid, and devoid of warmth, as ever. Would the temperament of those who had resided here for years also transform accordingly? Chapter 803. Such coincidence? Indeed, when dozens of weasels are gathered together, they appear to have been crafted from the same mold. Apart from their caretaker and themselves, it is quite challenging for anyone to distinguish between the individuals. Chapter 804. The monarch's dilemma. Xiao Mi cast a glance at Han Zhao before turning to Yin Sanlang. Lord Qiansui, what do you have to say? There are hidden circumstances, and I shall uncover them myself. Yin Sanlang held his head high. Chapter 805. The eye seller. Certainly. The most troublesome aspect is that the third son of the Prince of Huai remains in the northwest, a formidable general commanding tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Should the Prince of Huai be stripped of his military authority and refuse to comply, perhaps the northwest. Chapter 806. Deserved fate. The crowd waited in silence for quite a while. The wind in the ice cellar ceased, returning to its previous state of lifelessness. Beyond this, there were no abnormalities. Chapter 807. Provoking inquiry. Huang. He could no longer contain his curiosity. What lies beyond the wall? Nothing at all. As I stepped out through the back door, the servant was scratching his head, but the figure had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 808. The enigmatic sapphire, the lady in red, raised her hand, extinguishing the flames of her wrath. Chapter 809. The next move. Lu Dai pondered deeply, his brow nearly intertwining in concentration. Qiansui noticed his form subtly fading to a pale hue, a sign of overexertion of soul energy, yet chose to remain indifferent. Chapter 810. Pursuing leads. Yin Sanlang nodded in agreement, stating, "This old wound can only affirm our speculation. It cannot serve as the primary basis for our conclusions. We require more direct and compelling evidence." Chapter 811. He cannot see me. Yin Sanlang softly acknowledged with a hum. On Sweetwater Street. The encounter between Yin Sanlang and the carriage of Prince Huai was rather inconspicuous, devoid of any blushing embarrassment. Chapter 812. Meeting. Shimping focus. Si Wenrui snapped his fingers before him. Our primary target is King Wei. Your aim is King Wei, mine is. Chapter 813. The snowball indeed. Yin Sanlang lifted his gaze, observing her lips, which were delicately tinted in a peachy hue. It was no wonder he had caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance earlier. It was the aromatic balm concocted by Qiansui. Chapter 814. The sudden demise of Zhou Dahu. Princess Xianping nodded, feeling somewhat bashful. Chapter 815. The unfortunate Zhou family during their journey. The local constable chuckled. If young Master Yin finds this place to his liking, perhaps he should consider purchasing it. I could act as an intermediary, ensuring the price is to your satisfaction. He is a comprador. Chapter 816. Misfortunes never come alone. Is there more? Yin Sanlang was astonished. Aside from the demise of the family head and the ship fleet's disaster, does the Zhou family face other dire misfortunes? Young Master Yin, are you truly content with my families? Chapter 817. A man of this path. This young master has come to inspect the residence, accompanied by a cat. Madame Du was taken aback, unable to articulate her thoughts, as the feline leapt from the table and scampered into the corner. Chapter 818. Time is of the essence. With over 200 individuals residing in the old mansion for many years, the accumulated possessions are countless, and organizing them is no simple task. Chapter 819. The rising wind. He is indeed a person whose words reach the heavens. Chapter 820. Is this transaction null and void? So soon? Yin Sanlang was somewhat surprised. The deadline was 5 days, yet she moved out on the 3rd day. It seems she is quite eager to receive the final payment. Madame Du is truly a straightforward person. Chapter 821. Good fortune. Who would spend millions on something so inexplicable? Surely, you two must not have concocted a pretext to embezzle funds from the public account for your own gain. The commercial account. Chapter 822. See Wenrui's objective. Yin Sanlang rapped the table. The current issue is, where has Fushengxi gone? Perhaps he has been concealed by the Zhou family. Qiansui pondered. No. Chapter 823. Fushengxi's sustenance. Xiaomi and Gongli changed countenance in unison. The latter trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, why not find a pretext to subdue the entire family of Prince Huai? Xiaomi waved her hand, signaling. Chapter 824. One must go with the flow. Yin Sanlang remarked. No wonder the kingdom of Mizang sells the Fushengxi. Perhaps the sellers can no longer afford it. The side effects are substantial, so they simply sell it off to make a final profit. Chapter 825. Conversations in the Garden and Moments of Glory. Stepping out from Li Helen's residence, the moon was sinking in the west, with only the small insects around the palace lanterns tirelessly fluttering about. Xiaomi gazed at the lantern, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 826. A direct hit. Time gradually flowed toward noon, and the joyous music wafted from the Tianyao Palace all the way to the entrance of the Tongji Pavilion. After 3 ceremonial invitations, the great general of Yugua, Fan Hao. Finally, Chapter 827. The Shooting King. The sudden explosion caused those in the square to look up, just in time to witness smoke billowing from the waist of the Swallow Tower, accompanied by the chilling sound of splintering wood. Moreover, Chapter 828. A phoenix comes to offer auspiciousness. As for what exactly transpired with the sovereign moments before, amidst the chaos, few could discern the details. The turmoil quickly subsided, and the wedding procession resumed its predetermined course. Chapter 829. One must not oppose. At that moment, Xiaomi unexpectedly approached, personally offering him a toast. Thanks to you. The two of them drank heartily, and Xiaomi patted his arm with vigor. Chapter 830. It is late at night. She felt weary. Princess Xianping rubbed her eyes. What time is it? Indeed, without the maid's words, she could see the moon gracefully ascending the treetops outside. Chapter 831. The Mouse in the Rice Jar. Chapter 832. The Contributions of Fushengzi. Orchestrated by the aged eunuch of Tongfang Palace, He K. Quan stated dryly that he had been thieving for many years and had coerced me into providing him cover. However, 3 years ago, he followed to the Qinu Shueshan. Chapter 833. The Urgency of the Moment. This morning, it had not appeared so deflated. Merely half a day had passed, and Fushengzi seemed as fragile as a piece of paper. This was a result of excessive strain. Chapter 834. Undercurrents. Chapter 835. The mountains do not yield to me, yet I conquer the mountains. Shirtsongi, unwilling to concede, opened his mouth to argue. But upon hearing Yin Sanlang's subsequent remark, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the multitude of coincidences seemed truly beyond human control. Chapter 836. Vanished. Yin Sanlang's final opportunity to track the rotund man also evaporated. The shop's door stood ajar, illuminated only by a solitary flickering lamp. Qiansui rested his chin on his hand at the table. Chapter 837. He came on his own. At that moment, the rotund man outside was bellowing at the top of his lungs. Robbery. The patrolling guards were also closing in on the carriage. Unfortunately, as the carriage turned a corner, it met with an unforeseen mishap. Chapter 838. An overwhelming scene. Yin Sanlang placed 2 jars into his storage ring, with Fushengzi's jar additionally secured within his book box. It is a living entity, incapable of being placed in a storage space, yet Yin Sanlang remains resolute. Chapter 839. Misfortune begins. Han Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He vividly recalled the time when the 2 nations, Wei and Yu, were at war. Wei's General Qianding had met an untimely death on the Eastern Front, prompting the Wei king to urgently summon Han Zhao to fill the vacancy. Afterward. Chapter 840. Collision with the southern wall. What he had previously struck against was a mirage, capable of blending him and his guards with the surrounding scenery, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye. However, the effect was not lasting. Chapter 841. Witnesses abound. The conflict between the Wei king and the Huai king had long been simmering, yet had never erupted into open confrontation. The fact that the officials and soldiers could besiege the Huai king's residence in broad daylight indicated that Xiaomi had. Chapter 842. Multiple charges. Xiaomi glanced at him and let out a scoff, addressing him. Wang Tingwei. The already waiting Wang Tingwei stepped forward immediately, announcing in a clear voice, Jinan. Chapter 843. A Stable Nation. Indeed, Si Wenrui was adept at scheming and skilled in framing others. When he orchestrated the abduction and murder of Princess Xianping by Jinan Ku, he intended to pin the blame on the state of Wei and its king. He feigned death. Chapter 844. What is a little setback? You have seized Si Wenrui's benefactor's offspring and achieved great merit. Xiaomi paced back and forth in the study, unable to contain his excitement, pondering how to reward you. Chapter 845. Cause and Effect. Just as Xiaomi remarked, a treasure worth 1,000,000 could be set ablaze by Yan Shichu without a flicker of an eye. To comprehend the true value of the Fushengzi is a task that eludes quantification in monetary terms. Chapter 846. Such a treasure must not be squandered. Previously, the wandering spirits of the Maisai had spread rumors, alleging that Yin Sanlang had pilfered all the treasures of the Haigua, intending to bring about his demise. Little did they know, he had slipped away to the Wei kingdom, where he received the favor of the monarch. Chapter 847. In theory. As soon as the words left his lips, a spectral flame materialized within the Liuli lamp, resembling the genuine Fushengzi, albeit entirely transparent, merely a phantasm. Chapter 848. Deception. After all, the emergence of the Fushengzi lantern puppet is a rarity in this world, and no one dares to guarantee that this imitation will function as effectively as the original. Let us put it to the test. Yen San. Chapter 849. While the Fushengzi is still operational, through its gaze, Yin Sanlang could ascertain that the situation was currently under the control of Qiansui. Qianqian's mind was frenzied, exhibiting a strong aggression solely towards you. Chapter 850. Utilizing it like a dog. Your words seem to hold some truth. Ernyo pondered for a moment. Last night, as I passed by, I was near the apricot garden, and I heard a rather urgent meow. Chapter 851. Waiting for an opportunity. Yin Sanling smiled at her. You'll get used to it. With that, he turned his gaze back to the path from whence he came, lost in thought. Liao Qingsong disembarked from the boat. Chapter 852. Let us not disturb the neighbors. Pray tell, which esteemed figure from the Maisai of Haigua do you represent? She noticed Liao Qingsong opening his mouth to speak, so she raised a slender finger and shook it gently. The essence of your kind differs greatly from that of humanity. Chapter 853, The Division of the Remnants, Zhuangnan. Chapter 854, The Peculiar Gem. She rolled her eyes. The old man spoke so much. Which of his words do you refer to? He mentioned that each ghost possesses distinct abilities, among which there is one. Chapter 855, Rebound. With this treasure in hand, I can recreate countless formulas. The characteristics of this soul stone are truly remarkably practical. She reveled in her delight for quite a while before realizing Yen San. Chapter 856, Perpetual Misfortune. Her son has been saved and regained his freedom. Huang He expressed profound gratitude to the young master, lamenting, "This troublesome young lad has caused you much inconvenience." The double monthly ticket event has commenced, with significant rule changes. The double activity has begun anew. With the new regulations taking effect, those with a fan value exceeding 2,000 may cast all their monthly votes at once without waiting 24 hours. Double duration, from April 28th, 00:00 to May 7th, 24:00. Each vote counts as 2. In April, I kindly ask everyone to assist the Great Demon King in breaking into the top 50 of the monthly ticket rankings. Your support would be immensely appreciated. Love you all. Kisses. Chapter 857. Allow me to give you a gentle reminder. Li Kaoyang took his words as consolation. But Qiansui discerned the deeper meaning. Yen Sanling used the Fushengxi for less than 10 hours in total, even if misfortune ensues afterwards. Chapter 858. Turning crisis into opportunity. Thank you. Yen Sanling couldn't help but smile wryly. We had yet to commence our work, merely clearing the foundation. It seems that the negative effects brought by Fushengxi. Chapter 859. Let us go. 1. 5 chapters. The 3-colored phoenix eggs emanated a radiant light, prompting admiration from all as they were presented in the hall. This was indeed the key to transforming troubles into auspicious signs. Despite Si Wenrue's repeated schemes, Xiaomi managed to turn the tables. Chapter 860. Strange Scenery on a Rainy Night in the Wilderness. 1. 5 chapters. 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a resounding crash as the rain began to fall. This is bad. Upon hearing the noise, Tu Xingou emerged from the mule cart and looked up at the sky. Mingo, look. Chapter 861. We have found it. The chilling cries mingled with sounds of chewing, echoing from the ravine below. The coachman could no longer bear it. He leaped to the front seat, turned the horse's head, and shouted with a crack of the whip, "Go." In early May, we continued with the double monthly ticket campaign. From May 1st to May 7th, the double monthly ticket activity remains in effect. Shuiyun earnestly requests everyone to cast their guaranteed monthly tickets for May all at once. Starting in May, the monthly ticket rankings on Qijian Female Network and Yunqi will finally part ways with the domineering CEO and the scheming prince's 99 escapees. A cause for celebration. We also welcome Xiao Xiang and Hong Xiu to join the fray. This ranking now offers a worthy challenge for us to strive for. May this may be filled with good fortune for all, with peace and well-being for you and me. Chapter 862. An Encounter Beneath the Shade of the Trees. The maid first spread a short velvet blanket, followed by a layer of cool mat, inviting the young miss to sit. Out of nowhere, she produced a brocade fan to cool her down. There exists a tale unfolding in the chapters that follow. In Chapter 863, a striking figure emerges, suggesting that this individual is indeed an extraordinary being, embracing a path of fortitude in their cultivation. The guards retreat, their blades steadfastly aimed at him. In Chapter 864, titled The Unfortunate Cat's Eye, the morning light reveals several russet-eared birds foraging upon the branches. They have pecked at a couple of figs when a sudden gust of wind rushes from behind, sending the birds into a frenzied flight, their chirps filled with alarm. Chapter 865, Disregarding Rudeness, depicts a playful scuffle between a solitary person and a feline, causing the woman's wariness to wane. Are you not affiliated with those individuals? She inquires. In Chapter 866, You Are Quite Kind of Friends, the white cat expresses gratitude, prompting Yin Sanlang to caress its back, listening to its purring. After a moment of contemplation, he affirms, Indeed, but you have not yet. Chapter 867 poses the question, What is this? Her expression betrays disbelief, to which the white cat retorts, Why should that concern you? Yin Sanling counters with, And what about you? In Chapter 868, Beasts and Casualties, a closer inspection reveals the creature's blood-red, protruding eyes, which possess remarkable vision even in dim surroundings. A guard raises his sword to block an attack, managing to fend off a single head, yet the monster looms ominously. Finally, in Chapter 869, Escape, the anguished screams of a maid shatter the atmosphere. Having narrowly avoided danger moments ago, missed by his left trembling, her grip on the sword faltering. In the rear, a creature named Nai Luo seized the opportunity to attack. Chapter 870, She endured. The injured individual struggled, surprisingly utilizing fire. Having dwelled in the Sirius Valley for several decades, it was the first time he had witnessed such a method of toxin extraction, leaving him perplexed about its underlying principles. Chapter 871, Why did you not act sooner? Your medicinal supplies are comprehensive, ranging from ointments for bruises to antidotes for healing. Uncle Li could not help but feel intrigued. The lad's techniques were remarkable, reminiscent of those employed by the physicians of the Bai family. Chapter 872, Warming by the Fire. The young lady rubbed her arms, gradually dispelling the chill that had settled on her back. Uncle Li expressed his concern. Miss, this is inappropriate. It is your first journey away from home. Chapter 873, An inexpressible frustration. To encapsulate it in a single term, it would be abandoned by the gods and forsaken by spirits, devoid of any value for ascent. Even animals found no refuge in such a place. This locale could only be described as a realm of impending demise. Chapter 874, The Mountain That Exhausts the Horse, Supplementary Update. The Azure's innate artifact not only served as a reservoir for energy within the Dantian, but also functioned as a source of illumination, and he made full use of it. Subsequently, he produced a hat adorned with a veil and handed it to. Chapter 875, The Tavern in the Town. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yen Sanlang dismissed it without a second thought. Qiansui protested, but there are no buts, the youth maintained. Chapter 876, No One Can Escape. Although it was the transition from late summer to early autumn, the mountainous region experienced heat during the day and chills at night, making one susceptible to sudden colds, if not cautious. As the female shopkeeper emerged to deliver vegetables, she noticed Bai Xiao. Chapter 877, A Sudden Shift in Atmosphere. Compared to the vast population, the itinerant merchants who traverse various locales are merely a drop in the ocean. If one has never heard of the affairs beyond, how could they possibly? Chapter 878, Not a Bit Changed. This is the guardian spirit of Taoyuan, the two-headed wolf, which often roams about. The villagers have even erected a shrine for it, regularly feeding it. The guardian spirit, with a shrine. Chapter 879, Where are you from? 21 years ago? If one could remain youthful for 21 years, I would envy myself greatly. Shopkeeper 2 touched her face. Which woman is not afraid of aging? Following. Chapter 880, Delivering Messages, additional for Tang Gao. Hey, she must have heard incorrectly, right? Yes, Jinghua. Shopkeeper 2 chuckled in surprise. Jinghua is indeed a formidable nation, unmatched in the world. Young Master Yanyu. How? Chapter 881, More Pieces of Meat. The white cat had no choice but to turn around, sitting with its back to him. 1,000 years? Yen Sanlang spoke, the red-clad lady who had not shown herself all night. Chapter 882, Many decades await us. I wish to show her the direction in which those grains of sand bounce. If the treasure could provide further clues, it would be even better. Chapter 883, Surprise Attacks and Counter-Creations. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. The person sighed. The fireworks festival is set to take place in midsummer, and in truth, it is only a few days away. Su Xinger chuckled softly, alas. Chapter 884, Traces of Doubt. Despite her legs trembling with weakness, Miss Bai persevered to follow. Having just been attacked, remaining alone here was far too perilous. The giant wolf sprinted at an astonishing speed. Chapter 885, Street Stall. The young man patted the edge of the couch, finding it remarkably clean with no dust. Thus he seated himself, closing his eyes and stating, I entrust the vigilance to you. The woman in red stood by him. Chapter 886, Pantugo. We dined there and only met with Manager 2. So the male proprietor's surname is Wang? Indeed, the stall owner laughed. They jointly run a couple's establishment. Chapter 887, Guess who's here? The most formidable of all illusions is most susceptible to extreme weather such as thunder and torrential rain. While it may be well concealed in ordinary circumstances, it reveals itself during severe convective weather. Otherwise, the first copper. Chapter 888. So your illness hasn't recovered? Bai Ling found his question rather perplexing. No. Think again carefully, Yen Sanlang reiterated. emphasizing her innate talent. Chapter 889, Lord of Chaotu City. The affluent gentleman commands swiftly, and the young attendant, of course, responds with alacrity. The youth even offered a silver ingot, requesting him to procure a snack from the street. No need for change. Chapter 890, An old acquaintance returns. In the evening, Yin Sanling met with Bai Ling to discuss matters of nocturnal travel. The young girl had slept for a full 2 hours, her spirit remarkably rejuvenated, her delicate complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Yin Sanling chose to ignore her final remark. This is not a small world. How could you be certain? The lad had observed that Qiansui. Yin Sanling promptly made his way to the back door. Servants of the Lord frequently traversed this route, and he might seize the opportunity to question one regarding the layout. As the young man proceeded, he noticed. At the entrance, 2 servants were stationed on guard, one of whom stifled a yawn. Before the yawn could fully escape, the individual collapsed. The envoy of the sea god possessed 2 hands. This was intriguing. The battle array had inexplicably vanished. When had this transpired? Had it occurred while they were rummaging through the array instruments? Or was it when Nero was en route here? The more pressing inquiry was a reappearance. Bai Ling examined the small vial that Yin Sanling had gifted her before his departure. Inside was a small amount of white powder. He had instructed her that applying the powder would obscure her presence. Dai Xing had initially hesitated to respond, but Bai Ling gently pressed down, forcibly breaking off a small piece from the table's edge. The sight startled her, compelling her to admit, 3 days ago, the Lord's mansion suddenly illuminated as brightly as day, becoming the most resplendent sight in the entirety of Pantagu. In the garden, the shadows of everything are elongated on the ground, including Lord Wu. Chapter 898, A Chaotic Tangle. Lord Wu chuckled bitterly, questioning why such a thing would not appear during outbreaks of plague and war. Do you not comprehend the meaning of protection? Chapter 899, A Brief Discussion. However, she resolutely turned away and exclaimed loudly, "Retreat!" Her subordinates, entangled with the official soldiers and extraordinary beings, leaped out of the fray, following her in a desperate bid for escape. Chapter 900, Exchange of Information. My humble surname is Yen. The youth also seated himself by the window, gazing across the table at him, a Liang person currently residing in David. A Liang person? Lord Wu was suddenly taken aback. Chapter 901, A Path to Survival. No. Lord Wu answered succinctly. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Do you think I find great comfort in being this so-called lord? Chapter 902, Forcibly Requesting a Maiden. Chapter 903, Is that blood? Bai Ling. Chapter 904, The Joyful Inn. The two ascended the stairs. Several windows on the 2nd floor glimmered with light. Though dim, the illumination brought a sense of tranquility. Chapter 905, Unauthorized Use. The figure of the woman in red appeared atop the wall at the sound. Have you released the cunning-faced spider upon Tu Xinghe? Of course. Yin Sanling's expression remained stern. Chapter 906, Actions from All Sides. Though she never explicitly stated it. Qiansui opened her mouth to argue, but in the end, she merely uttered a soft HM. Never mind. She was simply anxious. Chapter 907, The World Outside the Door at the Entrance of the Sweet Well. The 3rd house down the alley is. Chapter 908, Where are they? Moreover, she bore several strange creatures upon her hunched back. They were the size of human infants, yet with large heads and small bodies, featuring green faces and sharp fangs. Bai Ling counted them, starting from 1. Chapter 909, A Chance Encounter. Bai Ling, still in shock, glanced at the lamp and then at the clumps of mud on the ground. Could this not be their bodies? The hungry ghosts are also spirits, lacking a corporeal form. Chapter 910, A Desperate Situation. Qiansui, filled with pride, exclaimed, Thanks to my use of the blessing of childbearing, otherwise you would be in dire straits now. Aren't you going to thank me? The youth sighed, recalling Qiansui. Chapter 911, You should quickly inquire. Yin Sanling did not respond. Who would willingly contemplate meeting a gruesome fate? Bai Ling leaned back in her chair, realizing only upon sitting that her energy was utterly spent, her fingertips. Chapter 912, The Path Before Us. Chapter 913, A Dominant Force. The Sea God Envoy, having closed his eyes for more than a moment, suddenly opened them and spoke aloud. Chapter 914, The Power of Unity. Bai Ling could no longer contain herself and whispered to the side, What are they doing? Engaging in divine combat. Indeed, she found this term surprisingly apparent. Chapter 915, The True Exit. Amidst the tumultuous upheaval below, Yin Sanling whispered, They seek to expand the rift and shake the boundary. Each realm is separated by barriers, which confine them. Chapter 9:16. Mission accomplished? The valley once again fell silent. It was not until several hours later that new hungry spirits emerged from the boundary, cautiously exploring this unfamiliar territory. Chapter 9:17. The Guardian? Is this? Could it be? Indeed. The boy's voice drifted into Bai Ling's ears, revealing that this place was still not a paradise. Chapter 9:18. The thunder call bottle Bai Ling exclaimed with excitement. You can lead us into the realm of the dying? This distant aspiration is about to become a reality? Of course, she and her companions longed to fulfill their wishes. Chapter 9:19. Fear not. We are blessed with offspring. Yin Sanlang smiled faintly. For my second question, how can we trust that you will indeed fulfill your promises afterward? I require collateral. Quite reasonable. Wang Ming. Chapter 9:20. Who exactly are you? With thousands of hungry spirits and the elusive, formidable specters lurking, Yin Sanlang did not believe he could confront them alone. Counting and recounting. If Pan Tu-Go still held a glimmer of hope. Chapter 9:21. Qian is the most well-behaved as expected, the innkeeper asked with a cheerful smile. Dear guests, would you prefer to rest here or stay overnight? This sentence bears a striking resemblance to the role played by Wang Ming earlier. Chapter 9:22. The eve of battle. Only in this manner can the army maintain discipline and order. To confront the legion of hungry ghosts with such a military force seems to foretell a grim outlook. Deep within, he quietly pondered. Chapter 9:23. Strategic analysis. Though they remain unseen, he is acutely aware that the sea goddess envoy and the hungry ghosts are positioned in that direction. Perhaps the specters wish to wash away the peach blossom land in blood, forcing its guardians to emerge. Chapter 9:24. Analyzing pros and cons. If they cannot be divided and attacked, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. But how to ascertain that she will lead her forces to assault from the Western Front? The burly man spoke again, Yin San. Chapter 9:25. Eagle shooting. An expert can discern the truth with a mere gesture. This lad is quite knowledgeable. He immediately recognized that it was the Qiansui, not Yin Sanlang, who identified the dragon tendons. Yet, he maintained his composure, retrieving items from his storage. Chapter 9:26. The opponent is not human. It was ensnared by a gigantic net, unable to move, merely gasping with its hooked beak. Due to its robust physique, the giant eagle's eyes appeared exceptionally round and large. Yin Sanlai. Chapter 9:27. The first line of defense. Right here, at this very moment. If we take a single step back, the Pantagu will be indefensible. He shouted fervently. I only need you to withstand the monster for half an hour. Chapter 9:28. Each has their offense and defense. In comparison to the menacing legion of hungry ghosts, Lord Wu and Yin Sanlang have but a thunder bottle to rely upon. Wang Mingji, a figure of skepticism for Yin Sanlang, produced. Chapter 9:29. A missed shot. The local militia beheld a colossal fire tornado surging towards them. Even before entering the wind's embrace, they were tossed about helplessly. Should they be struck by debris carried by the tempest, it would surely. Chapter 9:30. The city gate false. It was quite embarrassing. She had confidently declared her ability to hit the envoy of the sea god. It seems that counterfeit goods can never compare to the authentic. Nonetheless, Yin Sanling remarked. Chapter 9:31. All within the net. Chapter 9:32. The heavens strike with thunder. Zui Qian, not far from him, saw the scene and shouted loudly, leaping high while wielding a whirlwind axe, bringing it down upon the arm that held the spear. The impact reverberated. Chapter 9:33. Inquire about origins. In this battle, the remarkable achievements of Lord Wu would undoubtedly echo throughout the realm of Taoyuan. Yet, Lord Wu himself maintained a grave expression. This conflict was perilous. Chapter 9:34. Return tomorrow. He mentioned that Lord Wu's son lacked certain innate qualities, certainly not implying a short lifespan. Yin Sanlang could only divert the conversation. This time, in dealing with the hidden and ghostly spirits, it is imperative. Chapter 9:35. Secret Council. I lack nothing. In his current life, he felt quite content. A modest wealth brings peace. She scoffed softly, yet dared to claim. Chapter 9:36. Falconry. His smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, contrasting starkly with the style of the scout Jinyu. No wonder Lord Wu had sent him to deliver the falcon. Two individuals stood side by side. Chapter 9:37. Is this matter not yet resolved? This indicates that Wang Ming is resolute. He and Tu Xing'er are husband and wife. In the face of adversity, he must ensure his wife's safety. Yin Sanling pondered. Should tomorrow. Chapter 938. To guard or to monitor stepping outside, they found a modest courtyard, adorned with a towering apricot tree, beneath which a stone table was placed. The fence was entwined with delicate bird vines and exuberant firecracker flowers, the former gentle, the latter wild. Chapter 939. Discord among neighbors. Frankly speaking, Yin Sanlang and the three others had mentally prepared themselves, expecting any oddity upon opening the door. However, when the door actually swung open, they were still taken aback. Chapter 940. Zhao family village having beaten him to such a state. It is only right to seek recompense. Bai Ling frowned and tossed a silver ingot to him, suggesting that they let this matter rest. The farmer instinctively. Chapter 941. The legend of Peach Blossom Spring. After speaking, he addressed Zhao Daliang, stating, I will entertain the guests. You tend to your father's affairs. I shall return shortly. Chapter 942. Population and warfare. The elders sighed with a bitter smile. It was the people from the opposing Su family village who injured Zhao Daliang. They claimed that Zhao Daliang carrying the coffin across their land brought misfortune, which would ruin the Su families. Chapter 943. The concealed entrance. Noticed no clues? Having spent more than 2 days together, Yin Sanlang had a rudimentary understanding of Lord Wu, especially now that he was aware of his true identity. Chapter 944. The reflective wall. Chapter 945. The envoy of Kang Wu. Bai Ling walked beside Yin Sanlang and suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Her voice nearly drowned by the mountain winds. There is someone beneath the tree. The others also noticed. Chapter 946. A wish within reach. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened as someone blocked her path. Yin Sanlang and Bai Ling jolted, and she straightened her posture, pointing at Jean. Chapter 947. Yin Sanlang's aspiration. The envoy of Kang Wu gazed at her for a prolonged moment before stating, Fate is unpredictable. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. Yin Sanlang was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Chapter 948. A twist of fate. Now, Qiansui and Yin Sanlang were aware that he and his companions were engaged in mutual deliberations. This mode of communication was truly unprecedented. After a while, Song. Shall we create a graduation portrait for the characters? In June, a new event will be temporarily introduced. In the review section of the Great Demon King, Dian Circle. Showcase your envisioned character imagery of Qiansui, Sanlang, or Huangda. Feel free. It can be a hand-drawn illustration or a digitally edited image, essentially any picture. Whether serious or humorous. The official team has prepared 30,000 coins, and not only the top 3, but every participant will receive a reward. Participation method. Post separately in the review section of this book, Dian Circle, with the thread title containing the word graduation. Duration, June 10th to 30th. For further details, please refer to the official announcement by the Operations Officer book bag in the review section. It is said that the 10 books with the highest number of submissions on the platform may have the opportunity for an official featured display. Chapter 949. Numerous doubts. Anyone with eyes should refrain from uttering such insane words. Chapter 950. A simultaneous assault. If one were to be bitten, it would likely feel akin to being sliced by hundreds of small blades. Quite a delightful sensation. Yin Sanlang brandished the creature before the envoy of Kang Wu. Chapter 951. An extra hour each day. At that very moment, a shadow suddenly darted past the cave entrance, roaring as it forced its way in. It resembled a colossal hound with 2 heads. Indeed, Naluo had arrived. Chapter 952. A dismal situation. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, 2 Xingers stealthily approached the entrance. The fierce battle raged on, and no one noticed the presence of a mere commoner. Chapter 953. You are not even Wang Mingji. As she hurled the hourglass, the 2-headed wolf chief, Shao Shi, charged forward, attempting to leap and catch it. But it had lost sight in one eye and could not see the protruding rock on the right. Bam! Chapter 954. A cad with the ensuing. Chapter 955. Truly unfortunate. Chapter 956. No longer open. This cavity was not a natural formation. The edges bore signs of corrosion, and water dripped from its rim. Qiansui, with an extraordinary sense of smell, detected a peculiar, rancid odor. Chapter 957. The inverted mountain. Has the entrance leading to the human realm truly been completely sealed? This is utterly nonsensical. The sea god's envoy clearly harbors disbelief. If the fleeting cannot connect. Chapter 958. It cannot be mended. However, the spirit of the sea god's envoy shines too brightly, like a resplendent blue sun. The heavenly net indeed ensnares it. and the encroaching red lotus flames spread accordingly. Chapter 959. That person has long since vanished. Wang Mingji promptly corrects him. Each ghost of concealment possesses formidable power. They are not of this earthly realm. And together, Bai Ling glances at Yin Sanlei. Chapter 960. The conditions set by the fleeting. Chapter 961. The steel and the inscriptions. Perhaps. Yin Sanlang exhales deeply, planning to inquire further with Wang Mingji later regarding any possible remedies. The two sides are separated by only a few solid stones. Chapter 962. The Sea God-S Envoy-S Objective. Lord Wu and Jin Yu's expressions darken instantly. As they advance towards him, did you deliberately allow the hungry ghosts to assault Pantagu? As thoughts swirl in their minds. Chapter 963. Discussing strategies. Lord Wu nods. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. Among the attacking ghosts of concealment, several can only attach themselves to ordinary individuals, possessing immense soul strength, yet nearly powerless. Chapter 964. Just take it and use it. The fleeting employs the void as a shield. He continues, stating that it was originally sufficient to prevent all living beings from this world. Where does the problem lie? Chapter 965. Emergence. Wang Mingji found himself rendered speechless, his heart heavy with bitterness. Jin Yu gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Good girl, you possess courage." Then, with a huff directed at Wang Mingji, "The update has been postponed." After reading today's report in the Southern Metropolis Daily, which revealed that 242 cases of college entrance exam impersonation were uncovered in Shandong, I was so incensed that I could not write a single word all morning. Consequently, as the plot demands a decisive turn, I have resolved to wield my pen with ferocity. Thus the update is delayed until tonight. Chapter 966. Clarity. She stood 8 feet tall, towering over even the tallest of men. Her clothing, of indeterminate material, clung tightly to her form, accentuating her lean and powerful physique. Chapter 967. The fury of battle. Azura's fingers, sharp as blades, brutally extracted the heart of the sea deity envoy. The sea deity envoy erupted with a thunderous roar, discarding his halberd to lunge at Qiansui. Chapter 968. Defiance. Simply standing in this place, she could sense a force surging from the depths of her being, akin to an inexhaustible wellspring. Chapter 969. The pursuit. Yin Shichu's powers were remarkable, allowing her to traverse snow without leaving a trace. Yet the scent of a human, especially the metallic tang of blood, was difficult to obscure. Ahead lay a grove of bamboo, the forest. Chapter 970. Perception. This maneuver was nothing new, as shockwaves radiated from her center, instantly pushing outward in all directions. The dust on the ground clearly delineated the astonishing reach of the shockwaves. Chapter 971. Can you contain me? Its physique and appearance were unmistakable to Wang Ming. It was indeed the little hungry ghost that the sea god's envoy had previously brought into the grotto to seize the hourglass from his grasp. This entity was astute. Chapter 972. What a grand feast is this! As its name implies, the Demon Suppression Tower is designed to subdue formidable demons. Besides its robust and resilient structure, it possesses 18 formidable divine tribulations that suppress and diminish the cultivation of those ensnared. Chapter 973. The true ace up one's sleeve. You do not obey orders. I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, Lord Wu circled toward the forest. Before him lay a flat red path, yet he chose to take a longer route. Chapter 974. Ice Soul. Jin Yu understood his intent, acknowledged it with a nod, and then turned to dash outward, employing his agility to vanish from sight in mere leaps. There was no need for confrontation. Yin San. Chapter 975. Why the sense of loss? She was lost in thought when Yin Sanlang inquired again, "Is something the matter?" Chapter 976. The lost memory. Gazing at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to her beloved, she bit her lip. How long has it been since that fateful night? So long. Chapter 977. Partake. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Tu Xing struggled to open her eyes, catching sight of the man's anxious expression. "I am here," he said. The June event has commenced. The goal is to collect a total of 285 monthly votes, with rewards distributed until completion. Important matters emphasized thrice. The event lasts until June 30th. This month, we strive to secure a position among the top 5 in the fantasy monthly ticket rankings. I adore you all. Sending kisses. Chapter 978. From today on, embrace wellness. He is quite advanced in age. Yin Sanlang, with utmost seriousness, remarked that you would not remain by his side for many years. Qiansui let out a disdainful hum, on the verge of speaking, when the youth had already grasped. Chapter 979. Expressing gratitude through action, Yin Sanlang stirred slightly, and the glazed lamp immediately floated closer, allowing him to observe it closely. The exquisite floating paintings on the lamp had vanished, revealing a visible array of cracks. Chapter 980. How much longer must misfortune persist? She had utilized the blessing of offspring for 6 days. Thus the backlash of fortune should endure for approximately 12 days. In other words, from this moment onward, she would endure misfortune for 9 more days. Wang Ming. Chapter 981. I am what I am in her perspective. This was not an unnecessary endeavor. It was akin to catching fleas and placing them upon oneself, a folly born of idleness. After all, it belonged to another. Mi Lu responded. Chapter 982. Sewing garments for others indeed. He inquired about this matter. Yin Sanlang had long been aware of his lingering thoughts regarding the wooden bell, and it was no small feat for him to have restrained his curiosity until now. I Ching. The youth spoke slowly. Chapter 983. An offer that should not be refused. The Prince of Wei? Wu Ling pondered, recalling that he was 2 years younger than himself. How could he be so blind as to overlook true talent? This was a compliment directed towards Yin Sanlang. Chapter 984. Familiarity through conversation. Wu Ling earnestly addressed Yin Sanlang. Those who possess true ability often have their own temperaments. As long as you allow them to see your capabilities, they will remain steadfastly loyal. You see, this young man Jin Yu appears quite formidable. Chapter 985. Choosing a name. Qiansui is well aware of this fact, yet upon gazing at his youthful and earnest visage, her heart softens. This fellow seems mature and composed, yet he is hardly 17 years of age. Chapter 986. The missing jade gourd. During the battle at Pantugo, Tong Xin assumed the guise of the sea god and entered the city, only to be struck down by lightning on the spot. Lord Wu has conducted an inspection, and all the invaders who perished, including him. Chapter 987. The wish of the victorious king. The title of Dragon Lord may sound unfamiliar, yet Yin Sanlang understands he refers to Zhuang Nanjia, and cannot help but fix his gaze intently. When did he present it to you? Chapter 988. The sacred tree and the bell. Entrusting a Sheni to guard the peach blossom spring, how could it possibly harbor any empathy for humanity? The past few centuries of adversity faced by the peach blossom spring reveal Wang Ming's mindset. Yin Sanlang also. Chapter 989. Yin Sanlang's second wish. Wang Ming directly continues. However, the power of the M that threatens to annihilate the world has indeed affected the mortal realm, and the resulting imbalance between heaven and earth must be rectified with utmost seriousness. We must adopt a compromise. Chapter 990. They escaped. Is it also due to the M that the boundary has expanded? Indeed. However, the true power of Lady Qianhong remains formidable, yet she cannot cross over. Chapter 991. A mouse has slipped in the Hongwu treasure seal, employs the skin of a ghostly captive to extract blood for the seal. Should this individual unfortunate enough to perish in some hidden corner within the next few days, the world within the scroll shall endure. The sea god envoy. Chapter 992. Where's Zhuang Nanjia? In the attic. Chapter 993. A flawed victory. Where are the family members? Yin Sanlang ought to possess a basic understanding of his followers. They have long since departed. Jin Yu approached the table and retrieved a clean cup for. Chapter 994. Where is he? The guards of the residence finally arrived, encircling them. Their eyes widened in astonishment. The two intruders bore an uncanny resemblance. They were twins. Chapter 995. Only 3 days left. Qiansui still felt a lingering sense of dread. A fortunate misfortune. You are sleeping on a heated bed rather than a wooden one. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. The Earth Evasion Talisman allows the master to. Chapter 996. The final blow of misfortune. Qiansui acquiesced. With her vigilance, Yin Shaoxin narrowly evaded capture twice tonight. The captors and Jing Xin also nearly escaped, and the Lord's residence was once again demolished. This is likely. Chapter 997. Perseverance brings hope once the contract is dissolved. Who will assist you in dealing with the outside world? Qiansui instinctively reached out to caress his face, resolutely stating, You will surely overcome this hurdle. For your sake. Chapter 998. Sealed. It has been proven that as the second tier of the dragon feeding technique, this level is exceedingly arduous. The pulse conduit is remarkably resilient. Breaking through its difficulty is akin to combining the Run and Du meridians. Chapter 999, Kindred Spirits in Conflict. The ice soul, who was initially flustered trying to stem the wounds to the heart, has now gained strength with the assistance of the Qin Gao, causing its power to swell. If Qiansui were to. Chapter 1000, 1,000 words in a single character. It appears that the most perilous moment has passed, and the ice soul has returned to its normal function. As long as the final. Chapter 1001, the cost of using Fu Xingzi. Although Yan Sanlang does not speak, she can imagine the dangers faced during these several hours. The most terrifying battle occurred within his Qi Si, and a single misstep could lead to. Chapter 1002, Heartless and Unfeeling. All right, I shall take my leave. You young couple enjoy your conversation. Dr. Sun, perceiving the situation, turned to stroll towards the door. Yet, Qiansui reached out to stop him. Dr. Sunday. Chapter 1003, From Adversity Comes Prosperity. What is the rush? He continued the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, several beams of light shot from the cedar forest, ascending into the air before suddenly exploding. Chapter 1004, Fate's Caprice. The painting is lush and vibrant, imbued with the essence of autumn, showcasing remarkable skill. However, it is merely a painting. Yan Sanlang fully unrolled the scroll, yet found nothing of substance. Chapter 1005, There is one last account to settle. He pulled out the wooden bell and observed that the words dying were gradually fading away. Chapter 1006, The Final Departure at the Moment of Farewell. The other party suddenly uttered such a phrase, causing a slight heaviness in Yan Sanlang's heart, though he feigned nonchalance. I am merely borrowing the power of the magical artifact. The victorious king observed. Chapter 1007, Are you disheartened? Wang Ming, with an air of irritation, was about to utter the words irrelevant, when Tu Xinger interrupted him, saying, Tai City. She smiled. Chapter 1008, Goose intestines and fathead fish. The heavy snow had fallen throughout the day, and as night descended, it showed no signs of abating. The biting wind surged forth, whipping snowflakes that sought to invade the collars of passers-by. The residents of Qingji Town. Chapter 1009, A proposal for resolution. Apart from the youth, nearly 20 others were robust men, far from ordinary citizens, granting him the authority to interrogate. Yan Sanlang lifted his cup, taking a gentle sip, while. Chapter 1010, Outsiders are easy targets. This was also the reason why the 4 personal guards could not be eliminated here. There were others departing from upstairs. Though his body was not in prime condition, his senses remained sharp. Chapter 1011, What is your surname? Yan Sanlang noticed that the individual frequently glanced towards the entrance, his brow furrowed at least twice. Was he watching for Qiansui? The youth recalled the noise from the second floor during their meal. Chapter 1012, May I ask your name, miss? In truth, what she conveyed to Yan Sanlang was, I have only heard that men enjoy flirting with young ladies, but I did not anticipate that older men also take pleasure in such pursuits. She. Chapter 1013, An Unfortunate Beginning. Here, he possesses an array of lethal substances, crafted by the esteemed Qiansui, invented by He Xiaoyuan, and concocted by himself. Such words. Chapter 1014, A lady is a lady. In times of peace, who would engage in such self-inflicted torment? As the chariots of the state pillar and the grand tutor approached, everyone immediately abandoned their tools and knelt, disregarding the icy ground beneath them. Chapter 1015, Intrigues of Power. Her innate allure could cause even the most stoic of men to falter. Yan Sanlang swallowed hard, his gaze instinctively drawn to her luscious, crimson lips. Chapter 1016, A Reunion with Old Acquaintances. That is a prince of impeccable lineage. Qiansui chuckled. This task shall likely be quite simple. Merely a meeting with her suffices. After she bears offspring, she shall depart with us from Xianghua. Chapter 1017, Enemies Meet. Long time no see, Yan Sanlang sighed deeply. General Foam. The woman who appeared at his doorstep that morning exuded an aura of undeniable vigor. Chapter 1018, A Startling Revelation. The youth merely shrugged at her, saying, Hua Dongjin and others are my loyal retainers. Dongjin. This General Foam is an old acquaintance from Chunming City, fortuitously encountered in the garden. Chapter 1019, Persuasion of Feng Liwan. Feng Liwan's gaze flickered. The youth continued. Moreover, even if you wish to eradicate the roots, Taoyuan is not within Liang's territory. At most, the king of Liang would send someone to carry out an assassination. Chapter 1020, No need for indecision. He addressed the void, and scarcely had his words dissipated into the air when 5 figures emerged from the archway. with the foremost being Huadong Jin, accompanied by Jin Yu and Zhuo Qian. Yin Sanlang entered the room, and he. Chapter 1021. The regent Huadong Jin took the lead in the conversation. Among the palace maids who accompanied the late Lady Yu, two had grown up alongside her, sharing a profound bond. One had passed away 7 years ago, while the other. Chapter 1022. The entanglement of nations. Qiansui let out a soft exclamation. The affliction of this young sovereign is even more severe than yours. And it is not a matter of the heart. After a considerable pause, Wang Xian finally regained his composure, and Yin Sanlang remarked. Chapter 1023. Leadership and provision. The feats accomplished by Yin Xiao are nothing short of miraculous. Without formidable driving forces, such achievements would be nearly impossible. It is said that Yin Xiao's parents and sister fell victim to the Duoran. Chapter 1024. Seizure and taxation. The tax system demands that for every 10 copper coins earned, one must be surrendered as tax. The Yin family, having finally ascended to a position of power, would never wish to undermine their own stronghold. Qiansui stifled a yawn. The tea gathering approaches. Shui Yun extended warmth to all present. Oh, rather, the benefits had arrived. Currently, the great demon king has surpassed 2 million words, comprising 11 volumes, each corresponding to a distinct tale. Now, I invite everyone to select your favorite story from all the narratives, and please elaborate on your reasons as thoroughly as possible. Shui Yun wishes to gather reflections, hoping to hear the voices of the audience, fueled by the support of the sponsors. The competition title must contain the keyword, my favorite story, for the system to recognize it. With the evaluation criteria based on the number of likes received by posts at the end of the event. The event duration is from July 17, 2020 to July 27, 2020. Participation method. Post in the book review section with the keyword. It is crucial to emphasize this point thrice. Separately, post with the keyword. The rewards are distributed as follows. 1st to 6th place, 5,000 welfare points. 7th to 15th place, 3,000 welfare points. The completed volume directory is as follows. Inviting everyone to discuss. The fractured beauty, the hidden dragon, the great plague, the couple's melody, the flower fairy, the transformation, the hide, and seek the grand marshal, the blessed, the peach blossom, source the azure clouds. Part 1, Volume. Chapter 1025. The divine artifact of the Temple of Agriculture. Have you lost your mind? Such words can be carelessly uttered. The officials are right ahead. However, he also mentioned that certain events transpired before the divine artifact was stolen. Do you understand? Chapter 1026. The Legend on the Steel. Whether in present-day Xi'an or under the former rule of Duo, the Anyang River has always been gentle, having not experienced even minor floods for 2 centuries, leaving the commoners utterly unprepared. Chapter 1027. Life thus far is not bad. My spouse and I have just arrived at this blessed land, weary from travel and longing for an early rest tonight. Yin Sanlang slowly remarked, You have expressed my gratitude for the goodwill of the pillar of the nation. Chapter 1028. The encounter. The young man discreetly consumed her grand dragon. She, caught off guard, realized, despite having the upper hand earlier, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance for revenge. Chapter 1029. A momentous revelation. This dish, prepared with merely salt and rice wine, was her most frequent indulgence in the Liang kingdom, yet its aroma was uniquely captivating, although the royal chef had mastered the recipe. Chapter 1030. The apricot tree in the labyrinth. Another conflict erupted in the west. He must be overwhelmed with chaos. Chapter 1031. The concubine Yu Yanlai chuckled softly, affirming his promise to refrain from involving her family. Such was a monumental grace, leaving the Empress Dowager Yu's heart frigid. Yanlai noticed her cherry. Chapter 1032. The Jiang Viewing Pavilion. Yin Sanlang was aware that Emperor Xian's first queen had passed away at the tender age of 18, leaving him only with a son. The title of wife remained unoccupied for years, coinciding with Yin Zhao's ambitions for supremacy. Chapter 1033. The true treasure. For instance, the grand residence of the Zhou family, which he personally acquired at a meager price of 18,000 taels of silver, was sold in haste due to the family's urgent financial needs following the patriarch's demise. Chapter 1034. I refuse. A voice emanated from the private room on the 2nd floor. Why have I never heard of such a contract? This ought not to exist in the mortal realm. The auctioneer wore a mysterious expression, fully aware. Chapter 1035. The rebirth of youth. The woman hesitated for a moment, then offered 500,000. Originally, it was 50,000, then suddenly raised to 100,000. Precisely to intimidate the adversaries. Chapter 1036, The Liang State. Where? Duan Fong. How did he come here? The Tanyuan tribe has some connections with the Longsha sect, and since Duan Fong is a member of the Longsha sect, his presence here is not entirely unexpected. Chapter 1037, The Game of the Celestial Beings. Do the people here have a penchant for probing into the depths? Yin lies like this, and so is this esteemed Iron Grand Tutor. Yin Sanlang maintains his good-natured demeanor and states, Icheng. Chapter 1038, What to do with too many outsiders. Wu Shuyu could not help but inquire, what if we lose? To that, I do not know. Wu Shuyu gazed at him and said, Dr. Duanmu, you will. Chapter 1039, I will hold them off. Yi Er's eyes widened in amazement. What? In the pond? Indeed. Wu Shuyu then added, do you see the red house by the pond, the one with the eaves that curve upwards? Chapter 1040, Is there a beauty in the mountains? Where's the swallow? Below. Yi Er could see clearly that it was actually a cat, its fur snow white and fluffy. Chapter 1041, Another one. She casually broke off a dry branch, naturally asserting, it was he who brought me out, stepping into the vast world, so I naturally followed him. Yin Tao sighed. Chapter 1042, Not a single one shall be left behind. Understood. Yin Tao, feeling helpless, could only lead him towards the nearest thatched cottage. In the library, Wu Shuyu listened to Yin Sanlang's call. Yi Er laughed. Chapter 1044, The Fifth Theft. Upon returning to the inn, Yin Sanlang set down the book box. The cat leaped out, taking only a couple of steps before being scooped up by the youth and placed upon the table. He leaned over the table, gazing into her eyes. Chapter 1045, Yin Xiao and the Steel. However, Yin Sanlang and Qiansui, possessing extensive experience, were acutely aware of the principle that fewer words often signal greater significance, and thus sensed that there was more to uncover within this matter. Let us converse with our neighbors. Chapter 1046, The Withering Royalty. The cat, half closing her eyes, remarked, in the realm of Taoyuan. Mi Lu had mentioned the Shen Kingdom, do you recall? Indeed. Those conversations during those days were exceedingly precious, each word. Chapter 1047, Equally hypocritical. The Journey of Hide and Seek. Chapter 1048, Can be released. First, we arrived in Onlai 3 days ago and have sought an audience with the regent 5 times. Duan Fong smiled wryly, stating that he finally met him yesterday. The regent was verbally courteous, yet his demeanor was unyielding, merely. Chapter 1049, Change of Residence. Yin Sanlang discerned from Duan Fong's implication that there was a contention to retain the vacant position of mountain chief under the auspices of the Longsha sect. Yin Tao decisively made a significant push, directly promoting. Chapter 1050, You needn't take medicine anymore. Chapter 1051, The taste is slightly bitter. The bedding in the Tianzi guest room is uniformly filled with goose down, a rarity indeed in Liang, Wei, and other territories. Yin Sanlang sat at the edge of the bed, leaning back. Chapter 1052, It was evidently sweet. His movements were swift yet gentle. The red-clad lady's mind was engulfed in a buzzing sound, all thoughts fleeing, leaving only his clear command not to move. Chapter 1053, Longyao Academy. Situated in the eastern outskirts of Onlai City, Longyao Academy has been established for over 4 centuries, predating the history of the Duogwa Kingdom. Initially a private school, it later nurtured numerous talented individuals, increasingly serving the nation. Chapter 1054, Unfortunately, he is an invalid. Yin Sanlang patted its back, brushing off a bit of residual snow. Where's your mistress? Meow? Qianqian tilted her head. She is not here. Chapter 1055, You are lighter than Qianqian. For Qin Rufan's patronage, an additional update. Every success must be founded upon possibility. Of course, they also had a method of relying on the good fortune brought by Fu Shengzi. However, after Chapter 1056, A Land of Fo Shui. Duan Fong was not one to be modest, laughing heartily. It is rare to have such fine weather tonight. I will prepare some food and drink. Shall we reminisce for a while? Good. Yen. Chapter 1057, Purple Qi from the East. I am certain, convinced, that this cauldron must be the Longxia cauldron. If it were the legendary Qiansui, it would still possess an impressive presence here. The prayer was but brief. Chapter 1058, Meticulous Care. Oh. At the recent auspicious commerce meeting, young Master Yin also came to show his support. In my possession is a copy of Du Shi Qiaoxi. Duanmu Jing smiled and said, You. Chapter 1059, Sudden turn of events. He was aware that Duanmu Jing's private room was just ahead and that Yin Sanlang was coming from there. Yin Sanlang had no reason to conceal the truth from him. Just moments ago, the grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heavens in the northern suburbs. Chapter 1060, Falsehood? Where now is the king of Shi? Where is Princess Yao? The esteemed Jiang laughed derisively. The maid knelt at his feet, and with a casual kick, he inquired you. Chapter 1061, Escalation of events. Upon hearing this, Yin Sanlang understood. It turned out that Zhang's son was qualified to ascend to the position of Jin Bu's assistant minister due to his lineage, but unexpectedly, Duan Mujing's contributions had directly elevated him. Chapter 1062, Root of the calamity. The individual responsible was Ba Ling, who had passed away 9 years ago. Qian Duang had long since died, and someone had taken advantage of this vacant position to manipulate affairs, sending in a. Chapter 1063, Envoy of the Sea God and Dragon God Yin Tao was left speechless. I know you despise him and wish to see him removed. However, this is not the time for such matters. You must concentrate on apprehending the individuals. Chapter 1064, Is Zhuang Nanjiao a gambler? He paused, strangely enough. While the sounds penetrated the floorboards, there were only a few remarks exchanged, and then silence ensued. Brother Yu and I speculate that the two likely. Chapter 1065, So clumsily piled? Once the two exited, the youth and Qiansui simultaneously sighed. The clues regarding Zhuang Nanjiao have reached an impasse, with intelligence remaining vague and unclear. Chapter 1066, The Eagle's vigil has come to a standstill. Wu Shiyu is aware that his temper often leads him to seek out trouble. I will summon someone to boil water. Discontent aside. Chapter 1067, Strategize before action. Yen Lai observes her supervising heir during mealtime, transitioning from gentle encouragement to a loss of composure, culminating in furrowed brows and loud reprimands. Since he ascended as regent. Apart from. Chapter 1068, Xiao Jiaojiao's disturbance. The map provides a direct view, while the text relies on imagination. Yin Sanlang flips to the last page. The author of this book is responsible for the final design and renovation of Yu Garden. Chapter 1069, Is he made of paper? Indeed, the eldest son is Byuk, the head of Longya Academy's front mountain. Duan Fong clarifies that he was originally confined with his father and brother in the same cell, but he was released yesterday morning. Chapter 1070, Duan Fong's elderly version. The most detestable part is that the instigator, after taking a couple of bites of fish, lowered his head to gaze at the scene in the street center, appearing utterly at ease. It was he who arrived first. Chapter 1071, It is best to depart early. Yin Sanlang smiles, noting that the 1,000-year-old sharp tongue is indeed quite on point. What may I do for you? Do you require my attendance? Princess Yao's voice is soft. Chapter 1072, Bujiluan's backup. What of the guards at the time of the incident? Jiao Jiao, who has distanced herself from the mundane world, is acutely aware that the guards of the heavenly prison are undoubtedly far more stringent than those of an ordinary dungeon. Those accompanying her. Chapter 1073, This is poisoned. To say that the situation is unpleasant would be an understatement. Now, upon hearing of Jiao Jiao's request for an audience, King Xian resolutely declines to meet her and defers to the regent. Each time the regent meets with Jiao Jiao, ultimately. Collective deliberation. Last night, during a casual chat with my father, I was once again subjected to ridicule regarding the title of my book, The Great Demon King. Shui Yun, feeling defiant, challenged, if you think you can do better, then go ahead, and promptly vanished, not daring to utter a word until noon today. This is neither the first occurrence nor the nth instance of criticism regarding the title, likely reaching N to the power of N. It is well known that while Shui Yun excels in content, their ability to craft titles is rather lacking. At this juncture, I must solicit ideas from all readers to bestow a more fitting name upon the guide to raising the Great Demon King. The requirements are as follows. 1. It must not be pretentious. 2. It should align with the book's content. 3. It must be melodious and evocative. Should a suggestion be adopted or inspire me to conceive a suitable title, I shall express my gratitude by sending a box of mooncakes along with a handwritten thank you card in September. Therefore, the ball is in your court. Chapter 1074, Putting on a Show. Elder Chiu fervently nods. Doctor, doctor, but she can no longer articulate the word for doctor, as a cacophony of sounds escapes her lips. Chapter 1075, Where does the poison come from? Duan Fong inquires urgently. What? Her oral cavity reveals a bluish hue. Physician's son contemplates, scratching his head, for he has never encountered such a phenomenon before. Chapter 1076, The variables the sudden demise of the esteemed guest of the Longsha sect has prompted the Xianghua to not only investigate, but to conduct a thorough inquiry. He then addressed Duan Fong, saying, Mr. Duan, please follow me. Chapter 1077. A time of turmoil. Yin Sanlang pondered for an extended period. How shall we address the aftermath of this incident? The death of the Longsha sect's transmission elder in Onlai City is indeed a grave matter. Chapter 1078. Wishes fulfilled. While the idle nobleman, Qinghua Bo of Weigua, could not leave the Mingyue Tower, the guests of the Longsha sect roamed freely throughout the city, even gaining access to see King Xian. Chapter 1079. Capture and bring to justice. Even the composed Huadongjin felt a sense of urgency. I fear that Onlai City will tighten its security even further, making our plans increasingly difficult to execute. Yin Sanlang shared the same sentiment. Chapter 1080. So it was her? The officer standing beside the youth was also scrutinized by the deceased, causing a chill to run down his spine as he instinctively took a couple of steps to the side. The chief officer reached out to test his companion. Chapter 1081. Is it possible to antidote? As Yin Sanlang was an eyewitness rather than a suspect, and being a foreign noble, he was treated with respect by the Western City's deputy magistrate after hearing the chief officer's account. Chapter 1082. A matter of urgency. The physician rummaged through the belongings of the suspect and uncovered a paper pouch containing a yellow powder. This must be the antidote. Yin Sanlang extended his hand. Chapter 1083. The Iron Mansion next door. He inquired about Qiansui. Although Yin Tao had set up a barrier, he was still conversing with Qiu Lin in the side hall, remaining within the expansive reach of Azura's divine consciousness. Chapter 1084. The demise. Yet the fourth prince successfully passed the bloodline verification. In a fit of rage, the Grand Ancestor brutally executed those who questioned him. Thereafter, this matter was never spoken of again. Chapter 1085. Yin Lai's delicate unraveling physician Qian, donned in gloves, gently examined the pulse at the neck of King Xian, turning to kneel before Yin Lai. Bowing his head to the ground, Regent, pardon me, the king has already. Chapter 1086. Seize the day. Rather, it must be the Doran's doing. Grand Tutor Tai exhaled heavily, his eyes bloodshot, lamenting, first my son, now the sovereign. The Dorans have insulted us of Tonyuan far too much. Chapter 1087. A total of 19 individuals. Huadongjin found himself at a loss for words, unable to refrain from slapping his thigh. Brilliant. They are all here. And with Yin Tao's personal guards watching, isn't this the best? Chapter 1088. Infiltrating the Iron Mansion, he stood there, surprisingly at ease. No, rather, on duty. Meanwhile, another Fudongjin. Chapter 1089. A single drop. The maid, known as Sister Ping, evidently held a higher status than the other two. Ah, Sister Rindong, greetings. Duan Fong distinctly perceived that her tone had abruptly shifted from reprimand. Chapter 1090. Abdominal pain. The Empress Dowager Yu approached and whispered, Elder Madam, it is time to dine. Tai He has already been buried, and Madame Mu, consumed by her longing for her son, remains in a state of distress. Today. Chapter 1091. Each pursues their own path. Yin Sanlang felt a pang of anxiety. Ping Jie remarked from the side, the Empress Dowager Yu is in considerable pain. It may be difficult to move her. The two exchanged glances. Chapter 1092. Chaos arises. The steward was increasingly troubled as this news reached the master. Chapter 1093. A major incident. Fortunately, Zhenli had been tamed early after entering the Return to Origin realm. Otherwise, his heartbeat could not have remained so steady. Rushing forth. The silhouette of Wangjiang Tower. Chapter 1094. Accusations against the Yin clan. However, the newcomer who burst through the door interjected. I have received another piece of news. Suinka was captured at Mingyue Tower this morning and committed suicide by poison on the spot. Presently. Chapter 1095. As expected. At this moment, Yin Tao could no longer afford to be wary of appearances. He entered the room and approached the bed of Madame Mu. Discovering that both individuals exhibited signs of poisoning, their faces suddenly resembling frost. Chapter 1096. Which pillar state? Yin Sanlang was hastily advancing when he abruptly halted, changed direction, and stepped into another alley. Chapter 1097. Finally catching up in the midst of a sudden upheaval within the palace. Yin Lai should ideally be stationed in the royal city, orchestrating from the center. Yin Sanlang's immediate reaction was, Yin Tao has arrived. What brings him here? Chapter 1098. Retribution. Having invested so much already, One cannot allow their efforts to falter at the final stages. Qiansui also realized this point in an instant. Responding with irritation, then you. Chapter 1099. Detoxification. However, the other three giants had already reached the city gate, swinging their fists, which were larger than water tanks. With tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The walls reverberated with the impact. Foolish. Chapter 1100. An escape. What happened? Yin Sanling immediately sensed her unusual behavior. It's nothing. The poison is dissipating rapidly, which is a good sign. Qiansui reached out towards the Jade Empress. Chapter 1101. The mysterious dissipation of the poison. The steed galloped past, sparing any lives. The dignified Elder Duan of the Longsha sect. Chapter 1102. Elder Duan takes the dark stone. Shouldn't it take effect this quickly? Yin Tao pondered, repeating it twice. Duan Mujing wished for a slower onset. Was it a highly toxic substance? If it referred to poison, then why? Chapter 1103. A thunderous reckoning. Yin Sanlang gently shushed, swiftly pulling both of them behind a tree. He watched the city gate. For the sake of safety, he had repeatedly employed two. Chapter 1104. Indeed, severing offspring. Rendong complied, and Wu Shuyu finally awoke slowly, her complexion ashen. Rendong administered a vitality-enhancing elixir, yet her gaze remained vacant, her expression dazed. Chapter 1105. Where is Imperial Concubine Yu? The giant eagle promptly became docile, lowering its body and resting its wings on the ground. Climb aboard. Wu Shiyu cautiously ascended the eagle's back, following its wings. Chapter 1106. As if witnessed. The question was direct, sending a shock through Fu Xiaoyi's heart. The dice in his hand slipped from his grasp, rolling chaotically across the table. What does this mean? He struggled. Chapter 1107. Could you assist me? Yin Sanlang had also scaled the back wall of the West City Magistrate's office. The concealed young spider on his shoulder allowed him to send a message to Huadong Jin, ensuring the latter's cooperation for his return. Chapter 1108. She will no longer threaten you. Yin Xiaosan was utterly exhausted, yet Duan Fong still dared to threaten him. TSK, if she were to emerge, she would surely deliver a fatal blow to this fellow. The youth shook his head slightly. Chapter 1109. Will Duan Fong keep his promise? Yin Sanlang suddenly heard a low rumbling sound from the leopard's throat, akin to the sound of it being sawed. Sitting atop its back, he could feel the leopard's belly rhythmically heaving, aware. Chapter 1110. The ambush on the mountain path. Indeed. From the bend of the riverbank emerged 7 or 8 riders, splashing stones and wading through water, galloping towards this direction. Yin Sanlang narrowed his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he easily. Chapter 1111. Extinguishing the light of survival. Indeed, they were running out of time. As they neared the mountain summit, one of his trusted aides gritted his teeth, drew a longbow, and fired a signal arrow into the sky. As the end of August approached, a plea for monthly votes was made. It was the 29th of August, and all were earnestly urged to cast their votes. Following the changes to the voting system on the platform, all votes could now be cast at once without the previous 24-hour interval. This month, we aim to ascend the monthly vote rankings in the fantasy category, so feel free to cast your votes now. Moreover, during the last 3 days of September, there would be a double vote event, so those who can hold on should save their votes and wait, as each vote cast during that time would count as 2. On behalf of Sanlang and Qianqian, we express our gratitude. A heartfelt thank you. Chapter 1112. What are they gathered for? Lord Zhuhua has pursued Duan Mujing, capturing the enemy's prisoner, and has sent someone to deliver him to the palace. Tai Tai Fu spoke solemnly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yin Lai's expression. Chapter 1113. Not a step away. His gaze remained fixated on the doorway. Chapter 1114. 2 deaths. Upon returning to Minghua Tower, Huadong Jin and Jin Yu came to visit the young master. Qiansui first released the barrier, and Jin Yu pressed his hand to his chest, looking visibly shaken. That was truly perilous. Chapter 1115. A deluge of bad news. Duan Fong poured himself a cup of hot tea. Subsequently, the invasion of the Duogu kingdom by the Tongyuan people cast an increasingly grim shadow over the situation. News of the impending arrival of the Tongyuan people continuously seeped into Qingji village. Chapter 1116. Wrath of Thunder. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the individual in question bore the surname Ma and was indeed a close attendant of the Pillar State. The other deceased, however, was disguised as a commoner, his body marred by the scars of severe torture, lifeless. Chapter 1117. Acceptance. But now that Duan Mujing has perished, What of the Geely Merchant Association? It has been raided, and all members of the association have been detained, including the gatekeeper without exception. Chapter 11:18. Awakening in an unnamed forest, a gentle stream babbles. It is merely the cusp of late summer and early autumn. The bald cypress is on the verge of turning a fiery red, while the wildflowers along the banks continue to bloom fervently. A small deer. Chapter 11:19. The noisy garden. In previous instances of heartbreak and despair, it was Bingpa who preserved his life. Yet, circumstances are often dual in nature. Bingpa also possesses side effects, as its frigid essence is unbearable for any normal being. Chapter 11:20. Chaos in the North. Dr. Sun cautiously examined his pupil. Young master, do you feel any discomfort in your body or a heaviness within your skull? The state of turtle breathing persisted for a full 6 months, and he feared Yin. We have formed a new faction due to the rising enthusiasm among fans of the Great Demon King. Many have expressed that reading alone is rather lonely. Thus, Shueiyuan has established the official guide to Raising the Great Demon King Super VIP group, where new episodes will be periodically released and various activities organized, providing a platform for lively discussions and praise for the author. All subscribers of this book, on Qidian and QQ Reading, can join the Novice Penguin Group 379-227-307. With the entry password 1000 years, to seek guidance and assistance from the administrators. Chapter 11:21. Discussing serious matters yet. Yin Tongyi is only 6 years old and lacks the ability to govern. The significant affairs, both internal and external, must be managed by the regent Yin Lai. In any case, before Yin Sanlang entered seclusion. Chapter 11:22. He Xiaoyuan's experiment. There is not much of importance. He Xiaoyuan remarked leisurely. I came just to see you. It appears you have slept 3 months longer than originally planned. If you do not awaken soon, you will have to be forcibly. Chapter 11:23. Is it really that impressive? He stood in the garden for quite some time. Qiansui observed him staring motionlessly at the maple tree, thinking he was disheartened by He Xiaoyuan's last remark at that moment. Chapter 11:24. Another freeloader has arrived. Chapter 11:25. Good news and bad news. This fragrant delicacy requires no excessive preparation to become a delicacy in its own right. This year's heavy rains have caused the price of lake crabs to double, making them a luxury item in Xingyi. Chapter 11:26. Natural disaster or man-made calamity. Chapter 11:27. Another uninvited guest. Observing his hesitance, Yin Sanlang waved his hand, encouraging him to speak freely. He understood well that the words of those literary officials were seldom pleasant. Li Kaoyong steadied himself before. Chapter 11:28. Discontent with King Weibo, it is difficult to articulate. Shirt Songyi, like a tempest sweeping away the remnants of clouds, swiftly devoured half of the fish and meat. The Lanjiang River flowed through the most prosperous towns of David, with countless vessels traversing its waters, while the banks. Chapter 11:29. Make a wish. If the Vanguard King were in power, Yin Sanlang's predicament would hardly be a concern. That man was obstinate and self-willed, choosing only to heed the flattering words of his courtiers, and would dismiss those who displeased him with a death sentence. Chapter 11:30. Encounter. Could it be that Yin Shaosan's tender-hearted nature has once again betrayed him? I have a plan. He smiled as he squeezed her hand, retrieving a bundle of ropes from his storage ring, and leaped. Chapter 11:31. The guide. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Yin Sanlang, who stood expressionless, observing him. Beside him, a captivating woman smiled radiantly, yet her smile was laden with. Chapter 11:32. The advantages of ample manpower. Seeing his quick wit and eloquent responses, Yin Sanlang nodded in satisfaction. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. Await me at the west gate. With that, he handed over some money. Chapter 11:33. Truly unsatisfactory. Even so, this path was obstructed by numerous ponds, forcing the three of them to take a detour to continue their journey. These ponds only appear during the flooding period, and they lead to the west. Chapter 11:34. They waited for quite some time, allowing the scent to disperse before covering their noses and stepping inside. The entrance to the Yuan family cellar was quite small, yet the cellar itself was spacious, containing. Chapter 11:35. An unusual species. Yin Sanlang instantly deduced that this was the culprit behind the attack on the Yuan family. Qiansui whispered in his ear, Indeed. It is the snake lizard. Chapter 11:36. Slaying the leader. The white cat climbed up alongside him. Now, it was a frail and helpless kitten. Venturing out was a task for men. Jin Yu drew his long knife, preparing. Chapter 11:37. Doubts in Belan River. Chapter 1138. Seeking employment with a token. Chen Arai led the group deeper into the forest for quite a while before pointing to a large tree ahead. During the last flood, the river water reached this height. Chapter 1139. Stones? Oh, what has prompted your sudden kindness? Turning the corner, Qiansui's figure appeared within the carriage. Yan Sanling remarked casually, he needs money. Chapter 1140. Hiring workers for a price. Is this a gastric stone? Qiansui fetched clean water to wash the gastric stone. After rinsing it twice, its true form was finally revealed, a reddish hue. Chapter 1141. The youth's ignorance of depths. This is quite a lucrative opportunity. Just wait for my good news. Huang Er said this before taking the elixir and departing. Qiansui stifled a yawn. Are you still awake? Chapter 1142. Release me for a moment. Chapter 1143. Mutual discontent. The puppet, Yan Sanlang, glanced at Ashura, the strongest of the Azura path, which bore its name much like the human realm, is named after humanity. The puppet is an entirely different entity. Chapter 1144. Involving two individuals, Xiaomi inquired. What have you been up to these past couple of days? With nothing to occupy my time. I merely had a brief conversation with Lady He when she visited the palace yesterday morning. Chapter 1145. To grasp and to release, Yan Sanlang rode his horse to the lake's edge, where attendants were ready to lead his steed and ferry him across to the autumn island. A little cat scampered ahead of him, sniffing left and right. Chapter 1146. Inscription to avoid disturbances. Han Zhao chose a pavilion today that was partially concealed behind a bamboo grove. Most guests would pass by without veering off the main path to visit them, as it was. Chapter 1147. The burden of legitimacy. His smile bore the familiar air of detachment, and a sudden chill swept over the group of youths, carried by the breeze from the lake's center, prompting them to stamp their feet. Han Zhao timely cleared his throat. Chapter 1148. The elusive entrance. Yan Sanlang immediately recalled the words of General Li Helen, who had previously remarked that Yan Sanlang's ambitions were too grand, cautioning him that sometimes cleverness could lead to one's own downfall. He inquired of Han Zhao if. Chapter 1149. The quail struck by frost. She was originally from Hongbin, residing by the Hongbin River, a tributary of the Lanjiang. Huang Yi lowered his voice further, stating that the Lanjiang had flooded, claiming the lives of her husband and son, leaving her and her daughter. Chapter 1150. Surrender? This topic ignited his fury. The flood had caused a drastic rise in grain prices, and on 2 occasions, the solitary command was issued to open the benevolent granaries for disaster relief, necessitating a thorough investigation into the inventory, resulting in a muddled situation. Chapter 1151. The Great Official in Heaven. The common folk likely believed that the discussions in the court were filled with passionate matters of state. In truth, however, they were often dreadfully mundane, sometimes mere accounts, at other times utter nonsense, and at times. Chapter 1152. Identifying the crux. This was the first time Zhang Xianlong found himself suspended in midair, his feet not touching the ground. He glanced down and forced himself to remain composed. Lord Qiansui, our relationship consists solely of official matters, devoid of personal grievances. Chapter 1153. The Nightmare of Deep Waters. How were the seals established on 2 occasions? The entrance to the Azura Path on Qinglian Mountain was sealed by Zhang Yunxing, who sacrificed his life using the Hanggu Imperial Seal, manifesting the verdant mountains from the scroll into reality. Chapter 1154. The Azura Realm. How can this be closed? Even the clever Yan Sanlang found himself perplexed at this moment. The temporal rift was not a mere crack in the wall at home that could be easily mended. However, Chapter 1155. The Adversary, who would fish at the brink of the Crocodile Kiss waterfall. Such an act was inherently fraught with madness and peril. In the next moment, Yan Sanlang realized that he could actually understand. Chapter 1156. Assistance from the Peach Blossom Source. Yan Sanlang's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. Subsequently, I launched an assault on the most formidable force within the barrier, and by ye also dispatched troops, eager to partake in the spoils. Chen Arai was overwhelmed with tasks, yet he had to fulfill the responsibilities assigned by his employer. As Yan Sanlang turned to leave, Hong Sun hurriedly added, by the way, I still want a drink, I need. Chapter 1158. Seeking internal support. Any item taken to the human realm could fetch enough money to sustain a family of 3 for years without worry. Yet here, it merely served as decoration for a roadside pavilion. Chapter 1159. Reluctant yet compelled. Just as a multitude of eyes fixed on him, Qiansui was also urging him, try one, This is the exclusive delicacy of heaven's indifference, unattainable elsewhere. Alas. Chapter 1160. Entering the Lord's Manor. Clearly, if the tavern owner were to breach their agreement and refuse assistance, his family would face dire consequences. The tavern owner's expression wavered. Is it merely to deliver wine? Chapter 1161. Lion Dog Doll. My hand is injured. The tavern owner had come prepared, extending his hand to reveal a bandaged wound, seeking another person to assist. Go ahead. The patrol merely. Chapter 1162. Little Gold. Who has nurtured such a monstrous creature by their bedside, feeling entirely secure regarding matters of vigilance. It is likely that the guards outside and above are also filled with trepidation, yet. Chapter 1163. The true master arrives. The speed is unparalleled. Qiansui, quick to seize the opportunity, transformed into a red mist and swiftly fled outside, inadvertently brushing against the railing, which emitted a sharp sound. Chapter 1164. A series of twists and turns. The lion dog paused momentarily, quickly retreating 2 steps with its tail tucked. Whose command should it heed? Little Jean finds himself in a predicament, caught between 2 masters, unable to decide. Chapter 1165. No progress at all. This situation is one that even Bai Yi must regard with caution. Chapter 1166. Closing the rift. Qiansui chuckled softly and remarked, the appearance of a male Azura gradually transforms with the enhancement of one's cultivation. Otherwise, one would never attract the attention of the opposite sex in this lifetime. Humans are well aware of this. Chapter 1167. Will you come with me? Bai Yi scoffed, his face reflecting disdain. Are you afraid I will force you to remain in the Azura realm? By the measure of time, your deadline has long passed. Yin San. Chapter 1168. Seal the rift. Bai Yi pressed his lips together, while the black dragon horse, sensing its master's state of mind, approached to gently lick his face. His brush lingered in the air, suspended without touching the surface. Chapter 1169. Even if there's something, don't call me. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, you save someone, and I shall treat you to the finest wine from Shungi. Fine wine. The eyes of the water-repelling golden-eyed beast sparkled with brilliance, though it remained unaware. Chapter 1170. Young master, I desire a raise. As she stepped outside, the small golden creature that had been napping at her feet immediately stood up, wagging its tail in eagerness to follow. Yin Sanlang reached out to stop it. You must. Chapter 1171. A reunion. In the royal palace of Onlai City, the Qingping Hall, under the moonlight, the esteemed Grand Tutor entered the palace. The breeze causing the palace lanterns to flicker intermittently, casting shadows that danced like phantoms along the path. Chapter 1172. Interrogation. Wu Shuyu, upon seeing a fierce tiger charging towards her, suddenly lost her color, retreating several steps. Stay away, she cried out. Yin Lai halted at her words. Chapter 1173. Verification. Wu Shuyu, taken aback, quickly lifted her gaze to deny. No. Yin Lai took a deep breath, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Forget it. Rather than suffer from the toxicity. Chapter 1174. Yin Lai's direction. At this moment, Zhao Baoshan also awoke. Turning over. Has the regent seen the person he wishes to meet? Indeed. Yin Lai replied to the Grand Tutor, the culprit. Chapter 1175. Why is there an acidity? Chapter 1176. The 15th day. He understood that you had pursued him. The youth had always been sensitive about this. And now he inquired with persistence. Yes, just once. Qiansui leaned in his embrace, and I refused. Chapter 1177. The seer. Regarding the unknown, whether Azuras or humans, there exists an innate curiosity and reverence. Yin Sanling asked her, is it male or female? Chapter 1178. A new objective. Qiansui scoffed, cursing oneself like that. Don't you find it ominous? What if? Yin Sanlang, adhering to a straightforward approach, posed the question directly. Chapter 1179. Soaring heights. Just moments ago, Yin Sanling recognized that the leading figure was Miss Lu, granddaughter of Lu Chuanfang. Chapter 1180. Offering strategies. This was partly due to the unwavering scrutiny from the royal court towards Yin Ji, which left no room for error. On the other hand, they also needed to consider the future reputation of the Merchant Association. Chapter 1181. Rising turmoil. Rewards. For more updates. Currently, the relationship between the monarch and Lord Qiansui had grown increasingly delicate. After the discussions concluded, Yin Sanlang exited the palace. Chapter 1182. Instability in the internal market. Indeed, minor skirmishes do not count, Jinyu whispered. It is said that the late General Liu was a direct descendant of the regent. After being ambushed, he held his ground in Shuangji town for 7 days, but unfortunately, reinforcements. Chapter 1183. Nationwide buying frenzy to rally one faction required the pulling of another. Thus, the Langsha sect once again became a target that Yan Lai had to contend with. Chapter 1184. The Grain War. Yin Sanlang casually flipped through his notebook. There are indeed quite a few. Have we nearly cleared it out? The cat also turned over, its 2 front paws resting on the ledger. Chapter 1185. Wealth and influence. Grain prices are inherently tied to the nation's foundation, stirring public sentiment. Even Li Helling was aware of this. He could not help but feel curious while lecturing King Wei. Will the price of rice flour decline further? Chapter 1186. Is the time upon us? Yin Sanlang turned towards the voice and discovered that the one placing the bid was none other than the young master of Pingxing Zhuangji, Zhuang Dongha. Just a few days prior, he had accompanied Qiansui to stroll through the Yinzi Tower night market, hoping to engage with this fellow. Chapter 1187. A revelation. Of course, when the time comes, you may act as you wish. Xiao Yuan smiled cheerfully, her eyes glinting with mischief, as she remarked on his youthful vigor, suggesting how he might choose to express it. Chapter 1188. The longevity contract. Go and inquire. The two strolled over. What brings this about again? The auctioneer on stage was extolling the virtues of the items, while Xiao Yuan listened intently. Chapter 1189. The fall of the flower to the estate. Even though she was the wife of the Duke of National Defense, in this extraordinary time when the streets were lined with the bones of the frozen, she spent 100,000 taels on her own longevity. Once the contract was secured, she secretly planned to. Chapter 1190. The peculiar and the pursuit. Reward for more updates. They have now confirmed that the Soul Stone indeed reacts to Zhuang Dongha and his companions. The transaction of 800,000 taels of silver, regardless of the method employed, would inevitably. Chapter 1191. The true buyer of the contract. Meanwhile, Xiaojin, with its short legs, scampered swiftly behind the merchant caravan. Its speed was remarkable. Passers-by only caught a glimpse of a beautiful lion dog charging towards them, some with intent to. Chapter 1192. Unable to return to the right path, Qiansui inquired curiously, "How much did you borrow?" Yin Sanlang understood, at least exceeding 200,000. He nodded slowly. Chapter 1193. The Grain War. Yin Sanlang was somewhat surprised that he did not mention it in his previous letter. However, upon reading the second part, he comprehended. The King of Victory dispatched scouts to the Xian Kingdom. Chapter 1194. The storm subsides. With the constant peace granary closed, the price of grain naturally rose. Chapter 1195. The dog stealing a drink. You have worked hard. Go and forage for yourself. Yin Sanlang merely offered a small reward, patting its back, reminding it that there were hermits residing nearby, and it should not disturb humanity, lest. Chapter 1196. The unfearing target. Before Yin Sanlang and Qiansui lay a large earthenware pot, containing warm and fragrant herbal duck stew. The broth was clear, with a thin layer floating on the surface. Chapter 1197. Encounter in a foreign land. After the two had dined, settled the bill, and stepped outside with a cat and a dog, they easily tracked Hu Li's whereabouts, aided by the location of the eerie-faced spider. Currently. Chapter 1198. I only need the antidote. Qiu Lin nearly faced the same fate. Yin Lai spoke, and Yin Sanlang gestured, prompting Qiansui to deliver a swift kick, sending him upstairs. Just in time. Chapter 1199. Poisoning a man. As long as you provide the antidote, any past grievances between us can be erased. He leaned forward, declaring, I can swear by the name of the nation. The pearl is no larger than the nail of the little finger. Chapter 1201. Hu Li or Jin Feng. Chapter 1202. A doubling reaction. During Yin Sanlang's retreat. Chapter 1203. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Have you married? Chapter 1204. It has already begun. She instinctively gestured to her heart, where she had sustained a grave injury. Father's condition could not wait. I had to depart hastily, without waiting for him to awaken. Chapter 1205. Not today. Qiansui chuckled, yet he remains unaware that we hold a trump card. Once a ghost is nearby, the soulstone ring will illuminate this retrieval method, albeit vague. Chapter 1206. Utterly confounding. Qiansui waved his hand, and the latch slid open. Qiu Lin entered, and Yin Sanlang immediately inquired, How is the prince? Yin Lai took his medicine and. Chapter 1207. Who is framing me? Save me, she cried out without hesitation. Chapter 1208, Green with Envy. Moreover, Yin Shichu is still unclear about the purpose of his visit. Could it truly be to deal with him? Duanfang felt the urge to clutch his head for. Chapter 1209, Oddities Abound. Qiansui, upon seeing these individuals, was secretly alarmed. Most of this involves the attire of the Tianlang Valley, particularly the blood-stained half of Yin Sanlang's chest, as he is being forcefully assisted. Chapter 1210, Transformation. Qiansui exclaimed urgently, "My crocodile skin hand drum is stuck. The tools of the crime are trapped inside." Yin Sanlang's storage ring also failed to yield any items. Chapter 1211, Inside and Outside the Courtyard. After all, this esteemed individual is the future son-in-law of Tianlang Valley. One must maintain appearances. Duanfang inquired of Yin Sanlang, "How do we proceed?" Chapter 1212, The Eerie Realm. Yin Sanlang pressed his lips together. "Let us follow and see." From the comparison of forces, it appeared that Yin Lai's side held the advantage. Yin Sanlang had an agreement with him amidst the chaos. Chapter 1213, Qiansui's Illusion. Qiansui mirrored Yin Sanlang's movements, scaling the wall. Beyond the wall lay an empty alley. But where is Yin Shaosan? Chapter 1214, Master Hong's Indulgences. The man in the gray hat took another bite of the rat meat. That Master Hong is a local tyrant, the wealthiest among them. He glanced back at the dry tobacco pipe, noticing the absence of anyone nearby. Chapter 1215, She has changed. Yao Yao is charming. And although others know she is about to face misfortune, they cannot refuse her plea, even knowing her words go unheard. Qiansui. Chapter 1216, The wolf has come. What are you following for? The father expressed his dissatisfaction. They headed towards Xiangtai while we proceeded to Hongyue. In a mere 10 miles ahead, we would part ways, as our routes did not align. Moreover, who could foresee? Chapter 1217, The crash. With a series of sharp sounds, the galloping carriage sent numerous stones flying. Chapter 1218, She has returned. The man was left with only his right hand intact. As he witnessed the gray wolf barreling towards him with its gaping maw dripping with blood, fear gripped him, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby stone and hurled it. Chapter 1219, An unusual transaction. If this continued, they feared they would perish here. Following the main force, Duanfang once again passed through a wooden door. Regardless, the door was firmly locked, and he had. Chapter 1220, The Black Cloak's Advice. Indeed. What alias did you adopt in the mortal realm? Jiaba Shan. The voice of the nightmare trembled with emotion, filled with years of. Chapter 1221, Exchange of Advantages. The dreamscape was under the control of Jiabao Shan, allowing the people of Xianghua to navigate freely, gaining the upper hand. Yen. Chapter 1222, Truth and Falsehood. When the nightmare appeared, Duanfang was equally taken aback, yet upon witnessing its assistance, he immediately understood that these were reinforcements sent by the man in the black cloak, bringing him reassurance. Chapter 1223, Do you underestimate me? It is futile. Qiansui chuckled softly. As I have stated before, this is Yin Xiaosan's exclusive nightmare, with but one entrance and exit, located just behind me. Chapter 1224, Eternally Here Yet. After gazing for quite some time, he failed to catch sight of that detestable figure. Yin Lai leaned against the pillar, speaking weakly, Jiaba Shan, reveal yourself. Chapter 1225, Unable to awaken. As Yin Lai consumed his food with increasing urgency, peculiar changes began to manifest upon his body. Tiny, purplish scales sprouted upon his skin. His eyes transformed into vertical slits, and fangs began to emerge from his mouth. Chapter 1226, War Wolf. Is it an endless cycle? Qiansui slowly seated herself, a thought crystallizing within her mind. Perhaps it would be best if she refrained from interfering? If the vicious hound. Chapter 1227, I have a better idea. However, just as she leaned closer, Yin Sanlang recoiled, his eyes filled with wariness. Fear not. I shall assist you in staunching the blood. She extended her hand toward him, her voice imbued with gentleness. Chapter 1228, The heart gives rise to form indeed. Qiansui gestured towards the black wooden door. Did you dream of that incident from your childhood? Trapped in a dire predicament, he was poised to confront two adversaries capable of effortlessly tearing him to shreds. Chapter 1229, Unfulfilled Wishes. Yin Sanlang stood firm, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. Qiansui chose not to disturb him. The glass lamp floated nearby, its warm light creating a barrier between the two and the boundless darkness. Chapter 1230, Azure Clouds. Chapter 1231, The great dream finally awakens. He turned to Iron Taifu and stated, after dawn, Ensure that my corpse remains in Seafoam Town. Upon discovering my demise, Duan Fong shall refrain from troubling you further. Chapter 1232. After dawn, Yin Sanlang hastened towards the west of the town. He recalled that Yin Lai had quietly moved into a residence the previous night, having sent someone to inform him. It seems that this was also related to Yin. Chapter 1233. Since when? The common folk have always held the belief that one should rest in peace, especially someone of Yin Lai's stature. He intentionally left Yin Lai's remains behind. Yin Sanming, fully aware of the implications, understood that this could serve to prevent. Chapter 1234. The unawakened with Yin Lai deceased. How would Duan Fong respond to you? Qiansui shifted the conversation, aware of the man's treachery. Fearing he might turn against us. It won't happen. Yin. Chapter 1235. Is this the true Hu Li? Are they truly burying the living? No. Chapter 1236. This year is not the focus. Such a precious item should be carried at all times. Hu Li is adept at changing his guise, and it is unlikely he would conceal it elsewhere. Could he have already entrusted it to Zhuang Nan? Chapter 1237. His heart has healed outside. The sounds of festivities resonated, the streets bustling with life. Yet the young man's words still reached Qiansui's ears, each syllable clear. The weather was frigid, yet she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Chapter 1238. Lord Qiansui is no stranger indeed. The little third at her home is quite a tonic. The more he consumes, the more invigorated he becomes. Were it not for time constraints, she would truly wish to seize him and revel in his company for an entire day and night. Chapter 1239. Picking up the child in Seafoam Town. Duan Fong is also an outsider, confronting the same practical difficulties as Yin Sanlang, a shortage of manpower. In the Tianlang Valley, he lacks trusted aides, unable to. Chapter 1240. Qianqian's task at that moment, he must arrange a time and place for another meeting with Yin Sanlang. 12 days later, in Huotong City, Tai Fu, astonished by the youth's words, was. Chapter 1241. Back and forth the child bent down to play with the white cat, and Qianqian gently kicked him in the chest. Though the force was slight, it dislodged the necklace hidden in his lapel, causing it to jingle softly. Chapter 1242. The burned granary. Would the Yin brothers willingly hand you over for the sake of peace? Yin Lai, ambushing Duan Fong in Seafoam Town. Though he was met with misfortune before achieving success, his identity still. Chapter 1243. Her reaction. This is one matter. However, Tai Fu's second son, wielding military power, had been reassigned by Yin Lai a few months prior, stationed less than 300 miles from here at Jingyan Pass. Should a fire ignite in Huotong City? Chapter 1244. Whose is it ultimately? The Tai residents even constructed a spring pool in the courtyard, channeling hot spring water from 100 zhang away. The water flows gently and ceaselessly throughout the year, maintaining a temperature slightly higher than that of the human body, which is. Chapter 1245. A stalemated situation. The physique of the extraordinary individual is incomparable to that of ordinary men, even at 68 years old. He possesses the strength to strike down a fierce tiger with a single palm, his vitality far surpassing that of an average youth. After the deep inhalation and exhalation, he. Chapter 1246. To the depths of the bone. In such circumstances, Yin Shuang could not afford to remain indifferent. Thus, upon receiving the news of the granary's destruction, Yin Shuang would undoubtedly mobilize Zhaoer without hesitation. Chapter 1247. Qiandu City. After all, he was a complete outsider, with scarcely any connection to the Qingyun sect. And Yin Lai himself had already passed away, his influence dissipated, lacking power and. Chapter 1248. Persuasion and leverage. Chapter 1249. Detailed analysis. You little rascal. Always making things difficult for me. Iron Tai Fu stretched lazily. Fortunate that within my residence there are also disciples of the Qingyun sect, assisting me in completing my tasks. He. Chapter 1250. You have arrived. Qiandu City, Hijiawa. By the riverside, willows sway, and scattered flowers drift with the current. When Yin Sanlang and Iron Tai Fu arrived at Qiandu City, the winter snow had long since melted, and from. Chapter 1251. Yin Sanlang inquired. How long have you been in Qiandu City? He had dispatched the Red Falcon from Taoyuan to summon personnel from Xingyi to seize the Qingyun sect, relying solely on his. Chapter 1252. Still that person. Drinks were spilled everywhere as the two shared merriment. Yin Sanlang heard Qiansui exclaim in recognition, followed by a smile. How familiar this is. Chapter 1253. Zhua Mao, who frequently changes jobs. Xiao Jin had also resided in Xingyi for quite some time, and was no stranger to Zhuqian. Upon hearing this, he blinked, awaiting the continuation of Yin Sanlang's words. Indeed, the youth continued. Chapter 1254, Traces and Clues. His reputation was so tarnished. If Zhuo Mao were truly noble, why would he toil under such a person? If he were to be stationed, then this reasoning would make sense. Chapter 1255, Which sister are you referring to? He usually examined travel passes, recognizing only a handful of common characters such as Tong Yuan and those from the Qingyun realm. The small vermilion characters on the travel pass in Gao Xiyun's hand were beyond his comprehension. Chapter 1256, A Connection Beyond Sight. He intended to lead the two towards the rear of the post station, with Yin Sanlang following closely behind. Suddenly, he pointed towards the stable. We shall not proceed further. Let us converse here. The odor of the stable was overwhelming. Chapter 1257, Chaos is imminent. To put it plainly, his status was too low. He was merely a lowly intermediary. Thus, there remained only one final question. Qiansui lowered his head, meeting his gaze. Chapter 1258, A Relentless Pursuit. The devastating news of Yin Li's demise spread like wildfire, shaking the Qingyun sect. In recent days, anxiety gripped the entire sect, with inquiries circulating about the veracity of this matter. Wengung also dispatched individuals. Chapter 1259, A Personal Letter from the Lord of Qiandu City. Yes, yes. Xiao Jin wagged its tail vigorously. Yin Sanlang pointed towards the sky. There, others simultaneously looked up and indeed spotted a blue-tailed creature. Without hesitation, Yin Sanlang asserted that only after the messenger received the letter would action be taken. He addressed Fu Xiaoyi, saying, I remember Wang Jun is quite skilled, particularly adept at. Chapter 1261, Letters from Both Sides. Which side to assist? Given the title of Whip Elder, it is certain that he possesses a whip. Although ordinary disciples lack the qualification to command him to wield it, this does not prevent others from harboring fear towards him. Voice acting activity, it is your esteemed presence, my dear. This month, we are introducing a new welfare initiative, a two-step process. The key point. First, leave a message. Then engage in voice acting. First, leave a message, then engage in voice acting. First, leave a message, then engage in voice acting. Otherwise, the system will not recognize it. A total of 16,000 points will be awarded, ranked by the number of likes received, with generous rewards for the top 6. The validity period is until November 22nd, 2020. Let us see who can perform the best. Remember to invite friends and family to like it. Context for voice acting. Yin. She swallowed nervously, about to speak when she noticed a delicate hand emerging from behind the young man, first resting on his shoulder, then gracefully sliding down to Yin Sanlang's chest. The slender fingers, as delicate as scallions, bore vibrant lacquer upon the nails. The arm, as white as frost and snow, was dazzling to behold. Not to mention the languid female voice that simultaneously chimed in. Who is it, disturbing my dreams so early in the morning? Following this, a beautiful figure leaned out from behind Yin Sanlang, her disheveled hair framing her flushed cheeks, her eyes seemingly capable of weeping spring water. Chapter 1262, Voting. Chapter 1263, Retain the lordship. Such a statement, of course, does not endear him to the other elders. Furthermore, Yin Qing himself is arrogant due to his talents, admired by the younger disciples, yet the elders harbor their own grievances. He is indeed wealthy. The monthly tickets can be cast at any time this November, without the double activity. A single reply suffices, and there is no limit to the number of votes. Chapter 1264, No Turning Back. The boy nodded and obediently stepped outside, thoughtfully closing the door behind this father and son. Yin Qing, hearing his grandson's footsteps fade away, could no longer restrain himself and seized the table. Chapter 1265, Exciting Events Ahead. Qiansui is translating for Xiao Jin, tracking 5 individuals, having eliminated 2, and now pursuing the remaining 3. Yin Sanlang paused, his chopsticks suspended. Where are they moving? Chapter 1266, The Spark. It is a crystal ball the size of an ostrich egg, filled with a greenish transparent liquid, in which floats a dark object slightly larger than an egg, its shape irregular. Chapter 1267, Is Something Amiss? Yin Sanlang then purchased a few items in the store as compensation, including Qianxi. As the shop assistant bid them farewell, he smiled. Chapter 1268, The Battle Begins. What shall we do now? The false duo truly test one as patience. Chapter 1269, Reinforcements. This is the last line from the mountains to the plains. Once the duo people break through the challenging mountain terrain, they can charge forth into the open plains. Aiming for Chengdu City. There are still over 200 monthly ticket red envelopes in the review section, due to last month's outstanding performance. The rewards for this month's monthly ticket red envelopes are quite generous. Let's all strive for success. November 16th, 2020. Chapter 1270, Subjugation. Within the ranks of the Duojun, a leader roared, issuing commands. However, the panic caused by the colossal earth ball had not yet subsided, and the newcomers from the mountain were already descending with fervent shouts. Chapter 1271, Shaking the Mountain. Although the Bishi Jinjing beast was formidable, it was not adept at long-distance running. Such specialized tasks should be entrusted to those who are truly skilled. Until she mounted her steed and set forth. Chapter 1272, Borrowed Hands. The efficacy of the mountain-shaking thunder was indeed astonishing. The bulk of the Duojun was positioned on the opposite side of the pass, refraining from recklessly advancing. Thus the rocks dislodged by the explosion did not claim any lives. Chapter 1273, Qingyun Mountain. It is said that this individual was entrusted by Yen Shan to escort the Iron Master Ning to Qingyun Mountain. Yen Qin, of course, recognized Iron Master Ning, a venerable elder of the Tongyuan court who had accompanied. Chapter 1274, Ascending the Mountain on the Shao. This little creature possessed an astonishing ability to leap. It hopped effortlessly upwards, its rotund body trembling adorably with each bound. Chapter 1275, First Steps on Qingyun. The wind whistled past. As the golden Shao traversed the rugged rocks and cliffs with ease, moving at a speed incomparably swifter than that of humans navigating the winding mountain paths. Towering into the clouds. Chapter 1276, to be discussed tonight. Chapter 1277, Behold, the beautiful scenery. The expansive green fields outside were perfectly suited for animals to frolic, with several spotted deer grazing peacefully, basking in tranquility. Yen Sanlang strolled around the guest room. Chapter 1278, She Must Endure. It is said that the dish is prepared using freshly harvested spring bamboo shoots from the back mountain, braised with mushrooms and aged cured meat, creating an exquisite taste that is simply unparalleled. Furthermore, another dish. Chapter 1279, A Great Master Produces Outstanding Disciples. To think he is a merchant? The elders were all astonished, and Su Lingguang remarked, I perceive his profound skills and formidable combat prowess. He does not resemble a slick merchant. The elders. Chapter 1280, Fellow Disciples. The two conversing individuals immediately turned their heads, both recognizing him. Tan Wendao promptly brought Yin Sanlang over, introducing him. This is my fellow disciple. The junior. Chapter 1281, Busy Searching for You. The 1,000-year-old wooden bell silently chuckled. She is not considered an outsider, is she? Since the name Lian Rongxing has been mentioned, this constitutes a dialogue among fellow disciples. Moreover, Chapter 1282, Celebration Banquet. Xie Yiguang and Yin Qing exchanged glances. Remaining silent, Tai Taifu's words struck at the awkwardness of Qingyun's sect. Since its establishment, Qingyun's sect has never truly. Chapter 1283, Where did Tai Taifu go? With its mane tousled, it accentuated its robust and formidable presence. Thus, another individual boasted to the fellow disciples, I have personally witnessed this ferocious beast devour countless foes on the battlefield. Yin. Chapter 1284, Explosive. Yin Sanlang stepped forward, standing tall, causing a ripple of excitement among the audience. At such a young age, he already holds a title. This is the perspective of the majority. Chapter 1285, Soul Determined. Wen Geng's expression was grave as he cast a reproachful glance at Yin Sanlang, naturally blaming him for not forewarning and recklessly unleashing such a thunderous strike. However, Chapter 1286, Yin Lai's Will. Typically, the leader of a sect must establish a connection with the foundational elements to signify protection. The two generations of mountain lords of the Qingyun sect have left their spiritual imprints within the divine fire. Chapter 1287, Who will be the mountain lord? Du Shisu stepped forward and whispered, Young Master Yin, this matter is of great significance. Let us move to the Wenxin Hall for further discussion. Before Yin Sanlang could respond, Qiansui chuckled. Chapter 1288, Witness. Qiansui's expression was a mix of amusement and seriousness. Do you intend to go against the last wishes of Mountain Lord Yin? Sun Hongya's expression shifted slightly. If this heavy accusation were to fall solely upon him, he would be somewhat. Chapter 1289, Choked. The previous exorbitant costs of crossing were one matter, easily summarized as dereliction and corruption. Yet this official road pass, authentic and legitimate, was meant for the safety of Qingyun territory. Chapter 1290, Admission. What malevolent supernatural power can take effect without physical contact? Moreover, Yin Shichu had previously mentioned that this was not sorcery. When Geng's gaze fell, occasionally. Chapter 1291, Absurd. Yin Samlang pointed at his own nose. Was I the first person he intended to kill? The city lord Yin possesses a remarkably keen sense of smell, immediately detecting an ominous presence. Chapter 1292, A Significant Dilemma. The illumination here pales in comparison to the brilliance outside, casting shadows that seem to deepen the lines on his weary forehead. Each individual sips tea slowly, remaining silent. Chapter 1293, The Agreement at Hand. Why does Yin Qing wholeheartedly support the Dou people? Wen and Du are perplexed, yet this is no longer the pressing concern at hand. Yin Samlang solemnly proposes, despite the circumstances. Chapter 1294, A Swift Escape. The white cat Qianxian and the little gold one engage in exuberant play, frolicking perilously on the cliff's edge. Yin Samlang worries that the large white cat might inadvertently fall, given the fierce mountain winds. Chapter 1295, Stuck Between a Rock and a Hard Place. The challenges of life are now imminent. Yin Samlang remains silent. When Geng takes a seat, pressing his forehead, there is another piece of bad news. Chapter 1296, A Sudden Enlightenment. Du Shisu ponders deeply. When Geng offers him a reprieve, when it comes to leading troops into battle, this matter likely requires elder Lu's calculations. No need for calculations. I will accompany the Duke of State. Chapter 1297, Preparations underway. After Yin Qing finishes his tasks, he takes a brief respite, neglecting even lunch. As the end of the month approaches, please conserve your monthly tickets. During the last 3 days of December, 1 vote will count as 2. The Reader's Circle will also initiate corresponding activities then. Love you all, and sending kisses. Chapter 1298, The Night's Anomalies. Everything has been arranged. Yin Qing let out a sigh. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Logically, Qiandu City had been fortified under his meticulous management, yet. Chapter 1299. No intention to seek their consent. The companion left behind by Hu Qiu was named Qian Yuanxi, a short figure with rough, dark skin, hardly distinguishable from the locals. Upon entering, he beheld Qiu Mao's expression and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 1300. The Great Transformation of Qiandu City. That night, the moon concealed behind a veil of darkness, and the winds howled ominously. On Honglu Street, Lu Zhongyu, the president of Lu's Commerce Association, was deep in slumber when a frantic knocking echoed from outside. It was his most trusted. Chapter 1301. The first assault. From descending the mountain to rushing to the front lines, they expended an entire day. During this time, 2 additional teams joined, composed of local militiamen responding to the conscription order. Chapter 1302. Negotiations fall apart since Liao Yuan was unable to persuade Yin Jinyan that very day. It cannot be ruled out that this individual might sway towards Lord Yin. Yin Samling spoke bluntly, for the Hongyan Pass lay within Qian. Chapter 1303. Retribution. Even though they resided far from the rivers and lakes, they had known since childhood that the elders of Qingyun's sect occupied a lofty position, not to be trifled with lightly. However, upon Chaozhan's bellow, some. Chapter 1304. The final ultimatum. He harnessed his true energy, and with a voice that thundered like spring's awakening, the sound surpassed that of heavenly thunder, shaking the soldiers on the city walls to the point of deafness, leaving their minds in a dizzying haze. Chapter 1305. Even mosquito legs are flesh. The Qingyun sect's entourage swiftly advanced, with the elders dividing to protect the front and rear flanks. Yin Jinya did not resort to any underhanded tactics, thus the army smoothly traversed the grand entrance, proceeding through the most accommodating passage. Chapter 1306. Arranging the retreat. Though this individual had made only a limited number of appearances in a brief span, he instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Chapter 1307. Yin Qing's countermeasure. Within the Qingyun realm, Qiandu City possesses considerable autonomy, one of its privileges being the establishment of its own military, free from direct oversight by the Qingyun sect. Currently, all high-ranking officials in Qiandu City. Chapter 1308. Confined together. The crowd expressed approval. By making such a strategic move, City Lord Yin transformed the prevailing despair into motivation. The advance of the Duoran may now quicken. At present, the Duoran are nearing. Chapter 1309. Soldiers at the city gates in the gentle summer breeze. This silent battalion exerted immense pressure upon Qiandu City. When Geng galloped forward 50 paces, raising his true energy and bellowing loudly. Chapter 1310. Writing assignments. Before the formation several years ago, The Puji merchant group transported new rice to replace the old stock. Subsequently, the Puji merchant group was acquired by our Lu group, and President Lu discovered these records. Chapter 1311. Flying messages. The common folk gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the scene, subsequently shielding their heads in fear. The city's eastern side bore the brunt of the initial barrage of arrows. Thus, 3. Chapter 1312. A change of approach. Qiandu City is equipped with 4 gates, positioned at each cardinal direction, all of which are manned by stationed troops for defense. However, with the east gate being under such fierce assault, Yanqing must certainly deploy his main forces. Chapter 1313. Yet again, he is scheming. When the disciples of Qing sought out Yin Sanlang, he was within his tent, meditating and refining his true energy. The disciples were halted outside by Hu Qiu, but their voices penetrated the enclosure. Chapter 1314. Grasping the crux. This fellow truly vexes Su Ling Wang, resorting to deceit and trickery. After much effort, our side had finally seized such a favorable position. The white cat yawned languidly. Chapter 1315. Persuasion. Yin Sanlang bore an impassive expression at this moment. Elder Du should have already located the Duoran army. The giant eagle had taken flight in the afternoon, and more than 2 hours had elapsed since then. Chapter 1316. Food crisis. Upon receiving the news, Yanqing was enraged and immediately commanded the execution of the ringleader. However, the pillar was too tall. Aside from the city guards, many citizens gathered beneath the city gate also witnessed the scene. Chapter 1317. Overlooked individual. Without hesitation, Lu Zhongyu reconfirmed that those who transported grain to the secret storehouse that day were all trustworthy. Indeed, the steward nodded in affirmation. Chapter 1318. A fish that slipped through the net. The most notable rise was in provocations and vendettas. For the sake of safety, Lu Zhongyu had ceased to venture outside and forbade his entire family from stepping out of their home. Yet he... Chapter 1319. Secrets of the past. Shui Yu glanced at his left shoulder. I have no time. I will go fetch medicine for you, Lu Zhongyu swiftly remarked. It's right beneath the desk. Previously, my palms had been. Chapter 1320. An uninvited stay. Lu Zhongyu could not help but exclaim, Huang Long. Chapter 1321. Dispersing hearts. The young man lightly coughed. Mr. Wen, have you dined? Wen Geng preferred to be addressed as Mr. Wen rather than Deputy Headmaster, and it was only in recent days that Yin Sanlang had become familiar enough with him too. Chapter 1322. Shifting blame. Keep everything to yourself. Pang Yuan glanced around. Neither of us lives the most arduous life. With that, he hurriedly departed, as if Cui Jinghao were a harbinger of misfortune. Chapter 1323. The consequence of raising a tiger. Lu Lianyu could hardly believe her ears. Could it be that this fellow is actually to be lauded for his misdeeds? After committing so many heinous acts, the people of Qiandu City were instead supporting. Chapter 1324. The city in crisis. There were some matters at hand. Yin Sanling's plan had begun to take shape in his mind, but he did not intend to elaborate, depending on the outcome of this battle, regardless of victory or defeat in the Qiandu City conflict. Chapter 1325. The aroma of meat. Yin Sanlang understood that during these extraordinary times, the presence of unfamiliar faces in the city might attract official scrutiny. However, this individual was a native of Qiandu City, and as long as he could. Chapter 1326. Borrowing grain and cooperation. He comprehended the implication of Lord Yan's request to find an insider, a trustworthy informant, to incite action from within, coordinating internal and external efforts to seize Qiandu City. This is indeed a significant event. The beloved novel Defending the National Master has been published. This work, completed in 2018, is concise yet impactful. The journey has been arduous, filled with countless emotions. However, as you all know, having experienced the depths of sorrow, I can only express my gratitude in a single phrase. Thank you to all the genuine readers who have supported Shui Yun, for you have provided me with the motivation to persevere through the snowy nights. Chapter 1327. The Hostage Rescue Operation. Chapter 1328. Achieving Greatness? Very well. As Pang Yuan spoke, he reversed the hilt of his sword and rendered Shui Yu unconscious. Lu Zhongyu then stepped outside to summon the servants, binding Shui Yu securely and taking him away. Chapter 1329. Persuasion and reversal. Arriving at this juncture, Pang Yuan sighed. Who could have predicted that merely a month ago, Qiandu City would descend into such a dire state? Just a few months prior, Qiandu City. Chapter 1330. I and the city guard. There are 1,000 soldiers in the city guard. Wang Qiu reminded him. Should we initiate action? The enemy will swell to 3,000. That would require time. Chapter 1331. A full meal for accomplishment subsequently. They seated themselves at the table and began devouring the glutinous rice cakes. The cakes had just been fried in lard that morning, still warm to the touch, and the flavor was delightful. Chapter 1332. Seizing the city gate, the group gathered here to share the glutinous rice cakes. Even after a quarter of an hour, the aroma of rice and lard had yet to dissipate entirely. He glanced at the cloth bag beside him. Chapter 1333. Defeated. It had been years since he had engaged in a proper battle. The skirmishes he had partaken in at Qianyun's sect this month were utterly unsatisfactory. Neither the fighting nor the killing brought him any joy. Chapter 1334. Pursue. Furthermore, he did not wish for the leader of the Huanglong gang to escape amidst the chaos, as these individuals would prove useful in the future. Today, Zhuo Qian was not as ostentatious as Shirin Guang. He was feeling somewhat. Activities are underway, with automatic drawings during the new year. So remember to fill in the delivery address properly. Chapter 1335. Pursuit of Lord Yin. Yin Qing was well aware that as soon as the Qianyun sect entered the city, they would first seek trouble with the Yin family. However, he did not anticipate the adversary's swift arrival. Ahead lay the Yin residence. Chapter 1336. Hostage. However, once they entered the desolate forest, the traces became increasingly sparse, clearly indicating that the opponent had realized the precariousness of their situation and had taken measures to obscure their tracks. Even someone like Shirin Guang. Chapter 1337. You are so ruthless. Moreover, the longer the injury lingered, the more blood accumulated in the lungs, making it increasingly difficult to treat. After a painful scream, Yin Ling's breaths grew heavy, distinctly revealing an unusual sound. Yin Qing. Chapter 1338. Far superior to us old folks. She casually tore open the cloth strip, unfurling the scroll. It was a landscape painting, somewhat reminiscent of the one previously displayed by Yin Qing beneath the city gate, presumably crafted by the same artist. Chapter 1339. Secured. So who would narrate it? The gazes of the elders converged upon Du Shisu and the youth. Without waiting for Yin Sanling to speak, Du Shisu took the initiative to say, Chapter 1340. The long-awaited wish fulfilled. Subsequently, Lu Zhongyu shifted the conversation to the main topic. After a month of lockdown, the people of Qiandu City are suffering from hunger. Is there any strategy from the mountain leader? Let us first establish a porridge stall. Chapter 1341. A great misfortune at home. Qiansui was taken aback. Oh, when Geng appears benevolent and kind, yet he is so decisive in action. After all, he is an extraordinary individual. Yin Sanling understands him well. Chapter 1342. Everything is within my grasp. The fish porridge and grilled eel from that place are exceptional. He had tasted them years ago and could not forget. Upon hearing this, Qiansui, without a second thought, dragged Yin Sanling along. Chapter 1343. Rolling up sleeves to work. The entire Qianyun sect awoke late. Perhaps this was the first day in years that the sect did not require an early rise. When Yin Sanling awoke once more, it was already day. Chapter 1344. It is better to provide assistance in times of need than to add flourishes to a feast. From the treasures of Yin Qing, 10 blocks of floating soil were uncovered. The moment Yin Sanling laid eyes on them, he noticed the wooden bell was glowing again. It seems to be a celestial artifact. Suitable for. Chapter 1345. A new mountain leader, a new atmosphere. 1,000 sets of armor must be brand new. Is there any stock available? Tan Winda could not guarantee. I will inquire. The new mountain leader is once again making demands. Chapter 1346. More helpers arrive. Having spoken, he hurriedly pressed forward. Indeed, rushing down the mountain to attend to matters. The demeanor of Yin Shan is entirely distinct from that of Wang Ying. Yet, for Du Shisu, he. Chapter 1347. The most lacking are talented individuals. Yin Sanling smiled faintly, well aware of the political landscape of Wei. Although Mao Dingsheng was once the leader of the rebel forces, his later contributions to the cause do not render him as fundamentally righteous as Han Zhao. Chapter 1348. Shadows approaching. Oh, very well. He wore an expressionless face, yet Qiansui, having spent many years with him, could see through it at a glance. Don't brush me off. Do you not wish to go? Chapter 1349. Then let us go. Double update combined. This specter shamelessly claims credit for achievements. Yin Sanling did not even raise an eyebrow. Ignore him. How can one ignore him? Qiansui disagreed. A day off. I have been unwell since yesterday, with no improvement today, thus I request a day off. The new volume also requires careful contemplation. The difficulty of writing it is indeed daunting. Chapter 1350, A Place Without Restraint. In the southern region of Liang City lies Baixiang Mountain. This is also a vast mountain range, renowned for its main peak resembling a colossal elephant. The world is so expansive, and the sight of the elephant's trunk drawing water is quite commonplace. Chapter 1351, Duanfang's Doubts. The youth remained silent. The double monthly ticket event has commenced. The correct voting method. 2. Cast your monthly vote for this book. The double reward period is from December 29th at midnight to December 31st at midnight. Love you all. Moi? Chapter 1352. Is it an old friend or a trouble? Everyone, unfamiliar with each other, is expected to courteously express their admiration for Qiansui. He initially believed this was merely a customary greeting, unaware that a significant portion of visitors would inquire about his experiences in the realm of illusions. Chapter 1353. The manor in Qianhong Valley. Xiao Yuan observed his indifferent demeanor and felt somewhat displeased. You are still young. How could you possibly comprehend my sentiments? Oh, when you grow older, your wife will still. Chapter 1354. Entering Qianhong Manor. Qiansui also noticed this, exclaiming, Indeed, this place is truly an ethereal realm, a domain where humans ought not to tread. Qianhong possesses no consciousness. Chapter 1355. The master. Her standards for food, shelter, and transportation are exceedingly high. Earning her commendation is no simple feat. On the final day of 2020, please cast your last monthly vote for the Great Demon King. Although the first half of 2021 will also feature double votes, fans may postpone their voting until the operations officer initiates new activities, allowing them to claim their rewards. Love you all. Moi. Chapter 1356. The Golden Scales. So this is the fair hall, much lauded by those who have come before at Qianhong Manor. Many attendees have sought information about it, yet hearing tales is one thing, witnessing it is quite another. Chapter 1357. Unequal stakes on one end of the scales. Surprisingly, Lei Lu sees stake. In contrast, the fat man's stake has been elevated to the heavens. What is this? Chapter 1358. Can money buy life? Did we not agree on this? The portly man, agitated, exclaimed, If you concede to me, I shall immediately reward you with money. Nearby, a bystander, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in. Chapter 1359. The clouds no longer drift. The reason is rather simple. Chapter 1360. A beauty comes knocking dressed in black. Qiansui remarked, glancing at the maid standing at the entrance of the elegant abode, a slight frown creasing his brow. Her skin bore no resemblance to that of a humaness. Yin Samlang possessed keen eyesight. Chapter 1361. The agreement for a century of life. Her technique was exemplary, and Tao who felt entirely at ease. He had intended to inquire further, but fatigue from earlier exertions combined with the effects of alcohol overwhelmed him, causing his eyelids to droop uncontrollably. Chapter 1362. Rules are rules. He had made a pact with Lu Si, yet the latter reneged. He established a new agreement with the man in the black robe, only for the latter to exploit its loopholes. How unfortunate it was to face such ill fate, encountering obstacles repeatedly. The double monthly ticket event has commenced. Until January 7th at midnight, each monthly vote cast will count as 2. Red envelopes will be distributed after the conclusion of the event, in limited quantities, on a first-come, first-served basis. In truth, the double monthly ticket promotion began on the 1st, but the funds for this month's event were delayed, extending to the present moment. We appreciate your understanding. Chapter 1363. Betting on non-human beings. However, at that time, the ravenous spirits that traversed the rifts of time and space to reach the mortal realm possessed relatively low cultivation levels. The most formidable among them was merely a ghost king. In contrast, today's Yin Sanlang. Chapter 1364. A lifespan of 115 years. The crowd surrounding Jia Lingshan immediately stepped back, clearing a significant space for him. The term hungry ghost is certainly not a commendable one, even the smallest of spirits. Chapter 1365. A familiar face returns. It suggests a formidable character. All are dominators in their own right. Why have they come to the Qianhong villa? Qiansui shrugged. This remains unclear. Tomorrow I shall take a leave. Today I must embark on an impromptu journey, already overwhelmed with tasks. Tomorrow, the 6th, I will be occupied throughout the day, carrying my notebook, but likely lacking the opportunity to sit down. Hence, I request a day off. Chapter 1366. The underlying truth and suffering. Many guests present instinctively tugged at their collars, feeling somewhat stifled. The events that transpired within the temple over the past 2 hours were rather intimate. Chapter 1367, The Cleansing Feast. Using flower mud would be a waste. Kalingtian chuckled. My child has not savored human flesh in ages. Why not let me have it? He cradled a creature in his arms. Chapter 1368, The Transformation of Fish and Dragons. The crowd gathered closely, observing the shimmering pool, which actually possessed a faint layer of luminous shielding above it. The daring among them reached out to touch the shield, only to be met with an invisible barrier. Chapter 1369, A Fair Bargain. In this brief moment, Yin Sanlang realized that the shell had likely consumed the fruits of his arduous cultivation over the past fortnight. Thus, it would require the exchange of a golden fish along with 3 yuan. Chapter 1370, The Opening. Madame Qianhong possessed profound confidence in her ability to safeguard the tranquility of the villa, and Qiansui had no intentions of challenging her authority. I shall join in the fun as well. Chapter 1371, The Underwater World. Where does this object originate? The depths occasionally reveal their secrets. In other words, it appears at random. The emergence of the water orb captivated numerous aquatic creatures. Chapter 1372, Struggle beneath the sea. She instinctively reached for her nose. Yet the form of the fish clearly did not permit such an action. She could only murmur her gratitude. Thank you. The voice of Tao Hu. Chapter 1373, The Manifestation in Mere Moments. Tao Hu devoured the sea eel, leaving not a trace of bone behind. The fish, to which his consciousness was tethered, grew significantly larger, its form elongated, and its scales. Chapter 1374, Beware of this individual. The young man's long brows arched high in surprise. Why? He has been lurking around you, intending to bring you harm. Jia Baoshan spoke with solemnity. Chapter 1375, The Amplified Delusion. In response to his mockery, Jia Baoshan's eyelids did not flutter. Do you comprehend how our world may meet its demise? Yin Sanlang shook his head. Chapter 1376, The Live Broadcast Commences. Gadu. Merely 2 breaths later, a blue essence orb emerged from the place it was drawn into. Nearby, fish swam closer, swallowing it whole. Chapter 1377, Transformation into a Dragon. The young man did not immerse himself in the depths. He merely lifted his gaze to observe the sand table. After enduring the initial chaos and the subsequent period of strategic restraint, the remaining players seemed to have arrived at. Chapter 1378, The 7 Champions. Bai Yi turned his gaze, just in time to witness this scene. Although they were separated by a considerable distance, Yin Sanlang still discerned the meaning behind his look. Indeed, it was akin to living off someone else's success. Chapter 1379, Counting the Spoils. The young lad recounted. According to Lady Qianhong, there were 2,751 guests who partook in the fish and dragon transformation game. Yet immediately after the initial failure. Chapter 1380, Whispers of Wind and Rain from the Historical Records. It appears that the later stages tend to be the grand finale. Let us utilize these first. Qiansui pointed to his chips, indicating the forthcoming games. Chapter 1381, The Ultimate Victor. What a splendid strategy. Yin Sanlang grasped her hand, planting a kiss upon her smooth hand, and in the days that followed, he meticulously observed Zhuang Nanjia and Tao Hu. Chapter 1382, An Upset. Subsequently, Zhuang Nanjia seized the opportunity to pursue Chong Tong. Eventually, he shrugged, and Zhuang Nanjia emerged as the ultimate victor. To put it succinctly, Chapter 1383, The Authorities Capture Bandits. Indeed, as Lady Qianhong had asserted, all game rules were dictated by her. Qiansui chuckled. Why not place bets on both sides? It could mitigate. Chapter 1384, Advantages and Disadvantages. Tao Hu murmured. When did an additional door appear there? Yin Sanlang recalled that it was originally merely a wall. Qianhongfu. Chapter 1385, Betting on Both Sides. She spoke delicately, yet Yin Sanlang, well acquainted with her methods, understood that Qiansui was inquiring whether he required her assistance from within. This was tantamount to her suggesting that she would bear. Chapter 1386, Su Lingwen. Captain Kong awakened, just as he was about to rise. The decrepit wooden door was forcefully thrust open, and a scout from Qinglian conveyed the message that the officials had arrived. They burst in. Chapter 1387, What is the point of letting the water flow? He was actually Judge Chui. Yin Sanlang was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him closely. Judge Chui in the fair hall stood over 7 feet tall, towering even above Yin Sanlang. Chapter 1388, Taking the Long Way Around. Furthermore, her subordinates must have placed bets on both sides, regardless of whether she or Yin Sanlang emerged victorious. they would incur no losses. Is that truly so? Bai Yi refrained from voicing this doubt. Chapter 1389, getting straight to the point. Qiansui, standing behind, couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yi was indeed speaking nonsense. He could see through the doctor's falsehoods, but merely from a position of superiority before entering the game, he sought clarity. Chapter 1390, the struggle for advantage. They found themselves separated from the northeastern corner of the fair hall by a dense throng of people. Jiabao cast a glance in that direction and whispered, Yin Shichu and Ashu. Chapter 1391, this accursed sweetness. The structure loomed at a height of 4 to 5 stories, with a steep incline that made it nearly impossible for individuals to scale it. While the arrows below struggled to reach those above, Hu Qishan dispatched men to launch assaults twice, yet the outcome was. Chapter 1392, gathering medicine. Given her capabilities, the youth had no concerns about her encountering difficulties along the way. Thus, he was particularly reluctant to confront her directly, which also served as a compelling reason for himself to avoid being assigned to the front lines. Chapter 1393, when confronted. Yin Sanlang listened intently as he entered the room. Many individuals occupied the space, yet the youth's attention was entirely fixed on the bed. There reclined a boy of around 10 years. Chapter 1394, who manipulated you? Shi Ming exclaimed in frustration. Your speculations are baseless and utterly unfounded. Having said that, he hastily turned to Su Lingwen. Leader, you must not heed his slander. Chapter 1395, the bandit leader's thoughts. The bandit leader was momentarily taken aback, his anger dissipating significantly. He gestured towards the low couch beside him. Let him rest here. He will spend the night here and is not permitted to leave. Chapter 1396, deliberation. His subordinates advised him to retreat, as the signs of defeat among the bandits were evident and the situation was dire. Yin Sanlang speculated that by placing his two sons together, he might be hoping for them too. Chapter 1397, persuasion. Yin Sanlang nodded. I understand. The course of the river here changes several times each year. Within the majestic New York Mountain, 2 rivers flow, the Qingling River and the Biling River. The monthly ticket event has commenced once more, from now until the 31st. For those who have yet to cast their monthly votes, bestow your votes upon the great demon lord, and you shall be rewarded. After the event concludes, each vote will return 200 points to the readers in limited quantity while supplies last. It is a first-come, first-served affair. Chapter 1398, eavesdropping through the wall, he grinned widely, oblivious to the appropriateness of his words. Master, it is a double joy. Su Lingwen's heart soared with delight. Chapter 1399, the third route. Yin Sanlang sighed. Is this the only thing you heard? This person's heart is exceedingly petty. Kong Yu has once confronted him several times, and he bears a grudge. Chapter 1400, short-lived and short-sighted. In the vast expanse of New York Mountain, with its lush vegetation, what could possibly remain hidden or obscured? After all, Madame Qianhong is merely a celestial being, not a deity. Chapter 1401, the struggle for Hela. Bei Chui the judge and his companion nodded and set off to gather their comrades. This mission is indeed. Chapter 1402, a simple and blunt approach. As the firework ascended into the sky, they divided into 2 groups, one to confront us and the other to continue carving the ship. Chui the judge would not allow this, leading his companions to. Chapter 1403, they also boarded the ship. More than 10 agile individuals, ropes tied around their waists, descended the cliff with dexterity. Fortunately, the slope here is gentle, allowing them to glide down to the cliff's edge. The small boat has just reached the lake. Chapter 1404, buying back again. The boatman exerts little effort, as the vessel swiftly glides across the water, racing towards the opposite shore. On this moonless, rainy night, the lake's surface remains shrouded in darkness, providing the perfect cover. Chapter 1405, Su Lingwen's countermeasure. Nonsense. As the bandits spot his presence, they exclaim, the leader is here. Immediately, someone reports, the 2 young masters have just. Chapter 1406, the only choice. He lets out a low growl, raising his blade and striking down upon the captive's arm. Suko cries out in agony, struggling fiercely, yet, having been bettered in for years. Chapter 1407, no one hide. Traitors fall, pierced by arrows, while the small boat continues to. Chapter 1408, escape. The youth's gaze shifts, spotting another figure in the grass, a slender individual, yet with bright eyes, drawing back a large bow, an ebony-feathered arrow nocked. Chapter 1409, adding another layer of assurance. On this moonless night, the two parties are over 10 paces apart, unable to discern each other's shapes. Su Linwen watches as the outline of the rear boat slowly vanishes into the darkness. Chapter 14:10. Brave the Rapids. The group, dissatisfied with the slow pace of the boat and the overgrown weeds, unites to push the vessel into deeper waters, leaping aboard only when the water reaches their chests. Hurry. Chapter 14:11. An ambush from an external perspective. This resembles a vast aquatic labyrinth. Due to the alternating droughts and floods, the waterways shift annually without any apparent reason. Chapter 14:12. An unexpected turn following the direction indicated by Qiansui. He indeed traversed the serpentine narrow waterway, and before him, an expansive vista unfolded. The main channel of the Bailong River spans at least 20 units. Chapter 14:13. A peculiar resonance, however. He glanced at Miao Du with this fellow in their midst. Their chances of success should significantly increase. Why is Miao Du able to wield such supernatural powers? At this critical juncture, let us wait a moment longer. Chapter 14:14. The outcome initially, the officials and soldiers would not have caught up to Su Linwen, but with the emergence of Miao Du as a substantial variable, the distance between both parties rapidly diminished. The game is fraught with unexpected developments. Including the boatmen, there were 6 individuals aboard, all holding their breath in anticipation. Earlier, to expedite their journey, Yin Sanlang had reassigned excess personnel to another vessel. Chapter 14:16. Life and death. That creature's physique was long and robust, resembling a gigantic python. Yet it was transparent. The shimmering waves of water revealed a ghostly blue luminescence throughout its form. Chapter 14:17. 2 against 2. As the archer cast a sidelong glance, he inadvertently pressed the trigger. Alas, unable to evade in time, the archer had no choice but to raise his left arm to shield his head and heart. Chapter 14:18. Victory and defeat. A miscalculation. Though the latter did not inflict pain, the indescribable ache transmitted through his body compelled him to instinctively bend down, immobilized. In Chapter 14:19, Your Lady is Extraordinary. Zhuang Nanjia appeared to be in his early 30s, charming and graceful, easily endearing himself to the unknowing. His demeanor towards Qiansui was polite and affable. In Chapter 14:20, Frustration, Yin Sanlang inquired of Jin Yu, what were the hidden spirits engaged in? He had previously instructed someone to keep watch. Zhuang Nanjia and Zhao Baoshan had entered the fish once more. In Chapter 14:21, Revenge, Yin Sanlang observed quietly, his gaze fixed. Yet he remained silent. Unfortunately, Qiansui had spent too long in his company and could easily deduce his thoughts. What was he curious about? In Chapter 14:22, Why the lack of reaction? Yin Sanlang sensed something amiss. This feeling lingered uncomfortably, too vexing. Lady Qianhong was not omniscient. In Chapter 14:23, Refinement, Yin Sanlang remained noncommittal, eventually asking her, Do you recall the last time Tianheng was effective? I remember. Qiansui pondered for a moment. In Chapter 14:24, An Unexpected Incident, there were none. Lady Qianhong had introduced 5 new games, each attracting participants, and the fair hall was bustling with activity day and night. Leaning on her hand, Qiansui murmured. Chapter 14:25, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Having played 7 games, with alternating wins and losses, she had, to date, incurred a deficit exceeding 18,000 taels of silver. Tao Hu, who happened to be approaching, overheard this and couldn't help but. Chapter 14:26, Are you going to champion her cause? Just cheat. Yin Sanlang followed the sound and observed 2 ivory tiles on the table, both engraved with the image of a long-tailed magpie, adorned with floral embellishments. Chapter 14:27, A Shift in Focus. In essence, this was a diminutive, translucent version of Yixiaoyuan. Humans were a minority in attendance, outnumbered by deities and demons from various realms. Chapter 14:28, The Missing Third. With a multitude of powerful figures gathered within the Qianhong Manor, I cannot confidently assert that a mere bracelet could impede the magic of all present. Its primary function lies in providing a warning. Chapter 14:29, Negotiating a Resolution. Eons ago, the force unleashed at the moment of its destruction opened a passage toward the human realm, causing an intersection between the 6 paths. Could it be? Chapter 14:30, No divine intervention this time. I can compensate her with some cultivation and lifespan. Chapter 14:31, Any compensation? Madame Qianhong scoffed. Even I do not possess such an abundance of power to squander. Qiansui remained persistent. Are you certain there is no alternative solution? Chapter 14:32, forcibly pried open upon closer inspection, Yin Samlang noticed that Judge Chui held a perfectly square ice brick in his palm, resembling a simple and unadorned brick, albeit with slightly translucent edges. Chapter 1433. The second door, however, at this juncture in the events, there was no reason to abandon the endeavor halfway. The promise made must be fulfilled, even if it meant gritting one's teeth to see it through. Time passed unmeasured. Chapter 1434. Another balance. You suggested that I hint to the thief to pilfer the golden balance. Merely a ruse. The true trump card lies with Duan Fong. Jia Bao seemed contemplative as he surveyed the hall. Chapter 1435. Departed, he appeared utterly exhausted, yet his heart was content. Chapter 1436. Volcano Tao, who pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There were no visible injuries, however, without any wounds, yet possessing countless lifetimes and wealth. One wonders about the state of humanity. Chapter 1437. Where is he? The stones ejected by these volcanoes ranged from larger than houses to as small as a fingertip. Their sole commonality was their lethal nature. Chapter 1438. Where is this? Chapter 1439. An unexpected turn. This bodes ill. Even the eyebrows of the millennia-old sage were nearly entwined. Is there truly no way to see below? This perspective is all that remains. The maid shook her head, and the month-long voting event for February commenced. The rewards from last month's activities have been distributed, allowing us to extend benefits to everyone. Steps to obtain a red envelope through voting. First, cast your vote for the Great Demon King, and upon the conclusion of the event, each vote will yield a return of 200 points. Supplies are limited, so act swiftly. Note: readers with fan values exceeding 2,000 have no limit on the number of votes they can cast in a single instance. Chapter 1440 brings unexpected surprises. Just moments ago, during a dispute with Liang Ren, he vanished. Fu Xiaoyi wore an expression of deep embarrassment, wishing to search for him, yet these individuals clung to him tightly. Jin Ge found it equally difficult to depart. Chapter 1441 emphasizes the need for evidence. Before he could finish speaking, Qiansui jabbed a finger into his throat, rendering him voiceless. Zhuang Nanji could only emit faint sounds from deep within his throat. Chapter 1442 reveals a situation set in stone. One hand grasped Zhuang Nanji's neck, rendering him immobile, while the other hand rummaged through his clothing without hesitation. What are you doing? Zhuang Nanji exclaimed. Chapter 1443 presents a calculated scheme. He found himself submerged over 10 feet deep in water, the light from above filtered and diminished by layers, obscuring his surroundings. Beneath him lay dark volcanic rock. The location unknown. Chapter 1444 states, I shall also go. He possesses the ability to forge contracts with humans, temporarily commandeering their bodies. Jia Bao whispered, however. The consent of the host is imperative. Just a quarter of an hour ago. Chapter 1445. The Wrath of the Earth Fire. If Jiabao Shan had not spoken the truth, it still clung to Taohu. Regardless of the reality, one must not be complacent. Qiansui still leans towards. Chapter 1446. Her Judgment. The mud kiss suddenly ceased its movement, and Qiansui on its back closed its eyes, remaining still amidst the glaring, fiery magma. In a state where one's senses are nearly dulled, one can. Chapter 1447. Old Friends. In the blink of an eye, the massive rock upon which she lay was thrust into the air by a formidable force surging from beneath the earth, erupting a lake of lava that shot into the sky. Its speed surpassed that of a flying arrow. Chapter 1448. A Wrong Turn. Fortunately, Yin Sanlang still held a trump card in his hand, which he must use with caution. Thus, he gradually retreated a couple of steps. Where are the nearest human settlements? Chapter 1449. The Seizure of the Door. The two engaged in combat upon the dark, stony mountain, and Yin Sanlang grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. The Sea God Envoy exhibited remarkable strength with each movement, having controlled the Kanwu Envoy over the years. Chapter 1450. A Flurry of Changes. It glanced down to see the malevolent spirits still clinging to it, desperately trying to force the objects in their mouths into its skin. It possessed an inner sight technique, and with a slight focus. Chapter 1451. An Unexpected Turn. It suddenly recalled Yin Shichu's earlier words. Someone is scheming in the shadows. We are merely pawns. If there are unseen forces orchestrating Yin Shichu's descent into this world. Chapter 1452. Is it possible to make an exception? Yet, before her fingertips could make contact, beneath the watchful eyes of Qiansui and Yin Sanlang, the resplendent and flawless golden scale suddenly emitted a sharp sound, as if reacting on its own. Chapter 1453. Urgency of the moment. The sea god's envoy gripped the stone tightly, aware that she could not forcefully pry it away. Thus, with swift determination, she resolved to sever her arm along with it. It was merely a small knife. Chapter 1454. Entering the game to seek answers. Within a fleeting moment, the sand table illuminated, revealing a myriad of phenomena, accompanied by the emergence of the signature thin light shield. The maid approached with the brocade box. Chapter 1455. My conjecture. The host had lingered too long in the VIP room, while unforeseen events unfolded outside, necessitating an explanation for the guests. A new patron had arrived. Qianhong. Chapter 1456. The convergence of six paths. Even if she and Yin Shaosen were already aware that the specter's target might be Madame Qianhong, they did not deem it necessary to alert her. Firstly, this matter was. Chapter 1457. The frailty that heralds defeat. At this moment, Madame Qianhong inquired about the specter's past. When united against a common foe, Qiansui recounted the entire history of grievances with the specter, leaving nothing concealed. Chapter 1458. The strange phenomenon at Qianhong Villa. Qiansui abruptly came to a halt. Beside her was a gambling table. As Jinyu spoke, she happened to glance at the surface of the table and discovered its most striking feature. Chapter 1459. Is there any intelligence? During this time, Qiansui recounted the events that transpired after he was cast into the time-space corridor, and then remarked, "We have underestimated Tao Hu. No, that is not right. It is the entity attached to him. Birthday. Therefore, today's update has been consumed, and there is no need for everyone to wait. Love you all, moi." 3. Chapter 1460. The residual aura maintaining the time-space corridor is, in itself, an act of defiance against the heavens. And one can only imagine the toll it takes on one's vitality, especially with the intervention of the sage. It appears that Qianhong. Chapter 1461. It must be him. Chapter 1462. A new game mechanism, is that so? Qiansui half-heartedly echoed, delicately stroking her chin. While the heart of the envoy Kangwu remained concealed within Yin Shaosen's storage ring, a close possession. Chapter 1463. Intricacies without mentioning other rewards. This alone is enough to incite fervent sacrifices. Yin Sanlang instinctively glanced towards the corner, where the envoy of the sea god stood with a grim expression. Chapter 1464. Something is amiss. Jinyu touched the back of her head. The Qianhong manor has always prohibited violence. Isn't this akin to dropping one's trousers to release gas? As long as Madame Qianhong adheres to the agreements with everyone. Chapter 1465. Nothingness. The maid's gaze also shifted. What? Where's the sand table that was originally here? 15 minutes ago. He still saw the game's sand table standing here. Chapter 1466. He is an insider. Yin Sanlang furrowed his brow. Where was he? Was it an open or a closed space? Chapter 1467. Old matters interconnected. Qiansui softly inquired. When did you realize that Zhuang Nanjiao was correct? Long ago. Jia Bao spoke in a gentle whisper, for the essence of the matter. Chapter 1468. Why conceal and reveal? In the VIP room, there was no third party. Madame Qianhong firmly believed it was him. Yin Sanlang could certainly ascertain that he was not the so-called sage, thus eliminating. Chapter 1469. The indefinite dark prison. The two formidable figures of the Shura path stood at the far left and far right of the sand table, their expressions grave as they intently observed the terrain. Although they did not lift their heads, Qian. Chapter 1470. The climax. What? Chu's expression changed, pointing at the thin man, yet he was merely a teenager. Chapter 1471. You must endure. She couldn't help but feel startled. A maid stood at the doorway. Qiansui approached and asked, "Where's my husband?" As she drew near, the maid. Chapter 1472. The removed note. So many? Do not underestimate the greed of living beings. Madame Qianhong seemed to see through his thoughts. Some were colluding in groups, and once caught, it would lead to a whole string. Chapter 1473. Cellmates. There was nothing at all. Only the charred lines remained. Scorched by fire, Yin Sanlang casually brushed aside a few slender threads, only to discover one among them. Chapter 1474. Do not utter that title. A cloud of suspicion swirled in Yin Sanlang's mind. In which dungeon are you located? Can you come to my side? No, I can only manage to breach this one. Chapter 1475. Amusing, isn't it? Have you truly spent 650 years here? That seems to be the case. Or perhaps not. Tu Shi pondered for a moment, counting the time before the flesh was carved. Chapter 1476. hope for escape. Yin Sanlang found little humor in the situation. What grave offense is cheating? Why has the local lord condemned you to life imprisonment? There are always those who harbor a sense of luck, after all. Chapter 1477, Irreconcilable Contradiction. Madame Qianhong raised her hand, and a maid approached to remove the ring from her finger, presenting it to her. This was a ring crafted from mutton fat jade, viewed through the eyes of a millennium. Chapter 1478, Breaking Free. Madame Qianhong expressed her displeasure. Madame Qian, I have no time to indulge you in this frivolity. She had already endured great suffering and truly lacked the energy to waste on such matters. Chapter 1479, Flawless. Were it not for the need to defend her, Yin Shichu would have already departed from Qianhong Villa and would not find himself ensnared in this predicament. Yin Shaoxin is not easily approached, and Madame Qianhong. Chapter 1480, The voice of Tusher grew increasingly agitated. She was injured, and thus, Qianhong. He could not help but cough several times. The defenses of Qianhong Villa would consequently diminish. You are all doing splendidly. However, as we reach this point, the great Demon King must now draw to a close. The Great Sword. I must pause, reimagine, reorganize, and even eliminate certain plot lines. We stand at a crucial juncture in the narrative, where each decision could lead us astray. The difficulty of concluding the Great Demon King far surpasses that of the previous 2 volumes. Hence, I require additional time for contemplation and deduction. This is an unprecedented situation not encountered in the prior 2 books, and Shuiyun finds it quite distressing, not wishing to set this precedent. Yet, there is no alternative. I must ask the eager companions to enter a holding pattern for the text. Over the 2.5 years of continuous updates for the Great Demon King, the external environment has undergone tumultuous changes, placing immense pressure on Shuiyun. I shall discuss these intricate matters in detail once the full text is completed. During the update period, let us not allow these issues to disrupt the joy of reading. Once again, I bow deeply and extend my sincere apologies. Chapter 1481, One Must Pay a Price. Perhaps I shall live a few more decades. Tusher shrugged. The most important thing is to escape this void like hell and spend a few years outside, indulging in wine and flowers, reveling in joy. Jiang is indeed seasoned, and he has retained a hidden card. Yin Sanlang gazed at him, inquiring about his relationship with the elusive soul of Mai Sai. In a state of fury, Tush confronted the situation. Chapter 1483, Innocence Restored. The dialogue was laced with numerous celestial colloquialisms that the youth could not comprehend, leaving his expression unchanged. Centuries have passed, yet you remain stagnant. Chapter 1484, Released from Imprisonment. She even managed a chilling smile, declaring her intention to enhance the dark prison, ensuring he would never again have the means to visit. The existence of the dark prison serves a purpose. Chapter 1485, I am more exhausted than you. The Mountain. Chapter 1486, He is the Landlord. Noticing Yin Sanlang's displeasure, she understood that his concerns regarding the prophecy of the puppet had come to fruition. She poked his shoulder, asking, Are you afraid I can only survive for another 15 days? Chapter 1487, Slippery as Eels. Whether they are allies is another matter. Yin Sanlang pondered deeply. The Spectre community was not a united front. The interactions between Jiabao and the Saints, along with the sea god's envoy and Zhuang Nanjia, were fraught with discord. Chapter 1488, The Taste of Freedom. The maid moved swiftly, her voice steady and devoid of breathlessness. If an outsider were to close their eyes, they might imagine her seated, delivering a speech on the cultivation of the soul. Chapter 1489, Where has he disappeared? Chapter 1490, The Relatively Mild Victim. He was still grappling with his thoughts, preparing to depart, when he was intercepted by the manor maid, who subsequently brought him here. Yin Sanlang was. Chapter 1491, He has been found. The likelihood of individuals impersonating others within the game is substantial. Yin Sanlang inquired of Madame Qianhong about the so-called shadow technique and how many clones could be produced. In Chapter 1492, facing the same mistake, how could I err twice? Qiansui immediately examined the heart sphere's perspective before exclaiming, Eureka! Before them lay a narrow tunnel, with over 10 individuals before the ghostly matron. In Chapter 1493, upon entering the wilderness, a robust woman passed by a youth, bearing 6 bulging burlap sacks on her shoulders, each filled to the brim with provisions, totaling at least 500 pounds. In Chapter 1494, newly arrived Yin Sanlang cautiously halted his steps, yet 3 individuals leaped into the water in a frantic rescue effort. The crowd on the shore grew ever larger, their gazes fixated on the escalating situation. In chapter 1495, some individuals struggled to adjust their mindsets. Still believing they had merely entered a game, Yin Sanling concurred. This is an adventure, a test of life and death. In chapter 1496, those creatures with innate abilities, upon consuming the imperial nectar appropriately, would experience a remarkable surge in their cultivation. Meowdu hissed, akin to a snapping crocodile. In chapter 1497, the civilian district. In chapter 1498, a world of duality. Many sought to seize what they desired. Ahead, fierce altercations erupted, one individual receiving a blow that distorted half his face. Blood splattering onto the neck of a young boy nearby. He raised a hand to wipe his brow. Chapter 1499. Ominous, the magnificent gardens crafted by the noble families of the human realm, no matter how exquisite, are invariably enclosed by towering walls to privately enjoy their beauty, lest the common folk should catch a glimpse. Here, however, it is different. Chapter 1500. Jia Baoshan's ire. Yin Sanling glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips. I entered the game solely to find someone. That person seems to be in the West Mountain mining area. Ashura Liumu was also preparing to venture out. Chapter 1501. Jia Baoshan's strategy. Qiansui promptly inquired, not affording him time to ponder. To defy fate, whose destiny does he seek to alter? Is there any need to ask? Of course. Chapter 1502. Separate battles to wage. Her lifespan would be eternally frozen at 999 years. In that fleeting moment, Qiansui felt a touch of temptation, a mere hint of it. Chapter 1503. Aerial assault. At the sound of this, the crowd looked up, and indeed, a small black speck had emerged from the swirling clouds at some point, flying lower and lower, drawing ever closer. It was a giant manta ray. Chapter 1504. Astute demons. The stone surface was not entirely uniform, but it was engraved with text, although there were only a few lines. Each character was larger than a millstone and emitted a red glow, making it exceptionally striking. Chapter 1505. Initial skirmish. They had only exchanged a few words when Elder Bey's disciple galloped over from a short distance away, urging them in a hushed tone, silence. We're approaching the battlefield. Chapter 1506. Racing against time. The fierce wood shifted his left shoulder, feeling a searing pain from the impact that had sent him flying, a result of his attempt to leverage himself around the tree. Indeed, the body bestowed by the divine was still too frail. Chapter 1507. The Western Mountain mining area. Elder Bey's veins throbbed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and issued another command. Advance, all troops. The pit was exceedingly vast and wide, making it challenging for Elder Qian and the others to circumvent it. Chapter 1508. Yin Sanling's objective behind them. The mine was abundant with spiritual stones, which is why the oasis was confident that rescue was still feasible. Chapter 1509. The saint's whereabouts remaining in the mine? That was tantamount to awaiting death. Chapter 1510. Fierce battle with the behemoth. A significant number of lives were at stake, to be accounted for in the ledger of mutual slaughter. Your target is not easily dispatched. The fierce wood glanced back as if. Chapter 1511. The target emerges. Prior to this, he had already spurred his steed away from the crowd. Luring away the leading behemoth was essential for the team to have a chance to advance. The heavy puppeteer must. Chapter 1512. An unexpected guest. Humanity struggled desperately to fend off the onslaught. Highly skilled monsters surged forth, overwhelming ordinary practitioners like Yin Sanling. Elder Bey possesses remarkable foresight, having dispatched guardians. Chapter 1513. A detailed account of past secrets. An additional update for today as contemplation. The smile on Jia Bao's face gradually faded as time passes. Discussing such matters seems futile. However, from my observations, during the last 6 months, Minister Liu became increasingly irritable and suspicious. Chapter 1514. The unsolved mystery. I recall. At that time, my temper was rather poor. Qiansui scoffed, yet his feigned surrender was indeed a ruse. Retaining him could lead to calamity. It would be better to eliminate him swiftly. Chapter 1515. An island in a sea of chaos. A contingent can be severed once and naturally. It can be severed again and yet again. Each division diminishes the number of united humans, making them easier prey for the demon army. Chapter 1516. Existence and oblivion. Even on the battlefield, his voice resonated far and wide, heard by both friend and foe. The companions nearby were struck with fear, their hearts trembling. What are you doing? Chapter 1517. The price of thousands of lives. The young man shook his head. There is no opportunity to strike. Just moments ago, surrounded by a host of demons, although the sage was within arm's reach, he could not wield his sword, lest he too perish. Chapter 15:18, Cooperation? How long can the city's protective formation endure? The longer the oasis withstands, the greater the likelihood of survival. This depends on the intensity of the battle and the formations. Chapter 15:19, Inquiring about a person, these individuals belong to different factions. Yet their answers were remarkably consistent. Chapter 15:20, Tianxian's intention prior to the impending cataclysm. The oasis's primary adversaries were the Western demon clans. Having engaged in skirmishes for over 2 decades, the oasis was thoroughly acquainted with their tactics, culminating in a comprehensive understanding. Chapter 15:21, Pressing Needs Crimson Manor, Hall of Equity. The Council of Elders had already convened, yet the doors and windows remained sealed. Qiansui had been utilizing the mind sphere to observe the prehistoric world. Chapter 15:22, A deceased elder that was the golden scales, a treasure that Madame Crimson cherished as her lifeblood. Why would they be imprisoned for taking it, while the Azura would not? Chapter 15:23, My sympathies. The Azura had no need to deceive him. Zhuang Nanjia glanced at her, unhesitatingly seized the cup, and drained it in one gulp. Indeed, a single draught. Chapter 15:24, He disbelieved utterly sympathy? He had never imagined that such a sentiment would be uttered by Qiansui. Directed at him. You serve a sage, yet remain oblivious to his intentions? Chapter 15:25, Fabrications. The initial inquiry does not necessitate the golden scales. The Azura rose and opened the door, addressing the attendant outside, show them in. 3 figures stood there. Chapter 15:26, A cycle of punishment and reward. The sage had been vanquished by these few individuals. She did not inquire why Qiansui wished to strike a deal with Zhuang Nanjia. Centuries of cultivation serve as the most compelling rationale. Chapter 15:28, Revealing identity. Did he not slay him? No, he did not. Qiansui raised her delicate brows and waved her hand, dismissing him with a gesture. Let me see. Chapter 15:29, Demon Emperor. His aspirations do not lie in the pursuit of victory. Yan Sanling responded, It is merely a quest for vengeance. Who among those who have attained their current status is without a few enemies? Jialing Tian is no exception. Chapter 15:30, The third heavy puppet. There is also some good news. He continued, The Elder Council has dispatched elders to engage with us for sincere collaboration against the demon army. He turned towards Yan Sanlang. Chapter 15:31, Envoy of the Sea God. Yan Sanlang raised an eyebrow. These heavy puppets are crafted from the remains of demons, are they not? Not so only that. Various peculiar alloys are also incorporated to enhance their physical form. Chapter 15:32, Puppet Master. The Envoy of the Sea God scrutinized him closely, his brow furrowing. What is this? The gaze of a specter differs from that of an ordinary person, possessing an extraordinary sharpness, as if it could pierce through one's exterior. Chapter 15:33, Frenzy. His fists were larger than a sand bowl, and a cold glimmer flickered between his fingers, clearly concealing a deadly weapon. This punch was swift and ferocious. If it were to land, it could potentially devastate Mingya. Chapter 15:34, The White Star has a master. The sage hinted, There is yet another matter. Yan Sanling maintained his posture without moving. Chapter 15:35, Enemies engaging in conversation. Yan Sanling rubbed his belly and unhesitatingly agreed. Chapter 15:36, For the time being, friends. At that moment, the guard brought food and placed it before the two. Yan Sanling glanced at it, rubbed his hands, and remarked, The meals of the heavy puppet masters are indeed on a different level than ours. Chapter 15:37, The Calculations of Qiansui. The attendant stood nearby, clearly indicating that Madame Qianhong was not entirely at ease with Jiabao and wished to keep a watchful eye. Qiansui cast a glance and casually set up a barrier. Chapter 15:38, The Last Heavy Puppet. Here, there exists someone who could make him lose. Chapter 15:39, Seeking a Rival. Its back armor and belly armor closely resemble that of a turtle, yet its belly armor is rounded, unlike the flatness of a turtle. This creature possesses 6 limbs, each of which has evolved. Chapter 1540, The Azura Detached from Fame and Fortune. 800 years ago, it was I who severed the head of Abishan. Qiansui tossed his chips forward, asking, What about yours? You are merely blood. Chapter 1541, Bai Xing Exits the City. Dusun grinned and said, I will do my best. The western gate of the oasis opened silently, and a large group silently streamed out of the city under the cover of night, heading northward. However, their fortune was not as favorable as that of Judge Chui, as they were utterly defeated. Qiansui smiled gently as they allocated their power tokens onto the table. Chapter 1543, The Persuasion from the Spirits. In pursuit of survival, one is left with no choice. The sea god envoy, with an accelerated cadence, expressed their sentiments. Upon our arrival in the primordial realm, we discovered that this world had undergone a sudden transformation. The originally designated objectives. Chapter 1544, The Emergence of the Great Figures. It is likely that the combined strength of the entire Council of Elders would still fall short. Humanity cannot attain this. The sea god envoy chuckled. Yet we are not devoid of. The audience erupted in applause. Qiansui could not help but silently give a thumbs up. Lady Qihong was indeed adept in this realm of wagers. The two participants in the bet were equally. Chapter 1546, The Premature Grand Confrontation. Most cultivators set up tents in the open space. In the distance lay a lake, surrounded by the chirping of insects. Yin Sanlang heard a fellow cultivator sigh softly. Chapter 1547, Can we win? A disciple beside Elder Yuan reprimanded loudly, Impertinent. How dare you interrupt an elder? Enough. Elder Yuan raised a hand, dismissing the disciple with a frown. Chapter 1548, The Spirit of Combat. The others below the stage remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed agreement. Several elders exchanged glances. Such a dispirited individual should be swiftly controlled. Chapter 1549, The Final Gamble. Understood. Qiansui was about to dismiss Jinyu when he continued. Mentioning another peculiar incident, the sea god's envoy's mind's eye had inexplicably malfunctioned for a brief period. Regarding compensation, Zhuang Nanji took out an exquisite brocade box from his garments, suggesting that something within might suffice. A maiden opened the box, revealing its contents to the assembly, a precious object resting on a silk cushion. The implication of those three words was profound. Yin Sanlang's gaze pierced through the bonfire, settling upon the crowd opposite him, questioning whether the Council of Elders had ever reached such a conclusion. Yin Sanlang possessed an entire basket of fragmented spirit stones, varying in size from that of a hydrangea to that of a walnut, and exhibiting a spectrum of hues. As instructed, these were distributed among the various array formations. He leaped down, seizing the moment as the stone mantis spider turned, and with a mighty strike, severed one of its hind legs. The stone mantis spider, unwilling to engage, retreated a few paces before shrinking back. Amidst the fierce battle raging at the checkpoint, it was unlikely that any human or demon would notice the silent cliffside nearby. Concealment there would indeed offer better refuge than the checkpoint itself. The demon race's long-standing occupation of Poison Fire Ridge was bound to incite trouble. Lai Mu swiftly countered that their intuition far surpassed that of humans, and their forms were infinitely diverse, questioning how one could be certain of anything within a single day. The question remained, if not supernatural powers, then what else could one rely on, besides luck and skill? If gambling based on skill were deemed cheating, a significant portion of the individuals present would face lengthy imprisonment. Zhuang Nan. Chapter 1557, Separate Battlegrounds. Zhuang Nanjia was initially wholly dedicated to assisting the sage, a conviction that superseded all else. However, upon learning the truth from Qiansui, his belief crumbled, and he lost all hope in the sage. Chapter 1558, The Fall of Poison Fire Ridge. This piece of green spirit stone was of ordinary quality, containing only a small amount of spiritual energy, which he had completely absorbed. Its color had now faded to grayish-white, resembling an ordinary stone. Chapter 1559, The True Plan Begins. After traversing two mountains, one tall and one short, the clamor of Poison Fire Ridge was almost entirely left behind. The surroundings were dark, and the sounds of battle grew increasingly distant. Chapter 1560, Lured Out. The group then proceeded towards the depths of the mine shaft. This mine shaft had been abandoned for over a century, and seepage was ubiquitous, with only insects and ants as occasional visitors, although the oasis was nearby. Chapter 1561, Who Schemed Against Whom. A Fuxing child genuinely materialized on the table, and Qiansui stared intently at it, with a hint of surprise on his face. As if to say, what do you want to hear me say? This isn't my doing. Chapter 1562, Camp Behind Enemy Lines. Therefore, when Zhuang Nanjia observed Qiansui's exceptionally good fortune today, he immediately discerned the truth behind it. Jiabao Shandao, just now this Azura asked me to take you away, and... Chapter 1563, The Demon Emperor Passes Cloud. Elder Jing gazed intently at the stone mantis spider colliding with the oasis gate, his expression grave as he gestured for everyone to wait. The demon army's siege was pressing. Chapter 1564, Taking Action. However, before he could finish his sentence, the sage spoke. We have but one opportunity to strike, and we must proceed with utmost caution. Elder Jing hesitated, words caught in his throat. Tianrin remained fixated on the game, his right hand clenched into a fist, his countenance dark. His hand was neither too strong nor too weak. Could his opponent be even less capable? Chapter 1566, Serious Consequences. This rare scene drew the attention of numerous guests. Lady Qianhong exclaimed in surprise. Are you using it now? Qiansui closed his eyes, experiencing a surge in cultivation. Chapter 1567, Out of Control. The game's progress had indeed slipped from her grasp. At this moment, further complaints were futile. Only the weak would vent their frustrations. Qiansui cast a deep glance at her. Chapter 1568, Betrayal from Within. Dust swirled as the avian demons took flight in panic, yet in their chaos, they could not see. Chapter 1569, Strong Enemies All Around. The first round of concentrated fire concluded, and the heart-piercing flowers swayed collectively. The second round of concentrated fire was upon them. The interval was less than 3 breaths. Although the barrier was sturdy. Chapter 1570, Misunderstanding. He was 78 years old this year. Yet his appearance resembled that of a person in their 30s, stocky and refined in his physical martial arts. With a single blow, one could strike a wild boar demon weighing over 2,000 pounds, its tough skin and flesh yielding to the force. Chapter 1571, A difficult path to survival. The entrance was quite narrow, and Lai Mu was bending low, when he suddenly heard a rushing wind behind him, leaving him no chance to evade. Fortunately, he had long anticipated an attack from behind, and, at that moment, forcefully turned to the side. Chapter 1572, Shall I assist you? As he observed the entrance surrounded by a multitude of demons, the body of the Qi Huan continued to shrink. Soon becoming small enough to slip through, it appeared that the vast mountain peak was entirely under the control of his adversaries. Chapter 1573, Inquire of the Sage. Furthermore, the Lioli lamp itself served as a formidable weapon. The Azura could store divine power, waiting for the opportune moment to gradually refine it, or unleash it all at once. Chapter 1574, Not a word to be trusted. Upon hearing this, Qiansui finally comprehended, pointing a finger at Jiaba Shan. No wonder you dismissed his methods with such disdain. It is also no surprise that you failed to perceive the sea god's techniques. Chapter 1575, Madame Qianhong's bet he possesses a strategy. Why do you not heed it? Madame Qianhong observed her expression closely, noting her calm demeanor, yet unable to discern her true thoughts. With his experience and knowledge. Chapter 1576, The Rebirth of Tianhing. Her appearance remained unchanged, her expression unwavering. Yet he sensed an ineffable difference. The gaze from Qiansui became increasingly cold and distant. Chapter 1577, Review. They suffered the loss of 26 skilled individuals. Among the 15 survivors, 3 are gravely injured, relying on a secret elixir to prolong their lives. And they must be assisted by others to move. The difficulty of these 2 scenarios is not to be compared. Frankly speaking, in the past, playing with this golden walnut was a waste, for it inherently possessed a storage space. That ring, made of pure gold, was entirely at her disposal. They fled into the underground passage, having anticipated that the monsters would conduct a thorough search of the mountains, yet such an action would inevitably disperse their forces. Even if they encountered each other, they could still emerge victorious and seize the opportunity. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, allowing Chong Tong to discern the full form of an object, a reddish-brown wooden talisman, adorned with a pattern resembling water. After uttering those words, she released her grip and stepped back. A peculiar scene unfolded. Despite the absence of control, the black pin remained upright. Shimmering brilliantly was the topmost leaf of the object. The cat, intrigued, approached to sniff it. However, the tip of the nose had yet to touch the leaf. Suddenly, Chapter 1584, Returning to the City. Above Oasis City, dark clouds billowed, with lightning flashing frequently, indicating a grand spectacle. This was the Thunder Prison Array, personally presided over by Elder Tan Xian, summoning. Chapter 1585, How many traitors are there? The explosion at the Nail River Cliff was truly catastrophic, and even Yin Sanlang himself would have little chance of survival. But the Demon Emperor is not so easily. Why are you still dawdling? Are you waiting to meet your demise here? Urged by them, the foot soldiers promptly dispersed. After all, above them, the avian demons were flying wildly and outside the walls. Chapter 1587, Where is this? Qiu Bufei said, "You travel by flying beasts. Why can he not?" Yin Sanlang glanced at him. "The wetland above is desolate. Flying there would only attract lightning." Chapter 1588. Is it past or dream? Additional update. In the darkness, no one responded. She asked again, and still, there was only an eerie silence. Qiansui grew somewhat agitated. The other party clearly did not wish to reveal themselves. Chapter 1589. Capturing. It was astonishingly easy. Chapter 1590. It is time to end. The rock python differs from ordinary pythons. It does not consume with its mouth, but engulfs its prey whole. Though the process of digestion remains similar. Now, the rock python slowed. Chapter 1591. Heavenly Thunder Kill. Additional update. Subsequently, the arrowhead erupted in a burst of white light, enveloping Du Sun completely. The radiance was so intense that it ascended straight into the firmament. Even in the heart of the night, visible to all the townsfolk who craned their necks to witness it. Chapter 1592. Internal strife. Individuals such as Yin Sanlang and Tan Xian, being in such proximity to the epicenter of the lightning strike, felt their bodies stiffen, and even the tips of their fingers trembled slightly. This was the might of the heavens, before which all living beings yield. Chapter 1593. Displaying great power it yet lived. Seemingly in high spirits, with electrical currents frequently coursing across its surface. Yin Sanlang glanced at Bai Sheng, who had already discerned that the demon emperor was still alive. Chapter 1594. Why should you interject? Bonus chapter. The demons were quite self-aware, clearing a path for the demon emperor. A contest was due between monarchs, and lesser beings should not impede. Yet, one such insignificant creature. Chapter 1595. Inner demons. The Wind Corpse master's skill, when employed on the battlefield of flowing blood and drifting masts, was truly heaven-defying. The demon army, which had been surging in like a flood, came to an abrupt halt unless a great demon paved the way. Chapter 1596. A hair's breadth. Ask yourself honestly, of these tens of thousands of days and nights, how many have you spent without tossing and turning, secretly anxious? The inner demon continued, your present solitary bravery speaks not. Chapter 1597. Words become law. Bonus chapter. I don't understand. She was quite frustrated. Yin Sanlang. A lack of communication leads to unjust conflicts. Qiansui waved to the demon emperor. Chapter 1598. Devouring alive. Tan Xian hurled out a monster, followed immediately by a pair of flying wheels, attacking Guiyun. The edges of the silver wheel are sharp, reminiscent of saw teeth. Upon striking an object, it instantaneously transforms from 2 to 4. As chapter 1599 unfolds, Tan Xian launches an attack, while Guiyun narrowly evades, arrows landing on the ground beside him. Qiansui has already pounced, the skeletal spear obeying its master's will. In chapter 1600, titled Fortune Lies Where Misfortune Dwells, the perseverance displayed may indeed present an opportunity for reversal. The oasis may yet survive. The human race is greatly encouraged. Not only the formidable warriors battling the great demons, but, in chapter 1601, Fusion, the northern region reveals several pillars, with 2 individuals encircling him in an angle. How did you emerge? Yin Sanlang is taken aback, yet maintains his composure. Chapter 1602, Remarkable Skills, notes that few can withstand the inferno of red lotuses in this world. Meanwhile, the numerous lantern puppets on site have already surged forward, only to be assimilated in the process. Chapter 1603, The Celestial Reversal Formation, sees a gathering of demons as the demon emperor assumes a new form. The expression on the saint's face is grim. This truly poses a dilemma. The demon emperor, unexpectedly. In chapter 1604, you must open the door to return. Even the most formidable of constructs possess vulnerabilities, the heart and the head being 2 crucial targets, which the demon emperor is certainly aware of. The human race has lost another significant ally, as long as the demon emperor. Chapter 1605. Why suffer? The demon army was astounded, and before they could react, several unfortunate souls followed the path of the demon apes, ambushed by creatures less than 7 feet tall, meeting a fate from which there was no return. Shark. Chapter 1606. The Copper Sea. Additional update. At this moment, a fierce wind suddenly appeared overhead, and Tan Xian descended, aiming directly at the crown of the demon emperor. The defeated generals, oblivious to their demise. Guiyun let out a cold laugh, preparing to employ a strike. Chapter 1607. Come and try goodness at last. Chapter 1608. The second time now that the spiritual stone pedestal has fallen, Tan Xian felt a chill in his heart, uncertain of what was to follow. The pedestal that bore the heart of Kangwu had been destroyed. Could this door still be opened? Chapter 1609. The capture of the glazed lamp. Additional update. The soldiers and civilians atop the city walls were nearly blinded by the glazed lamp's brilliance, unable to even catch sight of the white shadow of the bone spear. Yet the outcome was sufficient. Cheers erupted from the battlements. Chapter 1610. An unfair contest. The light vanished. Qiansui, in agitation, found himself no longer in this world. What does it mean to be absent from this world? The sage suddenly realized, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 1611. An unexpected ambush. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, drawing another arrow and silently calculating. Suddenly releasing a trio of arrows in quick succession. Each of these arrows landed with precision. The toad demon deftly evaded. Chapter 1612. Opening the door. Additional update. A moment of carelessness, or rather, perhaps sheer misfortune. Worse still, the divine power within the body ebbed away alongside the excruciating pain. Chapter 1613. To save him or to prioritize the bigger picture. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen arrows were fired, and several of the lurking creatures collapsed. He then sought to seize the provisions of others. The 1,000-year-old being at the center of the formation felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 1614. Decapitation. The skeletal chains still entwined around the demon emperor could not impede its vigorous strides. The chains clanged ominously, as though they might snap at any moment. The glass lamp floated. Chapter 1615. Eliminate this menace. Bonus chapter. Bai Yi glanced at Tan Xian, then at Bai Xing, whose finger rested in the keyhole. And a realization dawned upon him. Did you strike a deal with Mingya? Tan Xian remained silent. Chapter 1616. Farewell to the mortal realm. Earlier, the assassination squad had employed fine bees to demolish the false demon emperor's encampment, resulting in countless casualties. This little contraption possessed extraordinary power, and Yin Sanlang had taken a keen interest, requesting it from Bai Fu. Chapter 1617. Premature closure. The primordial game has concluded, and like the majority of players, its soul has returned to its body. With the grand finale over, I too must depart. The envoy of Kangwu spoke in a resonant tone. Chapter 1618. Thank you for your honest account. Bonus chapter. What can be used to reopen? The 1,000-year-old being laughed, stating that the means to traverse the barriers of time and space, the power, you possess none. Traversing the void is indeed a grave matter. Chapter 1619. Morning and evening you are mine. As she uttered those words, she mimicked the form of a tiger's claw with her right hand, abruptly plunging it into her left breast and eviscerating her own heart. Crimson ichor splattered in a macabre spectacle. Chapter 1620. Yearning, a double feature. In the crisp, invigorating air of autumn, the weasel demons, Huang Da and Huang Er, assumed human guises and accompanied their master into the remote border town nestled in the northern reaches of the Liang Kingdom. August 31st. Epilogue begins. The vernal equinox graced the mortal realm, as peach and plum blossoms engaged in a vibrant competition of fragrance, while the untamed countryside remained untouched by the chill of night. Chapter 1622. Epilogue, concluding part. And then, there was naught else. As if summoned from the ether, a gust of wind stirred, causing the lantern in the maiden's hand to flicker momentarily. Yet alas. Chapter 1623. Coda, vast as the trackless sea within an obscure, nameless hall, Madame Qianhong ascended the steps in solitude. Each footfall echoed upon the very essence of the ancient tree, even the grand edifice before her. Concluding remarks. 7 years hence, has the itch returned? Since the publication of the guide to raising the great demon king, 2 years and 8 months have elapsed, with the conclusion alone consuming 4 months of meticulous refinement and repeated deliberation. Countless drafts were completed only to be discarded, and the narrative was reconstructed time and again, culminating in the present outcome. Is there a sense of regret? Indeed. Is there discontent? Certainly. After all, an author's greatest satisfaction invariably lies in the prospect of their next work. Many have remarked that we revel in sweet moments, suggesting that there is no need for excessive effort. Merely provide us with a happy ending. However, the sentimental author insists otherwise. For me, and for the devoted fans of the Great Demon King, reality exists in the external world, while the Great Demon King represents an internal realm. As it is a self-contained universe, the existence of its world, narrative, emotions, and moralities must rely on a coherent internal logic. I must strive to achieve a sense of completeness, as this commitment is not only to you, the readers, but also to myself and to the beloved characters. Qiansui and Yin Sanlang. We all deserve this. To speak candidly, I had not anticipated the tumultuous journey of the past 2 years, marked by struggles ranging from the knitting battles to the pandemic. The dust of the era has settled upon me, transforming into an insurmountable burden. Yet, I have never burdened my readers with my grievances within the pages of this book. You seek the joy of reading The Great Demon King, not to be weighed down by the author's troubles. Setting aside the myriad personal challenges, the female-oriented genre has also faced significant external pressures, experiencing a decline. Subscription revenues have dwindled to a level beneath that of delivery workers, not to diminish their value, a plight that all female authors, including myself, must confront. Having embarked on this literary endeavor for less than half a year, this predicament has become increasingly pronounced. I have witnessed fellow writers, one after another, departing in dejection to seek alternative livelihoods. After all, we are not the characters of our own creation, but must subsist in reality, where even the very act of breathing comes at a cost. However, the concept for The Great Demon King has been deeply ingrained within me for an extended period. Upon frequent introspection, I am compelled to believe that I must diligently and meticulously persevere to the very end, irrespective of the hardships that reality may present. At times, one must embrace a touch of madness to attain greatness. This is not merely a matter of promises and obligations, but also of dreams and missions, serving as the impetus for my nightly vigils and solitary progress. I harbor the grand aspiration that my works may become timeless classics, a veritable Eden for literature enthusiasts, and contribute fresh vigor to the literary pantheon of this era. A gentle breeze originates from the tip of a floating duckweed. The value of a remarkable book cannot be solely quantified in monetary terms. An erudite individual possesses self-awareness and should forge ahead with determination. As for this place, there is no need to linger any longer. Feeling replete, I extend my wishes for well-being and happiness to those readers who no longer wish to follow. Should fate allow, may our paths cross again in the literary world. Windwalker, September 1st, 2021. Shaman. End of volume. A new book arrives, December 26th, 2022. Long time no see. I have missed you all dearly. Before the advent of the new year, I bring tidings of a new book. Please search for After the Immortals Vanished on the Qidian app by author Geofania. Indeed, this is Windwalker's new alias. We have commenced writing on the main site. Henceforth, you may address me as Windwalker or Brother Yi. A fresh start, a new journey, novel characters, and untold stories, coupled with even greater heights of brilliance. I await you there. Upon our reunion, we shall engage in heartfelt conversation. Please join me as we paint yet another vast and intricate world. In the midst of the flowing winds and drifting clouds, December 26th, 2022.